Third senior brother, are you heading to the back mountain to cultivate this early again today? Junior brother, the whole day's plan lies in the morning. We cultivators wrestle with heaven and earth for longevity. Naturally, we must be diligent. At Qingxian sect, the only cultivation sect within a radius of 200 li each day, began with such friendly greetings exchanged between senior and junior brothers. The speakers were Jiang Mu, the seventh disciple taken in by Qingxian sect, and his third senior brother Fang Yuan. Senior brother, your cultivation should have already reached the 6th level of qi refining, right? Jiang Mu asked again. Junior brother Jiang, what are you saying? Cultivation is something that can neither be rushed nor done in agitation. Advancing to the 6th level of qi refining is anything but easy. Fang Yuan clasped his hands behind his back with a sigh, then waved dismissively. Junior brother, I'll go and attend to my own matters first. Seeing Jiang Mu's face full of a fawning smile, he could not bear to continue this topic. Poor junior brother Jiang. He had finally managed to enter a cultivation sect, yet was born with inferior roots, and found cultivation incomparably difficult. Watching Fang Yuan's hastily departing back, Jiang Mu could not help but sigh inwardly. Third senior brother was already so powerful, yet still cherished every single moment of cultivation. It truly commanded his respect. Next to emerge from the sect was first senior brother He Shiyuan. Junior brother Jiang, in truth, our Qingxian sect is very safe. There's no need for you to guard the mountain gate every single day. It's no trouble, first senior brother. I'd only be idle otherwise. Facing his senior brothers, concerned Jiang Mu answered with a smile of his own. It was said that first senior brother was the master's earliest disciple, the oldest in age among them, and the one with the highest cultivation. His strength had already approached the 9th level of qi refining, only a single step away from the legendary foundation establishment. However, first senior brother had one particular hobby. He was extremely fond of drinking and spent every day in a tipsy haze. As long as you're happy. I'm heading down the mountain for a drink. All right then, senior brother, take care on the road. After bidding farewell to first senior brother, Jiang Mu continued to sit idly before the mountain gate. No one else would be appearing next. There was the wine-loving first senior brother, the cultivation-obsessed third senior brother, and the second senior brother, who liked to stay within the sect cooking meals. Oh right, there was also their master in the foundation establishment realm, utterly engrossed in secluded cultivation, and Jiang Mu himself. For now, these were the only ones remaining in Qingxian sect. In truth, Qingxian sect had more people than just these. Jiang Mu ranked 7th, ahead of him were 4th senior sister, 5th senior brother, and 6th senior brother, though he had never met them. By the time Jiang Mu entered the sect, they had long left the mountain to temper themselves in the outside world. Today was yet another peaceful and tranquil day. With nothing else to do, Jiang Mu had built a small hut beside the mountain gate, where he would nap and slack off whenever boredom struck. After all, first senior brother was right. Hardly anyone ever came to Qingxian sect. Yet, Jiang Mu felt somewhat guilty about eating and drinking for free within the sect. So he simply took it upon himself to become the disciple who guarded the gate. Strictly speaking, he counted as the Qingxian sect master's final disciple. When Qingshuan, the sect master, encountered Jiang Mu, he had already declared that Jiang Mu would be the last disciple he ever accepted. At that time, Jiang Mu had been a wandering refugee. His clothes could barely cover his body, his stomach was never full, and he possessed no skill by which he could make a living. His circumstances were utterly miserable. Yet fortune favored him, for he met Qingxian. While roaming the world, Qingxian saved Jiang Mu and discovered a faint trace of spiritual energy within his body. Qingxian was overjoyed, thinking he had picked up a rare treasure. He immediately brought Jiang Mu back to the sect, accepted him as a disciple, and began to impart the methods of cultivation to him. Sadly, even after a year of cultivation, Jiang Mu's strength still had not broken through the 1st level of qi refining. Qingxian was greatly disappointed and finally realized that Jiang Mu possessed inferior spiritual roots. He had no attribute at all like a funnel. No matter how much spiritual energy he absorbed, it would all leak back out. With such a constitution, true cultivation was essentially impossible. Jiang Mu had been utterly dumbfounded. He had thought his life would from then on ascend to its peak, that he would become a legendary cultivator. But in the end, it turned out to be nothing more than a grand illusion. Becoming a destitute refugee upon transmigrating was one thing, but to also possess a useless physique that could not cultivate at all was another blow. Refusing to accept this, Jiang Mu had pressed first senior brother. Senior brother, is it truly impossible for someone with inferior spiritual roots to cultivate? First senior brother was a straightforward man, and at the time, he had comforted him like this. Junior brother Jiang, inferior spiritual roots do not mean you cannot cultivate at all, merely that it is incomparably difficult. It is very possible that even if you strive for your entire life, your strength may never break through the first level of chi refining. But don't lose heart. Even if you cannot cultivate properly, you will still be far stronger than ordinary people. 2 or 3 common martial artists would hardly be able to get close to you. Jiang Mu's Tao heart had wavered right then. This was what they called being able to cultivate. Fortunately, he was no ordinary person. Coming from Blue Star, his inner will was exceedingly resilient. Even if the chances were infinitesimal, he still wanted to give it a serious try. What if by some miracle I succeed? Jiang Mu's cultivation life seemed to have come to an end just like that. His master, who rarely appeared to begin with, no longer gave him any guidance, and the other senior brothers also kept silent about the matter. Jiang Mu had thought that now that he had become a useless cripple, the sect would cast him aside. Was that not how the cultivation world worked? A realm where the weak were prey to the strong. If you were already a good-for-nothing, staying in the sect would only squander its resources. Yet, Jiang Mu very quickly realized that his senior brothers were not that sort of people at all. Everyone's attitude toward him remained exactly as before, without the slightest change. Jiang Mu was deeply moved, and this indirectly led to his decision to voluntarily guard the mountain gate. After all, no matter how one looked at it, life within the sect was far better than it had been outside. Little work to do and food provided. Jiang Mu, only 17 and the youngest among them, would even receive gifts from his senior brothers during festivals and holidays. With such a heartwarming sect, how could Jiang Mu bear to leave? At the time, Jiang Mu had thought that being an ordinary person would not be so bad, guarding the gate, doing odd jobs every day. His senior brothers were all cultivators whose lifespans would surely be longer than his own. If nothing else, they might even be around to collect his body when the time came. And so Jiang Mu willingly took up the role of Qingxian sect's gatekeeping disciple. From being the master's final disciple to becoming the one who watched the gate, his mindset had undergone a subtle transformation. Just as he was preparing to live out his days as a contented salted fish, the longevity system suddenly activated. The system was extremely simple. No complicated instructions, no explanation of its origin, and only 2 functions. First, eternal life. His appearance would be fixed from that moment on, and he would never die from his own bodily causes. Second, his strength would slowly increase as time flowed by. And then that was it. The salted fish Jiang Mu was struck dizzy by this sudden windfall, bursting into tears of joy on the spot. Though the system had arrived late, it was still something he could bring himself to forgive. If given the chance, who wouldn't wish to become a cultivator and take a look at the world beyond these mountains? After the immense surprise faded, Jiang Mu calmed himself and began to ponder his future plans. Unless killed by others, he would now be eternally undying. On top of that, he would level up simply by letting time pass. It was just that the process might be rather slow. He still possessed that feeble, frail physique. For the time being, it seemed wisest to lie low and bide his time. Having made up his mind, Jiang Mu simply continued serving as the disciple guarding the mountain gate. And so it went on until the present. He had spent nearly a full year testing the capabilities of his system. He had yet to truly experience what eternal life meant in the short term, but the matter of his strength growing had begun to show some signs. His physical constitution and mental state felt better with each passing day. After a year, Jiang Mu could clearly sense that a faint trace of spiritual energy had finally gathered within his body. Yet the rate of increase was so slow. After an entire year, he still had not reached the first level of chi refining. Had he been somehow throttled? Jiang Mu pondered. There was no recharge platform to be found anywhere. Still, it did not matter. He had nothing if not time. Over this past year, he had by no means been idle. From time to time, he would follow his third senior brother Fang Yuan to the back mountain to train. Although those cultivation methods were useless to him, he could still learn some practical combat techniques. Junior brother Jiang, today, we shall learn how to fight hand-to-hand at close quarters. Now attack me, and then watch how I defend, Fang Yuan said. Jiang Mu looked at senior brother Fang Yuan's lithe figure in curiosity. Senior brother, in battles between cultivators, shouldn't they all be using spiritual power? He asked. Fang Yuan smiled, walked up to a large tree, and sent his fist crashing forward. The tree toppled with a resounding crack. Junior brother, in truth, low-level cultivators usually store their spiritual power throughout their bodies in ordinary combat. Only when their limbs make contact can that power truly be brought to bear, he explained. If we do not use spiritual power, we are no different from ordinary martial artists. However, cultivation enhances our physical bodies. Even without invoking spiritual power, the strength of our flesh is something common warriors cannot withstand. Fang Yuan spoke slowly and clearly. So that was how it was. Jiang Mu recalled what Qingxian had once mentioned about cultivation realms. No more than chi, refining foundation, establishment, golden core, and nascent soul. The higher the realm, the stronger one's power and the longer one's lifespan. That was why everyone strove so desperately to advance. Come, junior brother, practice with me. When you travel the world in the future, you should at least have some means of self-defense, Fang Yuan said. He waved Jiang Mu over, signaling for him to begin. In Fang Yuan's view, this little junior brother of his would sooner or later leave Qingxian sect. After all, with no talent for cultivation, he would in time come to yearn for life in the outside world. In that case, all he could do was teach him more of fists and footwork. Jiang Mu gave a grunt of acknowledgement, then charged at Fang Yuan with his fist swinging. Fang Yuan merely sidestepped, easily dodging him, and then sent a punch toward Jiang Mu's chest. Just before his blow landed, Fang Yuan turned his fist into an open palm. Jiang Mu was sent stumbling back several meters by that single strike, almost falling over. Junior brother, are you all right? Fang Yuan asked with concern. I am fine, senior brother, let us go again, Jiang Mu replied. He shook out his body. Aside from a numb tingling, he was mostly unharmed. So senior brother Fang Yuan truly had excellent control over his strength. Then junior brother became. The sounds of their sparring echoed through the mountains. Besides training with third senior brother Fang Yuan, Jiang Mu would also go down the mountain with his eldest senior brother, He Shuyuan, to buy wine, hoping to see if there was anything he could learn from him. After all, according to his other two senior brothers, eldest senior brother's strength was very close to that of their master, and he was highly likely to inherit Qingxian sect in the future. Why was it only likely? Because no one knew whether their master or their eldest senior brother would depart first. The lifespans of cultivators in the qi refining and foundation establishment stages were not so long. Yet after spending some time with eldest senior brother, He Shuyuan, Jiang Mu discovered he could not learn anything at all, because eldest senior brother truly did nothing but drink every day. Moreover, He Shuyuan openly admitted, as for cultivation, junior brother, you need only ask your senior brother Fang. Everything I know he knows as well. Your senior brother Fang is very diligent, and it is only a matter of time before he reaches my level. Watching his eldest senior brother, long hair flowing, staring off into the distance whenever he drank, Jiang Mu mimicked him by holding a wine jar and gazing out as well. Eldest senior brother, I heard from senior brother Fang that cultivators do not get drunk on mortal wine, Jiang Mu said, hugging the wine jar and taking a large gulp, his face flushing at once. In truth, the wine was not very strong. Jiang Mu felt it was less intoxicating than beer back on Blue Star. It was just that this body had never drunk before. Haha, junior brother Jiang, you don't know. So long as we do not circulate spiritual energy to force the alcohol out, cultivators can get drunk all the same, He Shuyuan laughed. Jiang Mu understood then eldest senior brother was deliberately seeking drunkenness. It seems eldest senior brother is also a man with a story, Jiang Mu said with a smile. Oh, you have heard my story? He Shuyuan asked in surprise. No, but eldest senior brother, your face is covered in stories, Jiang Mu replied. Ha ha ha. He Shuyuan burst into loud laughter and took a deep swig. No one knew what stories eldest senior brother carried. He had never spoken of them to anyone. But Jiang Mu did not mind. After all, who did not have a story of their own? Thus, after all his time with eldest senior brother, Jiang Mu had learned nothing but how to drink. Second senior brother Jiandan's comment on this was, when the upper beam is crooked, the lower beams are bound to slant as well. Only then did Jiang Mu learn that Master Qingxian also loved to drink. It was just that Jiang Mu had never seen it himself, for their master rarely appeared. Even at mealtimes, Master Qingxian would only show up occasionally. Could it be that second senior brother's cooking was unpalatable? Jiang Mu felt that could not be the case. Second senior brother's culinary skills were truly excellent, and his dishes were delicious. Jiang Mu could eat 3 big bowls every time. The food was so good that whenever Jiang Mu thought of second senior brother reaching the end of his life someday, and himself no longer being able to taste it, he could not help feeling sad. So he began to learn cooking from second senior brother as well. Although he could not reproduce the originals perfectly, he managed to achieve 70 to 80% of the original flavor. Even while sneaking bits of rest amid his busyness, training with third senior brother Fang Yuan, drinking with eldest senior brother, and cooking with second senior brother, Jiang Mu still staunchly upheld his duty of watching the gate. His bottom line was that he would never eat and drink for free within the sect. Jiang Mu's energetic conduct soon drew the attention of his senior brothers. Jiang Mu's vigor, was it not a bit too exuberant? Whenever they questioned him, Jiang Mu would reply that he had gained new insights into cultivation and that his realm had broken through a tiny bit. He was not actually lying, his realm had indeed improved a little. His senior brothers merely smiled indifferent. How could someone with inferior spiritual roots possibly cultivate? Still, there was undeniably something off about Jiang Mu's state. Until one day, eldest senior brother finally grasped the reason. Our little junior brother has grown up, he said. The other two senior brothers were suddenly enlightened. Junior brother Jiang should be 18 this year, right? He has indeed grown up. At this age, one's vigor was naturally at its peak. He Shuyuan said, I think we can help junior brother Jiang seek someone to open his heart to. They all treated Jiang Mu as an ordinary person at his age. In cultivator terms, it was about time to find a Tao companion. Yet in their view, since Jiang Mu was not a cultivator, it would be difficult for him to quell the restlessness in his heart at this age. Our junior brother Jiang in both figure and looks he is top-notch, so of course we must find him a good match, one of them chuckled. The words were somewhat exaggerated. While Jiang Mu was handsome, he was not quite that extraordinary. But all three understood one another's intent. They simply did not want their junior brother to suffer any grievance. Second senior brother replied, indeed. But do either of you have someone in mind to recommend? He Shuyuan and Fang Yuan shook their heads in unison. I knew you would not. As it happens, I often go into town to buy vegetables. I know of a butcher's shop there. The owner has a daughter, a young girl who looks quite decent and is about the same age as junior brother Jiang. The three of them quickly reached a tacit agreement. When the second senior brother went down the mountain to buy groceries, he would bring Jiang Mu along and see whether he and the butcher's daughter might take a liking to each other. After all, such matters required mutual affection. Their conversation did not reach Jiang Mu's ears. Had he heard it, he would truly have been torn between laughter and tears. He was merely brimming with simple, restless energy, with no such thoughts in that direction at all. He was someone who sought longevity. How could he allow himself to be entangled by romance? The second senior brother found Jiang Mu. Junior brother, I'm heading down the mountain to buy some things. This time come with me. All right. Jiang Mu agreed without the slightest hesitation. He simply thought his second senior brother wished to pass on some tips about buying vegetables. Even cultivators needed to bargain when shopping for groceries, for they had yet to reach the level of fasting from food. The town at the foot of the mountain was called Qingshui Town. It was not large, yet was quite bustling, for folks from all the surrounding villages came here for market days. Following his second senior brother, Jiang Mu entered the vegetable market and bought a great many things. Their shopping was swift, for the second senior brother never haggled over prices. Soon they arrived before a butcher's stall where the pork was being sold by a young maiden who looked no more than 18. The girl had her sleeves rolled up, a cleaver in hand, hacking energetically at a heap of pork. Miss, are your elders not here today? The second senior brother asked with easy familiarity. Seeing a regular customer, the girl lifted her head and answered with a smile, my elder had matters to attend to, and went out. The second senior brother nodded without further inquiry and ordered 20 jin of pork. He often bought meat here, and the girl usually helped her elder sell it, so of course they recognized one another. Yet this time was different. He had brought along another youth whose demeanor was refined and gentle. Jiang Mu's features and bearing were indeed exceptional. Coupled with years of cultivation, a natural aura of presence surrounded him. While the girl was secretly sizing up Jiang Mu, he too was quietly observing her. The maiden before him was very pretty and delicate in manner. Even working as a butcher could not conceal her natural beauty. He admitted she was beautiful, yet how could Jiang Mu's heart be moved? Thus he kept his expression unchanged, calmly watching the girl finish cutting the entire slab of pork. Her movements were deft like flowing clouds and running water. Yet after every few chops, she would steal a glance at Jiang Mu. Then she weighed the meat and quoted the price. Altogether 35 copper coins. The second senior brother rummaged in his pouch and handed over 30 coins. Miss, I did not bring much money today. Might I pay the remainder in a few days? The girl looked at him and felt that a regular customer like this would not go back on his word, so she agreed on the spot. The second senior brother picked up the pork and turned to leave. Jiang Mu closely followed. The butcher's daughter watched their silhouettes gradually disappear at the end of the street. So handsome, she murmured. I wonder if he noticed me secretly watching him. It was her heartfelt praise of Jiang Mu. Never before had she seen such a refined young man in this small town. When father returns, I must ask. In her heart, the girl wished that Jiang Mu would come again the next day to buy pork. Farther down the road, the second senior brother noticed that Jiang Mu remained as usual, without any particular emotional response. Was he simply good at concealing himself, or were his standards too high? Unable to fathom Jiang Mu's thoughts, the second senior brother tried another approach. Junior brother Jiang, since I brought you down the mountain today, you must have learned how to buy groceries. From now on, you'll take care of it. All right, second senior brother. Jiang Mu accepted the task without hesitation. To him, such work helped deepen the bonds among fellow disciples and proved he was not a useless burden to the sect, but someone who could do many things for it. The puzzled second senior brother, seeing how straightforwardly Jiang Mu agreed, assumed it was because he liked the girl and felt there was hope. If things were like that, there was no need for them senior brothers to worry. With frequent visits, faces would become familiar, and many matters would naturally fall into place. The next day, the girl's wish was fulfilled when Jiang Mu came to her stall. 20 gene of pork, half fat and half lean. Jiang Mu bought according to the amount agreed upon with his second senior brother. Got it. Today, the one cutting meat was a stubbly middle-aged man, while yesterday's girl stood by his side helping. They should be father and daughter, Jiang Mu thought. Though Jiang Mu felt they did not resemble each other very much. The man's features were coarse, his brows and eyes bearing no similarity to the girl's. Once the meat was purchased, Jiang Mu did not pause in his stride. Xiao Ruo, that lad is the one you mentioned, isn't he? Standing to the side, Sun Ruo nodded as she watched Jiang Mu's departing back. He does look quite fine, but judging from the amount of food he buys, meat every day, he's probably from a wealthy family. We can't reach that level. Though the burly man sold pork, the meat was not his own stock, he merely bought it wholesale. After deducting the cost, he earned little, and only once in a while could they afford a proper meal of meat. Listening to her father's words, Sun Ruo had already guessed some things, yet her heart still felt a lingering desolation. Such was this world. Aside from the legendary immortal masters, even ordinary folk were divided into ranks, and love, too, demanded matching social status. Yet Sun Ruo still clung to a sliver of hope, for she was a girl and things were not utterly impossible. Still, would a young man like him ever fancy a pork-selling maiden? In the days that followed, as Jiang Mu appeared again and again, Sun Ruo finally mustered the courage to speak to him. Hey, you buy so much every day? Do you have a lot of family at home? As she asked, Jiang Mu glanced at her and answered gently, there aren't many people in my household, we just eat quite a lot. Also, I'm not called Hey. My name is Jiang Mu. Jiang Mu. Sun Ruo softly repeated the name, a secret joy fluttering in her heart. So your name is Jiang Mu? At last we have spoken. Having bought the pork, Jiang Mu turned and hurried away. From Sun Ruo's gaze, he sensed that this girl might have taken a liking to him. How could someone who pursued longevity allow himself to fall in love? He did not wish to one day weep before a grave overgrown with grass. So Jiang Mu simply changed to another butcher's stall. When the love-struck maiden no longer saw the figure she longed for, her gaze grew desolate. No one knew when Qingshui town had begun to fill with many new people. Their clothing was utterly different from the locals, rich and splendid at a glance, clearly not native to the area. They hurried about surveying every corner, all looking as though they were pressed for time. Some even settled directly in the town. Jiang Mu, who often went down the mountain to buy groceries, noticed this as well and hastened to ask his senior brothers what was happening. The first senior brother's expression was grave. When I went down to buy wine, I sensed that many of them were cultivators. It seems something important is occurring nearby. Cultivators. Jiang Mu's face tightened. How could so many cultivators gather in such a remote backwater? From now on he must avoid Qingshui town, lest he be carelessly swept up and killed. Seeing Jiang Mu's expression grow equally solemn, the second senior brother assumed he was worried about the girl in town. Junior brother Jiang, don't worry. I'll go with you to buy groceries from now on, and we can investigate what's happening outside at the same time. At these words, Jiang Mu grew anxious on the spot. Second senior brother, that's not necessary. It's too dangerous out there. I'd better stop going down the mountain. Guarding my gate suits me just fine. Not only the second senior brother, but the others were also taken aback. Had they not said that junior brother Jiang and that girl suited each other well? Why did he suddenly not wish to go down the mountain? The three senior brothers pondered for some time, yet could not reach any proper conclusion. Junior brother Jiang, have you stopped liking that girl? The second senior brother finally asked. Second senior brother, you've misunderstood. I never had such thoughts from the beginning. We who walk the path of cultivation, how can we allow ourselves to be bewitched by emotions? Seeing Jiang Mu's helpless expression, the second senior brother finally realized his mistake from the very start. Cultivation. The three senior brothers looked at Jiang Mu, their gazes filled with tenderness and pity. A youth who could not cultivate had entered a sect of cultivation. Jiang Mu loved the path so deeply, yet would likely never fulfill his wish in this lifetime. How agonizing that must be. The second senior brother sighed. Since that's the case, junior brother Jiang, you should remain in the sect and cultivate as best you can. Thus Jiang Mu continued to guard his gate, while the three senior brothers occasionally went down the mountain to gather news. The first senior brother, He Shuyuan, said, more and more people are gathering and the number of cultivators is increasing. I can faintly sense many powerful auras. Their realms are at least above foundation establishment. What on earth is happening? The third senior brother Fong Yuan asked, should we request that master leave seclusion? There's no need to rush for now. At present there is no danger to us. Where there were people there would be disputes and strife. How much more so with so many cultivators gathered? Thus friction and conflict became inevitable in Qingshui town. Some cultivators fought fiercely, and the ripples of their battles were enough to kill many ordinary people. Later the senior brothers brought back several people from the town, those whose homes had been destroyed by the cultivators' battles and who now had nowhere to go. Among this crowd, Jiang Mu instantly spotted son Ruo alone and spattered with blood. Jiang Mu was greatly alarmed. What happened? The first senior brother shook his head. By the time we arrived, Qingshui town was already in chaos. Two groups of cultivators happened to be fighting near this girl's home. Looking at Jiang Mu before her son Ruo suddenly understood. So he was an immortal master. Son Ruo believed it was Jiang Mu who had ordered people to save her, yet she was already shrouded in the grief of losing her kin and could only cover her face and sob. My father is dead, she cried. Jiang Mu sighed softly and could only comfort her in a low voice. It's our fault. We arrived too late. Her sobs went on and on as son Ruo cried for several hours until her tears ran dry, then weakly thanked Jiang Mu for saving her life. Thank you, immortal master, for sparing this small woman's life. Son Ruo bowed. I don't deserve that title. I'm no immortal master. My senior brothers are. If you must thank someone, thank them. Jiang Mu repeatedly waved his hands, for he truly was not the one who had saved her. Facing his modest denial, son Ruo said nothing more, but instead offered her thanks to the others one by one. Son Ruo knew their stations were worlds apart, one in the heavens, one on the earth, with an unbridgeable chasm between them. There was absolutely no possibility anymore. Jiang Mu said, rest and recover for a while. When your body is better and things outside have calmed, you can return. Son Ruo gave a bleak smile in response, which counted as agreement. Watching the once lively, adorable girl reduced to such a state, Jiang Mu was filled with hatred for the cultivators in town. In this world, ordinary lives were truly as fragile as blades of grass. Given the current situation, though there were officials in the town, these were matters far beyond their power to control. Through diligent inquiries among senior disciples, they finally learned from other cultivators the reason so many of them had gathered in Qingshui town. A diviner has peered into the celestial omens and foreseen that a grand tomb belonging to a nascent soul level or higher cultivator is about to emerge within this region. Such a tomb, belonging to a nascent soul level master, once unearthed, will surely contain boundless treasures, secret cultivation techniques, divine weapons, and perhaps even the legacy of an ancient elder. Who leaked this news? I have no idea. Everyone simply seems to be saying it. We cultivators pursue immortality, yet our true struggle lies in securing resources. If you neither contend nor seize with, what shall you cultivate? Thus none among us would ever relinquish such an opportunity. The senior disciples of Qingshin sect were stunned, and immediately convened to request their sect master's emergence from seclusion. What? A nascent soul-level master's tomb? Jiang Mu, upon hearing this from his senior brothers, was profoundly shaken. Could such a towering figure truly lie buried in this remote, forgotten place? Jiang Mu did not fully grasp the might of a nascent soul-level cultivator, but Qingshin had once remarked that when one raged, 1,000,000 corpses would fall. Not hyperbole, but stark truth. Though Qingshin himself had never laid eyes upon such a being. Thus Qingshin reluctantly emerged from seclusion. He appeared an elderly man in his 60s, but in truth he was over 150 years old. The lifespan of a foundation establishment-level cultivator spans only 2 to 3 centuries. Without breaking through, a Qi refinement-level cultivator seldom lives beyond a century. What urgent matter compels me to emerge? Within the grand hall of Qingshin sect, Jiang Mu sat alongside several senior disciples, while Qingshin occupied the seat of honor. He Xiao Yuan, the eldest senior brother, immediately recounted the situation unfolding at the mountain's foot. After listening, Qingshin fell silent for a moment, then broke into a smile. Children, our chance has arrived. Jiang Mu and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Cultivation ultimately is constrained by one's innate limits, and by the scarcity of resources. This nascent soul tomb, if our conjecture holds true, must contain ancestral reserves. Even a sliver, a mere fragment, of what lies within could shatter our self-imposed boundaries. Our cultivation speed would accelerate, bottlenecks would yield more readily. Qingshin continued serenely, rising to his feet and sweeping his gaze across each disciple. Yet opportunity and peril walk hand in hand. None spoke, but all understood his meaning. To descend into the tomb and claim its riches would inevitably ignite conflict with rival cultivators. Worse still, it might end in utter annihilation. I am already over 100 years old, yet my cultivation has stagnated utterly. Within a decade my life force will dwindle to nothing. Therefore I shall certainly descend into this tomb myself. Qingxian sighed, softly gazing at his disciples, as if seeking their assent. Feng Yuan stepped forward first. Master, I beg to accompany you into the tomb. All know how earnestly I pursue cultivation. Indeed, I long ago yearned to venture forth for trials, just as my junior brothers have done. Yet I remained anxious for the sect's safety. Now fortune smiles, the tomb lies near our very gates. How convenient. And should danger arise, we simply flee. Qingxian bestowed upon him a look of quiet pride. Child, you are splendid. Senior brother He Xiu Yuan rose next. As eldest disciple of Qingxian's sect, I bear the solemn duty to strengthen our sect. This task falls to me, without question. Before the second senior brother could rise, He Xiu Yuan gently pressed him back down. If we all descend, someone must remain behind to tend the flame. His implication was unmistakable: preserve the lineage. Seeing everyone declare their resolve, Jiang Mu wondered whether silence on his part would mark him as out of step. Yet he hesitated. What if Master Qingshuan calculating odds added him to the roster? Against so many external cultivators, a single palm strike would crush him like dust. Ha ha! Truly exemplary disciples. Qingxian beamed, drawing a small box from his sleeve. These are primordial nourishment pills. I refined myself. Take one each. Primordial nourishment pills accelerated cultivation for both chi refinement and foundation establishment level cultivators. Thank you, Master. Such pills were exceedingly rare. Jiang Mu had tasted only one upon his initial entry into the sect. After distributing a pill to each senior brother, Qingxian approached Jiang Mu. After a pause, and a visible pang of sacrifice, he handed him one too. Child, remain here to cultivate diligently. You and your second senior brother may watch over one another. Thank you, Master. Jiang Mu was deeply moved. Though Qingxian knew the pill would yield little effect for him, he gave it nonetheless. And so Jiang Mu resolved. When his master ascended, he would erect for him a tomb of unparalleled grandeur. Thus concluded the Qingxian sect assembly. Master Qingxian departed with two senior disciples to join the throng of cultivators scouring the foothills for the tomb, while Jiang Mu resumed his familiar post guarding the mountain gate. This time, however, he was no longer alone at the gate. Is this your daily life upon the mountain? Son, indeed. I possess a deficient spirit root. My path to cultivation is extraordinarily arduous. Only Master's and my senior brother's compassion has kept me here. Jiang Mu smiled. How can you say so? In my eyes, Jiang Mu, you are already extraordinary. At the very least, you are half a celestial cultivator. Sun Ruo replied. And in recent days, she had also observed how genuinely kind Jiang Mu's senior brothers were toward him. Half, perhaps. Jiang Mu chuckled. His own title as celestial cultivator rang hollow. Decades of endurance might yet pass before he earned it. Side by side at the mountain gate, they exchanged light-hearted tales. In time, Sun Ruo would lapse in his solitary reverie, and Jiang Mu, respecting her silence, would not disturb her. Her father, the sole soul to whom she clung, had perished. Sorrow was inevitable. One day Jiang Mu asked gently, Xiao Ruo, have you ever considered avenging your father? She offered a wry, helpless smile. They are celestial cultivators. I but a mortal. What recourse do I have? How can you know, unless you try? Jiang Mu suddenly recalled Master Qingxian. He himself bore a deficient spirit root. Yet what root did Sun Ruo possess? To Jiang Mu, she was merely a homeless orphan girl, her enemies standing just beyond the mountain while he stood powerless. She mirrored his own arrival. Master and senior brothers possessed compassionate hearts. Surely this was worth attempting. Yet cultivation was no trivial matter. Jiang Mu held no authority to decide, and dared not secretly transmit any technique. The final word rested solely with Master Qingxian. Jiang Mu dashed throughout the sect. Luckily, Master and the senior brothers had just returned for rest. Within Qingxian's sect's grand hall, all exchanged puzzled glances. Brother disciple, you wish to ascertain whether Sun Ruo possesses cultivation aptitude? The senior brothers asked. Yes, precisely. Jiang Mu then turned to Qingshuan. Master, might you examine Sun Ruo's spirit roots? Qingxian looked faintly bemused, then after a thoughtful pause asked, Disciple, have you taken a liking to this young lady? No, absolutely not. You've mistaken my intent, Master. I merely feel pity for her solitude, her desolation. Jiang Mu waved his hands emphatically, then recounted how his senior brothers had earlier extended similar kindness to him. Ah, I see. Qingxian nodded thoughtfully and turned to the others. What say you all? The three senior brothers exchanged glances, then spoke in turn. I believe it merits trial. If she truly possesses cultivation talent, there is no reason to refuse. Indeed, the sect's numbers dwindle. Several senior brothers remain absent after prolonged expeditions. Should it succeed, Jiang brother gains a peer of his age within the sect, a most welcome development. The three exchanged knowing glances, uttering only praise. Jiang Mu suspected their thoughts had again veered askew. Qing Xian pondered a while, then said, "The Tao path is treacherous. Not all are granted such fortune. I possess a spirit-gathering method capable of discerning affinity for cultivation. Should this young lady prove receptive, accepting her as a disciple would follow naturally." "Thank you, master." Jiang Mu felt genuine joy. He had secured for Sun Ruo a sliver of hope. It spoke to his unjaded heart, still fresh upon entering the immortal cultivation world. Yet centuries hence, after he had truly trodden the Tao path, how much of this purity would remain? Even Jiang Mu could not answer that question. Soon Jiang Mu summoned Sun Ruo, who had been waiting quietly outside the hall. Entering, she bowed, low, trembling slightly. She had never imagined Jiang Mu could secure such an opportunity for her. Miss Sun Ruo stepped forward. Qing Xian gestured for her to approach, then instructed her to sit cross-legged upon the floor. He began instructing her in the spirit-gathering method, a foundational technique used by low-rank cultivators to assess aptitude, whether one could gather spiritual energy, revealed one's innate talent and spirit root. Qing Xian had recognized Jiang Mu's potential instantly, because spiritual energy gathered spontaneously within his body even before formal practice. Sun Ruo formed the prescribed hand seals, focusing her intent upon the spirit stone as instructed, while Qing Xuan's palm rested gently upon her wrist, sensing the subtle ebb and flow of spiritual energy. Half an hour passed. Then, a surge of spiritual energy rippled outward. Sun Ruo succeeded in gathering spirit, and ascended instantly to Qi refinement level 1. Qing Xian frowned, then broke into radiant delight. Ah, success! Jiang Mu and the senior brothers rushed forward. "Master, truly achieved. What astonishing fortune, to have found through brother-disciples' efforts one truly fit for cultivation." Jiang Mu, however, asked urgently, "Master, what spirit root does Miss Sun Ruo possess? Please, let it not mirror mine. That would be tragedy itself." Qing Xian sighed. "It is precisely this that troubled me. She possesses no spirit root, yet gathered spirit and entered Qi refinement. Unheard of, truly baffling." The senior brothers fell into deep reflection. Could cultivation proceed without a spirit root? Yet Qing Xian did not dismiss Sun Ruo. He well knew his own limited cultivation realm, and that countless mysteries of the Tao remained beyond his comprehension. To ascend to Qi refinement level 1 solely through spirit gathering. Was this not genius incarnate? Spirit root or none, it matters not so long as she cultivates. "Master, might you consider accepting Xiao Ruo as your disciple?" Jiang Mu exclaimed, elated. This was his discovery, a promising seed. To have Qing Xian accept her would redeem his own inability to cultivate. Yes, she may indeed be accepted. From this moment, she is your 8th junior sister. Qing Xian nodded. Any who could cultivate deserved acceptance, without exception. Though Jiang Mu bore a deficient spirit root, even that was a rarity, 1 in 100 among ordinary mortals. Far rarer still were those endowed with viable spirit roots. Moreover, Qing Xian himself yearned to unravel this enigma. Sun Ruo sat frozen upon the hall floor, stunned, unable to absorb the sudden revelation. Upon hearing she was now welcomed into Qing Xian sect, her face flooded with exhilaration and joy. "Jiang Mu, thank you. Without his courage she would not stand here today. Still calling me Jiang Mu? Shouldn't you amend your address?" Jiang Mu grinned, relief washing over him. Thank you, elder brother Jiang." Gaining a junior sister filled him with quiet happiness. Yet simultaneously grief welled within him. For his elder brother, his cultivation rank stood lowest of all within the sect. A woman's revenge is never too late. Senior sister, as long as you cultivate diligently, you will be able to take revenge when your strength is sufficient, Jiang Mu said to Sun Ruo. With the desire for revenge in her heart, Sun Ruo entered the path of cultivation and worked hard in her training. Naturally, Jiang Mu could not teach her. It was the returning Qing Xian and the senior brothers who provided her guidance. Thus the task of guarding the gate fell solely to Jiang Mu. Qing Shui town was becoming increased. Jiang Mu had gone down the mountain a few times as well, and most of the original residents in the town had already moved away, with an increasing number of wandering heroes and cultivators arriving. Not just in the town, even the nearby mountains were seeing cultivators stationed there. Every time Jiang Mu saw her master returning with the senior brothers, she couldn't help but shake her head. There are cultivators everywhere, and foundation establishment practitioners are as numerous as dogs. "Has master found the location of the grave yet?" Jiang Mu asked. Qing Xian shook his head. With so many cultivators searching, it had been nearly a year without success. For such a grand tomb, it's normal for it to take a long time to emerge. So the cultivators at the foot of the mountain were all floundering about. It was all a gamble based on luck. Although many of the original residents of Qingshui town had left, even more newcomers arrived. Where there are people, there is money to be made. As a result, the scale of Qingshui town expanded several times, with more and more cultivators and merchants passing through. Seeing this, the court had no choice but to send more officials for management. Unbeknownst to them, 3 years had passed, yet the grand tomb still had not appeared. The scale of Qingshui town had expanded countless times, transforming into Qingshui city. Second senior brother, do you think someone is just making things up? It has been 3 years, and the grand tomb has yet to emerge. With nothing to do, Jiang Mu sought out second senior brother for a chat. Second senior brother expressed his own confusion. Thus Jiang Mu asked all the senior brothers. I've heard it's coming soon. The senior brothers replied. And so time passed swiftly for nearly a year. As dark clouds gathered in the distance, thunder and lightning clashed, and amidst the massive noise a mountain peak collapsed, clearly audible even in Qingshui city. The grand tomb has emerged. A cultivator shouted. In an instant, countless cultivators surged out. Above the sky there were even a dozen beams of light streaking across. That was the fleeing light of only golden core cultivators. Standing on the mountain, Jiang Mu watched with great interest. The grand tomb had finally appeared. The people of Qingxian sect were also exceedingly excited. Master, should we go? The senior brother asked Qingxian. Qingxian replied, there's no rush, let us prepare first. For such a grand tomb, the prelude to its emergence usually takes years. Thus everything about it would spread widely. For instance, a tomb of a nascent soul cultivator going early might not guarantee rewards. Thorough preparation is the key. Because the collapsed mountain top was not the location of the tomb, but rather an entrance. The space inside was actually vast, even containing a small secret realm for nascent soul cultivators. Once one enters such a tomb, or even the secret realm within, it would be challenging to come out in a short time. 1 or 2 years would be considered brief. Of course, this is relative to low-level cultivators. If it were high-level cultivators, they would naturally be much quicker. Just as Qingxian, along with several senior brothers, was about to follow the trend of the large crowd, a group of unexpected individuals arrived at Qingxian sect. It was a sunny morning. Those ascending the mountain wore dazzling garments of white and red. Upon seeing them, Jiang Mu immediately recognized they were undoubtedly from a grand place. The leader was a young woman with exceptional looks and grace, clad in a flowing white dress. Most importantly, Jiang Mu noticed that she was not wearing shoes. Her bare feet were exposed, giving off an air of being admired from afar, but not to be desecrated. Jiang Mu was completely stunned. This is the legendary fairy. Although she was taken aback, Jiang Mu quickly grasped the crux of the matter. The key was that this leading woman's feet were not touching the ground. She was hovering in the air. Can she fly? At the very least, she must be a golden core cultivator. Jiang Mu felt a bit scared. Could it be that they were here to cause trouble? The leading woman approached Jiang Mu and said lightly, we are from the Yuan Yi sect. We sense that there is great opportunity here and came to investigate. Yuan Yi sect? What kind of sect is that? I've never heard of such a powerful sect within the Song Kingdom. Jiang Mu, though confused, realized this was not something he could meddle in, so he acknowledged and immediately reported to Qingxian. Upon hearing that cultivators had come up the mountain seeking opportunities and that the leader could even fly, Qingxian was taken aback. He immediately ordered everyone to gather in the main hall. Once the Yuan Yi sect members entered, they did not take the specially arranged seats Qingxian had prepared. They merely stood in the hall surveying their surroundings. I am the sect master of Qingxian sect. May I ask why you said that there are great opportunities within our Qingxian sect's domain? Could it be that the grand tomb of a nascent soul has emerged here, which is the opportunity you speak of? Qingxian inquired with a smile. Although he did not know what the Yuan Yi sect was addressing someone stronger than himself as senior was always appropriate. In the realm of cultivation, those who have achieved great heights are respected. Even a foundation establishment practitioner aged 200 would call a 100-year-old golden core cultivator senior. The woman in white spoke, a tomb of a nascent soul is not significant to our Yuan Yi sect. Yu Qingxian sect hold the true great opportunity here. The crowd tensed at this. Could it be that there was a treasure buried beneath Qingxian sect? The woman in white seemed disinterested in wasting words with them. A fiery red crystal appeared out of nowhere in her palm. Are all the people of Qingxian sect present here? Yes, Qingxian replied. Very well. The woman in white infused a strand of spiritual energy into the crystal, and with a tremor the crystal slowly detached from her palm, hovering for a moment before flying towards Sun Ra. What is happening? Indeed, the elder was correct. There really is a phoenix body. The woman in white exclaimed with joy. They, the Yuan Yi sect, had struck gold. Phoenix body. The great opportunity they were looking for turned out to be Sun Ruo. The crowd was left in confusion. Sun Ruo was equally bewildered. Senior. Qing Xian started to speak, wanting to clarify. The Phoenix body is a unique cultivation physique with extraordinary talent. It is born without spiritual roots, yet can cultivate, gathering immense fortune. If properly nurtured, its future achievements may rival those of a sage. The woman in white explained. Sage. The people of Qing Xian's sect were astonished. They knew that nascent soul was the limit of cultivation they understood, but they had never anticipated the mention of sages. Miss, would you be willing to join our Yuan Yi sect? The gaze of the woman in white shifted towards Sun Ruo. What? How could I possibly be a phoenix body? There must be some mistake. Sun Ruo had only been cultivating for 4 years, her realm only at the 4th layer of qi refinement. There's no mistake. This crystal was condensed from a drop of blood of a fully realized phoenix body. It cannot be misjudged. Among phoenix bodies there exists a subtle resonance. Sun Ruo fell silent, for she indeed felt it. You do not belong here. It's better to join our Yuan Yi. Sun Ruo looked towards the people of Qing Xian's sect. Master Jiang, senior brother. Sun Ruo spoke, seemingly seeking help. Qing Xian was the first to respond. Little Ruo, although you have been in the sect for the shortest time, your talent is the highest. The senior is right. Staying in our Qing Xian sect would indeed delay your progress. Qing Xian understood that if this group insisted on taking Sun Ruo away, there was nothing they could do to stop them. The senior is right. Staying in our Qing Xian sect would indeed delay your progress. Qing Xian understood that if this group insisted on taking Sun Ruo away, there was no. If that is so, I can allow you all to join the Yuan Yi sect along with the Phoenix body, and I can designate a separate area for you to establish your own sect. As a Phoenix body with sage potential, promising certain privileges was not an issue. Taking a few insignificant people along was no problem either. Is that all right? Sun Ruo's eyes brightened, feeling that this seemed like a good solution. Of course, if anyone is unwilling to go, we will make the necessary compensations. You may choose one from among techniques, pills, or spiritual artifacts. You may not know, but our Yuan Yi sect ranks among the top 10 sects in the entire Qingzhou domain. The woman in white continued. The underlying message of these words was that following them would only bring benefits, not disadvantages. The reason such a large sect treated a nameless small sect like Qing Xian's sect with such courtesy was still because of Sun Ruo. After all, the future Phoenix body would also be the top combat power and core strength of the Yuan Yi sect, so it was natural to foster good relations. Master Jiang, senior brother, can we go together? Sun Ruo was no longer the naive girl who only knew how to sell pork. Regarding cultivation, she now had her own thoughts. Qing Xian's sect was her only bond. Qing Xian looked at the woman in white. Senior, may we discuss this further? Certainly. Thus Qing Xian gathered the people of Qing Xian's sect into a room. All right, what do you all think? Qing Xian scanned the crowd. Master, if what these people say is true, then it is a joyous occasion for senior sister. The senior brother, He Xiao Yuan, said. Indeed, it is clear that they place great importance on Xiao Ruo. Fang Yuan joined in. The current issue is not this. I am asking you whether you are willing to go to the Yuan Yi sect with Xiao Ruo. A top 10 power in the Qingzhou domain, it's a sect one wouldn't even dare to imagine. Your master has not even stepped out of the Song Kingdom in his lifetime. Qing Xian sighed. I have a suggestion. How about we Qing Xian sect collectively relocate to the Yuan Yi sect? The Yuan Yi sect's influence is so vast, the cultivation resources are certainly beyond our imagination. This is much safer than going into the tomb. Qing Xian's face flushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, it implied a sense of dependency. Master's meaning is to leverage the resources of the Yuan Yi sect to assist us in cultivation. The second senior brother responded adeptly. Ahem, yes, that is indeed what I mean. The others exchanged glances, seemingly having the same intention. Such an opportunity is rare and cannot be sought after. However, there was one exception, Jiang Mu. At this moment, he felt conflicted. He wanted to follow everyone, but in such a prosperous place, being discovered for his immortality would result in disaster. He had no means of self-protection. Wouldn't he just be taken away for research? It seemed that this remote place was more suitable for him. Do not hesitate. Think of it as merely relocating your cultivation grounds. When all of you have attained mastery, returning will be but a matter of time. Qing Xian spoke thus. That sounds wonderful. Then none of us need part ways. Sun Ruo beamed at this outcome. Just as Qing Xian was about to finalize the decision, Jiang Mu spoke up. Master, senior brothers, junior sisters. I shall not accompany everyone on this journey. Jiang Mu's words sent a ripple of shock through the assembly. Why ever not, senior brother Jiang? Sun Ruo was the first to voice her bewilderment. Junior brother, why? Would it not be far better for us all to go together? The three senior brothers echoed the question. Jiang Mu smiled faintly. Master, senior brothers, junior sisters, I have reflected deeply over these years, and now I understand. I simply lack the innate aptitude for cultivation. Rather than squander my days chasing an impossible path, I would rather live a grounded, ordinary life. These past years have been spent in vain. I have not even breached the first layer of chi refinement. How absurd that seems now. I have resolved to remain here, to marry, raise children, and find contentment in simplicity. Did Master not just say we would reunite once all of you have achieved mastery? I shall wait for you here. Besides, have not 3 senior brothers and 1 senior sister yet returned from their trials? When everyone departs, what if they return and find no one waiting? Jiang Mu smiled, a calm, untroubled expression upon his face. But senior brother Jiang, I do not wish to part from you. You know full well how I feel. Sun Ruo blurted out, flustered. Junior sister, there is no need for such sentiment. With your rare talent, you must not waste precious time on me. Moreover, I have never harbored romantic feelings for you. Jiang Mu spoke with unflinching candor. Hearing this, Sun Ruo's eyes welled with tears. Junior brother, you need not bear this alone. Even without cultivation, we could still support one another. Senior brother He Shuyuan placed a gentle hand upon Jiang Mu's shoulder. Child, have you truly made up your mind? Qing Xian asked. Master, I have. Sigh, perhaps this is for the best after all. Qing Xian sighed inwardly. Had Sun Ruo not possessed her unique constitution, she too would have been deemed incapable of cultivation. A deficient spirit root rendered advancement beyond chi refinement utterly impossible. Though no one voiced it aloud, Jiang Mu knew well in his heart none wished to miss such an opportunity. Soon Jiang Mu and the others gathered once more within the main hall. Qing Xian said, Elder, we accept your invitation to join the Yuan Yi sect. The white-robed woman surveyed the group, pale-faced, weary, and Sun Ruo's eyes faintly rimmed with red. Then asked, if so, why this sorrow? One of my disciples declines to accompany us. His spirit root is deficient. Elder, do you possess any method by which such a root may cultivate? Qing Xian ventured cautiously. Truly a devoted master. To think of his disciple even now. A warm surge of gratitude rose in Jiang Mu's chest. The white-robed woman understood. The phoenix body grieved for him. Yet he was but an ordinary mortal. Was he truly worthy of such profound devotion? A phoenix body ought to command the heavens with sovereign grace. Only peers of equal strength were fit to stand beside her. Though this thought stirred within her, she did not deceive Qing Xian. A deficient spirit root. No cultivator has ever emerged from such a root in all recorded history. Her meaning was clear, no solution existed. Alas! Since the decision stands firm, prepare yourselves for departure. To the white-robed woman's entourage, this barren, forsaken land held nothing worth lingering over. As for the one who remains, have you decided what you wish to take? You may exchange your choice for wealth, given your inability to cultivate. Wealth, certainly vital, but Jiang Mu believed his own hands could earn him enough. Cultivation manuals and spirit pills held no use for him. Thus he sought a weapon, reliable, lethal, and ready to turn the tide should danger arise. Might you offer a high-grade spirit artifact? A spirit artifact? How strange, you cannot cultivate at all. What purpose would such a thing serve you? The white-robed woman frowned. Shall I not keep it as a treasured heirloom for my descendants? Jiang Mu replied calmly. Very well, do as you please. With a flick of her wrist, a dozen weapons shimmered into existence before him. Swords, spears, trident, sabers. All are top-tier spirit artifacts. You may choose any one. In the Jojo cultivation world, weapons were ranked in ascending order: mundane weapons, treasure weapons, and spirit artifacts. Each further divided into superior, intermediate, and inferior grades. Allowing an ordinary mortal like Jiang Mu to select freely from among superior spirit artifacts was an extraordinary gesture of generosity. Junior brother, you could have requested greater wealth. His senior brothers urged gently. Wealth is fleeting. What greater legacy than a spirit artifact passed down through generations? In the end, Jiang Mu chose a saber from the array. Its name Fun Dao, the scorching saber. Unlike ordinary blades, its surface bore vivid crimson runes that pulsed like embers. The saber felt weighty in his grasp. He chose it for its simplicity, easy to wield, no artifice, no flourish, just cut, and cut deep. Then Jiang Mu accompanied the others as they packed their belongings. There was little to gather. Their lives had always been austere and uncluttered. Senior brother 3, why the long face? Was not relentless cultivation in pursuit of higher virtue your lifelong aspiration? Senior brother 2, Once you arrive, do not neglect your culinary arts. Do not let me surpass you upon your return. They say the great Tao manifests in countless forms. Even cooking might become a path to enlightenment. Senior Brother 1. As you depart, will you not share some of your stories with your junior brother? What? You'll tell me upon your return. Master, you are the eldest. Haste your cultivation. If you falter, return and grow old beside me. Finally Jiang Mu turned to Sun Ruo, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Junior sister, I confess I do cherish you, but not as a man cherishes a woman. Rather as a senior brother cherishes his junior sister. Yes, your talent is supreme. Once their guard master and the others well lest they suffer injustice. And above all, cultivation demands serenity of heart. Sun Ruo trembled close to tears as Jiang Mu's words settled upon her. Senior brother Jiang, will you stay here always? Yes, always. By the way, do you recall what I told you? A woman's vengeance waits 10 years, but need not. 10 years are unnecessary now. You may ask the elder in white to assist you. Settle the matter before descending the mountain. Jiang Mu offered this counsel lightly. She would not know when she might return. Better to settle grudges early, though otherwise inner demons might fester. When all had packed, Jiang Mu gazed upon each familiar face and offered a sincere, unguarded smile. The path of cultivation seeks only Tao realization and eternal life. No method is beneath dignity. Indeed, hiding away is no shame. Qing Xian said, Child, I leave you with some funds. Should loneliness strike, what a wife. Also I entrust you with the alchemical methods. Though you cannot refine pills yourself, you may still prepare longevity elixirs. Remember, bear at least 2 sons. Senior brother Jiang must marry someone you love, or I shall grow jealous. Sun Ruo laughed through her tears. Take care. Take care. The white-robed woman watched their tender farewells and shook her head faintly. She granted them no further time. Once preparations were complete, she ordered departure. Jiang Mu stood at the mountain gate watching them go. Sun Ruo glanced back again and again, as though etching his image into her soul. Watching closely, Sun Ruo suddenly murmured as if struck by revelation. Senior brother Jiang looks exactly as he did the day we first met. The figures of the crowd soon disappeared from sight. Jiang Mu withdrew his gaze and returned to the sect. Looking at the empty sect, he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. With no one left, it indeed became quiet. Jiang Mu felt that everyone's departure was quite sudden. Moreover, there were reasons related to himself. If he hadn't allowed his senior brothers to bring Sun Ruo back and let her try cultivating, Jiang Mu fell into contemplation. Did even the heavens wish for him to survive? Although he couldn't adapt to it immediately, Jiang Mu did not believe that his decision was wrong. Walking on the path of cultivation, one must inevitably lose something in exchange for what they gain. Since everyone has left, does the Qingxian sect still exist? Jiang Mu thought it should still be here. After all, his master and senior brothers would also establish the Qingxian sect there. Even though he was the only one here, he could barely consider it as the Qingxian sect. A branch sect. Rounding it up, he could be considered the sect master of the Qingxian sect branch. He becoming a sect master at the age of 20-something feels quite satisfying. The only downside is that after 5 years he has yet to break through to the first layer of qi refining. However, Jiang Mu thought he should be close to a breakthrough, as he often felt his blood boiling, his meridians unblocked, and the spiritual energy stirring. At this rate, how many years would it take to become invincible? After a few idle days, he finally broke through one drowsy noon. Spiritual energy surged around him, wildly circulating. Then came a wave of refreshing sensations, feeling filled with power. Is this it? So simple. Jiang Mu immediately went to the back mountain and threw a few punches. The large tree, which usually could only sustain a punch mark, shattered into pieces after just one punch. Jiang Mu was stunned. This punch seemed a bit off. He had seen the third senior brother's punch power, which only knocked the trunk down, yet he had completely obliterated it. Was this too exaggerated? So Jiang Mu threw a few more punches, and without exception they all shattered. He fell into thought and found a reasonable answer. One cannot generalize the physiques of people. Faster punch speed, quicker running speed, and sharper senses. Jiang Mu was overjoyed. I've made it. Successfully stepping into cultivation, Jiang Mu felt invigorated and wanted to see what was happening below the mountain. Coincidentally, he spotted his master and senior brothers preparing equipment to take down to the tomb, contemplating whether he could sell them instead. After all, they were of no use to him. He would never go down to the tomb in this lifetime. Originally, Jiang Mu was quite strong, and after stepping into the first layer of qi refining, his strength increased several times. Carrying a large basket of equipment down the mountain, he arrived at the Qing Shui city, where a city wall was being constructed. The changes are really significant. Jiang Mu sighed as he followed the crowd into the city. He didn't recognize the streets and alleys within the city, so he bought a map. After understanding the layout, he headed straight to the market. Finding an empty stall, he displayed the equipment and began to call out for customers. Low-level tomb rating tools for transfer. Original price $998, now only $198. The original cost of these tools was not 998 coins, but rather 250 coins. Jiang Mu sold them this way to attract more buyers. As expected, 3 people soon approached. As they got closer, Jiang Mu could sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy on them. They were cultivators. Jiang Mu felt that their spiritual energy fluctuations were not much stronger than his own, estimating they were only at the first or second layer of qi refining. Taoist friend, is your equipment complete? One of them asked. Yes, it's complete, guaranteed, and hasn't been used, just like brand new, Jiang Mu replied immediately. The 3 of them glanced at each other and said, all right, well, take them all. After collecting the money, Jiang Mu asked, fellow Taoists, are you also going to the legendary nascent soul tomb? The first person smiled and replied, that's right. I heard from cultivators who came out that there are many treasures inside that tomb, and some even obtained a broken golden core, which allowed them to advance from late foundation establishment to golden core on the spot. This matter has spread widely in the cultivators' pavilion. We 3 also want to go down and try our luck. I see. By the way, may I ask, what is the cultivators' pavilion? Jiang Mu inquired again. You don't know about the cultivators' pavilion? The person replied, the cultivators' pavilion is a tavern in Qingshui City where many cultivators gather to exchange various information. The man pointed out the location to Jiang Mu. Seeing the 3 being so polite, Jiang Mu felt a bit less cautious. It seems that the city isn't that dangerous. Out of curiosity, Jiang Mu decided to visit the so-called cultivators' pavilion to see for himself. Inside the cultivators' pavilion, it was indeed filled with people. Jiang Mu roughly sensed that they were all cultivators. Some were discussing boisterously, while others were whispering. Jiang Mu found an empty spot, ordered a jug of wine, and listened to the news. Hey, do you guys know how many experts have come to this nascent soul tomb? I don't know, right? I heard that there are no less than 1,000 foundation establishment cultivators. And there are even 50 golden core cultivators. What's that? I heard that on the first day the tomb opened, more than a dozen golden core experts spilled blood in the sky. Not to mention the qi refining and foundation establishment ones. This is just the periphery. The traps deeper in the tomb are even more terrifying. So those who want to go down need to consider carefully. Although it's dangerous, the rewards are quite considerable. Pills, weapons, techniques. Obtaining any one of them is immensely beneficial. The most explosive news is that a foundation establishment cultivator found a broken golden core and broke through to golden core right there. Something many cultivators cannot hope to achieve in their lifetime. They really struck it rich. Jiang Mu found these discussions interesting. However, finding it interesting is one thing, putting it into practice is another. Didn't he hear how many cultivators had died? At that moment, Jiang Mu was quite grateful that his master and senior brothers chose not to go down to the tomb, otherwise he couldn't imagine what would happen. Just as Jiang Mu was enjoying the gossip, 2 groups of cultivators sitting together started fighting. The reason for the fight was quite simple, probably along the lines of, what are you looking at? I'm looking at you. Let's see what you can do about it. In short, they simply disliked each other, so they started fighting. The brawl quickly drew in more people, shouting the names of certain plants as they charged in. Jiang Mu hurriedly got up and fled the tavern. How careless. He had just said there was no danger, and now he was immediately slapped in the face. He didn't linger either, purchasing some daily necessities before returning to the mountaintop of the Qingxian sect to stay low. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 years, cultivators in Qingshui City came and went, and the nascent soul tomb was continuously opened and closed. Jiang Mu had the fortune to witness the actions of 2 golden core experts seemingly fighting over a treasure. They fought for a whole day and night in the sky above Qingshui City, even breaking the city wall. As for who won or lost, Jiang Mu had no idea, only feeling that it was thrilling to watch. Being able to fly is fantastic. Jiang Mu recalled the white-clad woman who came to fetch Sun Ruo. She could also fly. What stood out even more was her ethereal aura. Thinking of this, Jiang Mu slapped his head. What was going on? Was he really so lonely that he began to think about women? Of course, in these 3 years, it wasn't just one fight. There were many battles Jiang Mu did not dare to observe in person, all heard through hearsay. The good news is that with the exploration of the tomb, the chances of finding opportunities have become increasingly rare. Gradually, the cultivators coming here have also decreased, slowly leading to a state of calm. However, some cultivators still chose to stay behind to pick up scraps. For instance, there were cultivators who established their own gates on the mountains surrounding the Qingxian sect. In the fourth year, a group of cultivators visited Jiang Mu. Fellow Taoists, what brings you here? The visitors were 4 male cultivators, all around 50 years old. If it weren't for their friendly demeanor, Jiang Mu wouldn't have considered opening the door. He had never befriended any other cultivators. May I ask if you are from the Qingxian sect? One of them stepped forward, cupping his hands in greeting and asking Jiang Mu. Yes, I am indeed the sect master of the Qingxian sect. What brings you here, fellow Taoists? Ah, so you are the sect master of the Qingxian sect. My apologies for not realizing it. I am No.1, the sect leader of the Tianqin sect. Our sect is located on the first hill to the left of your Qingxian sect. The others are also sect leaders from nearby hills. We have been here for some time and noticed that a gate has been established on this hill, yet we have never seen anyone enter or exit, so we came together to inquire about it. No.1, the cultivator, was quite polite and stated their purpose. Then they introduced themselves, marking the beginning of their acquaintance. With this, they were considered familiar, since they would be neighbors. Jiang Mu returned their courtesy and invited No.1 and the others inside the Qingxian sect for tea. No.1 and the others were quite surprised to see that in the vast Qingxian sect, there was only Jiang. My apologies for the laughter. My master and senior brothers are away on travels. My aptitude is limited. I have been cultivating for over 10 years, and am still at the qi refining stage. Knowing I cannot teach disciples, I chose to practice in seclusion. Jiang Taoist is jesting. Looking at your age, you do not seem very old, and I believe your cultivation can still progress in the future. No.1 smiled in response. The 4 cultivators saw that although Jiang Mu looked young like a youth, his words were composed and orderly, making it difficult for them to determine his actual age. Moreover, none of them revealed any spiritual energy, and no one knew the other's true strengths. After some pleasantries, they took their leave. As they were about to depart, a cultivator named Gu Shao said, Jiang Taoist, your Qingxian sect is built on the hill with the most abundant spiritual energy in Qingshui City. It would be a pity not to teach any disciples. Jiang Mu watched the backs of the departing figures, stroking his chin, sensing that things were not as simple as they seemed. There must be a reason why 4 of them had come here. What could the Qingxian sect have to offer them? Jiang Mu shook his head. He had been low-key, remaining hidden to the extreme, so it was impossible for them to have come for him. There was only one answer: they were here for the Qingxian sect. Based on Gu Shao's previous words, Jiang Mu believed they thought the Qingxian sect was a land without a master and wanted to come to take a look, perhaps to claim it for themselves. After all, the Qingxian sect did occupy the hill with the most abundant spiritual energy near Qingshui City. Although it had no benefit for Jiang Feng's cultivation, it was still good for nourishing the body. Now that the Qingxian sect had an owner, Jiang Mu was uncertain whether those 4 had given up on their intentions. With 4 people competing against 1, what could he do? He couldn't fight them. However, Jiang Mu felt that a sect built in such a remote area would likely not be very powerful. At most, they would be at the early foundation establishment stage, just like the original Qingxian sect. Unfortunately, he still couldn't defeat them. Thus, Jiang Mu hurriedly packed his belongings and rented a cheap little courtyard in Qingshui City. At most, they would be at the early foundation establishment stage, just like the original Qingxian sect. Unfortunately, he still couldn't defeat them. Thus, Jiang Mu hurriedly packed his belongings and rented a cheap little courtyard in Qingshui City. Even though Qingshui City had fallen into decline, it was still much better than the previous small town. The public order had improved, and the common folk were living more prosperous lives. Xiao Haizi, how many times have I told you not to run out to play after dark? Be careful not to be eaten by monsters. That night, Jiang Mu was lying on his bed reading his books on sages when he heard a woman's angry voice scolding a child from the neighboring courtyard. Jiang Mu, startled, quickly got out of bed, secured the door tightly, and blocked it with something. Only then did he feel at ease and lay back down. Recently, there had been reports of people dying tragically on the streets at night in Qingshui City, causing widespread panic. The authorities had repeatedly investigated but were unable to find the murderer, and various signs indicated that this matter was not the work of humans. Thus, rumors of a great monster entering the city and eating people spread wider. Although Jiang Mu wanted to uphold the noble virtues of our cultivators by slaying this great monster, he felt that the monstrous creature that dared to enter the city and eat people might just be powerful enough to fill his teeth. The more he thought about it, the more sinister it seemed. Jiang Mu believed that perhaps this great monster thought the flesh of cultivators was more nutritious and might even eat him. Fearing for his safety, Jiang Mu didn't dare to go out at night, locking the door with several locks and barricading it. This cultivation thing felt a bit pathetic. If only my master and senior brothers were here. Jiang Mu thought this and gradually fell into a slumber. Xiao Hai's mother, the child must be asleep, right? Asleep? Why are you in such a hurry? Keep your voice down. From next door came heavy grunts and gasps, making Jiang Mu frown and gradually clench his fists. However, he ultimately held back. Although Jiang Mu restrained himself, something could not be held back. Following a series of piercing screams from next door, there was an angry shout from a man. Help! Help! A monster is eating people. Help? Jiang Mu was startled and immediately sat up, grabbing the large knife he had placed aside. What terrible luck to encounter this. The cries from outside were heart-wrenching, seemingly just a stone's throw away. Jiang Mu rushed to the door with his flaming knife, but hesitated. Could he take on this great monster? For the first time, Jiang Mu felt afraid. He had attained longevity, but being killed would still lead to death. Would he just watch as his neighbor next door was eaten? That was a family of 3. Just swing once, and if I can't beat it, I'll run. Jiang Mu steeled his resolve, pushed open the door, and jumped onto the rooftop. He immediately saw the situation clearly. In the neighboring courtyard, under the moonlight, a huge bird was tearing at the couple. No wonder it happened so suddenly. It turned out this great monster could fly. Feeling the fluctuation of the monster's spiritual power before him, it seemed to be weaker than him. Jiang Mu no longer hesitated, circulating his spiritual energy, leaping high into the air and slashing down with his knife, accompanied by a swaying red blade light. Jiang Mu's speed was so fast that the bird monster, covered in black feathers and 4 or 5 times larger than an ordinary person, only flapped its wings to ascend when it sensed the chilling, killing intent, turning its head toward him. As the knife fell, blood splattered, and the bird monster's head rolled to the ground. Jiang Mu was astonished. This great monster was much weaker than he had imagined. Was it because of the flaming knife? Jiang Mu was somewhat puzzled, but soon he realized he needed to save the people. He hurriedly checked and found the woman was bloodied and mangled, already without breath. The man, however, was still gasping for breath. But with blood flowing everywhere, clutching his neck, it was clear he too was not long for this world. It was too late. Jiang Mu sighed. This was the first time he had seen someone die up close. Seeing the man's lips move, it seemed he had something to say. Jiang Mu bent down to hear his last wish. Xiao He. Before he could finish, the man fell silent. Xiao He. Jiang Mu muttered. The man was likely referring to his son. Jiang Mu scanned the area and quickly spotted a boy crouching and shivering on the ground behind the open door. The boy had been sleeping inside, and upon hearing the cries for help, he encountered the scene of his parents being killed by the great monster. Jiang Mu gently patted his head. Another orphan had been added to the world. Rising, Jiang Mu looked at the naked bodies on the ground and finally understood why they had been targeted. They had sought excitement in the courtyard and were seen by that great monster in the sky. Jiang Mu shook his head, took 2 pieces of burlap, and covered the 2 bodies. At least let them leave with some dignity. The situation in the courtyard had long been heard by neighbors, yet none dared to come and take a look. Until some time later, a large group of footsteps was heard outside the courtyard. The courtyard door was pushed open, and it turned out to be the city lord leading people to provide assistance. Most importantly, Jiang Mu saw 4 familiar faces. Duan and looked at Jiang Mu, who was covered in blood, and exclaimed joyfully, Jiang Daoist, what are you doing here? Soon after learning that Jiang Mu had single-handedly eliminated the great demon, the city lord was overjoyed and immediately welcomed Jiang Mu to the city lord's mansion to host a banquet. The city lord held a considerable respect for practitioners like Jiang Mu. Although there had been many cultivators in the past at Qingshui County, they were only there for treasures. Having more cultivators was of no use. Having fewer made them more effective. During the banquet, Jiang Mu also learned why Duan and his 3 companions were there. It turned out that the city lord had invited them down the mountain to eliminate demons. Duan curiously said, Taoist friend Jiang, we had intended to invite you along, but we found you were not at the mountain gate. Jiang Mu was puzzled by Duan's words. Was he testing him? He smiled and replied, I came down the mountain to buy some things, but heard that a great demon was causing trouble in the city, so I secluded myself to find an opportunity to eliminate it. Today I finally found the opportunity, but it still cost the lives of 2 innocent people. Jiang Mu sighed. Seeing this, the city lord immediately smiled and said, what are you saying, immortal? It is inevitable for casualties when a great demon preys on humans. Now that the great demon has been eliminated, no one will be harmed anymore. Taoist friend Jiang, you need not blame yourself. Facing a demon beast equivalent to the 11th level of Qi refinement, the loss of 2 lives is a small price to pay. If it were any one of us, we would hardly be a match for that great demon. Duan echoed, exactly. I didn't expect Taoist friend Jiang to be so young yet possess such profound cultivation. I suspect you have already reached foundation establishment, haven't you? You have hidden this remarkably well from us. The other 3 looked at him with strange expressions, beginning to praise him professionally. You flatter us, fellow Taoist, Jiang Mu humbly responded. Though outwardly calm, Jiang Mu was astonished that great bird was actually at the 11th level of qi refinement. However, he felt that the great bird was significantly weaker than himself, and he had only been cultivating for a few years. What could be wrong? Jiang Mu looked at Duan In and the others. They clearly weren't lying. Their gazes had shifted from disdain at the beginning to respect and reverence. If he had slain a great demon at the 11th level of qi refinement, then did that mean he was at least at the 12th level himself? With that thought, Jiang Mu felt a surge of joy. 10 years without a breakthrough, and now he had directly become the strongest at the same realm. Upon reflection, it was no wonder that the power of his punch was different from what his senior brother Fang Yuan had demonstrated. Now he need not fear being overshadowed at the mountain. The people of the city lord's mansion also began to understand how extraordinary this seemingly youthful immortal. This was different from their expectations of an immortal. Shouldn't they appear older, more ethereal, and powerful? This was completely the opposite. Immortal Jiang, I would like to propose a toast to you on behalf of the citizens of Qingshui City. In the warm atmosphere, the city lord learned that Jiang Mu was only in his 30s, so he began to think about how to ingratiate himself with him. Immortal Jiang, you have achieved so much at such a young age. You could be considered a young genius in cultivation, right? In terms of cultivation, my aspirations are still far off. I am merely scratching the surface. No matter whom he faced, even ordinary people, Jiang Mu always maintained this humble demeanor, which only increased the city lord's goodwill. The city lord chuckled. Immortal Jiang, I have a daughter, 18 years old, still in the boudoir. Jiang Mu was taken aback. Is the city lord suggesting that I take her as a disciple? No. A previous immortal already assessed that my daughter lacks the aptitude for cultivation. What I meant was whether the immortal needs someone to take care of your daily needs. The city lord was stunned by Jiang Mu's response. Was his meaning not obvious enough? Faced with the city lord's request, Jiang Mu shook his head and refused. I am accustomed to solitude and have no desires for familial ties. It would be a joke. How could someone who cannot cultivate accompany him? Moreover, as someone seeking immortality, he could not indulge in romance. That would only lead to trouble for himself. Even if the city lord's daughter were exceptionally beautiful, it would not matter. With no thoughts of women in his heart, cultivation would naturally flourish. Seeing Jiang Mu's decisive rejection, the city lord found it hard to say anything further and could only force a smile and drink a few more cups. This was what it meant to be an accomplished immortal. Even if this matter did not succeed, it was still important to maintain a good relationship. Of course, the city lord did not only wish to befriend Jiang Mu, the other, for those slightly less powerful, were also immortals. After toasting back and forth, Duan In stood up and addressed Jiang Mu and the others. Fellow Taoists, although we have resolved the issue of the great demon in the city, there are still many demon beasts outside causing trouble. I have heard that in the past there weren't so many demon beasts near Qingshui City. It is only in recent years that many cultivators have fallen outside, and those wild beasts have consumed the flesh of the cultivators, thereby cultivating their own intelligence. Therefore, I suggest that 3 days later all of you fellow Taoists come down from the mountain to eliminate the demon beasts and restore peace to Qingshui City. How about it? Aside from Jiang Mu, the other three immediately responded. Seeing this, Duan In quietly said a few words in Jiang Mu's ear, and Jiang Mu then understood. No wonder Duan In and the others were so eager to help the city lord resolve the issue. It turned out they had benefited, expanding the mountain gate and recruiting disciples. Jiang Mu naturally had nothing to say. Eliminating harm for the people was something he certainly wanted to participate in. Thinking of the somewhat dilapidated mountain gate, Jiang Mu felt it was indeed time for repairs. As for recruiting disciples, that would have to be left to fate. After all, even if he recruited them, he wouldn't know how to teach them anything. Thus, the group quickly agreed to take the disciples from the mountain to eliminate the demons. 3 days later, just as they were discussing enthusiastically, a servant came to report. City lord, there is a child outside shouting to come in. Oh, which child is it, and what is the matter? The city lord inquired. It seems to be the child who was previously attacked by the demon beast. Upon hearing this, the city lord could only wave his hand to let the person in to see what was going on. As the governor of Qingshui City, such matters still needed to be taken seriously. Soon a dark-skinned boy around 11 or 12 years old walked into the hall. Upon entering the hall, the dark-skinned boy seemed a bit shy in front of so many authoritative adults. The attendant who followed him immediately handed over a booklet saying, report to the city lord, this boy is named Li Jiao and his parents were just killed by the demon beast. Currently there are no relatives found in the city. This implied that the boy had no relatives in Qingshui City, and such orphans would typically be sent to special institutions for adoption. The city lord looked at the boy before him and kindly asked, "Child, what brings you to me?" After a long silence in the presence of so many people, Li Jiao clenched his fists and said in a muffled voice, "I want to avenge my parents." The city lord looked at the boy before him and kindly asked, "Child, what brings you to me?" After a long silence in the presence of so many people, Li Jiao clenched his fists and said in a muffled voice, "I want to avenge my..." Perhaps this child truly possesses the potential for cultivation. Jiang Mu could not discern that this little black boy lacked any innate talent. He merely felt that the child's intellect was reasonable. "I believe fellow Taoists might as well see if this child has any talent for cultivation. Adding another person to our mountain is certainly a great thing," Jiang Mu suggested. Upon hearing Jiang Mu speak, Duan and also agreed, saying, "Jiang Taoist's words hold merit. This child, having witnessed the tragic death of his parents, remains remarkably composed. His mental fortitude is evidently unlike that of an ordinary child. Then let me assess his qualifications. Child, come here." Duan and beckoned to Li Jiao. Li Jiao listened to their conversation, understanding that they were about to evaluate his cultivation qualifications. Although he came with a mindset of just trying, he still felt very happy to receive attention. Mainly the image of that person wielding a sword lingered in his mind. Li Jiao excitedly ran to Duan and side, who then placed his hand on Li Jiao's pulse. After a short while, Duan and opened his eyes and slightly shook his head at the crowd. A person of great talent can be recognized even from a distance in a crowd. If a person has low potential that cannot be sensed even through their pulse, then they essentially have no talent at all. Duan En's words were directed at everyone, but also at Li Jiao. Becoming a cultivator is exceedingly difficult. Hearing this, Li Jiao slowly lowered his head. It seems I was indeed too naive. Since you, Li Jiao, possess no aptitude for cultivation, you may go rest for now. The city lord's residence will handle your parents' funeral tomorrow. Mainly since many immortal masters are present tonight, the affair must be conducted beautifully. For him, the city lord reputation holds great importance. And for Barry, mainly since many immortal masters are present tonight, the affair must be conducted beautifully. For him, the city lord reputation holds great importance. Although the city lord had indirectly issued a command, Li Jiao remained frozen in place. Li Jiao. The city lord's expression grew slightly displeased. Li Jiao's disobedience left him wondering how to maintain his dignity. Just as someone was about to pull Li Jiao away, Jiang Mu spoke up. "Li Jiao, is it? Would you like to join my Qingxian sect? Although you lack cultivation talent, you can choose to practice martial arts. Do you wish to practice martial arts?" A gentle voice rang in Li Jiao's ear. Li Jiao looked up to see the source of the voice, the young man in a coarse robe. "I am willing." Without a moment's hesitation, Li Jiao knelt and bowed 3 times to Jiang Mu. His face shone with excitement. Although he lacked cultivation talent, he had been accepted as a disciple by the immortal master he admired. Moreover, he was his savior. Even if he served the immortal master, what of it? "Very well, come here." Jiang Mu waved his hand, signaling Li Jiao to sit beside him. Li Jiao scampered over, yet he did not dare to sit standing beside Jiang Mu. Jiang Mu took Li Jiao in mainly because he saw a reflection of his former self. Back then there was no system guiding him. How was the path of cultivation any different? Unable to cultivate, he could still practice martial arts to strengthen his body and prolong his life. Moreover, Jiang Mu felt that having a disciple around would alleviate his own boredom. Duan En and the other 3 saw Jiang Mu take in Li Jiao and merely assumed he wanted him for menial tasks. After all, he was just an ordinary person, and no matter how strong his mindset, he could only get this far. The next morning, the city lord posted a notice on the bulletin board stating that the man-eating monster had been vanquished by the immortal master, and the monster's corpse was displayed prominently. Additionally, 3 days later, 5 immortal masters would continue to eliminate the beasts outside the city, ensuring the safety of the citizens of Qingshui City. The city lord also showed courtesy by posting the portraits of Jiang Mu and the others. Additionally, 3 days later, 5 immortal masters would continue to eliminate the beasts outside the city, ensuring the safety of the citizens of Qingshui City. The city lord also showed courtesy by However, after seeing the portraits the city lord had put up, Jiang Mu decided if they were to be hung, then so be it. After all, the likeness bore no resemblance to him at all. Indeed, immortal masters are impressive. They can kill such a large monster with ease. You folks might not know, but the immortal master killed the monster right across from my house. You don't understand the power of the coarse-robed immortal master. With just a flash of sword light, the monster's head fell. You're talking nonsense. I watched secretly from my window that night, and the immortal master clearly used a knife. In any case, aside from the great monsters, the citizens of Qingshui City no longer need to live in fear. Thus, filled with gratitude towards the immortal masters, various versions of the monster-slaying tales emerged throughout the city, spreading wider with each storyteller. Jiang Mu had already brought Li Jiao back to the gate of the Qingxian sect. Little black boy. Oh no, Li Jiao. Jiang Mu slipped and accidentally called out Li Jiao's nickname. Immortal master, just calling me by my nickname is fine. Li Jiao did not mind at all. He had seen Jiang Mu before, just not expected the young man living next door to be an immortal master. Moreover, hearing his nickname was quite endearing to Li Jiao. All right then. Jiang Mu nodded. He had already completed the funeral arrangements with Li Jiao and was now bringing him to familiarize himself with the mountain gate. So this is the Qingxian sect. Li Jiao looked around with curious eyes. He had heard stories of immortal masters from his mother, but the place where they resided seemed different from the legends. Little black boy, this is our Qingxian sect. So what do you think? Is it different from what you imagined? Li Jiao nodded. For cultivators, the first step is to cultivate the heart. One must not be influenced by the mundane world's splendor. A tranquil heart and modest desires are the first steps into cultivation. Although you cannot cultivate, I will still impart the methods of cultivation to you, not for any other reason, but to cultivate your heart. Also, never look down on practicing martial arts. When honed to perfection, one can contend with those in the Qi training stage and slay beasts like the one from last night with ease. Jiang Mu spoke earnestly, recalling how that old man from Qingxian had taught him similarly, albeit without much effect. Li Jiao listened attentively to Jiang Mu's teachings, his eyes shining as he nodded vigorously, saying, Master. In these 3 days, Jiang Mu taught Li Jiao the Qingxian sect's cultivation methods, 30 years of Qi training, 50 years of foundation establishment, and then took him around the mountain. During these 3 days, the construction crew sent by the city lord began rebuilding the Qingxian sect's gate, replacing all the wood with stone, especially intricately decorating the main hall and gate. 3 days later, Jiang Mu took Li Jiao out of the mountain gate, descending together with Duan and the others to eliminate monsters. Jiang Mu was never afraid of thievery, for being as poor as he was, the valuables of ordinary wealthy families in Qingshui City were more valuable. Jiang Mu drew the blazing sword from behind and smiled, saying, Duan Taoist need not worry with me, here it is sufficient. Saying such a somewhat pretentious line for the first, Jiang Mu drew the blazing sword from behind and smiled, saying, Duan Taoist need not worry with me, here it is sufficient. Saying such a somewhat pretentious line for the first time, Jiang Mu felt a wave of comfort in his heart. Having strength means one can do as they please. Seeing Jiang Mu so confident, Duan said no more and waved his hand to descend the mountain. The members of Duan's sect compared to Jiang Mu were quite numerous. There were at least 3 or 4 disciples. Jiang Mu and Li Jiao's figures appeared somewhat solitary. Though it was said to be a mission to exterminate monsters, in reality, it was a search expedition. Whenever there were reports of monster activity, they would lie in wait and then gang up to viciously dismantle the beasts. The process was rather straightforward and brutal. For over 10 consecutive days, Jiang Mu and his companions had managed to kill 4 or 5 monsters, with the only casualty being an unnamed disciple who was bitten on the backside by a wild dog while answering nature's call. This bite was enough for the others to laugh at him for 2.5 years. When they encountered weaker monsters, Jiang Mu would toss the burning blade to Li Jiao to help him build some courage. After another 10 days, the monsters around Qingshui City had mostly been cleared. The main reason was the location was remote, and the spiritual energy was scarce. Relying solely on consuming the corpses of cultivators, powerful monsters simply could not be born. When facing stronger monsters, they were no match against Jiang Mu and his group's combined might. Until that day when they encountered a uniquely shaped chicken monster. This chicken monster stood 5 meters tall, hiding deep in the dense forest, and would come to nearby villages to forage whenever night fell. It consumed everything, especially humans, treating them like insects. Jiang Mu and his companions ambushed it in a quiet village one night. Initially, everyone believed it to be just a larger ordinary chicken monster. However, the moment it appeared, Jiang Mu and the others sensed a massive aura of malevolence. This is comparable to the cultivation level of a foundation establishment beginner. Duan and the others were taken aback. The foundation establishment stage was worlds apart from the Qi refinement stage. Generally speaking, even 10 Qi refinement level 12 cultivators would struggle against a foundation establishment beginner. If there were 100 Qi refinement cultivators, they might be able to overwhelm it with numbers. However, the current situation was such that Jiang Mu's cultivation was the highest among them. And while Duan and the others as the sect leaders were at least Qi refinement level 9, their disciples were not as capable, with the highest among them at only levels 5 or 6. This was completely insufficient to fill the chicken monster's teeth. Such a rich aura of malevolence. Jiang Daoyo, I have a plan. Oh. Jiang Mu was also shocked, but did not expect Duan In would still devise a strategy in such a life-and-death situation. The best strategy is to run. Before he could finish his words, Duan In took off running first. Daoyu, sect leader, wait for us. The others, seeing this, immediately followed suit, afraid of lagging behind. What the hell? Jiang Mu was stunned. They hadn't even fought yet, and they already knew they couldn't win. And they were running so fast. Don't you feel ashamed as the sect leaders? With thoughts like this, if you didn't run, it would seem rude. So Jiang Mu picked up Li Jiao and sprinted away. To be fair, Duan In and the others were indeed the fastest runners. It seemed their cultivation had not been in vain. Jiang Mu was no slouch either, quickly positioning himself at the front. Meanwhile, the chicken monster seemed to sense the aura emitted by Jiang Mu's group and stopped chasing the villagers heading straight for them. The villagers who had been hiding at home to see how the cultivators displayed their might were dumbfounded. What was happening? Why are the cultivators running away? A villager cautiously asked. Nonsense. Where are the cultivators running? They are clearly no match for that monster, but they are risking their lives to draw it away for everyone's safety. The village chief scolded loudly. The cultivators are good people. Maybe tomorrow everyone should send a banner to the city lord's mansion. Jiang Mu led the charge, sprinting ahead of Duan In and the others. Dear friends, is it necessary to run this fast? Jiang Daoyo, could you not run ahead of us before? Duan In glared at Jiang Mu while running. Cough cough, I just saw everyone running. Actually, I believe we aren't entirely without the strength to fight. If we all work together, we might be able to slay that chicken monster. That chicken monster is comparable to a foundation establishment beginner. Jiang Daoyo, are you joking? A sect leader responded. I know, but I'm not far from foundation establishment myself, and with all of you, we're not completely powerless. Moreover, do you know what level this blade I carry is? What level? Duan In asked. They had observed Jiang Mu's blade for a long time, and it was clear that it was no ordinary weapon. They just hadn't asked out of pride. Now that Jiang Mu had mentioned it, their curiosity was piqued. It's a mid-grade treasure. Jiang Mu blurted out, as if to say, do you think I should tell you I have a spiritual weapon? What? A mid-grade treasure? We don't even have a common weapon, and you, Jiang Daoyo, have a mid-grade treasure. You must be joking, right? Absolutely no joke. Jiang Mu replied firmly. Duan In and the others took a deep breath. If Jiang Mu truly had a treasure to aid them, they just might be able to turn the tables on the chicken monster. Ah, master, save me. Ah. Just then a scream was heard from behind. 2 of the stragglers had already been killed by the chicken monster. Let's do this. Jiang Daoyo, let's be brave today. That damned chicken monster dared to kill our Baiyun sect members. The group realized that if they continued to run, they did not know how many more people would die. It would be better for the sect leaders to hold the rear. Their chances of survival would be greater. In that case, dear friends, lend me your strength. Jiang Mu also halted, setting Li Jiao down, instructing, stay back. Then spiritual energies surged into the burning blade. Jiang Mu and the others stopped while the other disciples under Duan In's signal ran off to a safe distance. The chicken monster also came to a stop. A monster at the foundation establishment stage had developed some intelligence. In its eyes, Jiang Mu and his 4 companions looked the most appetizing, yet also the most dangerous. Especially the aura Jiang Mu emitted, which appeared most perilous. After hesitating, it chose, with my middle part braided and wearing suspenders, I am the chicken brother, remember that. Jiang Mu muttered to himself, psyching himself up. The imposing chicken before him, standing over 5 meters tall, was the strongest opponent he had encountered so far. The crown atop the chicken monster's head was black, its feathers were also black, while its sharp claws and beak were a deep crimson. Take this blade. Without any flashy moves, Jiang Mu raised his blade and charged in. He swung the blade swiftly, carrying unparalleled momentum and speed. The chicken monster with its tough head flapped its wings and managed to catch Jiang Mu's strike with its claws. Bang! The clash of blade against claw sparked a shower of sparks. The chicken monster painfully realized the power of Jiang Mu and flew backward. When it stopped, its claws were visibly torn apart with blood oozing out. Friends, now's our chance. This chicken monster can't fly. Jiang Mu shouted, his figure flickering as he charged at the chicken monster again. It was reasonable that the chicken monster couldn't fly. Jiang Mu looked at its hefty body, feeling it couldn't possibly lift off the ground. Seeing this, Duan In and the others understood the current situation and took the opportunity to sneak in attacks, while Jiang Mu faced off against the chicken monster. Although they were only attempting sneak attacks, getting caught by the chicken monster encountered was quite painful. Within a short time, Duan In and his group had sustained multiple injuries. The chicken monster also became cleverer, avoiding Jiang Mu's blade and not engaging him heated. The scene was chaotic, with dust flying, trees snapping, and the ground becoming pitted. Li Jiao and the other disciples who had run far away couldn't help but feel their blood boiling upon witnessing this scene. "We must win, master. Die, chicken brother." At last, after a grueling joint effort by 5 warriors, the grievously wounded chicken demon was beheaded in a single stroke by Jiang Mu. This chicken demon truly proved difficult to slay. Duan In and his 3 companions lay motionless on the ground, utterly spent. Yet the outcome in the end was favorable. Only after witnessing Jiang Mu's group vanquish the chicken demon did the distant onlookers finally rush forward to tend to their respective sect masters' wounds. Jiang Mu bore the lightest injuries. The demon, it seemed, had preferred to prey upon the weakest first. "Master, are you unharmed?" Li Jiao sprinted over and began carefully inspecting Jiang Mu's wounds. "I am fine, merely suffered minor injuries." Jiang Mu waved dismissively, signaling he required no concern. "Master is truly magnificent." Relieved to see his master unscathed, Li Jiao proudly praised him. Indeed, Jiang Mu had fought with unmatched ferocity and valor during the battle. These were but rudimentary martial techniques. "I shall teach them all to you in time." Hearing Li Jiao's effusive flattery, a quiet swell of pride rose within Jiang Mu's chest. For so long he had been the one offering praise. Now at last he stood on the receiving end of such admiration. After tidying the battlefield, Jiang Mu gazed thoughtfully upon the colossal corpse of the chicken demon. As a spirit beast, its flesh ought to be exceptionally succulent. Jiang Mu consulted with Duan In and the others, then immediately dispatched messengers to notify the lord of Qingshui City, requesting that teams be sent to haul the demon's carcass back and prepare it into steaming broth while still fresh. Duan In and his companions stared at the massive corpse, swallowing hard. Spirit beasts, having undergone refinement by spiritual energy, are not only exquisitely flavorful, but also confer vitality, fortify the body, and extend one's lifespan. Upon hearing Jiang Mu's explanation, the city lord eagerly consented, so enthusiastically in fact that he nearly insisted on retrieving every spirit beast slain previously by Jiang Mu's group for culinary use. Theoretically, it is feasible. Jiang Mu offered this measured assessment. All flesh was flesh. The distinction lay merely in flavor, not essence. Thus, the very next day, the entire city of Qingshui savored spirit beast broth. Though the meat yield was scarce, and only a few fortunate souls tasted the actual flesh, even the diluted broth, watered down until indistinguishable from plain water, drew eager crowds clamoring for a sip. Consequently, the fame of the 5 immortal masters of Qingshui soared, spreading across villages and hamlets, evolving swiftly into legend. In the hands of storytellers, their tale multiplied into countless variations, giving rise to the famed Qingshui 5 immortal sect. Jiang Mu in particular became known as the peerless-faced immortal master, captivating the imaginations of countless young maidens, though not one among them had ever laid eyes upon him. Within just over a year, the reputation of the Qingshui 5 immortal sect had spread far and wide. Yet even as Jiang Mu and Duan In basked in their triumph, trouble arrived at their doorstep. Their visitors hailed from a mid-tier cultivation sect near a neighboring city, named the Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji sect. They had come to propagate their Taoist teachings in this region, and incidentally to scout promising disciples. But upon reaching Qingshui City, they discovered its people held exclusive faith in the Qingshui 5 immortal sect, dismissing all other cultivators with disdain. Accordingly, the sect master dispatched a foundation establishment initial stage elder to subdue the 5 immortal sect. Though mortals still vastly outnumbered cultivators in this world, each sect traditionally claimed defined territorial boundaries. To establish a foothold on another sect's mountain without permission was considered a grave breach of protocol. Of course, such conventions applied only between cultivators of comparable strength. When power tipped decisively, all rules dissolved. After all, this was a realm governed by survival of the fittest. To refrain from contention was to forfeit cultivation itself. One day a year later, a procession of exquisitely robed cultivators, bearing the character Hun embroidered proudly upon their chests, ascended the path to the 5 immortal sects compound. The 5 sects occupied adjacent peaks. Over the past year, having repeatedly slain spirit beasts threatening Qingshui City, they had earned boundless goodwill, drawing daily throngs of townsfolk climbing the mountains to burn incense and offer prayers. Who are these people? Their attire is so splendid, and they carry weapons. Could they be immortal masters too? Judging by their bearing, they're certainly not here to pray. They radiate extraordinary presence. Onlookers murmured amongst themselves. Immortal masters ascending the mountain. All bystanders, clear the path at once. A disciple of the Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji sect bellowed. Elder Sui Long leading the procession frowned as he beheld the dense crowd lining the mountain road. So the so-called Qingshui 5 immortal sect enjoys profound reverence among the common folk. Yet what does that matter? Within a generation or two, even such renown will fade into oblivion. Human lifespans rarely exceeded several decades. Replacing one set of immortal masters with another might cause momentary disorientation, but once elders passed and children matured, the shift would leave no lasting imprint upon the populace. Sui Long snorted coldly, ignoring the hushed chatter of the crowd, and directed his disciples to advance in separate groups toward the 5 peaks. He saw no need to intervene personally. His underlings would suffice. The Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji sect had long since gathered intelligence, a motley assembly of Qi refinement stage cultivators daring to style themselves the 5 immortal sect. Once we seize this territory, our sect will command resources from 3 cities. By then he might even vie for the position of deputy sect master. As Sui Long entertained these thoughts, disciples returned with reports, each declaring their assigned peak successfully taken. He smirked inwardly, conquering these hills had been effortless. Then 5 disciples limped back, faces bruised and swollen limbs askew. Elder Sui, they struck us, despite our announcing ourselves as disciples of the Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji sect. Sui Long's brow furrowed in fury upon seeing their wretched state. Which sect dared do this? How many cultivators stand behind them? A disciple, nose grotesquely twisted, stammered. It was the Qingxian sect. Only 2 cultivators. 2 cultivators reduced you to this state. Sui Long recoiled in shock. Could they be Foundation establishment cultivators? Among his disciples were 2 at Qi refinement 10th layer. We cannot say for certain. The disciple spoke truthfully. He knew only that moments after issuing their proclamation, a blur of motion had swept forth and felled them all. Very well. This elder shall confront them himself. Thus the entourage marched en masse toward the Qingxian sect's mountain. Meanwhile, within the Qingxian sect's halls, Duan In and his fellow sect masters, having lost their peak. Thus the entourage marched en masse toward the Qingxian sect's mountain. Meanwhile, within the Qingxian sect's halls, Duan In and his fellow sect masters, having lost their peaks, rushed to Jiang Mu, voicing their grievances alongside their disciples. Jiang Mu had just finished dispatching a band of arrogant Qi refinement stage cultivators, assuming some minor sect had brazenly encroached upon their domain. Brother Duan, what brings you all here in such haste? Who dares desecrate our territory and seize your mountains? They appeared quite weak. I drove them all off without difficulty. Duan In, ever fond of wandering, sighed helplessly. The intruders hail from a major sect, the Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji sect rooted in Yunluo City. Their sect master has reached Foundation establishment late stage and commands 3 elders, all Foundation establishment cultivators. Otherwise, why would we fear mere Qi refinement cultivators? We'd gladly fight them, heathen. At this, Jiang Mu instinctively retracted his neck. Damn it. Was there no safe haven left even in this remote corner? His earlier bravado evaporated instantly. Brother Duan, if matters stand thus, perhaps we should flee. Jiang Mu proposed earnestly. Preposterous. Though he trusted his system's blessings and his own relentless cultivation, believing himself peerless within his tier, even capable of transcending ranks, the prospect of confronting 4 Foundation establishment cultivators was sheer folly. Recalling how a single chicken demon had left them severely weakened, he knew a human cultivator would prove infinitely more perilous. Seeing Jiang Mu's immediate retreat, Duan In sighed deeply. That is precisely why we sought you out. Shall we stay or depart? The Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji sect offers us only 2 paths: join their sect or vanish from. My suggestion is to join the Hunyuan Xingyi Taijimen. With their strength, it is only a matter of time before they conquer the surrounding area of several hundred miles. Our fate would merely be to remain in Qingshui City, but without the reputation of the Qingshui 5 immortal sect. Moreover, by joining we might also gain access to the resources of Hunyuan Xingyi Taijimen, and everyone could find opportunities to break through to Foundation establishment. Duanan looked at Jiang Mu and said, Old Jiang, you are still so young. Achieving Foundation establishment is inevitable. Perhaps in your lifetime, you could even ascend to the legendary Golden Core. The several sect leaders exchanged glances, essentially agreeing with Duanan's statement. Being incorporated is acceptable. Although it may come with some humiliation, it is far better than starting over. To put it bluntly, everyone is of a similar age. Although they claim to be a sect, they are not much different from loose cultivators lacking anything substantial to show. Only Jiang Mu remained hesitant. If they fought, they could not win. If they ran, where could they go? The main issue was that he did not want to leave this place. However, he had already promised his master senior brothers and junior sisters to wait for them here. Moreover, there were still 3 senior brothers, Si Wu and Lu, whose whereabouts were unknown. It could be said that Jiang Mu did not care about anything but Qingxian's sect. It was his only longing. Yet faced with the forcible occupation by Hunyuan Xingyi Teijimen, he truly found himself powerless. There were ways, but they required a longer time. One word: endure. He did not need to outlast them. He merely needed to endure until he could advance to Foundation Establishment. Then he would be at the peak of Foundation Establishment, able to handle 10 Foundation Establishment cultivators with ease. Indeed, old Jiang, you are still so young. You have the potential for golden core. Joining Hunyuan Xingyi Teijimen for some resources would be beneficial. The sect leaders, seeing Jiang Mu's prolonged silence, began to persuade him. After spending time together, Duan In and the others had long since acknowledged Jiang Mu, and their relationship naturally improved. Old Duan, old Wang, everyone, I understand your thoughts. In the matter of cultivation, everyone seeks a method for breakthrough, naturally believing that any hardship can be endured. But I, Jiang, am different. I do not wish to be subjugated by others. Do you remember the stories I told you about my master and senior brothers? If I wanted to, I could have gone long ago, and the treatment would have been far better than this Hunyuan Xingyi Teijimen. And there are also flying fairies. Jiang Mu smiled calmly. As long as his life was long enough, there would be no obstacles he could not overcome in this world. Old Jiang is bragging again. Duan In and the others shook their heads with bitter smiles. Just then the mountain gate was smashed open by a tremendous force. Who dares to harm someone from Hunyuan Xingyi Teijimen? A loud voice rushed in first, followed by a large group of cultivators from Hunyuan Xingyi Teijimen. Several disciples whispered something to Sui Long, who then laughed heartily. Good, the Qingshui 5 immortal sect is actually here. Are you planning to confront Hunyuan Xingyi Teijimen Heiden? Senior, it's not what you think. We are discussing how to submit to your esteemed sect. Duan In's face changed as he hurriedly explained. Upon hearing this, Sui Long looked at Duan In and the others, and their expressions did not seem like they were lying, causing his expression to soften slightly. Since you have such determination, our Hunyuan Xingyi Teijimen is not unreasonable. We are quite friendly towards our own people. Now, regarding the person who injured our Hunyuan Xingyi Teijimen disciples, it seems to be from Qingxian's sect. Duan In and the others silently moved aside, revealing the obstructed Jiang Mu. You old fellows. Jiang Mu scoffed inwardly, then calmly stepped forward. I was the one who struck him. Is there a problem? Looking at Jiang Mu, so young, yet exuding such thick spiritual energy, he was at least at the 12th level of qi refining, if not at its peak. Moreover, Jiang Mu remained so calm in the face of so many people that Sui Long couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. But that was all. There's no problem, it's just how you hit him, and how he will hit you back. Sui Long sneered, planning first to subdue Jiang Mu, then give him some benefits, and finally recruit him under his banner, which sounded quite delightful. Will you choose to be ganged up on, or to face us in a duel? A gang up means a group of us beating you alone, while a duel means you alone facing our group. Sui Long took 2 steps forward with a cold smile. Let me show you the unique skill of our Hunyuan Xingyi Teijimen, the 5-strike lightning whip. I forgot to tell you, I am Elder Sui Long of Hunyuan Xingyi Teijimen at the initial stage of Foundation Establishment. Duan In and the disciples present quickly distanced themselves from Jiang Mu, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. Just as the battle was about to break out, Jiang Mu stepped forward, laughed twice, and said, Is that all? I think your sect has misunderstood. What I mean is to minimize the conflict. I can cover everyone's medical expenses instead, or shall I compensate you for the mountain gate? We cultivators seek longevity. How can we harm our own kind? Everyone looked puzzled, expecting Jiang Mu's imposing demeanor to utter some earth-shattering words, but he unexpectedly chose to back down. Upon seeing this, Sui Long felt even more exhilarated. Jiang Mu, though understanding the situation, did not fully grasp it. He, after all, wanted to keep him. How could he let him go? Little Blackie, pack up, we are leaving. Jiang Mu turned to shout at Li Jiao, who was hiding in the main hall. Whatever Jiang Mu said, Li Jiao would naturally follow. To him, listening to his master was all that mattered. Soon Little Blackie came with a large bag on his back, dragging the burning blade to Jiang Mu's side. Jiang Mu reached out and found some loose silver inside. Then he looked at Sui Long and the others. Sui Long looked at him with an amused expression, while the disciples behind him wore mocking smiles. It seems you are still quite unconvinced. Sui Long looked at Jiang Mu, speaking indifferently. Very well, today I will teach you what the rules of the cultivation world are. The rules of the strong are the rules. Seeing this, Jiang Mu sighed. It seemed that peaceful means would not resolve this. Little Blackie, are you afraid? Jiang Mu looked at Li Jiao. Li Jiao shook his head, not afraid. Having followed Jiang Mu for these days, he had witnessed many things and had already adapted. Jiang Mu picked up the burning blade, and his aura suddenly underwent a transformation. Although you are strong, it does not mean you can keep me. With swords drawn on both sides, a great battle was inevitable. Outside the mountain gate of Qingshui 5 immortal sect, many commoners gathered together, discussing the people who went up the mountain. These self-proclaimed immortals drove away all the incense-burning people after ascending the mountain, claiming they had important matters to discuss with the 5 immortal sect. The ordinary people did not dare to say anything, only staying below the mountain to witness the commotion. They even alarmed the lord of Qingshui city. However, he also did not have the courage to go up the mountain to see what was happening. As they got closer, the crowd could finally see who the visitors were. Immortal Master. How could it be? Jiang Mu, dressed in blue, was covered in blood, and his hair was disheveled over his face. Li Jiao supported him as he stumbled down the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Jiang Mu looked through his hair at the surrounding commoners, yet none dared to step forward. Jiang Mu walked silently through the gazes of the crowd, and after walking quite a distance, he said to Li Jiao, "Little Blackie, I must look quite terrible today, right?" Little Blackie looked up at Jiang Mu and grinned. "Not at all. I think today's master looks super handsome. So many people couldn't defeat you alone. You're obviously amazing." Jiang Mu laughed at Li Jiao's innocent words. Indeed, a mere initial stage of foundation establishment, and so many chi refining cultivators had to let him go. In truth, Jiang Mu did not win. At most, it was a draw. If it were not for Sui Long fearing heavy casualties among his side, he would not have had to compromise and let Jiang Mu go. "Little Blackie, do you believe we will come back?" Jiang Mu asked again. "Yes. When the time comes, I will come back to kill with you. Indeed, this is our home, and it is also the root of your master and grandmaster. I must guard it well. How can I let it go? Moreover, there are also good feng shui spots I have picked for everyone in the mountains. How could I easily give them to others?" Jiang Mu murmured. "So, master, is there one for me?" Li Jiao blinked and asked. "Of course, as my first disciple, I reserve the best burial plot for you." "Then what about you, master? Is your grave beside mine?" Let's talk about it later. After all, I've only chosen for you. Mine hasn't been picked yet." Jiang Mu turned to look at the mountain of Qingxin sect. "But it was merely a tactical retreat. What belongs to me, Jiang, I will reclaim one day." Soon news of the young immortal master's injuries began to spread throughout Qingshui city. Many eyewitnesses found it hard to believe that the once revered and omnipotent immortal master could ever be wounded. However, they understood that all of this was related to the person who had suddenly ascended the mountain that day. Sometime later, a group of immortal masters arrived in Qingshui city, announcing that from now on there would be no more Wuxin sect, but it would be replaced by a sect called Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji sect. The common folk were abuzz with discussions, eager to inquire about the whereabouts of the former 5 immortal sects and why the young immortal master had left an injury. Yet they were destined to find no answers. The city lord was also quite astute, informing the citizens that this was a matter of grievances between immortal masters unrelated to them mortals. For the city lord, it was merely a change in the sect to which they paid homage. Although this new sect was considerably more arrogant than the previous 5 immortal sects, and the tribute they demanded had increased significantly, at least they performed their duties and did not bring any losses to Qingshui city. Sometimes the city lord would reminisce about the young immortal master who asked for nothing in return. Though he was aware of some insider information and admired Jiang Mu, he had no idea where Jiang Mu had gone. At first, the citizens of Qingshui city would still occasionally mention the young immortal master. The storytellers in the market combined Jiang Mu's blood-soaked appearance to depict a version of him battling the Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji sect for 300 rounds. "You don't know I was right there at the scene. I saw that young immortal master flash his sword, and in an instant one of the enemy's heads rolled to the ground." The storyteller exclaimed with fervor, as if he had truly witnessed the event. One audience member jumped up. Yes, the teacher is absolutely right. I was there too." Another chimed in with a chuckle. "I can vouch for them because I also witnessed that battle, but I was just a tree on the mountain at that time." Someone else added, "If we're talking about being there, I was just an inconspicuous stone." "Get out of here. I'm trying to tell you a serious story, and you guys are just making a ruckus." The storyteller scolded with annoyance, causing the audience to erupt in laughter. Thus the tale grew more outlandish, with each retelling to the point that there were versions claiming the young immortal master fought 300 immortal masters alone. However, as time passed, the young immortal master gradually became a picturesque memory in people's minds. In a remote mountain forest far from Qingshui city, this place is seldom visited by people, with wild beasts lurking in the woods. Aside from the occasional hunter, hardly anyone ever comes here. Moreover, the spiritual energy in the area was so thin that it was nearly undetectable and no cultivators would come here. Jiang Mu and Li Jiao, however, chose to hide away in this place. Jiang Mu was quite capable. He cleared a patch of land in the forest and built a small house with timber. Though modest, the house came with a yard, 2 rooms, a living area, and complete kitchen and bathroom facilities. He chose this location primarily because he didn't want to be too far from Qingshui City, yet he also wanted to avoid being found by members of the Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji sect. After all having made enemies, it was wise to be cautious. Initially, many wild beasts had their eyes on Jiang Mu's little house, until one day an old tiger barged in, after which it became a beautiful tiger skin coat. After that, the wild beasts that had been watching the little house vanished without a trace. Once settled, Jiang Mu's injuries healed, and he began living a wild man's life with Li Jiao, practicing skills hunting and foraging for herbs. Over time, their conversations increased. Besides teaching Li Jiao martial arts, Jiang Mu would also discuss astronomy, geography, and aspirations. Although Jiang Mu had no lofty ambitions, merely wishing to survive until invincibility and see the world, his 9 years of compulsory education left Li Jiao in a state of awe. Li Jiao discovered that his master seemed to possess knowledge that transcended the boundaries of cultivation, leading him to admire Jiang Mu even more. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. 10 years a time, neither long nor short. For an ordinary person, 10 years is an entire youth. However, Jiang Mu showed no signs of breakthrough. At this moment, he suddenly realized that his master's saying 30 years of qi cultivation, 50 years of foundation establishment, held some truth. Yet Jiang Mu remained unhurried, eating and drinking as usual. Once he stepped into foundation establishment, he would be at its peak, having avoided several decades of detours compared to ordinary cultivators. During these 10 years, Li Jiao transformed from a tender child into a strong and robust young man, now as tall as Jiang Mu. Though not particularly handsome, his 18-pack abs could easily captivate countless young women. From an outward appearance, Li Jiao seemed even more mature than Jiang Mu. "Master, how come you never seem to?" This was the first time Li Jiao had asked Jiang Mu such a question. "Because I am an immortal, master," Jiang Mu replied with a chuckle. During these 10 years, they had not remained isolated in the forest. They occasionally ventured out, selling the bones, meat, furs of wild beasts, or herbs in the city for coins, then purchasing some daily necessities to improve their monotonous lives. Few had seen Jiang Mu and Li Jiao's true appearances, and even fewer could recognize Jiang Mu, so he was not worried about being recognized. As for Li Jiao, it was needless to say, he changed year by year, and hardly anyone recognized him. After 10 years, news of the 5 immortal sects was rarely heard in Qingshui City, and had almost faded from memory. Only the name of the young immortal master would occasionally come up in casual conversations over tea and meals. Jiang Mu and Li Jiao had no other business. Once they saw no danger, they frequently strolled around the city. After all, there wasn't much to do. Li Jiao practiced martial arts and read books, while Jiang Mu ate and slept. However, in Li Jiao's eyes, when Jiang Mu was sleeping, he should be cultivating, otherwise how could he remain so young? The two frequently disguised themselves as hunters, entering the city to sell their goods. "Hey, Xiao Jiang, Shaoli, what good game did you two catch this time?" After spending some time at their stall, the nearby vendors became aware that Jiang Mu and Li Jiao were hunters, and their harvests were consistently impressive. Once they had nearly sold out, the two would tidy up their stall and wander around the city to see if there was anything they needed to buy. Until they reached a bustling street where Jiang Mu and Li Jiao simultaneously stopped to gaze at the alluring women in the brothel. "Gentlemen, come in and have some fun." The enchanting figures, flirtatious gazes, and enticing voices drew Jiang Mu's attention, but when he turned to look at Li Jiao, he found Li Jiao staring blankly. Seeing his master suddenly glance at him, Li Jiao's face flushed instantly, and he lowered his head. "Master, Li Jiao stammered and found it hard to articulate. Jiang Mu reassured him. "It's all right, I understand. I've been there too." If one were to count it all, he was already in his 50s or 60s in this life, and he wouldn't easily be swayed by such matters. However, Xiao Haizi was a true hot-blooded youth. It was understandable for someone his age to be a bit impulsive. So how should this be resolved? Jiang Mu waved his hand, deciding to let Xiao Haizi enjoy himself. "Xiao Haizi, master is treating you. Let's go in and take a look." Li Jiao was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated his master would be so reckless, just saying to go in without hesitation. Shouldn't cultivators maintain their integrity? Before Li Jiao could react, Jiang Mu pulled him into the brothel. Upon seeing the guests arrive, the madam inside immediately greeted them with a smile. "What services can I provide for the two distinguished guests? We have only 18-year-old young ladies here." Jiang Mu pointed at Li Jiao and said, "Take him in to choose a room." The madam instantly understood Jiang Mu's intention, waving her hand as several young women approached Li Jiao, circling around him. "You have such a great physique, dear customer." Li Jiao had never experienced such a scene and felt incredible. "Master." Jiang Mu chuckled, nudging Li Jiao away, and turned to the madam. "Do you have anyone skilled in singing and dancing?" "Hee, we certainly do, but there are quite a few types. I wonder what kind of performance the customer desires." The madam replied. Then let's have a top performer, one who sells their art, but not their body. Since they were here, they might as well enjoy something of high quality." "Selling art, but not selling the body," the madam murmured. "This customer really has refined tastes. In that case, we have only a few top performers available, but the prices are not cheap. As for the rest, it all depends on personal preference." The top performers at the brothel are generally cultivated with great care, proficient in the arts, and typically choose whether to sell their art or their bodies. Jiang Mu gritted his teeth. He had never experienced such a thing in his life, so he nearly emptied his pockets of the silver earned from their hunting. "Having spent so much money, you better not let me down. Please come upstairs." Under the arrangement of the madam, Jiang Mu waited for the courtesan he had longed for in a private room upstairs. Dressed somewhat lightly, her fair thighs were exposed and her face was adorned with exquisite makeup. "This young master, I am Suyu, pleased to meet you." The courtesan named Suyu entered and greeted Jiang Mu. Jiang Mu looked her over, his eyes not showing much surprise. This courtesan was somewhat different from what he had imagined. She was beautiful, yet not breathtakingly so. Instead, there was a familiarity that felt mundane. Perhaps it was because the town of Qingshui was too small to nurture such talents. After all, there had once been no brothels in Qingshui town. "Suyu, right. What skills do you possess?" Jiang Mu asked. Suyu looked at Jiang Mu, still pondering which young master from Qingshui city he might be. "I am most skilled at playing the guqin and singing. I dabble in other areas as well," Suyu replied. In truth, she was mainly proficient in the first two, having studied little in other aspects. Mainly, there were very few literati in Qingshui city. The brothels primarily engaged in physical transactions. Thus, although Suyu was a courtesan, she mostly dealt in such business. "Isn't that just self-playing and singing?" Jiang Mu murmured, waving his hand. "Then let's begin, play some nicer tunes." Jiang Mu leaned against the soft couch in the private room, where a platter of snacks and fine wine awaited him. The local tunes were mostly soothing and elegant. As he listened to Suyu's self-playing and singing, eating snacks, and drinking fine wine, his eyelids soon began to droop. So pleasant, so comfortable. Jiang Mu yawned, realizing why so many in ancient times enjoyed listening to music. It was indeed a wonderful thing. Especially when performed by such a beautiful woman, it was even more enjoyable. What a delight. Just as Jiang Mu was reveling in the moment, the time was up. He had booked a room by the hour, limited to 2 time periods. Stretching when he opened the door, Li Jiao had been waiting outside for a long time. "Little Blackie, let's go." Seeing that Li Jiao's face was still flushed, Jiang Mu led him out of the brothel. On the way back, Jiang Mu repeatedly asked, dropping hints, until he learned that Li Jiao had just sat in the room for an hour without doing anything. "You are wasting time, wasting money, and in effect wasting your life." Jiang Mu lamented. "Master, I feel that we martial artists should maintain a bit more integrity." Li Jiao muttered. This was the first time he felt his master was somewhat unprincipled. Moreover, he would eventually need to start a family. Being promiscuous outside would not be good. Jiang Mu shook his head. Perhaps this was the steadfastness of a youth's heart, wanting to give something to someone important for the first time. In the days that followed, Jiang Mu and Li Jiao continued their life of hunting. However, Jiang Mu's enthusiasm for hunting had noticeably increased, causing the jungle beasts to flee in terror at the sight of him. As soon as he earned some money, Jiang Mu would head straight into the brothel. Sometimes dressed in coarse clothing, at times in hemp garments, and even at times in tattered hemp clothes. Such attire could still allow him to spend lavishly in the brothel, which left the people in the circle astonished. Some even commented, "Save where you can, spend where you must. Good iron should be used on the blade. This young brother is simply a model for us all." As a result, the courtesan from the brothel that Jiang Mu frequently visited recognized him. Each time he would choose a different courtesan, sometimes for an hour, sometimes for 2. He did nothing but listen to music, astonishing the girls. However, after a round of selections, Jiang Mu still chose Suyu the most. She was the most pleasant to look at and had the gentlest voice. As time passed, the two conversed more and became familiar with each other. Suyu had once asked Jiang Mu what he did, considering how he always dressed like that. "I'm just a hunter," Jiang Mu replied. Suyu looked at Jiang Mu, not quite believing him, for he looked just like a Suyu's guess was soon validated. Several brothels in Qingshui city organized a popular event of poetry gatherings to attract the young masters from wealthy families. Any poem favored by the courtesan could earn the author a free night with her. Jiang Mu thought, what a good deal. Usually he only dared to book a room by the hour, but now he was told he could have a free overnight stay. Thus a poem titled Autumn Wind Verses emerged. The autumn wind is clear, the autumn moon is bright, fallen leaves gather and scatter, the cold crows perch and startle. When will we meet again? This night is hard to bear. Enter my heart's door, know my heart's pain. Longing for you, long for you, short longing is endless. Had I known such entanglements, I would not have met you initially. That night in the not-so-large Qingshui city, countless literati shook their heads and sighed. I never expected our Qingshui city to have such great talent. A good poem, simply a good poem, it captures longing to the extreme. I wonder who composed this poem. I heard it was a hunter. What? A hunter? How could that be? Doesn't that mean we are even inferior to a hunter? Just as these scholars were lamenting, Jiang Mu had already entered the most luxurious private room. Children make choices, but Jiang Mu wanted it all. This time it was not just one courtesan who was interested in him, but a dozen. Su Yu was among them. I never expected young Master Jiang to have such talent. Why had there been no signs of it before? Faced with the invitations from so many courtesans, Jiang Mu graciously accepted and directly had them form a band to perform songs for an entire evening. Having grown tired of the local music, Jiang Mu directly taught them to sing popular songs from his past life and then perform them for himself. Indeed, it must be a blend of elegance and popularity to feel fresh. The courtesans, seeing Jiang Mu's musical talent, admired him even more. Living a life of indulgence, this didn't seem like something a cultivator should do, did it? Over a year passed like this, and Li Jiu looked at Jiang Mu, who frequently visited such places, speechless. Such obsession, when will my master take revenge? Li Jiu, having followed Jiang Mu for these years, believed he understood his master well, but now he began to doubt himself. Could it be that the master, knowing revenge was hopeless, had resigned himself to decline? Just as Li Jiu pondered whether to motivate his master, Jiang Mu broke through after returning from the brothel one day. Thus he broke through quietly. As soon as he entered Foundation establishment, he reached the peak. On this day, Jiang Mu changed his previous indulgent style, donned a clean set of coarse clothes, tied his hair up, and held a blade behind him. Little Blackie, do you remember what I said? Kill back to Qingshin sect. Master, have you broken through? Hearing Li Jiu's exclamation, Jiang Mu's face brightened with joy. He had feared his master would sink into despair, yet unexpectedly, the master had surged forward in cultivation. Could this also be a form of cultivation? Before Li Jiu could ponder further, Jiang Mu had already taken him and set off toward the ridge where the old Wuxian gate once stood. Over nearly 12 years, he would sometimes slip down the mountain to observe to see whether the people of the Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji sect still occupied those heights. In all these days, Master and the senior brothers must not have returned. Otherwise, given their opportunities, they would surely have already forged golden cores by now. Is dealing with the rabble of the Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji sect not an easy matter? Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji sect, Jiang Mu has returned. The figures of Jiang Mu and Li Jiu appeared on the path to the Qingxian sect. The boy and the elder of old were now two tall figures. Jiang Mu's face, neatly groomed, still bore the appearance of that same youth, unchanged. Before the gate of Qingxian sect, the characters upon it had already been replaced with the name of the Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji sect. The two disciples on guard had never seen Jiang Mu and Li Jiu. They assumed them to be visiting cultivators. After all, the Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji sect had long forbidden ordinary folk from ascending the mountain. Halt! What brings you to the Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji sect? One of the disciples asked. Jiang Mu signaled Li Jiu to remain where he was, stepped forward a few paces, and said calmly, I am Jiang Mu, former head of Qingxian sect. Have your elders come out to speak. Jiang Mu, the head of Qingxian sect. The two disciples frowned thought for a moment, then were struck with astonishment. More than 10 years earlier, they had heard the tale when the Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji sect seized the territory called Qingshuan, an elder of the Foundation establishment's early stage, and dozens of disciples were matched by a single cultivator at the 12th level of the Qi refinement stage, who fought them to a standstill and escaped. They had assumed it an embellished joke, never expecting it to be true. Yet the two gate disciples could not judge the authenticity of the man before them, and hurriedly called for their stationed elder. Soon Jiang Mu sensed a mixture of energies approaching. The arrival was none other than Sui Long. So it is really you. Sui Long widened his eyes upon reaching the gate. He had not expected Jiang Mu to dare return. Over the years, he had sent people searching for any trace, but nothing had been found. After all these years, you still wish to take back Qingxian sect? Sui Long arrived with a host of disciples and laughed loudly, his tone full of derision. Even if you reached the early Foundation establishment, or if you were a cultivation prodigy who had entered late Foundation establishment, so what? You might be able to defeat me, but can you bear the wrath of the No.1 Xingyi Taiji sect behind me? 10 years ago our sect already had 4 elders of the early foundation establishment and a latest-stage foundation establishment sect leader. And today our sect counts 10 foundation establishment practitioners. Oh, our leader stands not far from the peak of foundation establishment. What will you use to contend with us? Sui Long sneered. He was not bluffing to frighten Jiang Mu. He truly feared being struck first by him. After all, they stood not at their sect's stronghold, but at an outpost with only him present as an elder. 10 years ago they had been evenly matched. 10 years on, Sui Long knew he was no longer Jiang Mu's match. There remained to some degree a shadow in his heart. At the same time, Duan In and the others behind Sui Long stared at Jiang Mu in astonishment. Their eyes held surprise, bewilderment, and shame. After all, they had not dared lend Jiang Mu a hand then. Jiang Mu listened quietly to Sui Long's words, drew the fendeo from his back, and with one hand pointed it at Sui Long. Finished speaking. Finished. Now it is my turn. As Jiang Mu's words fell, the next moment there came a humming sound. A sonic burst exploded. Before Sui Long could react, he heard screams from his disciples behind him. A sense of danger struck Sui Long from behind. He sprang aside with a forceful step. Having landed in a place of safety and glancing back, he saw that except for Duan In and a few others, everyone else lay prostrate and wailing. Jiang Mu stood unmoving where he had been, his person and blade unstained by blood. Sui Long's pupils contracted. Too swift. At his level of early foundation establishment, he could not make out the motion. Could it be golden core? The thought surged into Sui Long's mind and spiraled into panic. A cold sweat broke out over him. Was it possible that in 12 years he had leapt from chi refinement to golden core? Duan In and the others were stunned, seeing only a remaining afterimage of Jiang Mu. When they came to their senses, their companions were already felled in heaps. Old Jiang, what cultivation is this of his? You? Sui Long opened his mouth to speak, but in the next moment a shadow booted him, flying, carving a long furrow across the earth. Jiang Mu then vaulted to Sui Long's still unsteady form and unleashed a sequence: a left thrust fist, a right whip kick, and a left straight stomp. The force stunned Sui Long, who shrieked in agony. Only after a long while did Jiang Mu cease. Sui Long's face had been utterly transformed. Jiang Mu had not killed, he had merely vented, leaving Sui Long with one breath. He still intended to take him to the No.1 Xingyi Taiji sect's main camp to make a show of force. Grievances between sects must be cut off at the root, uprooted so thoroughly there is no reprisal. If the mouths are sealed cleanly, no vengeance will come back. Besides, Sui Long himself had just said their sect had no golden core practitioners. Below golden core, I am invincible. Against a golden core initiate, it may be an even exchange. Such was Jiang Mu's confidence. After venting, he turned to face Duan In and the others. Li Jiu ran up shouting excitedly, "Master, you are incredible." Old Jiang, Duan In and the others were consumed by shame. If they had aided Jiang Mu back then, or left with him, might the outcome have been different? In their eyes, Jiang Mu must have encountered some rare opportunity to break through in just over a decade and become the fabled golden core master. No need for reproach. Jiang Mu patted their shoulders. The path was chosen by each of us. At the time you did not aid me much, yet you also did not cast me into the well. Besides, I still had the fendeo then. Had you informed Sui Long, they might not have allowed me to leave. Jiang Mu signaled Duan In and the others to put their minds at ease. After all, the choice had been his alone. They need not risk their lives for it. Old Jiang, whatever the case, we could not help you back then. Who would have thought? Fate smiles. Indeed, you have forged a golden core. Yes, I always said old Jiang had the makings of golden core. Jiang Mu froze, half laughing, half exasperated. Who told you I had already formed a golden core? The group fell silent. Duan In hurried to add, but when you ran you emitted that sonic burst. Only a golden core master can perform such a feat. Is that so? Jiang Mu shook his head repeatedly. Not so. My present strength should be the peak of foundation establishment. There is still some distance before golden core. Can one at the peak of foundation establishment produce a sound burst? That notion truly... Setting aside that question, Duan In worried aloud. You slew so many of the No.1 Xingyi Taiji sect, they will be shamed and will surely hunt you relentlessly. Jiang Mu smiled coldly. No matter. I will personally go to the No.1 Xingyi Taiji sect and destroy them. But you have only reached the peak of foundation establishment. They still have 9 foundation establishment practitioners and a leader nearing the peak. No matter. If I dare show myself, it is because I have full confidence. They spoke a while longer of the years gone by. Seeing the time was near, Jiang Mu cupped his hands and said, Friends, please tidy this ridge. Await word of my success. They did not know the source of Jiang Mu's certainty, but having witnessed his power they ceased to dissuade him, only warning him to be cautious. Thus Jiang Mu hoisted the half-dead Sui Long and began toward the Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji sect 3 days later. Traveling at an extraordinary speed, Jiang Mu was like a human engine on the road, except that he couldn't surpass the speed of sound, and after a while the heavily injured Sui Long might pass away at any moment. He soon arrived at the bustling Yunluo city. Located in the south of the Song Kingdom, Yunluo City was a third-tier city with only 20 such cities nationwide, its prosperity far surpassing that of Qingshui City. Although it was still at the tail end of the third tier. Of course, Jiang Mu's destination was not the city itself, but the nearby Yunluo mountain range where the Hunyuan Xingyi Tajimen was built. Hunyuan Xingyi Tajimen, we have arrived. Upon stepping into the Yunluo mountain range, Jiang Mu felt the slightly richer spiritual energy. However, today a storm of bloodshed was destined to erupt at Hunyuan Xingyi Tajimen. After resting for a moment, Jiang Mu brought Sui Long to the mountain gate of Hunyuan Xingyi Tajimen, intending to challenge the entire sect alone. The 10 disciples guarding the mountain gate recognized Elder Sui Long. Seeing him in such a state, they immediately became vigilant. Who are you? How dare you injure an elder of Hunyuan Xingyi Tajimen? I am the one who will kill you. Jiang Mu wasted no words. Drawing his burning blade, he slipped into the mountain gate, killing the 10 disciples of Hunyuan Xingyi Tajimen in an instant. Jiang Mu swaggered inside. As soon as he reached the martial arts square of Hunyuan Xingyi Tajimen, he was surrounded by numerous disciples. This was because he wasn't wearing a uniform and was carrying the unconscious Sui Long, who looked like a dead dog. Who are you? How dare you provoke Hunyuan Xingyi Tajimen? Jiang Mu shook his head, exerting force to awaken Sui Long painfully. The pained Sui Long looked around and immediately realized he had arrived inside Hunyuan Xingyi Tajimen. He was overjoyed and hurriedly shouted, "Sect Master Elders, I am Sui Long. Save me." But immediately after shouting that, he regretted it. Jiang Mu was a golden core stage cultivator. How could they fight him? Run away. Seeing Sui Long's regret, Jiang Mu grabbed his legs, using him as a human bomb aimed at the main hall. With a cloud of dust rising, if Sui Long didn't die from this, he would surely be crippled. Witnessing Jiang Mu's audacity, the surrounding disciples dared not act. If even Elder Sui Long couldn't match him, wouldn't they just be walking to their deaths? Soon the commotion attracted the attention of the higher-ups of Hunyuan Xingyi Tajimen. The sect master and the elders rushed out. Who dares to wreak havoc in my Hunyuan Xingyi Tajimen? The sect master of Hunyuan Xingyi Tajimen shouted ferociously. All disciples, listen up. Capture him. At this moment, the sect master of Hunyuan Xingyi Tajimen disregarded everything else. Daring to cause trouble in their sect was tantamount to slapping their face. No matter the reason, they had to take Jiang Mu down. The encircling disciples charged towards Jiang Mu. Jiang Mu sneered, exerting force beneath his feet, causing the blue stone slabs beneath to crack, and the first disciple was pierced by the stone before he could get close. Then a sonic boom erupted, and wherever the fiery blade light passed, disciples fell one after another. Sonic boom. A golden core stage cultivator. The observing elders exclaimed simultaneously. Several elders exchanged glances, slowly. Fighting a golden core cultivator was akin to seeking death, right? The sect master of Hunyuan Xingyi Tajimen glanced at a few people and analyzed. No, although his speed exceeds the speed of sound, his aura still lingers at the peak of Foundation Establishment. He is merely at the peak of Foundation Establishment. If we all attack together, we can still surround and kill him. The sect master of Hunyuan Xingyi Tajimen was confident, since he himself was not far from the peak of Foundation Establishment. He is merely at the peak of Foundation Establishment. If we all attack together, we can still surround and kill him. The sect master of Hunyuan Xingyi Tajimen was confident, since he himself. In front of them, Jiang Mu appeared as a reaper of lives. His robe was also stained with spots of blood. All disciples, retreat. The sect master of Hunyuan Xingyi Tajimen ordered. If they did not call for retreat, they would be killed off entirely. I don't care who you are, today you shall not leave Hunyuan Xingyi Tajimen alive. Jiang Mu pointed his blade to the heavens, needing no further words. Buzz, he clashed with them directly. This time Jiang Mu fought with all his might. Maxing out his physical attributes and wielding the spiritual weapon Burning Blade, he struck down an early Foundation Establishment elder with a single slash, also injuring 3 elders in the process. His speed was swift, and very few of the others' attacks landed on him. The only damage he sustained came from the sect master of Hunyuan Xingyi Tajimen. However, that was still within the range he could endure. Ah, my leg, Elder Su. After landing, Jiang Mu turned around again, rushing into the crowd. In an instant, blade and sword lights flickered. Look at our lightning 5-strike whip. Ah, Is this what you call the peak of foundation establishment? This strength is no different from a golden core cultivator, right? If we're all at the peak of foundation establishment, why is the sect master, and we not his match? After a fierce battle, Jiang Mu gasped for breath, numerous injuries adorning his body. Meanwhile, 4 elders from Hunyuan Xingyi had fallen, and the others were also heavily injured. What on earth is happening? With the situation turned, the surviving elders lost their will to fight, wishing only to preserve their lives. The sect master of Hunyuan Xingyi also couldn't comprehend why Jiang Mu was so powerful. He himself was not far off, yet was far from being his opponent. Once fear took hold, the battle would become timid. After taking down those elders who wished to escape one by one, Jiang Mu placed his foot on the sect master of Hunyuan Xingyi. Jiang Mu then uttered the most arrogant words so far. 10 foundation establishment cultivators attacking one and still getting backstabbed. Do you even know how to cultivate? Why, what did our Hunyuan Xingyi do to offend you? The sect master of Hunyuan Xingyi could not understand until death how they had been targeted when they were cultivating so well. Moreover, he was a peak foundation establishment cultivator comparable to a golden core. Why? It's simple. Do you want to know? Jiang Mu leaned close to the sect master's ear and then stomped down hard, breaking his neck. You might as well be a wronged ghost. Having avenged his great enmity, and without any more worries, Jiang Mu felt immensely relieved. After all, the people of Hunyuan Xingyi had no one to blame for their deaths. They strong-armed and oppressed other small sects, harming many in the process. Though Jiang Mu could not be called a good person, he did not act like a villain. Oh, he even has a ring. Could it be the legendary storage ring? Jiang Mu's eyes lit up as he stared at the sect master's hand and took it off. Upon close inspection, it turned out to be just an ordinary ring. Damn, turns out he was just a poor fool. In the end, Jiang Mu found Sui Long in the ruins. His body was still warm, but he had already lost his breath. Great, the ones who could threaten me are all dead. As for the remaining Qi refining stage disciples, seeing their sect master and elders killed, they had already fled in all directions. Jiang Mu naturally wouldn't chase them one by one. Such a large sect should have some treasure vaults or something. He could bring them back to Qingxian sect to strengthen its foundation, perhaps even find some items for his own use. Thus Jiang Mu began searching the nearby disciples of Hunyuan Xingyi who hadn't run far, and indeed found a few treasures. After Jiang Mu left, the surviving disciples of Hunyuan Xingyi spread the news. With no one left to manage the sect, what were they to stay for? Shouldn't they quickly loot and flee? In the following days, the nearby major cities centered around Yunluo City trembled. Especially Jiang Mu's remark, 10 foundation establishment cultivators attacking one and still getting backstabbed. Do you even know how to cultivate? Became widely circulated. 10 days later, Jiang Mu returned to Qingshui City. Duan En and the others anxiously awaited Jiang Mu's appearance. Although Jiang Mu was full of confidence, they were not Jiang Mu and did not fully understand his strength. At the peak of the Qingxian sect, Duan En and the others stared in astonishment at the several carts of supplies that Jiang Mu had brought up the mountain. In the calm narration of Jiang Mu, they could only express their shock. The overwhelmingly powerful Hunyuan Xingyi was destroyed just like that. Is this still foundation establishment? The others began to question their lives. Although Jiang Mu appeared calm, they could still see the dangers of battle from the unhealed injuries on his body. Right now is perfect. I brought back some things from the Hunyuan Xingyi main camp. You can take a look and pick whatever you find useful. Old Jiang, this won't do. Since it's your spoils of war, it belongs to your Qingxian sect. Jiang Mu smiled. It seemed that old Duan and the others still had some pride. He then explained, the things I need have already been separated out. What remains are useless items to me, and keeping them would just be a waste. We can't use many of these things anyway, since there are hardly any people left in the sect. Duan inside. Now that Hunyuan Xingyi had absorbed them, they were no longer the sect leader. How many of the former disciples would be willing to follow them now? It's fine, old Duan, old Wang. It's not impossible to make a comeback now. Jiang Mu continued to persuade them. After several refusals, they could not resist the temptation of these resources. In that case, let's do it this way. Our sect's rebuilding is no longer possible. Old Jiang, you have destroyed the Hunyuan Xingyi. It won't be long before nearby loose cultivators come to seek fame. At that time, why don't we just rebuild the Qingxian sect? Duan En suggested. Rebuild my Qingxian sect. Jiang Mu frowned. Just swapping the plaque at the mountain gate is enough. As for recruiting disciples, I have no intention of doing that. Wasn't this just looking for trouble? Besides, he knew nothing about managing a sect. Old Jiang, even if you don't want to recruit disciples by destroying the Hunyuan Xingyi that govern this region, you essentially inherit certain qualifications, and responsibilities. Duan explained. Over the years they had learned quite a bit, some of which the others had never heard before. Oh, there's such a thing. Jiang Mu began to feel a headache, thinking that by annihilating the Hunyuan Xingyi Teijimen, he could eliminate future troubles. He did not expect there would be some consequences attached. What specific tasks are to be done? Duan's expression turned serious. After hesitating for a moment, he said, I heard about these things from Sui Long by chance. I don't know how much is true or false. The sects behind our Song Kingdom are about to summon cultivators to participate in the Cultivator War. Cultivator War. Upon hearing this term, Jiang Mu knew it was a serious matter. That's right. Any sect of a certain scale in the Song Kingdom must send out cultivators to participate, with the number of participants depending on the scale of the sect. It seems the previous Hunyuan Xingyi Teijimen had such an obligation. Old Jiang, since you destroyed them, you also have to inherit this obligation. But can't everyone just focus on cultivation? Why does a cultivator war have to happen? Jiang Mu was puzzled. Duan and the others exchanged glances and exclaimed, You don't know. Jiang Mu said naturally, Why should I know? Maybe because you're younger and haven't heard of it. Duan thought for a moment and said, It is rumored that every 1,000 years a cultivator war occurs. It has been nearly 900 years since the last war. This time it is probably not far off. As for the reason, we don't know either. It's merely passed down by word of mouth. A world war every 1,000 years. Jiang Mu thought, what could such a war be for? It was nothing more than for interests. But what did it have to do with him, Jiang Mu? He was not from this area, so it was understandable that he did not know such things. However, Jiang Mu had no intention of taking in disciples. But if he did not, when the war started, would he have to take on the role of sect leader for the Qingxian sect with no one to send? By then he didn't even know if his master and senior brothers would return to see him. Jiang Mu had no choice but to take one step at a time. After discussion, Duan and the others joined the Qingxian sect. After all, their sect's ancestors were themselves, so they didn't care about losing face. Duan and the others would manage the sect on his behalf and recruit disciples. Jiang Mu found this suggestion very good, as it saved him a lot of trouble. When his master and senior brothers returned, they would surely be very pleased to see the Qingxian sect thriving right. Qingshu domain. Jiang Mu recalled that when the people left with the Yuan Yi sect, he should have asked clearly where it was. So Jiang Mu asked Duan and the others if they knew where Qingshu domain was. They shook their heads, indicating they had never heard of it. After all, his senior brothers would come to see him. In the following period, Jiang Mu began his true cultivation, because he had brought back some good things from the Hunyuan Xingyi Teijimen. He had several volumes of cultivation techniques that he could not use himself, so he gave them to Duan and the others to teach their disciples. Among them were some sword techniques and whip techniques. Jiang Mu casually practiced some sword techniques and found them much more useful than aimlessly waving around. But they were still not strong enough. After all, Jiang Mu's cultivation had reached its peak, and these techniques couldn't keep up. The greatest gain was a volume of body tempering techniques, some weapons, and a dozen low-grade spirit stones. Jiang Mu discovered that the Hunyuan Xingyi Teijimen was truly poor, as they didn't even have a single treasure. Most of the weapons they used were decent, ordinary weapons, which, while considered divine weapons by ordinary people, were still nothing remarkable. The body tempering technique was called 100 Tempering Foundation Establishment 1000 Tempering Golden Core, meaning that if one followed its method to temper the body 100 times, their physique would be equivalent to that of a foundation establishment cultivator, and after 1,000 times it would be like that of a golden core cultivator. In one word, it was tough. Jiang Mu tried to practice for a while, and found it indeed had some effect, as his own strength had already reached the peak of foundation establishment. No matter how much he practiced, there wouldn't be a significant improvement. Moreover, this technique had some false advertising. He had clearly tempered himself 2,000 times, yet his body still hadn't reached the golden core stage, just remaining at the peak of foundation establishment. As for the spirit stones, these were things that only major sects possessed. Jiang Mu had a hard time trying them out, and found they were of no use for increasing his cultivation, at most quickly replenishing his spiritual power. He could barely consider them good things. After this battle, Jiang Mu indeed became well known far and wide. As Duan said, people came one after another to seek him as a master. There are no special rules to join my Qingxian sect, just bow your head to me. Jiang Mu had also bowed to Qingxian like this back then. Those who came to join the mountain gate thought Jiang Mu would accept them as disciples, and were delighted. After bowing, they were assigned to other mountain peaks. Immediately there were sighs of disappointment. At the Qingxian sect's peak, there were only Jiang Mu and Li Jiu living there from start to finish. But all the new disciples knew that it was the peak where the sect leader and the senior brother lived. Everyone had come with the reputation of Jiang Mu being able to take on 10 opponents, so naturally there were no complaints. They were just curious about Li Jiu beside him. He is your earliest senior brother who joined the sect, and also the disciple of the sect leader named Li Jiu Duan In, and the others informed those who joined the Qingxian sect. Senior brother? He must be very powerful. To be able to follow the sect leader like this, his cultivation must be impressive too. I'm really envious. In response, Duan In and the others merely smiled, not daring to speak the truth. Those who sought refuge in the Qingxian sect were mostly qi refining stage cultivators, at most at the 11th or 12th layer of qi refining. Those with higher cultivation would observe for a period and be given the title of elder, while those with lower cultivation would become disciples. In other words, apart from those already in the sect who were foundation establishment cultivators, there were only so many foundation establishment cultivators in this region within a fixed period, and they had all been slaughtered by Jiang Mu. The good news was that just a year later, Duan In, who had been stuck at the 12th layer of qi refining, broke through to foundation establishment and became the second foundation establishment cultivator of the Qingxian sect. This is a matter worth celebrating. For this reason, Jiang Mu secretly gifted Lao Duan a spirit stone, moving him to tears. With the rapid expansion of the Qingxian sect, it has now taken over the cities previously occupied by the Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji sect. Duan In and the others were assigned elsewhere, bringing a sense of quiet to the Qingxian sect's main camp. After all, this place was still relatively poor, and most of the disciples were under the tutelage of Duan In and the others who were also taken away. Those who chose to stay at the Qingxian sect were all eager to hear more of Jiang Mu's ramblings on cultivation methods. 3 years later, the leaders of the 3 major sects near Qingxian came together to hold a friendly discussion with Jiang Mu. The gist was that everyone would cultivate harmoniously without competition. Although the Qingxian sect had only just risen and was still smaller in scale than any of the 3 major factions, Jiang Mu was a freak of nature capable of defeating 10 opponents alone, and they dared not provoke him. The classic saying 10 foundation establishment cultivators can be defeated by 1 and still suffer a counterattack, do you truly understand cultivation, was still being passed around among the cultivators. Jiang Mu seized this opportunity to inquire about questions he wanted answered, such as the reasons behind the great battles among cultivators and the location of the Qingzhou domain. To this, the 3 were utterly clueless. It seems I must figure these things out for myself. Jiang Mu resolved that once he reached the peak of the Golden Core stage, he would venture out to explore the world. With the strength at the peak of the Golden Core stage, as long as he did not provoke a nascent soul expert, he could walk freely within the Song Kingdom. 3 more years passed. Having little else to do, Jiang Mu frequently visited the familiar brothel. Now that he had money, he was also bold enough to rent a room for the night. He did not show favoritism in these matters, often bringing Li Jiu along. However, Li Jiu seemed a bit dull, preferring to find a tavern and listen to others tell stories. Until one day a group of refugees arrived in Qingshui City. It was said they were citizens from a neighboring country fleeing from war. Mention of war meant that chaos was about to ensue. As expected, after a while, a large number of soldiers from the Song Kingdom passed through Qingshui City, and Jiang Mu and Li Jiu stood on the street, yielding the way like ordinary citizens. Hey, weren't we told that there was a great war in the neighboring country? Could it have reached us? Who knows? It might just be to strengthen the border defenses. What's there to be afraid of? Our Song Kingdom has a strong military. Who would dare to attack us? The gathered citizens discussed animatedly. Li Jiu looked at the imposing general on horseback, feeling a stirring in his heart for the first time in his 20-some years. From that day on, he began to study military strategy. Xiao Haizi. Sometimes so engrossed was he in his reading that he did not hear Jiang Mu call him. Jiang Mu sighed, knowing that Li Jiu was serious about this matter. He had never seen Xiao Haizi so focused, even when visiting the brothel. Upon reflection, since following him, Xiao Haizi was now 24 years old. It was indeed the age of youthful passion. Jiang Mu had tried every possible method, yet Xiao Haizi still could not cultivate. Is it truly impossible to cultivate without spiritual roots? Though Li Jiu was generally optimistic, Jiang Mu knew he still felt some regret deep down. But it was fate. Master, I want to enlist. One day, Li Jiu finally mustered the courage to confess to Jiang Mu. Jiang Mu remained silent, quietly observing him. With you here in Qingshui City, no beast dares to cause trouble. I also want to be a general to protect peace in the land. The leader of the Qingxian sect is a celestial master, so his disciples must not be lacking right. How can I aspire to be a great general? Perhaps due to the good food, Li Jiu had grown quite tall, now half a head taller than Jiang Mu. Yet at that moment, he dared not meet Jiang Mu's gaze. The esteemed eldest brother of the Qingxian sect was after all an ordinary person unable to cultivate. Every time those disciples passed by the main hall calling him eldest brother, Li Jiao always felt a pang of inferiority. If only he could cultivate. But Li Jiao knew that Jiang Mu had done his utmost. This was an unchangeable fact. He simply had no spiritual roots. Have you thought it through? The path from a soldier to a general is just as challenging as cultivation. Jiang Mu looked at Li Jiao and smiled gently. Master, do you agree? Once you have your wings you should go out and explore, right? Li Jiao looked into Jiang Mu's eyes, growing resolute. Master, I will definitely become a general. Jiang Mu turned away, picked up a brush, and said, but before you head out, I should still teach you some things that... Thus Jiang Mu pulled out the art of war from his past life, citing numerous examples such as deceiving the heavens to cross the sea, surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao, and casting a brick to attract jade. Li Jiao listened dumbfounded. Master, how do you know all this? It's simply amazing. There's nothing your master doesn't. Though these strategies are quite useful, the most important thing is still the 36 strategies, with retreat being the best strategy. As long as you keep the green hills, you need not worry about firewood. As time passed, Jiang Mu taught Li Jiao everything he could think of. Jiang Mu refreshed Li Jiao's understanding, leaving him in deep admiration. If the master were not a cultivator, he would surely be a formidable general. Though reluctant, it was time for them to part ways. The Song Kingdom began a large-scale conscription, and Qingshui City was no exception. Seizing this opportunity, Li Jiao joined the marching troops. Jiang Mu stood at the mountain gate bidding farewell to Li Jiao, and at that moment, it was just the two of them. Xiao Haizi, you're no longer young. If you have someone you like, you should get married. Master, you know I don't care much for such things. Li Jiao blushed. At your age, still blushing. That's because you haven't met someone you like. The matter of fate is hard to predict. Without further words, they simply looked at each other. Jiang Mu reached out to gently stroke Li Jiao's head. You've grown up. Come on, let's go down the mountain. Jiang Mu waved at Li Jiao. Well then, master, I'm leaving now. You take care of yourself. Li Jiao's eyes were slightly red. The companionship they shared day in and day out made Jiang Mu feel like a father figure to him. Get out of here, I'm still young. Can't I take care of myself? Jiang Mu laughed and scolded. Seeing that the master was still so humorous, Li Jiao also laughed, turning and striding down the mountain. Xiao Haizi, come back alive. Li Jiao paused for a moment, then resolutely stepped forward. Watching Li Jiao disappear along the mountain path, Jiang Mu's gaze remained fixed on the distance. I've prepared so thoroughly for Xiao Haizi, it should be fine, right? With various potent herbs for reinforcement, healing potions, protective armor, and sharp weapons. All top quality. Jiang Mu felt genuinely happy for Li Jiao, who had found a purpose to live for, even if this journey would be fraught with thorns. At Qingxian sect, Jiang Mu once again found himself living alone. Fortunately, he had grown accustomed to such a life, though at first there was no particular sense of loss, only the absence of a companion to speak with. Xiao Haizi, is the meal ready? Jiang Mu asked out of habit. When no answer came for a long time, he finally realized that Li Jiao had gone to join the army. Jiang Mu smiled to himself and chided his own forgetfulness. Whenever loneliness crept in, he would slip down to the brothel to listen to the small plaintive songs. As the war drew nearer, business at the brothel dwindled, and Jiang Mu took it upon himself to look after Su Ye's affairs. One day Su Ye told him quietly, Mr. Jiang, I am leaving here. Because Jiang Mu often displayed the little knowledge gained from his 9 years of schooling before her, Su Ye held him in great admiration. Although Jiang Mu called himself a hunter, Su Ye preferred to address him as Sir. It was the first time anyone had come to the brothel year after year simply to hear the same songs. Oh, where are you going? Jiang Mu asked casually. I have earned enough to buy my freedom and have found a respectable household, she replied. He is a butcher at the first pork shop on West Street, Su Ye said softly. He does not despise my past and is willing to take me as his wife. Is that so? That's good. Jiang Mu nodded after hearing her. I have grown a little weary of these songs. I will stop coming from now on. We have known each other a while. Remember to tell me on the day of your wedding. I will come to offer my congratulations. Su Ye watched Jiang Mu reclining on the soft couch with his eyes closed, and after a long pause said, You jest, sir. A woman like me will never have a proper wedding. A red canopy and a pair of red candles would be more than enough. Jiang Mu opened his eyes, sat up, rubbed his chin earnestly for a long while, and finally produced a few pills and 5 silver ingots from his bosom. If that is so, Miss Su, then allow me to offer my early congratulations on your marriage. These are tokens of my goodwill. These pills can prolong life and strengthen the body. 5 silver ingots were a fortune that an ordinary family might not earn in years. As for the pills, Jiang Mu had refined himself, though made from common herbs, their effects were extraordinary. Su Yu, taken aback by the seriousness of his expression, was momentarily speechless. Then, Miss Su will accept them with thanks, sir. When Su Yu received his gifts, Jiang Mu poured 2 cups of wine, raised one, and handed it to her with sincere words. I thank you, Miss Su, for your companionship these days. I am truly grateful. Su Yu looked at Jiang Mu's face at the earnestness in his eyes and smiled. Jiang Mu smiled back. If only I had met you sooner, she murmured. Su Yu tipped the cup back and drained it. After that night, Jiang Mu never again appeared before her. He understood the meaning behind her words, but he could not. He must not act on them. They were born into 2 different worlds. Each had to live the life laid out for them. Jiang Mu stole a few furtive glances at her from time to time. The butcher at the pork shop was many years her senior, but he treated her kindly and never looked down on her for her past. After wandering about Qingshui City for decades, Jiang Mu had grown somewhat tired of it. He entered seclusion, practiced his blade, tempered his body, refined pills, and drank tea with No.1 and Lao Wang. 3 years later, Li Jiao sent the first letter. He wrote of many firsts: his first time on the battlefield, his first kill, and his first aching nostalgia for the days spent by Jiang Mu's side. But soon, amid the intensity of combat, he adapted. They were fighting the forces of Wu State. Because of Li Jiao's bravery, he quickly earned military merits, becoming a centurion, then commander of 1,000, then 10,000. Excitement ran through every line of his letters. He went on to thank Jiang Mu for the military tactics he had taught him, which proved invaluable in real battle. As the border conflicts escalated, the letters Li Jiao sent home grew fewer and fewer. Jiang Mu would receive the occasional letter, mostly filled with fond greetings and little mention of the fighting, until 10 years had passed. At the end of that year, the southern border of Song State was pacified. The decade-long fires of war had not engulfed the heartland. On that day, the gates of Qingshui City opened wide, and officials stood in solemn array. They had received orders that the Zhunnan Grand General of Song State would return to his homeland. The townsfolk were astonished. When had their little Qingshui City produced such a formidable figure? What rank must a Zhunnan Grand General hold? Amid the cheers of ironclad horsemen, Li Jiao rode into the city in full armor. For mortals, 10 years is a long time. He had left as a boy and returned as a man. Li Jiao's face had grown mature and weathered, less innocence, more steely resolve. As he looked at the youths crowding the street and their eager faces, Li Jiao seemed to see his former self reflected in them. He did not linger in Qingshui City, but rode without pause to the mountain gate of Qingxian sect. Jiang Mu, who had long since reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, could perceive even the subtlest disturbances within 100 meters of him. While playing chess in the courtyard with No.1, he sensed someone approaching the gate with an intense killing intent. Jiang Mu was alarmed. Such concentrated killing intent could only come from scenes that had slain thousands. At first, he feared some troublemaker had come up the mountain again, and immediately rose to see what had happened. When he opened the mountain gate, he saw a familiar face. "Master, I have returned." Li Jiao smiled broadly as Jiang Mu's figure slowly emerged. Both men stood frozen. At their reunion, one wore the lines of years upon his face, the other still bore the youthful appearance he had when they first met. "Come taste your master's culinary skills. Have I regressed?" In the grand hall of the Qingxian sect, Jiang Mu and his disciples reunited, reveling in joy. They feasted on meat and drank heartily. Li Jiao spoke incessantly about his experiences over the past decade, while Jiang Mu and No.1 listened quietly beside him. Some stories were familiar to Jiang Mu, while others were new to him. "Ha ha, Xiao Haizi, you've made something of yourself, becoming a general." Jiang Mu laughed heartily, patting Li Jiao on the shoulder with great admiration. "Over the years, I owe my survival to the teachings my master gave me, which helped me escape death on multiple occasions." Li Jiao displayed the inner armor he wore, a gift from Jiang Mu in the past. The accompanying sword was also the same one from before. At that moment, Li Jiao resembled a child, excitedly recounting his tales, devoid of any semblance of the imposing general he had become. "Being a general is wonderful. You'll enjoy endless wealth and honor." Jiang Mu sighed. "What are your plans next?" Li Jiao raised a cup and said, "The current emperor has appointed me as the Grand General of the South, elevating my rank to the first grade." Pausing briefly, Li Jiao continued, "Moreover, the emperor has betrothed the eldest princess to me. I return today not only to see master, but also to invite you to Lidu to preside over my marriage." Jiang Mu nodded, indicating his understanding, yet at that moment he was only concerned with one question. "So, do you like the eldest princess?" "The eldest princess is skilled in martial arts. I met her in the military," Li Jiao replied. This revelation made Jiang Mu and the others realize that feelings had long since developed between them. Very good, very good." Jiang Mu laughed heartily, his voice still youthful. Xiao Haizi had truly matured, becoming more astute, and although he had not concealed anything in their conversation, his tone had changed. Indeed, people do change. Li Jiao could be considered a late bloomer, having risen to his current position after joining the military at such a young age. After a night of revelry the next day, Li Jiao took Jiang Mu and Duan in to attend his grand wedding. This was a royal wedding. It was Jiang Mu's first experience, and he attended in the name of his parents, feeling somewhat exhilarated. Duan In and the others felt the same, and despite their seemingly stern appearances, they had not traveled much. After 2 months of traveling, they finally arrived in Luodu. Looking around, they were met with an endless expanse of buildings. The scale and prosperity of the place were indeed beyond that of Qingshui City. Li Jiao presented his token, and the city guards, recognizing him as the Grand General of the South, promptly allowed them entry. Once inside the city, Jiang Mu and the others gazed around as if they had never seen such sights before. In addition to its prosperity, the courtesans of Luodu were more beautiful, and the food and entertainment were on a completely different level compared to Qingshui City. During this short journey, Jiang Mu sensed several powerful auras of cultivators, some of which he could only slightly probe with his spiritual sense, only to be met with an overwhelming divine sense from others. This was a formidable individual. Jiang Mu quickly retracted his divine sense. Sometimes he pondered, were there not even more cultivators in Luodu whom he did not know? This was merely a mortal city. It was said that in the northern regions of the Song Kingdom, there existed a city solely for cultivators dedicated to their trade and habitation. Master, we have arrived. I reside here in Luodu. You can stay here for now. After passing through the bustling streets, they soon reached the inner city. A grand and luxurious mansion stood before them, flanked by 2 stone lions at the entrance with 2 armored guards standing watch. Above the grand gate, a plaque inscribed with the words Zhen Nan Fu was prominently displayed. Master, please rest here for a while, or I will go report to the court. Li Jiao entered the mansion, gave instructions to the steward and servants, and then left with his entourage. Wow, Lao Jiang, after living most of my life, although we are practitioners, this is the first time we have stayed in such a luxurious residence. Duan In exclaimed. As cultivators, we must first cultivate our hearts. How can we indulge in worldly possessions? Jiang Mu lectured earnestly. Duan In and the others. Mainly because there were so many servants standing in the hall, Jiang Mu did not want to lose face. At that moment, everyone in Zhen Fu could not help but marvel. They had long heard that the master of the family was a celestial teacher, but they never expected him to be so young. From his manner of speaking, he also appeared to be an accomplished sage. No wonder even a mortal could cultivate such a talented head of the family. After Li Jiao returned to report to the court, the current emperor approved his marriage to the eldest princess, selecting an auspicious date for the ceremony to be held in the royal city of Luodu. As the renowned Grand General of the South, on the day of his wedding, Zhen Nan Fu was filled with a constant stream of guests. Jiang Mu saw the eldest princess for the first time. Her name was Li Xingyi, also known as Jianan, commonly referred to as the Jianan eldest princess. Although Li Xingyi practiced martial arts, she was not fierce, but rather gentle and beautiful. No wonder this kid Li Jiao would fall for her. Jiang Mu sat at the head table, while Li Jiao and the eldest princess stood before him to perform the kneeling ceremony. On Jiang Mu's side was the current emperor, Emperor Guangwu. In his 40s, he still appeared quite youthful. The two had little to say. The emperor recognized Li Jiao's talent in commanding troops and understood that Jiang Mu could only surpass him, thus he was keen on bringing him into the court. To this, Jiang Mu swiftly declined, stating that Li Jiao had already received his true teachings. Furthermore, practitioners should not engage in worldly conflicts. If a cultivator kills too many mortals, they will face karmic retribution, becoming intolerable to the natural laws. This is also the reason why cultivators can coexist peacefully with common people. Cultivators wield extraordinary power. They can look down upon and kill mortals, but they must not kill excessively. If they do, they will directly face karmic retribution, leading to their demise, and the higher their cultivation, the more taboo it becomes. Of course, if a cultivator is provoked to anger, that is another matter. On the wedding night, in the bridal chamber, Jiang Mu secretly slipped Li Jiao a small bottle, whispering, "Master knows you are in your prime, but she is the eldest princess. Take a pill before the deed. It will absolutely ensure your position as the head of the family remains unassailable." Looking at Jiang Mu's mischievous smile, Li Jiao was left speechless. His master remained as humorous and playful as ever, like a mischievous child. Could this be the reason he never aged? In the time that followed, Jiang Mu settled down in the mansion. Duan In and the others needed to handle affairs within the sect, and gradually returned, leaving Jiang Mu to enjoy his leisurely life. Though Luodu was vast, Jiang Mu often ventured out to explore, and over time, he became familiar with the city. Moreover, in the numerous taverns of the royal city, many cultivators were seen. Occasionally, Jiang Mu would call out to a fellow Taoist, engaging in conversations to gather useful information. As for the courtesans, no matter how luxurious or extravagant they were, Jiang Mu did not revisit them. Amusingly, during his time residing in Zhan, Nanfu, Emperor Guangwu frequently invited him to the palace for a taste of fine wine and exquisite delicacies. When they enjoyed their meals, the emperor would also seize the opportunity to ask Jiang Mu how to handle matters concerning the state. With Li Jiao's prestige, if Jiang Mu as his master did not display some genuine skills, would it not reflect poorly on him? The face of a sovereign must be preserved. Thus, Jiang Mu spoke eloquently about the current situation in the Song Kingdom. The foundation of a nation lies within its people. In prosperity, the common folk suffer. In demise, the common folk suffer. In the end, Jiang Mu added this statement. The Emperor of Light held his wine cup, still a flash of brilliance erupting from his eyes. Well said. Truly well spoken. What a statement! In prosperity, the common folk suffer. In demise, the common folk suffer. Indeed, Master is exceptionally talented. After Jiang Mu's grand discourse on the principles of governance, the Emperor of Light began to address him as Master. This was a recognition of Jiang Mu's talent, as well as a sign of respect. In these chaotic times, with nations embroiled in continuous conflict, the most severe incident was the decade-long war on the southern border of the Song Kingdom. Though it has been quelled by General Li, threats still loom. In a nation torn by strife, the country perishes and the common folk suffer. In your esteemed opinion, Master, what should be done? The Emperor of Light gazed intently at Jiang Mu. Jiang Mu observed the Emperor's eyes, which sparkled with vitality despite his over 40 years. Jiang Mu's understanding of this world had grown. He knew that the Jiuzhou continent encompassed 4 great nations: the Song Kingdom, the Daiqian Kingdom, the Dawu Kingdom, and the Yuanxing Kingdom, along with many smaller states under their influence. Taking a sip of his wine, Jiang Mu smiled faintly. Hasn't His Majesty already found the answer in his heart? The Emperor of Light harbored grand ideals and ambitions, wishing to be the eternal emperor who unifies the Jiuzhou continent. Jiang Mu could naturally see this clearly. The Emperor of Light immediately stood up and bowed deeply to Jiang Mu, saying, I implore you, Master, to teach me. Before Jiang Mu, the Emperor no longer used the term I. After a long silence without a response from Jiang Mu, the Emperor stood up undeterred, continuing, I understand that Master is a practitioner who does not wish to partake in worldly conflicts. Thus I wish to take you as my teacher, only seeking guidance on governance. Jiang Mu remained silent. The Emperor stood again, gritting his teeth, saying, You may not know, Master, but my ancestor was also a golden core practitioner. It was only in my grandfather's generation that the lineage lost its qualifications for cultivation. Thus, he became an emperor among mortals. If you are willing to teach me, I will bestow upon you the ancestral cultivation method. Jiang Mu stood up decisively and solemnly said to the emperor, To save the masses from suffering is the duty of us practitioners. Thus, within the capital of Lidu, Jiang Mu often visited the palace to impart teachings to the Emperor of Light. As for the outcome that followed, it would depend on the emperor's own fortune. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. Li Jiao and Li Xingyi welcomed the son, and Jiang Mu often played with his disciple's child. I never expected to have a disciple at such a young age. Jiang Mu lamented. From a practitioner's perspective, he was still quite young. However, from the perspective of mortals, he was already in his 60s or 70s. Watching the Li family filled with joy, Jiang Mu fell into a daze. Yes, he had grown old. But Master, senior brothers and sisters, why have you not returned? Did they not promise to come back and see him? They did not know that he was immortal. Given his current health, according to the limits of mortal lifespan, in another 10 or 20 years Jiang Mu would face death. Why do you not return? In these 3 years, Jiang Mu had utilized all available channels, but had not been able to discover the whereabouts of Qingzhou domain. He had not even heard the name of the Yuanyi sect. What kind of place was that? Watching the Li family grow older and the child grow up, Jiang Mu knew it was time for him to leave. In this world, everyone has their own life. He could only be a bystander watching as the Li family slowly. Master, are you really going to leave? Are you truly going to depart, Master? Jiang Mu smiled. I feel a stirring in my heart, as if there are signs of a breakthrough. I must return to Qingxian's sect for seclusion. From now on, it's up to you all. With that statement, Jiang Mu left Luodu. Given the current relationship between Li Jiao and the Emperor of Light, they would surely fare well without his concern. Moreover, Jiang Mu had indeed obtained some different cultivation methods from the Emperor of Light, which would require time to digest. One scroll was sufficient to support a practitioner from the Qi refinement stage to the initial golden core stage. Another scroll named Step-by-Step Song was said to increase one's movement speed by threefold when mastered to perfection. This movement speed included both running and flying speeds, of course with limits, as it could only be used by practitioners below the nascent soul stage. Once one broke through to nascent soul, this technique would be rendered useless. The last scroll was a fist technique named 100 Hands Meteor Fist. When mastered to a high degree, one could unleash hundreds of punches in a breath, each punch possessing the striking force of 1,000,000 tons. However, it was extremely difficult to master. Jiang Mu was very satisfied with Step-by-Step Song and 100 Hands Meteor Fist. One was a tool for escape, and the other was a martial art of unparalleled speed. Thus Jiang Mu began his cultivation. Cultivating techniques involves both practical exercises and meditation. For practitioners, practical exercises merely assess how much one has truly mastered. To comprehend a technique, one must predominantly meditate, simulating practice in the spiritual realm, penetrating each move and form. This is why high-level practitioners, once they enter seclusion, may stay for 10 years or even 100. In a practitioner's consciousness, there is no concept of time. Comprehending a technique may seem like a brief moment, yet in reality, a long time has passed in the outside world. This is why practitioners may enter seclusion and unknowingly pass away without realizing how much time has elapsed. Jiang Mu placed a sign in his living quarters indicating "Do not disturb" and began his cultivation. In the first year, due to the inability to fast, he often had to eat, resulting in no progress in his step. In the second year, he began to see some results, but Li Jiao visited Jiang Mu, informing him that the 5 small northern nations had united to invade, and the war in the Song Kingdom had reignited. He was about to depart for battle, asking Jiang Mu to look after his wife and children in Lidu. Jiang Mu agreed. In the third year, Jiang Mu occasionally went to Lidu to check in. His cultivation of Step-by-Step Song gradually entered the threshold. In the fourth year, Jiang Mu learned from the Emperor of Light that Li Jiao had been sent to attack the Wu Kingdom, and Jiang Mu continued to take on the responsibility of looking after his wife and children. Another decade passed. Li Jiao transformed from a general of the southern town into a renowned military god of the Song Kingdom. He battled fiercely, capturing one city after another, gradually expanding the territory of the Song Kingdom. Jiang Mu assessed the qualifications of Li Jiao's son Li Rushi. Jiang Mu had named him. Unfortunately, much like his father, Li Rushi possessed no spirit root. In the blink of an eye, time flew by and another decade passed quietly. After a period of learning from Jiang Mu, Li Rushi followed in his father's footsteps. As the saying goes, a tiger father does not produce a dog son. Li Rushi performed on the battlefield even better than his father did in his youth. In 20 years, the Song Kingdom had reclaimed most of the Jiuzhou territory, with only the northeastern Deqian Kingdom and a few small nations still resisting fiercely. The Emperor of Light's grand ambition to unify Jiuzhou was within reach. However, at this time, the emperor was already in his 60s, uncertain if he would have the chance to see that day of unification. In these 20 years, Duan In and Old Wang, along with a few others, could not withstand the passage of time and quietly passed away. Only Duan In, Old Wang, and Jiang Mu remained to drink tea. The Tao is heartless if our qualifications are limited, and we will never successfully establish our foundation in our lifetimes. Old Wang lamented, now the only one left without a foundation, knowing he would soon ascend. Jiang Mu remained silent, having anticipated the difficulties faced by the others, and thus distributed his few remaining spirit stones for their cultivation. Moreover, with the rise of Qingxian sect and increased interaction with the outside world, they had acquired a considerable number of spirit stones, yet none had managed to establish their foundation. Actually being able to glimpse the path of cultivation compared to mortals who live merely 70 or 80 years is already a life without regrets. Old Wang was in fact quite optimistic. In the 22nd year, Old Wang passed away. He left peacefully, having chosen a night when the moon was bright and stars were sparse, sitting down to ascend on the peak of the former 5 Immortal Gate. Old Duan, you must hold on. Everyone at Qingxian sect is counting on you. Jiang Mu said to Duan In. Duan In appeared quite young, likely in his 50s, and should have a long lifespan ahead. Old Jiang, actually some of our later disciples turned out well. 8 or 9 of them have successfully established their foundation. With them watching over the sect with me, you can rest assured about that. As several old friends passed away, Duan In appeared somewhat dejected. Jiang Mu nodded, wanting to say something, but hesitating. In the end, Emperor Guangwu toiled day and night, yet he could not sustain the day of unification of the 9 provinces. The throne was succeeded by the Crown Prince with the era name Restoration. The Crown Prince was his second son. This crown prince bore a striking resemblance to his father Emperor Guangwu. It was undoubtedly the reason why Guangwu chose him to be emperor. Before leaving, Emperor Guangwu had a brief encounter with Jiang Mu. Jiang Mu gazed at the old man reclining on the soft couch, a faint glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. "Sir, do you think my crown prince has any hope of unifying the 9 provinces?" Jiang Mu glanced at the figure standing just outside the door, tall and straight like the Emperor Guangwu of yore. "The crown prince is very much like you were back then," Jiang Mu replied. Emperor Guangwu smiled. With Jiang Mu's words, he felt reassured. "Unfortunately, he will become a great emperor known throughout history, while you will fade into obscurity like countless emperors before you." It was indeed a pity. Emperor Guangwu had already laid the foundation for half the empire, and if he could hold on for another 10 years, there might have been hope. People often focus on the towering ice peaks while overlooking the vast foundation beneath the water. It doesn't matter anymore. Nothing matters anymore. Emperor Guangwu murmured with a smile, the light in his eyes fading away. "The emperor has passed away." The eunuch's voice echoed through the grand hall. In the first year of restoration, the city of Luodu mourned. Jiang Mu paid no further attention to these matters as his step-song had already made some progress, increasing his base speed by 10%. Next, he would focus on cultivating the 100-hand meteor fist. He never expected that it would take him so many years to cultivate just the step-song, and he had only gained a slight improvement. His talent was truly lacking. Fortunately, if talent falls short, time can make up for it. After 2 years, Jiang Mu finally broke through to the golden core stage, becoming a peak golden core cultivator. The so-called golden core is formed by compressing spiritual energy within the body, refining it into a golden core, which allows the use of alchemical fire to refine magical treasures and store them in the Dantian for further refinement. The ability to use magical treasures distinguishes golden core cultivators from those in foundation establishment. As Jiang Mu did not need to cultivate himself, he did not know what forming a core entailed. He simply achieved it naturally. To his surprise, Jiang Mu discovered that the golden core in his Dantian was actually transparent. He had not seen anything about a transparent golden core in any of his readings. Realizing that this was the system aiding his cultivation, Jiang Mu, although confused, saw no harm in it and decided to leave it be for now. Now that he had broken through to the golden core stage, he could refine his life-bound magical treasure. This was very important, as a life-bound magical treasure would accompany him throughout his life and should not be taken lightly. Moreover, the stronger the life-bound magical treasure, the greater his own strength. Just like those sword cultivators who primarily cultivate a single sword, if they lose their life-bound sword, they would lose at least half of their power. Another benefit of breaking through to the golden core stage was that Jiang Mu could practice prolonged fasting. This way, during cultivation, he would not be interrupted by hunger, thereby accelerating his progress. "Once I perfect my 1,000-hand meteor fist and step song, where in this world can I not go?" When facing enemies, he could fight if he was capable and retreat if he couldn't. His methods were utterly audacious. Thus, Jiang Mu attempted to enter a longer closed-door retreat for the first time. Day and night alternated year after year as time slipped away without notice. 9 years passed in the blink of an eye. 9 years of immobility felt far too long. On the day he emerged from seclusion, Jiang Mu immediately sought out Duan Yin to understand the situation within the sect and the mundane world. The development of the Qingxian sect had reached a bottleneck. To expand its resources, it would need to swallow the surrounding forces. But that was not what Jiang Mu desired. Initially, he agreed to help rebuild the Qingxian sect merely to find a place to belong, ensuring he wouldn't be bullied. Overall, he felt that things were good as they were. "Old Jiang, congratulations on breaking through to the golden core. Old Duan, you seem to have aged a bit." Jiang Mu and Duan Yin reminisced. As for the mundane world, Jiang Mu quickly got up to speed. Li Jiao had visited the Qingxian sect several times, but Jiang Mu had been in seclusion and did not disturb him. Upon receiving the news of Jiang Mu's emergence, Li Jiao immediately brought his juniors to visit. The once valiant general had now transformed into an old man. "Master, you have finally emerged from seclusion." Having fought on the battlefield for a lifetime, Li Jiao's face was weathered. "If you hadn't come out, perhaps you wouldn't have seen me for the last time, haha." Li Jiao tugged at the corners of his wrinkled eyes and spoke softly. In his twilight years as a military god, he had witnessed too many lives and deaths, and even jokingly his gaze was now calm and devoid of waves. Come, everyone come to meet your ancestral master. He is a celestial master." Li Jiao's son Li Rushi had also started a family and had a son and 2 daughters. The children looked at the relatively young elder brother in awe, surprised that their grandfather and master appeared so youthful. They had grown up hearing stories about their ancestral master and grandfather. "Hello, ancestral master," the children sweetly called out. "Ah, good, good." Jiang Mu gently patted their heads, responding warmly. That evening a family gathering was held at the Qingxian sect, and Jiang Mu learned that the Song Kingdom had finally unified the 9 provinces a year ago. Emperor Guangwu's wish had finally been realized, and Emperor Guangfu was indeed as exceptional as his father considered a wise ruler. His name had spread throughout the realm. People referred to him as the Eternal Emperor. Jiang Mu merely smiled at this and said nothing further. After staying for a while at the Qingxian sect, Li Jiao and his group planned to return to the capital. After all, the Qingxian sect was not lively. In such a tranquil environment, few ordinary people wished to linger. Moreover, Jiang Mu had seen that Li Rushi's 3 children were all devoid of aptitude for cultivation. It is no wonder that in this world cultivators are rare while ordinary people are as numerous as the stars. Xiao Jiao, you have fulfilled your lifelong dream. It would be great to spend time with your family in Ludu from now on. With so many people around, Li Jiao has also grown old. Jiang Mu showed him respect and did not call him Xiao Haizi any longer. Li Jiao nodded silently, then asked after a moment, "What about you, master?" "I have made some minor accomplishments in my cultivation of the Tao. The world is vast, so I should take a look around. In the future there is no need to worry about me." Li Jiao fell silent. Although his master was a cultivator, he had actually traveled to fewer places than himself. His master cultivated in a manner of non-competition, seemingly only seeking stability. "Let's go, don't keep them waiting too long." Li Jiao took his family back to Luodu. After bidding farewell to Li Jiao, Jiang Mu pondered what to do next. He had no idea how many years it would take to break through to the nascent soul stage. He had lingered too long and felt a bit disheartened. In the 11th year of restoration, as the birthplace of the military god of the great Song, Qingshui City welcomed its spring. Even without Li Jiao's explicit urging, Qingshui City received increasing national resources and was renamed Southern Town. In response, the citizens of Southern Town applauded and felt proud when they went elsewhere. When friends from other places asked what they had eaten that day, they would always respond in surprise, "How do you know that the great Song's military god is from our Southern Town?" It was a classic case of unrelated topics colliding. Looking at the rapidly changing Southern Town, Jiang Mu suddenly thought of an old friend he had not seen in a long time. Thus Jiang Mu moved swiftly and arrived in Southern Town. Following the route in his memory, he came upon the still unrenovated butcher shop. It was late at night, and when he knocked on the door, a middle-aged man around 30 opened it. He seemed to be a butcher. "Young man, it's so late. Are you here to buy pork?" "We've sold out for today. I'll come back tomorrow morning." Jiang Mu looked at the middle-aged man's face. They say sons resemble their mothers and daughters resemble their fathers, which was certainly true, as his features bore a striking resemblance to Su Yes, and he was not bad-looking. "I'm not here to buy pork." Jiang Mu shook his head. "May I ask if Suyu lives here?" "Suyu? How do you know my mother's name?" the middle-aged man asked curiously. "I am an old friend of your mother." "An old friend of my mother? Did she know such a young man?" "It seemed not." "Could you be the child of some noble family from long ago?" "You could say that," Jiang Mu replied. "I see. Although I don't know what you want with my mother, she has been gone for over a year. If there's anything you need, you can tell me first." "Has she passed away?" Jiang Mu stood frozen in place. How could this be? At Su Yes' age, she was only in her 50s, and the elixirs he had given her were meant to prolong life, so she shouldn't have died so young. "What about your father?" "My father. He was forcibly conscripted and died in battle many years ago." "Why are you asking this? Does your master really know my mother?" "Conscription passing away." Jiang Mu suddenly thought of the reason the Song Kingdom was at war, and conscription was unavoidable. With only Suyu, a frail woman, holding the fort, was that why she had such a short life? Jiang Mu sighed and asked, "Where is your mother buried?" "Huh, you want to know this too? What exactly are you?" The middle-aged man was perplexed. However, Jiang Mu no longer engaged in idle chatter. He grabbed the man's collar and lifted him into the air. The middle-aged man was startled and shouted, "Shut up and take me to your mother's grave." "Okay." The middle-aged man realized he had encountered an immortal and didn't know how Jiang Mu would treat him, so he could only obey. Yet he couldn't understand why his mother would attract the attention of an immortal. Under the guidance of the middle-aged man, Jiang Mu quickly found Su Yes' resting place. Looking around, Su Yes' descendants had done well, the grave was well maintained, and the surroundings. After landing and gazing at Su Yes' grave, Jiang Mu casually tossed a few bottles of elixirs to the middle-aged man, saying, "I knew your mother, and now I'm just here to pay my respects. These elixirs can heal and prolong life. I'll take them, and you may leave." "This?" The middle-aged man was astonished, but dared not think too much. He bowed in gratitude, took the elixirs, and left without looking back. However, he was contemplating returning to see how things unfolded the next day. The mountain wind howled, rustling the leaves, and the moonlight poured over the grave. Jiang Mu's memories of this courtesan were all gentle and comforting. The separation between cultivators and mortals is inevitable. Aging, sickness, and death are the norm. Jiang Mu never expected to meet her again in this manner. Moreover, as he was a mortal, Su Yu might just be an inconspicuous in his long life. Years later, the name Su Yu might fade in Jiang Mu's mind until he couldn't remember it at all. I, Jiang, do not have many friends. You miss Su count as one. So according to the customs of my hometown, let me bow a few times for you. So Jiang Mu bowed several times vigorously at Su Yu's gravestone to the point where the grass was. After finishing, Jiang Mu suddenly remembered that in his hometown only juniors bowed like this to their elders. Surely he was older than Su Yu. Look at my memory. Jiang Mu chuckled, wiping the grass from his forehead. And silly girl, I'm not a hunter or a scholar, I'm an immortal. Not being able to say a proper farewell to Su Yu became Jiang Mu's regret. This led to a recent lack of focus on cultivation. After much contemplation, Jiang Mu decided to move to Luodu. Primarily, he didn't want to leave without seeing Li Jiudao before he departed. Once was enough for regret. He didn't want a second time. Jiang Mu moving to Luodu naturally pleased Li. In Luodu City, the common people of the Song dynasty witnessed their war god drinking tea, playing chess, honing his culinary skills, and even walking his dog with a young man every day. Time seemed to rewind to when Jiang Mu and Li Jiu first met. In the 28th year of restoration, Li Jiu lay bedridden. It wasn't really an illness, just physical deterioration. In other words, his lifespan had reached its limit. The descendants filled the room, with even the Emperor of Restoration standing among the crowd. Only Jiang Mu sat beside Li Jiu. Li Jiu did not appear weak. Instead, he looked very spirited, more so than ever. Jiang Mu knew this was called a final flourish, of farewell to the world. Li Jiu and Jiang Mu shared laughter, reminiscing about their amusing encounters, their first meeting, and their first visit to a brothel. Memories flashed through Li Jiu's mind like a rapid slideshow. Master, thank you for taking in someone like me who had no aptitude back then. Otherwise, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. Actually, witnessing the death of my biological parents frightened me greatly, but because of you, I gained the courage to face difficulties. I truly enjoyed these days with you, really, even if I couldn't cultivate. You still look so young, unchanged since the first time I saw you. But now I'm about to die. Xiaojiu. Jiang Mu held Li Jiu's wrinkled hand. Xiaojiu. Haha, I still prefer when you call me Xiao Haizi, it feels more intimate. The two fell silent for a moment, and then Li Jiu continued, Master, I actually have no regrets anymore. My life is complete, and it's time to depart. If I had to say, there is one. Master, how much longer can you live with your cultivation? Li Jiu asked. I can live for a long time, longer than anyone else. I see, Master, what you say makes it sound like living too long isn't something to be happy about. Li Jiu sighed deeply. But if I could cultivate like you, Master, and live for a long time, that wouldn't be so bad. Li Jiu forced a smile, gripping Jiang Mu's dry hand tightly, as if using up all the strength of his life. I've heard the world of cultivation is very exciting, Master. I really want to cultivate. Li Jiu gazed into Jiang Mu's eyes, his focus fading, and his grip on Jiang Mu's hands fell weakly onto Jiang Mu's thigh. Xiao Haizi. Jiang Mu thought he was ready to bid farewell to Li Jiu, but seeing him die before his eyes, Jiang Mu's eyes were still misty with tears. Jiang Mu also understood Li Jiu's regret. He had brought him to the gates of the cultivation world, but couldn't bring him in, leaving him to envy from the outside. Cultivating immortality isn't as exciting as it seems. Jiang Mu self-deprecatingly thought after all these years, all he could do was survive. Farewell, Xiao Haizi. If you're lucky, maybe in your next life you can cultivate. Perhaps you're a child of fate with the potential to become an emperor. Jiang Mu murmured, saying a lot, until the people kneeling inside the room cried out in grief. People in the end will always be haunted by what they couldn't attain in their youth. The war god of the Song dynasty departed peacefully, and a grand funeral was held in Luodu, mourning nationwide. Jiang Mu brought Li Jiu's body back to the Qingxian sect, burying him in a pre-selected spot. He had said long ago that he would bury Li Jiu in Qingxian sect. Another old friend has been sent off. Jiang Mu forced a smile, feeling melancholic, having learned to drink, spending his days drinking with Duan Yin. In truth, regular wine had no effect on cultivators at the Golden Core stage. Old Duan, they're all gone, or it's just the two of us left. Old Jiang, the deceased, has departed. The living continue. Take care of yourself. The Tao is heartless. This is how cultivation is. Otherwise, why would we cultivate? Isn't it just to pursue that illusory immortality? Duan Yin seemed to have understood, as well as mindset steady as a mountain. Immortality. Thinking of immortality, Jiang Mu felt even more self-deprecating. Hadn't he already achieved immortality? Have you ever heard of someone achieving enlightenment? Jiang Mu retorted. No.1 stammered. Do you know what cultivation level exists above nascent soul? I don't know, but isn't there a legend? Breaking through nascent soul allows one to ascend on the spot. Perhaps that's immortality. No.1 muttered. Jiang Mu shook his head, feeling that No.1 was still too naive. He had heard from a fairy of the Round Night sect that there were also saints. Thus Jiang Mu had a bold guess that breaking through the nascent soul stage and ascending might actually lead to other higher worlds. If that's the case in this world, if there's immortality, is there such a thing as reincarnation? Jiang Mu asked again. Objectively speaking, there should be, since there are immortals. It wouldn't make sense if there wasn't an afterlife, right? If that's the case in this world, if there's immortality, is there such a thing as reincarnation? Jiang Mu asked again. Objectively speaking, there should be, since there are immortals. It wouldn't make sense. Thinking this way, Jiang Mu's discomfort eased a bit. Old No.1, I'm not criticizing you, but why are you cultivating so slowly? You're still at the foundation establishment stage. The sect's resources are at your disposal. Hurry up and raise your cultivation. My aptitude is limited. Oh, what can I do? Who's like you a freak? Saying you have the potential of a golden core and actually achieving it. This drinking session ended with the two teasing each other. Jiang Mu spent some time adjusting his state and re-entered the path of cultivation. As for Li Jio's descendants, they would have their own fortunes. He couldn't watch over them for a lifetime. Moreover, as time passed, that bond of kinship would inevitably fade. Although he was a cultivator, Jiang Mu had mingled in the mortal world for too long. As the saying goes, everyone has their own life. From now on, his gaze would be set on the true world of cultivation. The secular world of the Jiuzhou continent has ushered in an era of unprecedented peace for thousands of years. People often chat over tea and meals about the emperor who unified the continent. Some say this is an unprecedented event in history, ending the chaos of war, and it is a good thing. Others argue that such unity was achieved at the cost of countless lives, making it seem even bloodier than the continuous warfare. But who can judge? Right and wrong, good and evil will all be verified in the long river of history. But what does this have to do with Jiang Mu, who has already withdrawn? Although the Restoration Emperor repeatedly urged Jiang Mu to take on the role of the Grand Master of the Descendants, he was politely declined. Jiang Mu stated that he would no longer meddle in worldly affairs. Now it can be considered a prosperous era. With your knowledge governing, it should not be difficult. Your father has paved the way for you. From now on, as long as you do not indulge in debauchery and uphold the family business, it should not be hard. I will heed your teachings, sir. The Restoration Emperor clasped his hands. In fact, Jiang Mu did possess a grand vision for managing a country, but when it came to details, he was not so adept. Moreover, Jiang Mu feared the Restoration Emperor might become arrogant like the great Qin of his past life, which perished in its second generation. Afterward, Jiang Mu bid farewell to the descendants of Li Jio, including Li Shiru, thus concluding the matters of this world. Old No.1, how much do you know about the cultivation world? One day, Jiang Mu asked No.1. No.1 managed the Qingxin sect, and certainly knew more than this idle king. Under Jiang Mu's guidance, No.1 began to enjoy drinking tea every day. How much do I know? Actually, I don't know much at all. Given our low cultivation and limited range of activities, there's not much we can learn. From what I know, there are countless cultivation sects on the Jiuzhou continent, and small sects like ours are as numerous as the stars, but the most famous ones are the three great celestial sects. Xinqing sect, Xinqing Palace, and Xiaoyao Hall. These three great celestial sects are the pinnacle forces on the Jiuzhou continent, holding an irrefutable status. Among them, the Xinqing sect is located within our Song country. Below them are numerous second and third-tier cultivation sects, but I don't know much about them either. After listening to No.1's words, Jiang Mu nodded. According to him, these three great celestial sects dominate the cultivation world of the Jiuzhou continent. What about the foreign realms, Jiang Mu inquired, knowing that aside from their Jiuzhou, there were also foreigners who had come, indicating that there were cultivators from outside. I don't know much about the foreign realms either. I only know that outside of our Jiuzhou there are roughly 3 places: Donghuang, Beiyu, and Shitu. 3 places? Jiang Mu stroked his chin. Are these places as large as Jiuzhou? They should be about the same size. If that's the case, this world is quite large. In fact, Jiang Mu wanted to say that perhaps the Qingzhou realm was in one of those places. Old No.1, do you think that with my golden core cultivation I have the ability to protect myself in the cultivation world? No.1 took a sip of tea, speechless. What do you mean by self-protection? Do you want to compare yourself with those great celestial sects? As long as you don't provoke those well-known sects, most sect leaders will greet you as a senior. In small sects like ours, they can easily extinguish us as they wish. If you put it that way, I might get a bit arrogant, Jiang Mu said, his face turning red. Then he sighed. The world is so big, I should go see it. Duan looked surprised at his words. What? You no longer want to be cooped up in this small patch of land? Had Jiang Mu changed his nature? This was not in line with his usual style. People can change, and cultivators are also people, Jiang Mu replied. What about you, old Duan? What are your thoughts? Do you want to venture out into the world with me, oi? As for me, Duan smiled, gazing at the sky, and said nothing. After a while he finally said, back then I had ambitions as a young man. But reality dealt me a heavy blow, waking me up. Now I don't have so many thoughts, I just want to stay by the graves of old Wang and the others until I grow old. Jiang Mu fell silent for a moment and asked, will you die alone? But you still have me, right? The two exchanged smiles. One was like a rising sun, full of vigor, while the other was an old man in the twilight of his years, full of sighs. In the end, there was not much difference between a person and a cultivator. Everyone has their own aspirations. Jiang Mu respected Duan's decision, so he decided to accompany him through the last leg of his life. After all, he had nothing but time. Moreover, he could further his own techniques. In the 56th year of the Restoration Emperor passed away, succeeded by his eldest son. At the end of the year, heavy snow fell across the Descendants, continuing all the way to Jinan City. Outside Jinan City, an old man and a young boy were fishing on the ice. Old Jiang, how can you catch fish without bait? Duan was puzzled. It was the first time he saw someone fish without bait. You don't understand. This is called the chicken grandfather's fishing. Those willing to bite will take the bait. Chicken grandfather's fishing. Duan looked confused, then carefully pondered this phrase, and realized it was just relying on luck. And who is this chicken grandfather? He's a very famous person from my hometown, handsome, talented, loves to sing and dance, and most importantly, he has many devoted fans. Duan nodded. For a mortal, such a life is also quite successful. Hey, my rod, move, there's a fish on the line. Jiang Mu's fishing rod was tugged, and he quickly reeled it in, bringing up a plump fish. See, I told you I could catch fish. We can have fish soup tonight, Jiang Mu said cheerfully. This is unbelievable. Duan looked unhappy. His baited hook wasn't biting, yet it went for the one without bait. Was there something wrong with the fish's brain? Or was it truly his bad luck? Duan glanced at Jiang Mu and found that this fellow's luck was indeed quite good. He had faced no obstacles from practicing qi to reaching the golden core. Perhaps this is fate. Duan sighed, just like how he had been stuck at the initial stage of foundation establishment since succeeding in it. Thus Duan had also come to terms with it, directly giving up. They say good things come in pairs. Once I catch a fish, we should pack up and go home for a double fish feast. Indeed, one fish might not be enough to eat. So the two continued fishing. The heavy snow fell, blanketing the surroundings in white, yet no snowflakes landed on the two. Old Jiang, do you know why we chose to build our sect here? With nothing else to do, Duan chatted with Jiang to take advantage of an opportunity. Wasn't there a nascent soul tomb here back then? Jiang Mu replied without looking up. That's right, it was an opportunity. Unfortunately, we didn't find anything. As soon as old Wang and our group descended into the tomb, we were deterred by the countless corpses of cultivators inside. You have no idea, we were so scared at that time. Who had ever seen such a scene? We nearly wet ourselves, and who would still have the courage to go down? Recalling the embarrassing incident from back, then Duan also laughed heartily. Anyway, since we're leaving, I suppose I can share some more things, otherwise I'll feel stifled. Actually, back then, old Wang and the others had the intention of forcibly taking over your mountain peak, but they were later intimidated by your strength in slaying the great demon alone. Actually, back then, old Wang and the others had the intention of forcibly taking over your mountain peak, but they were later intimidated by your strength in slaying the great. You saw through it. That makes sense. It was quite obvious at the time. Duan smiled bitterly. But later we truly respected you. A single person breaking through the Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji sect was simply incredible. Old Duan, you flatter me, you flatter me. Jiang Mu modestly replied. Indeed, meeting you, old Jiang, has been one of the luckiest things in our lives for old Wang, old Wu, and the others. Thank you, old Jiang. Jiang Mu smiled slightly. Just as he was about to respond, his fishing rod moved again. Oh, old Duan, another fish is biting. Old Duan. Old Duan. However, there was no reply. Jiang Mu's hand froze as he turned to look. Duan's head was lowered, his black and white hair disheveled in the wind. Old Duan, let's drink some fish soup before we leave. Jiang Mu buried Duan and old Wang on the mountain of the Qingxian sect, just like the others. Looking at the old and new graves, Jiang Mu felt a surge of emotions. This time Jiang Mu did not feel overwhelming sadness at No.1's departure, only a hint of nostalgia. In fact, upon careful reflection, he realized that all his acquaintances had passed away peacefully. Their lives could be deemed complete, and he need not grieve excessively. However, the emptiness that lingered after their departures still enveloped him. As old friends gradually faded away, he found himself alone. What should he do next? Jiang Mu often sat on the mountaintop, watching the sun rise and set, gazing into the distance. Suddenly memories of old friends flooded his mind. Looking back at the mountains and rivers, it felt like autumn. There were still people worth missing. Master, senior brother, junior sister, how are you all? Jiang Mu counted the years and realized he had been in this world for 100 years. For a cultivator, this was a rather ordinary century. He had waited 100 years witnessing the gradual departures of his acquaintances, yet he had not seen Master and his senior brothers return. The disappearances of 3 senior brothers, known as the missing persons 4, 5, and 6, remained unresolved. Had they forgotten that someone was waiting for them to come home at the Qingxian sect? If he had gone with them back, then would the outcome have been different? 100 years was enough waiting for Jiang Mu. He no longer wished to wait. Perhaps everyone had their reasons for not returning, but he was tired of waiting. The century mark had passed, and he decided to take action and set off to find everyone. Previously, he lacked the ability to protect himself, but now he was a formidable golden core cultivator. As long as he remained cautious, venturing into a new world would not be an issue. As the old saying goes, the world is vast and splendid. One must explore and take a look. Even his junior sister, with her phoenix physique, possessed the potential of a sage. Surely, it wouldn't be too much for him, a transmigrator, to simply become a great emperor. Thus, in the 101st year since coming to this world, Jiang Mu prepared to leave the Qingxian sect and venture out. But who would inherit this establishment? With No.1's departure, Jiang Mu also lost interest in managing the sect. In reality, most of the power at the Qingxian sect had already fallen into the hands of the newer disciples. Some had become the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and stewards. The Qingxian sect from top to bottom was no longer the Qingxian sect belonging to Jiang Mu. With greater power comes greater ambition, which is human nature. The reason these individuals still obeyed him was primarily due to the fear of his strength. With several former elders gone and the sect leader still so young, his strength was undoubtedly terrifying. Thus, every year those who should pay their respects to Jiang Mu still did. Jiang Mu pondered, if he were to disband the Qingxian sect, wouldn't that mean he wouldn't have to participate in the so-called conflict of cultivators? After all, he had no real emotional ties to these people. It would be the same no matter which sect he joined. The Qingxian sect. It was still better as it originally was. On a morning when the sun was just rising, Jiang Mu went to the back mountain and set up a grave for himself right next to Li Jiao. Of course, Jiang Mu left a message in the grave indicating that he had become a cultivator, so that if his senior brothers returned, they would have something to remember him by. Old Wang, Old Wu, Old Duan. Little Heisey, Miss Su. I came to say goodbye. I am leaving to pursue the exciting world of cultivation out there. You always say that the outside world is marvelous. I must go see it for you. The scenery of the Qingxian sect is beautiful. After I leave, no one will disturb you anymore. I hope that when I return, your graves will be overgrown with grass. I heard that the more grass there is, the better you are doing down there. Jiang Mu spoke solemnly to the graves of his friends, bowing several times. As Jiang Mu turned to leave, he suddenly felt a push from behind. The wind in the ravine howled fiercely, slapping against his back, brushing past his shoulder, and lifting his long hair in a flutter, urging him to move forward. Jiang Mu paused, then a smile appeared on his lips. He did not look back. His steps were firm and light as he began to walk forward again, getting faster and faster, until his figure became a blur. On this day, a great earthquake struck the Qingxian sect. The sect leader actually intended to disband the Qingxian sect. All the elders were baffled. Why would they disband something that was functioning well? They all protested verbally, but when Jiang Mu stated that he would only take a portion of the spirit stones, they fell silent. In other words, Jiang Mu's so-called disbandment was merely his exit. As for whether the others would leave, he wouldn't concern himself with that. This made the elders quite pleased. With Jiang Mu gone, wouldn't they have the chance to become the sect leader? Who wouldn't want to climb higher? Seeing that everyone had no objections, Jiang Mu took only his share of the spirit stones and asked everyone to leave the mountaintop. After all, without the Qingxian sect on this mountaintop, there would be no significant loss. Most of the time, it was merely Jiang Mu's place for quiet cultivation. Thus, the Qingxian sect changed its name, and the people within harbored their own ambitions, busy competing for resources, while no one cared what Jiang Mu intended to do. On the mountaintop of the Qingxian sect, Jiang Mu carried a small bag on his back with a burning knife hanging at his waist and his long hair tied up. Jiang Mu was leaving, and to prevent ill-intentioned people from ascending the mountain, he would seal off the entire Qingxian sect mountaintop. Jiang Mu's body began to rise steadily, hovering in midair. 100 Hands Meteor Fist. Jiang Mu silently chanted, channeling his spiritual energy throughout his body, performing the corresponding movements, and striking down towards the surroundings of the Qingxian sect. In an instant the earth shook and stones filled the sky. At that moment Jiang Mu smashed down one big pit after another around the Qingxian sect, severing the path to the outside world. "Sai still too weak. I can only unleash 20 punches in an instant, and the power is somewhat diminished." Jiang Mu shook his head in lament. His cultivation speed was truly unparalleled, but thankfully it was still sufficient. Next Jiang Mu drew his knife and made a slash on the already isolated mountain wall of the Qingxian sect, the blade energy leaving a long gash on the stone wall radiating a fierce aura. After completing these tasks, Jiang Mu nodded in satisfaction. In doing so, he left his mark, and no foolish person would come to investigate. Only cultivators at the golden core stage and above would come, but even if they did, they would find nothing of value. Finally, Jiang Mu cast a glance at the Qingxian sect and transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the horizon. However, this scene left the citizens of Zhunnan City in utter shock. With a mere wave of his hand, the heavens cracked and the earth shook. This was truly the means of a celestial being. Countless people blindly knelt and bowed towards the direction of the Qingxian sect. To the north of the original territory of the Great Song lies Haotian City. Haotian City boasts a first-class level of prosperity, at times rivaling the capital of the Great Song. It is also praised within the Great Song as the city of mortals closest to immortals. This is primarily because Haotian City is the closest to the only city of cultivators within the Great Song, Wenyang City. Cultivators from all over the land either enter the cultivator city or stay in Haotian City. Moreover, many cultivators without sects or affiliations cannot settle in the cultivator city, so they reside in Haotian City and bring their relatives who lack cultivation talent to live with them, making Haotian City the place with the highest proportion of cultivators among all mortal cities. You might just bump into someone on the street who is a chi practitioner or a foundation establishment cultivator. Most importantly, every year many mortals come here in hopes of encountering opportunities to join the immortal sects. At this moment Jiang Mu, dressed in coarse cloth and looking travel-worn, was dining in an inn. He had left the Qingxian sect for over a month and finally arrived in Haotian City on this day. Throughout the journey, Jiang Mu remained low-key, not flaunting his status as a golden core cultivator. Except for using his escape light in the wilderness, he mostly walked along the official roads. Although golden core cultivators can fly, they cannot do so indefinitely, as it consumes a great deal of physical and spiritual energy. Upon entering Haotian City, Jiang Mu did not dare to spread his divine sense too widely, only releasing it around himself. In such a large city, there must be many experts, and he did not wish to offend anyone. Therefore, when Jiang Mu encountered cultivators on the street, everyone would greet each other politely as fellow cultivator. Whether they were chi practitioners or foundation establishment cultivators, Jiang Mu maintained a friendly demeanor. He had yet to encounter any golden core cultivators. Perhaps I have been too cautious. The cultivation world doesn't seem so dangerous after all. Everyone is quite amicable and speaks nicely. Jiang Mu thought to himself, then reflected, could it be that they come from a poor place? As the saying goes, desolate mountains and treacherous waters breed treacherous people. Just as he was thinking this, a cultivator in the inn spoke loudly. Hey fellow cultivators, have you heard? Recently the major sects across the 9 provinces are recruiting disciples, and the selection criteria have been lowered significantly. I wonder why. You must not have been cultivating for long, and likely often meditate in seclusion, a cultivator replied. Oh, how did you know that? It is common knowledge that the 1,000-year cultivation war is approaching. Major sects must recruit more disciples to increase their chances of victory. Oh, if it's a war, isn't that just going to send people to their deaths? These fellow cultivators seem to think otherwise. You may not know this, but although it's called a cultivation war, it is actually a great opportunity. Only those who are unaware are left in the dark. Jiang Mu could tell that the speaker was young and not very accomplished, being only at the mid-foundation establishment stage, yet he seemed well informed about significant matters in the cultivation world. It was clear that he often traversed the world. Curious about this matter, Jiang Mu approached them and said, fellow cultivators, I have only recently emerged from seclusion and am quite interested in the cultivation war you mentioned. Would you mind sharing more about it? The two cultivators had been conversing at adjacent tables when a handsome young man in coarse clothing suddenly joined them. "I am Jiang Mu, a Foundation establishment cultivator." Jiang Mu humbly introduced himself. "Haha, well said, meeting here is fate." The two were also easy to talk to. The three sat at a table together and introduced themselves. Jiang Mu felt delighted to encounter such courteous cultivators upon entering the cultivation world. "See, this is what cultivation is about. This is true cultivation. What's with all the fighting and killing? I am Shimin Shui Shui at Mid-Foundation Establishment." Shimin Shui Shui cupped his fists. He was the one who had previously clarified matters. Wearing a jade hairpin and dressed in luxurious clothing with a jade pendant at his waist, he appeared dignified. If cultivators are not far apart in strength, they cannot see through each other's concealed powers. "I am Kuan Li, slightly weaker, just at early Foundation Establishment." Although Jiang Mu claimed to be at the early Foundation Establishment stage, Shimin Shui Shui could not see through him at all. "You must have practiced a concealment technique. If cultivators are not far apart in strength, they cannot see through each other's concealed powers. I am Kuan Li, slightly weaker, just at early Foundation Establishment." The other cultivator named Kuan Li was dressed in plain cloth and had an unremarkable appearance. Jiang Mu glanced at the two and felt something strange. Although everyone was polite, why were they concealing their cultivation levels? Could this be an unspoken rule of the cultivation world? Shimin Shui Shui concealed a small realm, actually being at the late Foundation Establishment stage, while Kuan Li was even more excessive, hiding two small realms clearly at late Foundation Establishment, but claiming to be early. However, Jiang Mu did not point this out as he was new and did not understand many of the rules. "Brother Kuan, brother Jiang, since we are of similar cultivation levels, let's address each other as peers." "That sounds good." Both Jiang Mu and Kuan Li agreed. On the surface, they had higher cultivation, so earlier I mentioned that the cultivation war is actually a great opportunity, because the major sects on the 9 provinces will gather cultivators to venture into the fallen god forbidden zone to compete for resources with cultivators from other regions. Within the fallen god forbidden zone, there are countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, alchemical herbs, refining materials, and spirit beasts. Of course, in addition to these, the Forbidden Zone also contains inheritances left by ancestors, ready-made elixirs, cultivation techniques, and various magical tools, all of which are coveted by cultivators. What I'm about to say next is crucial. Shimin Shui Shui's expression grew serious as he said the most important reason attracting the major sects to fight over it is that the fallen god Forbidden Zone holds the secret to ascension. Ascension. Both Jiang Mu and Kuan Li's expressions became serious. Ascension is the long-held wish of nearly all cultivators. This is the reason the major sects are vying for it. In our world, tales of ascension only emerge once every 1,000 years, and they all come from the fallen god Forbidden Zone. Hence it is also called the Land of Ascension. Shimin Shui Shui explained to the two. "I see Brother Shimin is indeed well-informed," Jiang Mu praised. "Indeed, it's impressive that Brother Shimin knows of such secrets," Kuan Li chimed in. Shimin Shui Shui seemed to enjoy the flattery, but pretended to be modest, saying, "Oh, this is merely common knowledge. Ask any cultivator in Wenyang City, and they'll know." After some more pleasant conversation, Jiang Mu decided to take his leave as he was heading to Wenyang City. Upon hearing this, Shimin Shui Shui smiled, and said he was also heading there, suggesting they go together for mutual support. Kuan Li, seeming to be new as well, chose to accompany them. Thus the three set off together. Wenyang City. I've been there quite a few times. The city is controlled by various major sects that have established rules, making it very safe. Wenyang City. I've been there quite a few times. The city is controlled by various major sects that have established rules, making it very safe. On the other hand, the area outside the city isn't very safe, as conflicts and battles among cultivators occur frequently. So outside Wenyang City, one should keep their wealth hidden and be extra cautious, Shimin Shui Shui replied. Jiang Mu and Kuan Li both nodded in agreement. On the main road, there were many cultivators traveling between Haoyan City and Wenyang City. Some walked, some rode majestic steeds, while others rode unknown demonic beasts, and a few even sped through the air. Jiang Mu was captivated by the scene, but he noticed something strange. He could not sense the golden core aura from those flying cultivators, yet how were they able to fly? Jiang Mu voiced this question. Shimin Shui Shui and Kuan Li looked at Jiang Mu with odd expressions, and explained that whether in Qi refinement or Foundation establishment, as long as one learned some methods of flying with objects, they could fly, albeit at a slower speed. Jiang Mu suddenly understood there was indeed such a technique, and he realized that his knowledge was still quite limited. The three traveled quickly, and after half an hour they were nearing Wenyang City. Wenyang City appeared grand and magnificent, built against a mountain range. The higher the elevation, the more exquisite the architecture, with pavilions and towers atop the peaks shimmering with various formations. We've arrived at Wenyang City. Jiang Mu and Kuan Li gazed wide-eyed at everything before them, looking as if they had never seen the world. Shimin Shui smiled. He enjoyed seeing the shocked expressions of the cultivators witnessing Wenyang City for the first time. The three approached the city walls where cultivators were enforcing the law. Remember, fellow Taoists, once you're inside Wenyang City, there's nothing to worry about, but be cautious once you leave the city gates. Even if you have no grievances with others, there are always cultivators who love to rob others, especially since you will inevitably have something on you after leaving Wenyang City. Thus, having a powerful sect is very important, not only for its reputation, but also for the protection of its elders, Shimin Shui emphasized again. After hearing this, Jiang Mu suddenly felt a bit naive. The cultivation world was not so benign after all. It seemed that everywhere was the same. Look over there, there's a group of cultivators confronting each other. It looks like blood will be shed soon, Shimin Shui pointed. Not far away, two groups of cultivators dressed in different attire had drawn their weapons and were about to clash. This doesn't concern us, let's continue into the city. The three steered closer to Wenyang City, when suddenly right in front of them another group of cultivators was engaged in a chaotic brawl. Niu Xingjuan, you dog of the Ritian sect, snatch the treasures of my sect and dare to kill my disciple. You won't leave here alive today. Which fellow Taoist is willing to lend me a hand? There will be generous rewards in the future. Damn you, Song Sui. It was clearly you who robbed us, and now you dare to speak with such a deceitful tongue. Let's see who dares to help them. The two factions exchanged verbal attacks and surveyed the onlookers among the cultivators. Then they charged at each other with shouts of battle, and blood was soon seen. What grudge could lead to this? Kuan Li frowned and quietly retreated behind the crowd. Jiang Mu was startled. Both sides had considerable cultivation levels, with several in the foundation establishment stage. Did you see that? In such situations, if it's not someone you know, it's best not to get involved. You can never tell who is right or wrong. The cultivation world knows no right or wrong, only interests. Just watch the excitement, Shimin Shui said, fearing Jiang Mu and Kuan Li might not fully grasp the situation. Jiang Mu nodded. He recognized his lack of experience, but wasn't foolish. Hey, Kuan Li, why are you retreating so far? Shimin Shui turned around, and not seeing Kuan Li, looked back only to find him several meters away. Brother Kuan, what are you doing? Shimin Shui was puzzled. It's my first time seeing such a scene, and I'm a bit scared, Kuan Li explained, scratching his head. It's nothing, just stay behind me. We're all at the foundation establishment stage, and others won't dare to act recklessly against us. This guy is even more cautious than I am. Jiang Mu thought to himself. To enter Wenyang City, each person had to pay 3 low-grade spirit stones. Shimin Shui said, Hey, in Wenyang City, mortal wealth is useless. Only spirit stones can be used to buy things. The three entered the city, and Shimin Shui first asked the opinions of the two, before finding them and stating that he was well acquainted with the owner and could get them a discount. Then he bought a map and began to explain the situation in Wenyang City. The main purpose of Wenyang City is to recruit disciples for various major sects, serve as a trading hub for cultivators, and facilitate the exchange of information and various services. The city had many markets where cultivators often conducted trade. There were also centers for recruiting disciples from major sects, alchemy halls, magic artifact pavilions, spirit beast halls, talisman shops, etc. Essentially, everything a cultivator might need could be found here. Moreover, Wenyang City often hosts large-scale events, such as auctions, gatherings of the top talents from the 9 regions, and sect conferences. In Wenyang City, the closer one got to the peaks, the stronger the cultivators. The examination hall for recruiting disciples from the 3 top sects of the 9 regions was located at the top, where Golden Core cultivators were stationed year-round. There are only 4 such large cultivation cities in the 9 regions, and almost every well-known sect sends their disciples to reside here. Jiang Mu and Kuan Li felt like country bumpkins entering the city, listening intently. Amazing, truly amazing. Just hearing Shimin Shui's description made Jiang Mu incredibly excited, eager to see more. Shimin Shui noticed the thoughts of the two, so he led them to explore Wenyang City. Upon entering a hall, Jiang Mu realized just how poor he was. He thought that having 200 low-grade spirit stones was a lot, but when he casually walked into a market, he found that even a simple technique scroll cost 300 spirit stones, and it could only be cultivated to the foundation establishment stage. What? You want 30 low-grade spirit stones for a small fireball technique? Why don't you go rob someone? Do you think I'm some rich second generation from a sect? That's a fixed price 20. Jiang Mu was truly astonished. These cultivators were just like the market vendors in the mortal realm, arguing passionately over a small price, with the highest form of bargaining being this. "Excuse me, do you wish to buy something?" Shimin Shui Shui asked. "Well, take a look first," Jiang Mu and Kuan Li replied like two curious children examining everything around them. However, it was clear that Jiang Mu's curiosity exceeded that of Kuan Li. Great fireball technique, lightning whip, wind walking technique, supreme sword technique, high-level concealment technique, rushing palm, cultivator's flying technique. Jiang Mu's gaze fell upon these techniques, all priced high with some costing dozens or even hundreds of low-grade spirit stones, especially the high-level concealment technique, which when perfected could hide one's cultivation level from others unless they were a whole small level higher. However, the price was terrifyingly high, requiring 300 low-grade spirit stones. Jiang Mu was somewhat tempted, but he simply couldn't afford it. Shimin Shui Shui noticed Jiang Mu seemed a bit interested and asked, "Brother Jiang, do you have something in mind?" Indeed, many techniques are new to me, and I am interested, but alas, my spirit stones are insufficient." "What kinds of things do you need, Brother Jiang?" Shimin Shui Shui inquired again. Jiang Mu mentioned the flying technique and high-level concealment technique that he had seen before. The high-level concealment technique is indeed a bit pricey, but doesn't Brother Jiang have at least 300 spirit stones when out and about? "I don't mean to look down on you, Brother Jiang," Shimin Shui Shui quickly explained. My entire fortune is only 200 spirit stones." "Only 200. That's indeed a bit lacking. Generally, cultivators at this level should have at least 1,000 spirit stones." Shimin Shui Shui explained, "It seems Brother Jiang has indeed been in seclusion for too long." At this moment, Kuan Li chimed in, "You can't say that. My entire fortune is only 500 spirit stones as well. We are in the same boat, Brother Jiang." Seeing this, Shimin Shui Shui felt a surge of delight in his heart. He was now certain that these two had come from a small place. So he coughed and said, "In this case, I strongly suggest that you both join a sect. Your safety in life will be guaranteed, and with your cultivation at such a young age, becoming an inner disciple of a top sect like the Xinqing sect is absolutely doable. Moreover, within the sect you can gain access to many cultivation resources, making it possible to become a powerful golden core cultivator in the future. As for the high-level concealment technique and flying technique you saw today, you can acquire them at much lower prices within the sect." Shimin Shui Shui promoted vigorously because he believed he had a keen eye for people. "Isn't the forbidden zone of the fallen gods about to open? At that time, if you enter as disciples of a top sect, you may gain even more benefits." Shimin Shui Shui continued to persuade. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mu was indeed somewhat tempted. Yes, he was too poor now. A dignified golden core cultivator couldn't even match the wealth of a foundation establishment cultivator. It would be embarrassing to admit, could he possibly be the poorest golden core cultivator in history? Jiang Mu felt it was quite possible. Even if not the poorest, he would probably rank in the top 3. Moreover, joining a sect would mean he wouldn't have to worry about the so-called wars among cultivators. They were merely disputes over resources, which was quite normal in the cultivation world. Since it was a struggle for resources, losing a few lives was quite normal, right? In the matter of cultivation, without striving and competing, would one cultivate with air? As long as he was careful, he would be fine. "Given the circumstances, I won't hide it from you any longer. I am actually an outer sect elder of the Xinqing sect," Shimin Shui Shui confessed. "Brother Shimin Yu." Jiang Mu and Kuan Li were both shocked. No wonder Shimin Shui Shui had been so warm-hearted along the way, almost like a tour guide. It turned out he was recruiting. Damn, they thought they had met a good Samaritan. Jiang Mu and Kuan Li exclaimed internally. However, upon reconsideration, Shimin Shui Shui's eagerness to recruit was quite extreme. Shimin Shui Shui looked at the clear innocence on Jiang Mu and Kuan Li's faces and couldn't bring himself to continue deceiving them. "Although it was indeed wrong to hide my identity, I haven't lied to you. Right now, all the major sects are taking action, and our Xinqing sect can only recruit more foundation establishment cultivators like this. Moreover, if you join my Xinqing sect now and mention my name, you will receive 100 spirit stones as a cultivation subsidy upon entry. So what do you think? Isn't that tempting?" Shimin Shui Shui pointed to the peak. "Fellow Taoists, think it over. When you're ready, come find me at the testing hall of the Xinqing sect. Farewell." After bringing Jiang Mu and Kuan Li back to the inn, Shimin Shui Shui clasped his fists and left, leaving Jiang Mu and Kuan Li looking at each other. "So, Brother Jiang, what do you think?" "Let me think it over for a day, and then I'll respond to Brother Kuan." Jiang Mu needed to consider this matter carefully. "That's exactly what I meant." That night, Jiang Mu lay in bed, sorting out the situation. Although Jiang Mu was at the peak of the golden core stage, he had no idea how many years it would take for him to break through again, and he lacked sufficient means of self-protection. What if he encountered a formidable opponent of the same level, or if a nascent soul ancestor targeted him? The road to searching for his senior brothers was still long. One must plan before acting and think twice before taking action. With so many techniques in the world, there were various paths, including alchemy, artifact, forging formations, etc., of which he had no understanding. Since he had time, it was indeed a good idea to find a major sect to secure his position, utilizing their resources to learn these paths, which would enhance his means of survival in the future. Having made up his mind, Jiang Mu decided to join the Xinqing sect. The three top sects of the 9 regions were similarly powerful, but joining the Xinqing sect meant at least having Shimin Shui as an old acquaintance. Moreover, he wondered how Kuan Li felt about this. If he joined as well, and his character was decent, he could look out for him. Jiang Mu mainly thought Kuan Li was not simple. At such a young age, he was already in the late foundation establishment stage, and he often frowned and retreated among others. He might become a significant figure in the future. Relying on parents at home and friends outside, having more friends means more paths to take. The cultivation world is no different. The next morning, Jiang Mu rose at dawn. Though cultivators who had achieved foundation establishment typically replaced sleep with cultivation, Jiang Mu truly slept each night. His system automatically advanced his cultivation while he rested. Senior Kuan, good morning. Have you decided whether to accept Brother Ximon's offer? Jiang Mu greeted Kuan Li as he pushed open the door. Yes, I've made my choice. I will join the Xinqing sect. And what about you, Brother Jiang? I shall join as well. It seems our fates are indeed intertwined. Kuan Li grinned broadly. Without delay, the two set off together toward the summit of Wenyang Peak. Atop Wenyang Peak stood the appraisal halls of the 3 great immortal sects, as well as those of numerous other sects, where long queues of cultivators already gathered before each entrance. So many people already this early. Jiang Mu murmured in astonishment, realizing he had vastly underestimated the allure these 3 great immortal sects held for cultivators. They joined the rear of the queue before the Xinqing sect's appraisal hall. Most waiting cultivators appeared youthful, chi refinement cultivators, though occasionally an older-looking individual clearly at foundation establishment stood among them. Though the 3 great immortal sects were currently recruiting disciples on a large scale, their entry requirements remained far stricter than those of lesser sects. Without adequate innate talent, even the most diligent aspirant would be turned away. Jiang Mu observed that 2 out of every 3 candidates at the front of the line failed even the first round, the preliminary interview, let alone the subsequent tests of actual cultivation strength. Yet exceptions existed. One foundation establishment cultivator ahead of them, though visibly aged, was granted immediate admission without any testing whatsoever, directly elevated to intersect disciple status. It appears the entry criteria for foundation establishment cultivators differ markedly from those for chi refinement cultivators. When Jiang Mu and Kuan Li's turn arrived, the interview was conducted by 3 middle-aged foundation establishment cultivators, gray-haired, yet unwrinkled, their age evident only in quiet gravity. The central elder glanced briefly at Jiang Mu and asked, name, origin, age, cultivation realm. Jiang Mu from Daisen Town's Southern District, 101 years old, foundation establishment, initial stage. Jiang Mu answered honestly. The elder nodded, recording the details upon a scroll, then gestured toward a spiritisting pearl before him. Place your palm upon this orb and circulate your spiritual energy. Jiang Mu complied, deliberately channeling only the amount of power commensurate with foundation establishment, initial stage. Impressive. To establish a foundation before 110, your aptitude is acceptable. You are hereby accepted as an intersect disciple of the Xinqing sect. Do you have a sponsor? A sponsor? The cultivator who recommended you for admission to the Xinqing sect. Could it possibly be Shimin Shushua? Jiang Mu could think of no one else connected to him. Shimin Shushua. That man again. The elder muttered under his breath, then activated a spirit communication talisman with a few words before turning to Jiang Mu. Congratulations, junior brother Jiang. Welcome to the Xinqing sect. You may now enter the main hall of the appraisal chamber. Wait, just like that. One of the 3 great immortal sects admits disciples so casually. No examination of spirit roots. Only cultivation realm matters. Bearing this lingering doubt, Jiang Mu passed through the hall's great doors into a vast stone courtyard. Before him rose pavilions, terraces, and several magnificent stately halls. Across the flagstone plaza, small clusters of cultivators conversed quietly, guided by Xinqing sect disciples clad in robes of azure and white toward different halls. Hardly had Jiang Mu entered when Kuan Li followed closely behind. Brother Jiang, does joining the Xinxing sect truly feel this effortless? Kuan Li voiced the very question stirring in Jiang Mu's own mind. Beats me, Jiang Mu shrugged. As they spoke, a familiar figure glided from one of the halls and alighted, none other than Shimin Chushua. Haha, Brother Jiang. Brother Kuan. I knew I hadn't misjudged you both. Shimin Chushua beamed with delight. With Jiang Mu and Kuan Li, he had recruited 10 young foundation establishment cultivators, more than any other outer sect steward save perhaps one. His commission would surely be substantial. Welcome to the Xinxing sect. Ah, you seem perplexed. Never mind, senior brother will explain everything in due course. Sliding one arm around Jiang Mu's shoulders and the other around Kuan Li, Shimin Chushua ushered them into one of the grand halls. Inside the hall awaited 8 more foundation establishment cultivators, men and women alike, all introduced by Shimin Chushua, just as Jiang Mu and Kuan Li had been. Shimin Chushua enthusiastically introduced everyone, then turned to Jiang Mu and Kuan Li. Senior brother offers his sincerest congratulations. You are now officially inner sect disciples of the Xinxing sect. I know your minds brim with questions. How can the Xinxing sect, one of the 9 provinces' 3 great immortal sects, have such seemingly simple entry trials? In truth, the admission standards for foundation establishment and chi refinement cultivators differ fundamentally. Once one attains foundation establishment, formal assessment becomes unnecessary. Even innate aptitude is not scrutinized. But do you know why? Jiang Mu and Kuan Li shook their heads in unison. Shimin Chushua's expression grew solemn. Because competition among inner sect disciples is fierce, resources flow strictly according to strength. A foundation establishment cultivator lacking true prowess who merely seeks comfort or idleness will find himself worse off than even a chi refinement disciple. His quarters less comfortable, his prospects dimmer. Of course, most foundation establishment cultivators drawn to the Xinxing sect harbor lofty ambitions. Only a rare few seek mere sustenance. And did I not already state the prerequisite? How many cultivators across the realm attain foundation establishment before the age of 100? Senior brother has high hopes for you both. After this thorough explanation, Jiang Mu and Kuan Li finally understood. To Jiang Mu's understanding, Shimin Chushua meant the Xinxing sect operated a meritocratic system, the greater one's talent, aptitude, diligence, and strength, the greater one's standing and rewards. Shimin Chushua added a few more remarks, clarifying that detailed sect regulations would be formally explained upon arrival at the main sect compound. He offered only a broad overview for now. For now, please choose any unoccupied chamber to rest. Senior brother must attend to urgent matters. Our departure for the sect headquarters begins in roughly 2 days. With that, Shimin Chushua vanished. Jiang Mu and Kuan Li exchanged glances, then began inspecting the chambers. Whoa, these decorations, these materials, none could possibly be mundane. What beast is carved upon this wall? 3 heads, 6 arms. I've never seen its like. Indeed, Brother Jiang, how enlightening. Like country bumpkins newly arrived at court, Jiang Mu and Kuan Li wandered wide-eyed, touching walls, peering into corners, marveling at every detail. After some time, Jiang Mu, catching the curious, faintly amused glances of others, leaned close to Kuan Li and whispered, Brother Kuan, does our wide-eyed wonder make us look rather provincial? 2 days later, on the summit of Asking Heaven, a series of flying boats adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix carvings descended from the sky and landed at various examination halls. Brother Kuan, this is truly magnificent, Jiang Mu exclaimed. This was the first time Jiang Mu had ever seen a flying ship in his life. While these flying boats resembled ships, they were fundamentally different, notably lacking masts. Kuan Li's surprise was no less than that of Jiang Mu. It was also his first time witnessing such a sight. In the spacious square of the Xinxing sect's examination hall, Shimin Chushua stood at the forefront of Jiang Mu and his group, turning back to address everyone. Brothers, today, you will be heading to the main base of our Xinxing sect. I wish you all smooth cultivation, and may you rise like the sun. He then took out a storage bag and handed each person a spirit stone. Jiang Mu looked enviously at the storage bag at Shimin Chushua's waist. How convenient. However, Shimin Chushua informed them that the sect would provide these after they joined. This is a small gift, but the sentiment is profound. I hope to see you all again within the sect. After saying this, he waved his hand. Everyone boarded the flying boats. One by one, they boarded the flying boats, while Shimin Chushua remained on the ground waving goodbye to them. Shimin Xixiang seems like a really good person. Some among Jiang Mu's group quietly discussed aboard the flying boat. Yes, look at those senior brothers beside us. They don't even smile at the recruits, yet Shimin Xixiang even gave each of us a spirit stone. Jiang Mu agreed with this sentiment in his heart. Although he did not know why Shimin Shui Shui was so kind to them as a senior brother, his character was beyond reproach. Thus Jiang Mu waved his hand to bid farewell. This time the Xinxing sect had dispatched 5 flying boats with 4 for Qi refinement period disciples and 1 for foundation establishment period. Counting carefully, there were only about 100 foundation establishment disciples who had just entered. Each flying boat was manned by 3 disciples of the Xinxing sect, all at the initial stage of foundation establishment. The 3 of them sat cross-legged at the front of the flying boat, forming hand seals, and the boat immediately began to vibrate, slowly ascending into the sky. After reaching a certain height, several sharp sounds pierced the air as they flew forward. Initially, the gale struck against everyone, creating a loud clatter, but soon a brilliant blue arc appeared above the flying boat, shielding them from the wind. This must be the legendary array, Jiang Mu remarked, watching the 3 as they demonstrated their skills, looking exceptionally cool and impressive. On the flying boat, everyone sat cross-legged in silence, meditating. The Xinxing sect, one of the 3 great sects of the 9 provinces, was situated atop the spiritually rich Duan mountain range in the southeastern part of the 9 provinces. After departing from Asking Heaven City and flying for 3 days and nights, they finally arrived at the Xinxing sect. From above, mist swirled around, revealing only the grand mountain gate of the Xinxing sect built in a vast chasm. The 3 cultivators piloting the flying boat simultaneously executed a spell that pierced through the mist, revealing an opening through which the boat entered. Once inside the mist, they could clearly see the situation below. Within the chasm were long staircases leading to various magnificent palaces shrouded in spiritual mist. In the valley, there were plazas built on the plains palaces, and at the center of the plaza stood a colossal statue pointing towards the heavens. Further away were many peaks of various sizes, each with palaces standing majestically upon them, occasionally shimmering with celestial light. Among the towering mountains, countless caves could be seen. Moreover, numerous figures flitted through the low skies. Truly, this is the Xinxing sect, the specifications, the architecture, the grandeur. Seeing such an ethereal place for the first time, Jiang Mu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. This is the place of cultivation. Compared to his Qingxian sect, it was simply unworthy of mention. The flying boat landed on a high platform of a peak, and the group disembarked. The disciples of the Xinxing sect stationed on the platform guided those of different cultivation levels, separating the Qi refinement and foundation establishment disciples to different halls. In the main hall sat an elder at the initial stage of golden core, his hair mostly white. He was the first elder of the internal affairs hall of the Xinxing sect. As Jiang Mu and the others entered the hall, they noticed rows of high platforms around the hall labeled with titles such as Law Enforcement Hall, Library Pavilion, Treasure Pavilion, Refining Hall, Alchemy Hall, Spirit Beast Hall, Bounty Hall, Spirit, Herb Garden, Spiritual Mine, and so on. Everyone, I am the elder of the internal affairs hall. From today onwards, you are all members of the Xinxing sect. As foundation establishment disciples, there are many things regarding cultivation that need not be said, but from this moment on, I hope you will regard the Xinxing sect as a place for your livelihood. You are no longer solitary individuals. Behind you stands the sect. The sect is powerful, and you will have a better life. To build the sect, I ask you all to contribute your efforts. The scattered cultivators were taken aback, realizing that from the moment they joined the sect, they needed to consider not only their own interests, but also the interests of the sect. While diligently cultivating, do not forget to abide by the sect's regulations. With a wave of his hand, the elder of the internal affairs hall summoned other disciples to distribute sect attire, identity, tokens, storage bags, and sect manuals to everyone. The information you wish to know is all written in the sect manual. Feel free to check it yourself. After leaving this remark, the elder of the internal affairs hall stood up and departed. For the entire sect, most of these recruited foundation establishment disciples would become the main force in exploring the fallen god forbidden zone, and their sense of belonging to the Xinxing sect was certainly not as strong as those cultivated within. However, these scattered cultivators had managed to reach this level through their own efforts, which was still commendable. The journey to the fallen god forbidden zone would undoubtedly cost many disciples. Letting these scattered cultivators pave the way was quite economical, and the elder of the internal affairs hall would not waste his breath delivering lengthy speeches to them. Is that it? Is there no welcoming ceremony? Jiang Mu felt that the initiation ceremony seemed a bit too simple. However, he couldn't be bothered with much more. Jiang Mu took the blue and white robe, removed his coarse clothing, and donned it. From now on, I am also a celestial being with a storage bag. Brother Cohen, do I look handsome in this outfit? Jiang Mu excitedly asked Cohen Li beside him. Handsome? Brother Jiang, changing into this outfit, you look absolutely dashing. Kuan Li generously praised him. Jiang Mu felt that he should also look handsome. After all, his aura spoke for itself. So, Brother Jiang, what about me? How do I look? Kuan Li also donned his robe and showcased it in front of Jiang Mu. Brother Kuan looks quite handsome too. Jiang Mu looked at Kuan Li's ordinary face and against his conscience spoke. Next, I don't even know what to do. Let's check the sect manual first. In the internal affairs hall, the scattered cultivators were all beaming with excitement, discussing among themselves. Before long, Jiang Mu finished reading the contents of the sect manual. In fact, there weren't many rules listed, such as prohibitions against harming fellow disciples, stealing, and damaging sect interests. Moreover, Jiang Mu learned what he needed to do next. The Xinxing sect did not impose strict requirements on its inner disciples, allowing them to serve in places like the Law Enforcement Hall or Alchemy Hall to earn sect contribution points, which could be exchanged for needed techniques and magical artifacts. They could also take on tasks at the Bounty Hall to earn contribution points. Of course, they could choose to do nothing and seek a deserted place to be self-sufficient. The most important thing was that the layout of the Xinxing sect featured various duty halls at the center with the back mountain, hosting various halls, such as the Spirit Herb Garden and Alchemy Hall. Outer disciples were located to the west, consistently numbering around 200,000, while inner disciples were situated to the east, totaling over 80,000, along with miscellaneous workers and elders, making the entire Xinxing sect approximately 300,000 people. Jiang Mu felt a shiver run down his spine. This is what a celestial sect is. My goodness! There are so many people! Jiang Mu exclaimed in astonishment. Kuan Li was not much better off. He too appeared shocked after reading the manual. No wonder senior brother Shimen Bushua said competition among inner sect disciples was fierce. How could it not be with such numbers? Brother Jiang, what shall we do next? Let's take a look first. Jiang Mu had yet to make up his mind. So the two strolled through every hall and pavilion in the vicinity. After his tour, Jiang Mu observed that contribution points varied widely across positions. Some tasks even demanded innate aptitude, such as alchemy or spirit artifact forging, whereas the fastest and most abundant source of contribution points lay unequivocally in the bounty hall. One simply accepted a task, completed it, and received contribution points immediately. Any disciple could undertake these assignments. Only the degree of peril differed, and one merely needed to act within one's limits. Without holding an official post within the sect, one forfeited access to the sect-provided residences and would instead have to carve out one's own cave abode within the inner sect residential zone. Thus, their most immediate concern was lodging. We can always return later to choose a post. Why don't we first visit the inner sect residential area? An excellent suggestion, Kuan Li replied. Agreed. Thereupon the two retrieved their sect handbooks and followed the annotated map forward. The path teemed with disciples of the Divine Stride sect. Upon arriving at the inner sect residential zone, Jiang Mu and Kuan Li ventured deeper, stopping each passing disciple who emerged from within, addressing them respectfully as senior brother or senior sister, to inquire about conditions inside. Senior brother, please wait a moment. Senior sister, please wait a moment. Jiang Mu had uttered these phrases countless times. When these inner sect disciples paused, Jiang Mu's countenance radiated reverence and guileless sincerity, the unmistakable bearing of a newly initiated inner sect disciple, and so they graciously shared their knowledge. A few senior sisters, struck by Jiang Mu's handsome features, even invited him to visit their cave abodes. He declined with a smile. Were senior sisters in great sects truly this forthright? Then he glanced sidelong at Kuan Li, standing utterly unnoticed. Ugliness blinds one to how boldly senior sisters truly behave. Indeed, an immutable truth. After some time, the two gained a clear understanding of the area. The Divine Stride sect was vast beyond measure. Its dominion encompassed the entire Tianduan mountain range, so the inner sect residential zone sprawled accordingly, free from overcrowding. This region boasted 15 peaks saturated with the densest spiritual energy in the entire sect, collectively known as the Divine Stride 15 Peaks. Their respective peak masters embodied the sect's pinnacle of power, and the sect's patriarch himself presided over Yudian Peak, the first peak. Beneath each peak master stood the sect's elite true disciple heirs, entitled to reside upon the 15 peaks. Beneath those peaks lay 108 principal peaks, spiritual energy less potent than the 15, yet still commendable. Below the 108 peaks rose lesser unnamed hills adorned with modest pavilions. Spiritual energy there grew markedly thinner. Below even those lay scattered locales where spiritual energy fluctuated unpredictably. The stronger one's cultivation, the more auspicious one's dwelling, the weaker, the more remote and secluded one's abode. though even the thinnest spiritual energy here surpassed that of the outer world. So then, we must simply choose any vacant spot for our cave abodes. That appears to be the case, for now. Jiang Mu noticed that Kuan-Li, far from appearing dismayed, wore a faint, almost mischievous delight. In that case, Brother Jiang, I suggest we each select a site and construct our own abodes separately. Kuan-Li smiled. That works. Having entered the divine stride sect, separation was inevitable. So long as they knew each other's whereabouts and could offer mutual support, their original plan remained fulfilled. As they advanced, even modest hills with marginally denser spiritual energy were already occupied. The deeper they ventured inward, the fewer people they encountered, and cave abodes became increasingly rare. The further west they traveled, the sparser the spiritual energy grew, and the fewer disciples chose to dwell there. At last, beside a cliff shrouded in dense forest, Kuan-Li selected his site for excavation. Jiang Mu continued northward for some distance before pausing beside an unremarkable stream. Here stood a grove, a small, open clearing, and a gentle river winding past, scenery idyllic beyond measure. Brother Jiang, are you certain you wish to establish a residence here? Curious, Kuan-Li asked. It offers neither seclusion nor abundant spiritual energy. Jiang Mu smiled. It matters little. I seek quietude, not chi. Besides, I enjoy fishing. Fishing? Kuan-Li stared, bewildered. Had he joined the divine stride sect to retire? Yet this was Jiang Mu's decision, and he refrained from undue interference. Kuan-Li harbored quiet doubts about Jiang Mu, while Jiang Mu himself wondered, having a system enabling passive cultivation, his location held no consequence. But what of Kuan-Li? What drove him? Such a concealed choice of abode, such meticulous caution. Could there truly exist someone even more cautious than himself? A sudden chill ran through Jiang Mu. Could Kuan-Li possess a system too? He resolved to observe more closely. Once both had chosen their sites, they set about constructing their dwellings separately. Compared to excavating a cliffside grotto, Jiang Mu's abode required only simplicity, drawing his flame-cutting blade, felling timber, and assembling the structure. For Jiang Mu now, it was effortless, akin to assembling building blocks. Within mere hours, a compact wooden cottage with its own courtyard stood complete. Once finished, Jiang Mu went to assist Kuan-Li in carving his cave abode. 2 days later, the two still lingered outside the various halls, undecided on any official post. 3 days later, Jiang Mu resolved he would not serve the divine stride sect as a subordinate. With cultivation at the apex of the golden core realm, such menial duties would be beneath his station. Moreover, they had learned that the bounty hall offered plentiful tasks and correspondingly generous contribution points. When Jiang Mu voiced this idea, Kuan-Li instantly concurred. But Brother Jiang, if we jointly accept the same task, we'd each receive only half the contribution points. Wouldn't that be wasteful? We ought to accept separate assignments. Greater rewards, greater autonomy. Kuan-Li exuded quiet confidence in his own abilities and preferred solitary action. Jiang Mu could hardly have hoped for a more welcome reply. With his strength, so long as he avoided absurdly perilous missions, preparing thoroughly, exercising vigilance, and leaving nothing to chance, life would be exceedingly pleasant. After parting ways with Kuan-Li, Jiang Mu first visited the library pavilion. The specifics of the exchange were unimportant. What mattered was enriching his own experiences. The library pavilion is divided into 4 levels. The first level for chi refinement, disciples; the second for intersect disciples; the third requires one to have reached the golden core stage, and the fourth is restricted to those in the nascent soul stage. The entire library pavilion is heavily protected by arrays and restrictions. Jiang Mu presented his disciple token and smoothly ascended to the second level. The second level displayed not the techniques themselves, but rather nameplates with descriptions. Only by finding the elders of the library pavilion with these nameplates can one exchange for the corresponding techniques. This method effectively eliminates the possibility of free riders. Fortunately, Jiang Mu had inquired beforehand and learned that the elder of the library pavilion was not very powerful, only at the mid-golden core stage, and would not detect his concealed cultivation. In fact, Jiang Mu had asked his senior brothers and sisters about most of the halls, and the elders there were at most at the late golden core stage. As long as he was careful, they would not discover his true power. Even a nascent soul ancestor would need to be close enough to sense his concealed cultivation, provided he did not reveal any aura. Therefore, Jiang Mu avoided areas likely to be overseen by nascent soul ancestors, such as the 15. However, he couldn't continue living in such a furtive manner forever, so Jiang Mu urgently needed a technique to conceal his aura and cultivation. Today, he came to scout for options to see how many contribution points he would need before taking on a task. Walking past rows of cabinets and gazing at the technique nameplates, Jiang Mu shook his head slightly. too mundane. Some techniques were even inferior to what that brat the light martial emperor had given him. Of course there were superior techniques, but the higher the quality, the more difficult the cultivation. Focusing on his search, since he intended to practice a method of concealment, he had to choose the best. The technique he had seen in the market at Asking Heaven City was already beneath his notice. Ultimate Fireball Technique. That sounds nice. Shattering Thunder. This thunder technique is also decent. Oh, I'll switch to it once I have contribution points. Jiang Mu did not need to practice the main technique. His attention was solely on these minor spells. Finally, Jiang Mu stopped in front of a nameplate. Godly Movement Illusion. That name sounds quite impressive. Jiang Mu became interested and began to read the description. Godly Movement Illusion, created by the founder of the Godly Movement sect during his foundation establishment stage, is a unique method of concealment with a strong hidden nature rumored to allow the founder to evade the divine sense of golden core great cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. Later the founder improved it, mastering it to the point of avoiding the probing of many nascent soul cultivators. While this is impressive, upon seeing this, Jiang Mu became excited, knowing that this concealment technique was destined for him. However, he continued to look further and discovered the reason why such an extraordinary technique was placed on the second level. This technique is extremely difficult to master. It requires the unification of the 5 elements, meaning one must possess 5 elemental roots to cultivate it to perfection. However, having a mixed 5-element root is considered the worst type in the cultivation world. Such cultivators can only reach the chi refinement stage at most, and without abundant resources, even foundation establishment becomes problematic. Among the various sects and numerous prodigies who is not a singlement dual element or mutated root. Thus, even though this technique is placed on the second level, very few people seek to exchange for it, as if you do not possess 5 elemental roots, you cannot reach great success, significantly reducing its effectiveness. Jiang Mu felt that the ancestor of the Godly Movement sect capable of creating such a technique at the foundation establishment stage was indeed a talent and perhaps quite adept at survival. It's possible he also survived to become a nascent soul ancestor. That makes sense. To become a nascent soul ancestor, merely fighting and killing might not ensure survival until that time, but as long as one's talent isn't too poor, they can definitely survive. Requires the unification of the 5 elements. Does my condition count as 5-element unification? Jiang Mu's roots have no specific attributes, but he indeed has 5 elemental roots. Since he falls within the range of 5 elemental roots, it's possible he can cultivate this technique. This technique truly seems destined for me. Jiang Mu looked at the price, 300 contribution points. Is this technique, which no one cares about, really selling for such a high price? Perhaps it's a scam. However, Jiang Mu thought about it again. Compared to other techniques, this one is indeed cheaper. Perhaps it's due to being created by the ancestor of the Godly Movement sect, giving it some prestige. 1 contribution point can be exchanged for 2 low-grade spirit stones in the sect. 300 contribution points would require a year of work as a disciple in the law enforcement hall. After confirming this concealment technique, Jiang Mu wandered around, casually memorizing the minor techniques he could learn. After leaving the library pavilion, he headed straight for the bounty hall. In the bounty hall, many disciples were looking at the various bounties displayed on the notice boards, selecting tasks that satisfied them. The rules of the bounty hall are simple. If you find a task you like, take the jade slip and submit it to the disciple on duty in the hall, linking it to your disciple token. If the task is completed, the contribution points will be added to your account. If the task fails, or the disciple executing the task dies, the task may be repriced to attract higher cultivation disciples, which indirectly avenges the deceased disciple. Therefore, choosing a task requires careful consideration, staying within one's capabilities. Yet some disciples prefer to take on high-difficulty challenges, seeking glory if they return alive, while the deceased garner no sympathy. Those who dare to test the edge of life and death are the ones worthy of great responsibilities, so anyone of note in the Godly Movement sect would come to the bounty hall to take on tasks. This is lively like a market, Jiang Mu muttered as he squeezed into the crowd, beginning to choose a suitable task for himself. The bounties displayed on these notice boards are indeed varied and colorful. For example, training disciples for a certain sect for a year with a reward of 200 contribution points. A certain state is plagued by evil cultivators who enjoy killing mortals, and the local sect is no match. Helping them eliminate these evil cultivators offers 400 points, or a worldly official needs 3 bodyguards at the foundation establishment stage for 3 months, with a reward of 30 points. And numerous other tasks such as teaching disciples refining pills, providing service to senior sisters, or seeking Tao partners. Jiang Mu could only say, with such a vast world there are all kinds of birds. Of course, aside from these, there are high-risk bounties, such as capturing demon beasts, gathering spiritual herbs, escorting supplies, confronting enemies, and defending the borders of the 9 provinces. Jiang Mu's gaze scanned the notice boards, ultimately selecting a bounty task. In the Hungong Mountains of the western state, a Foundation establishment great demon is causing trouble. 2 mid-Foundation establishment disciples have already gone and not returned. The sect now adds 400 contribution points to the bounty, with a task deadline of 3 months. Recommended cultivation: 3 or more mid-Foundation establishment disciples, or 1 late Foundation establishment disciple. For tasks like this, the initial reward was only 200 contribution points, but since 2 disciples exceeded the task deadline and did not return, it is assumed they went missing or have died. Afterward, the reward is increased to attract higher-level disciples. The western state, although within the former territory of the Great Song, is somewhat far away. It takes half a month to travel there. The bounty hall has a rule that disciples can only take 1 task at a time, so Jiang Mu first selected an easier one to practice. Just as he reached out to grab the jade slip, another pair of hands simultaneously grasped the other end. Jiang Mu followed the hand and saw a tall female cultivator, her hair wrapped in a light blue scarf at the back of her head, adorned with 2 pairs of crystalline earrings shaped like tree crowns, and her appearance was stunningly beautiful. Jiang Mu had to admit that there were no ugly women in the world of cultivation. Nourished by spiritual energy, and with female cultivators being more attentive to their appearance than their male counterparts, the female cultivators in the realm of cultivation were usually quite beautiful, as if they were born with such natural grace. The young female disciple of the Xinxing sect before Jiang Mu was extraordinarily beautiful. Moreover, during Jiang Mu's probing with his divine sense, he discovered that she possessed latest Foundation establishment cultivation. "Sister, I was the first to take this task," Jiang Mu said politely. "I know, senior sister. But the one who took the task earlier is a junior brother from the same lineage as you, and senior sister wants to avenge them." The long-haired female disciple showed a hint of sadness in her eyes and sighed. "Moreover, junior brother, your cultivation is only at the initial stage of Foundation establishment. How could you possibly complete such a task?" The senior sister before him was reasonable, explaining to Jiang Mu the reason for her contention. Jiang Mu was momentarily stunned, as this reason made it difficult for him to contest with her. After all, she was seeking revenge for a blood feud. If he took it from her, would it be a bit too much? "Forget it, there are plenty of tasks, I'll just switch to another one." Seeing Jiang Mu release his grip, the female disciple clasped her hands in gratitude and said, "Thank you, junior brother. Then I shall take my leave, senior sister." Watching the beautiful senior sister depart, her earlier words reminded his cultivation record within the sect was at the initial stage of Foundation establishment, and it wouldn't be prudent to rashly take on tasks that were too high-level, as it could easily expose him. Thus, Jiang Mu decided to start with lower-level tasks. Although the contribution points would be few, they could accumulate over time. For the first time, Jiang Mu took on a task to escort a junior sister in the Qi refinement stage for her training. Of course, this was not an ordinary escort task, but one involving a direct disciple of an elder from the inner sect's law enforcement hall. It was said that she was only 16 years old, but had already reached the 12th layer of Qi refinement, just 1 step away from Foundation establishment. Moreover, this escort mission involved about 10 inner sect Foundation establishment disciples traveling together. Though there were many people, the payment was high. For half a month's training, each person could earn 50 contribution points, which was quite good considering the task's level, making it a short and cost-effective endeavor. Most importantly, Jiang Mu had secured the task early. Just as he finished registering, several latecomers among the disciples were filled with regret. Early the next morning, everyone gathered at the training ground, where the elder of the law enforcement hall instructed them to protect the junior sister before allowing them to set off. Among the 10 Foundation establishment disciples, only one was at the late stage of Foundation establishment, seemingly already designated as the leader by the elder of the law enforcement hall. This leader was like a personal attendant, serving the junior sister closely. This junior sister, named Jia Wire, was only 16 years old, but had already grown into a graceful beauty with a sweet appearance, as if she were naturally enchanting. Such a genius, protected year-round by the environment of the Xinxing sect, while her cultivation was progressing rapidly, her understanding of the outside world remained as naive as that of a child. Thus, when the group left the sect and arrived at a bustling, mundane town, Jia Wire was extremely curious about all the new things in the secular world, and every time she asked the leader, he would stammer and struggle to respond. These people were usually busy with their cultivation. How would they know so many curious and strange things? Whenever Jia Wire showed interest in something and no one could answer her, she would get angry and glare at everyone in a huff. "Humph, you are all really useless. You know nothing. When I get back, I will tell my master not to give you any contribution points." Jia Wire truly had a bit of a spoiled temper. If they didn't give contribution points, Jiang Mu certainly wouldn't agree. Oh, would that mean he made a trip for nothing? Thus, the previously quiet Jiang Mu stepped forward to explain things to Jia Wire. Fortunately, Jiang Mu often explored the secular world before, and that little bit of knowledge now came in handy. Jiang Mu not only explained, but also spun a couple of stories to entertain Jia Wire. "Senior brother Jiang, you know so much. You're not like those other senior brothers. When we get back, I will have my master give you more contribution points." Jia Wire was so amused, she couldn't stop smiling, calling him senior brother sweetly. Jiang Mu also realized that Jia Wire, this little junior sister, was indeed a bit overly pampered, and she didn't have many ulterior motives. As for getting more contribution points, Jiang Mu took it as a joke. Thus, the pleasant half-month journey came to an end, and upon returning to the sect, Jia Wire even genuinely tried to commend Jiang Mu in front of her master. Perhaps the elder of the law enforcement hall saw his precious disciple so happy, and truly gave Jiang Mu an extra 10 contribution points. Of course, these extra points were deducted from the elder's own share. In addition, he also gave Jiang Mu several sound transmission talismans, indicating that if he needed anything next time, he could come again. Jiang Mu was overjoyed. Jia Wire's words were indeed quite effective, and he had earned 10 contribution points for nothing. Earning only 40 contribution points in half a month is indeed a bit low. It seems I need to reveal some of my cultivation, so I can take on some dangerous tasks. Jiang Mu planned to gradually reveal his cultivation at a slow pace, allowing him to take on higher-level tasks without exposing his true identity. With all his effort, Jiang Mu dedicated himself to hard work for 3 months. In fact, it wasn't entirely hard work. These bounty tasks were still quite easy for him. For instance, picking spiritual herbs which others found extremely difficult, Jiang Mu easily traversed through dangerous areas. When dealing with evil cultivators facing those at the initial stage of foundation establishment or chi refinement, Jiang Mu flicked his hand, and with a wave of his spells, stones flew and sand stirred. The pressure from his golden core cultivation directly frightened those evil cultivators into trembling. No, are they really messing with us? Our golden core cultivators so free now? Killing just a few of us shouldn't be necessary. After 3 months, Jiang Mu gathered 300 contribution points and successfully exchanged them for the Xinqing illusion. Jiang Mu attempted to cultivate, and was pleasantly surprised to find that he could indeed practice. This 300 contribution points were well spent. Thus, while cultivating, Jiang Mu continued to accept tasks. When he returned to the bounty hall to browse the bounties, he suddenly discovered a familiar bounty. The great demon of Shizhou is causing trouble. Jiang Mu's pupils constricted. Oh, wasn't this the jade slip from 3 months ago? Damn, did senior sister get herself killed in 3 kills? The revenge-driven senior sister hadn't expected to fall there as well. The price for the great demon of Shizhou had now risen to 600 contribution points, and the cultivation requirement had changed to several latest-stage foundation establishment or golden core cultivators. 600 points. How many spells could that buy? Moreover, Jiang Mu had a very good impression of that polite and beautiful senior sister. Such a good senior sister was truly a pity. After much hesitation, Jiang Mu still decided to accept this task. One was to take revenge for his senior sister, and the other was that such a high contribution point would truly be a waste to give to someone else. When the jade slip was handed to the front desk of the bounty hall, the disciple in charge of registration looked at Jiang Mu in surprise and asked, "Senior brother, are you sure you want to choose this bounty?" "That's right. But your registration shows you are at the initial stage of foundation establishment, and this demon beast may have already killed 3 of our senior brothers and sisters." The implication was to advise Jiang Mu not to go to his death. Jiang Mu grinned. "It's fine, I'm just going to pick up a bargain. Perhaps that demon beast is already wounded. If it gets too dangerous, I can always run." Seeing that Jiang Mu was determined, the disciple no longer tried to dissuade him. Those who did this kind of work had seen too many such situations. However, having done it for so long out of professional ethics, he felt the need to say a word. There are always those who think they are the inner sex prodigies, invincible, and choose bounties that exceed their abilities. The successful ones are few, but those who lose their lives are many. After Jiang Mu completed the registration, the person returned his identity token. The Xinqing sect disciple token, similar to a support artifact, can record some information and is interconnected internally. After receiving the bounty, Jiang Mu set off without delay. After Jiang Mu had traveled a distance from the Xinhong sect, he began to soar through the air. With Jiang Mu's current flying speed, it was astonishing in just 3 days he had already flown into the territory of Shizhou. The entire Shizhou was relatively remote with thin spiritual energy and very few cultivators, yet many ordinary people. Soon Jiang Mu spotted the Hongong mountain range and a large mundane city on the nearby plain. Suspended in midair, Jiang Mu's divine sense swept over the city. He captured the state of the entire city in his mind. Aside from being heavily guarded, there was nothing unusual. Why do I feel a tremor in my sea of consciousness? Someone is spying on us. Senior brother, look, what is that in the sky outside the city? It's flying out of nowhere. That's a golden core cultivator. A group of chi refining cultivators gathered on the city wall stared in astonishment. This is great. The Xinhong sect has sent a golden core elder to eliminate the demons. Chitta city is safe now. The only Foundation establishment elder was extremely excited, clearly the master of this group of chi refining cultivators. Jiang Mu flew high in the sky, unafraid of being seen by these people. In such a remote place, there were pitifully few cultivators. Jiang Mu headed straight into the depths of the Hongong mountain range, flying while sweeping with his divine sense. With Jiang Mu's current cultivation level, as long as he exerted a little pressure with his divine sense, it could make the beasts of Hongong mountain prostrate on the ground. However, the realm of these beasts was too weak, lacking even chi refining. They were not his targets. Continuing deeper, the strength of the beasts gradually increased. But Jiang Mu learned that the one causing trouble was a wolf demon. Finally, upon reaching the deepest part of the Hongong mountain range, Jiang Mu discovered something unusual. In a thicket at the edge of a cliff, there were 2 very strong auras. One was likely at the late Foundation establishment stage, while the other surprisingly had the aura of an early golden core. Moreover, that golden core aura was accompanied by a strong demonic energy. Jiang Mu's divine sense immediately locked onto that golden core aura. At the same time, that golden core aura sensed him quickly moving and then charging skyward. Trying to escape. Jiang Mu's cultivation was higher than his, so naturally his speed was also greater. Moreover, having practiced speed-enhancing techniques, his velocity was extremely fast. He saw a gray shadow ahead just as it had dashed 1,000 zhang away, and in the next moment a sound of breaking air rang out as Jiang Mu appeared behind it. The gray shadow was startled. As if sensing danger, it attempted to change direction to evade, but Jiang Mu's fist had already struck it. 100-hand meteor fist. Bang! A woo. With this punch, the space trembled, and the gray figure exploded into a mist of blood in the sky, with blood rain slowly falling. Jiang Mu reached out and caught a red demon core with vivid patterns in his hand. Are golden core demons this fragile? The wolf demon died just like that, without any dignity or clarity. Jiang Mu put away the golden core and shook his head. This was a wolf demon that could transform into human form, yet it was obliterated by a single punch. Was it that he was too strong, or that this wolf demon was too weak? Remembering that there was still a Foundation establishment aura in that thicket, he immediately turned back. He recalled that the intensity of this aura was somewhat similar to that of his beautiful senior sister, and Jiang Mu took out a burning blade from his storage bag, pretending to fly with it. In the thicket inside a cave at the edge of a cliff, Qing Dai, with her hair disheveled and clothes in disarray, leaned against the wall of the cave, peeking out with half her head. Just a moment ago she had sensed an extremely powerful aura, and then the transformed wolf demon had immediately fled without even caring about her. In the sky the blood mist floated. Soon after, Qing Dai saw a figure appear in the blood-filled sky dressed in the garments of a Xinhong sect disciple. The sect has finally sent someone. A bitter smile appeared on Qing Dai's face. When Jiang Mu landed on the ground, Qing Dai's expression froze again. How could it be him? Qing Dai remembered this junior brother at the initial Foundation establishment stage. How could he come here? Junior brother, I didn't expect you to still be alive. That's wonderful. Jiang Mu was very pleased. He hadn't anticipated that his beautiful senior sister had not been killed by that wolf demon. Junior brother, why are you here? Senior sister, you never returned, so I took the bounty and came here, of course. As Jiang Mu spoke, he walked towards the cave entrance. What about the wolf demon? Did you come alone? Qing Dai immediately asked in a panic. The wolf demon. I saw it being blasted apart by a golden core elder with a single punch. The blood mist floating in the sky is its. Jiang Mu shrugged. Look at this demon core in my hand. It's a gift from the elder. Died. Qing Dai was stunned. The hatred that had spurred her to endure was easily resolved by someone else. Qing Dai's body went weak, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. Jiang Mu, quick-witted, hurriedly supported her. Senior sister, are you okay? Qing Dai shook her head. I'm just injured and haven't fully recovered. Hearing you say the wolf demon was slain by the elder, my blood surged for a moment. After a while, Qing Dai calmed down. Junior brother, what about the elder? He said he had matters at home and left. Qing Dai nodded upon hearing this, not suspecting any further. In her eyes, Jiang Mu was someone with a significant background, able to summon a golden core cultivator to assist him with the bounty task. Thinking back to how she had once competed with him for the bounty, she found it somewhat laughable. Not only had she failed to exact her revenge, but she had almost lost her own life. Senior sister, since you're fine, what about the two senior brothers earlier? They were already killed by the wolf demon. Qing Dai's face was bitter, and seeing Jiang Mu cast a puzzled look, she began to explain the cause and effect of the matter. It turned out that this wolf demon was not local, but had escaped from another place. The reason it did not kill Qing Dai was that it found her beautiful and sought to possess her. A demon beast that has reached the golden core stage can already transform into human form, and at that time its aesthetic sense aligns with that of humans favoring beautiful women. Senior sister, please accept my condolences. Jiang Mu looked at his senior sister, whose robe was torn, revealing her fair skin, and understood. He had nothing else to say, so he could only offer this comfort. Then the two chatted for a bit, and Jiang Mu accompanied Qing Dai to gather the bones of her two junior brothers to bring back to the Xinhong sect for burial. On the way back, Qing Dai appeared very dejected. Even as a Foundation establishment cultivator accustomed to life and death, having seen many fights and killings when those close to her departed, she could not avoid feeling sorrowful and desolate. However, the path of cultivation was inherently this cruel and heartless. A month and a half later, the two finally returned to the Xinhong sect. Upon entering the mountain gate, Qing Dai said farewell to Jiang Mu. Junior brother Jiang, you saved my life. I have nothing to repay you with, but here is my communication talisman. If you need anything within the Xinhong sect, just call for me. Qing Dai quickly handed Jiang Mu her communication talisman and turned to walk in another direction. Senior sister. Jiang Mu hesitated to speak. Although he might not need any help from senior sister Qing Dai, it was her goodwill, and Jiang Mu felt it would be rude to refuse. Now he had a communication talisman from the elder of the law enforcement hall, and one from senior sister Qing Dai. If anyone dared to bully him within the sect, Jiang Mu could simply call upon Jia Wire's master. I wonder if that Kuan Li fellow is in his cave. I submitted the bounty and went to take a look. Jiang Mu arrived at the bounty hall and submitted the task. The mark of task completion was the wolf demon's golden core. This demonic aura. Golden core early stage. The disciple receiving Jiang Mu was the same one from before, looking at Jiang Mu with a shocked expression. How could this person possibly have killed a golden core early stage demon beast? Senior brother is indeed impressive. This disciple flattered Jiang Mu. Given Jiang Mu's Foundation establishment early stage cultivation, it was clearly impossible for him to slay the golden core early stage wolf demon. Someone must have helped him from behind. However, the bounty hall never questions the completion process of bounty tasks. As long as you dare to accept, whether you succeed or fail is entirely your own responsibility. Thus, in the eyes of this disciple, Jiang Mu was the type of disciple who had a powerful backing, someone who could be protected even when leaving the sect. Senior brother, you flatter me. I merely took advantage of the situation. That wolf demon was already heavily injured. Jiang Mu humbly replied. On the way back, he had already communicated with senior sister Qing Dai, assuring her that she would not leak the truth. What Jiang Mu did not know was that even if given 100 times the courage, Qing Dai would never speak out. Engaging in such actions would not only be unflattering, but could also provoke retaliation from the cultivators behind Jiang Mu. Senior brother is being modest. This disciple nodded and smiled as he completed Jiang Mu's paperwork. The contribution points were credited, and Jiang Mu immediately rushed to the library to exchange for a pile of minor spells, leaving the elder in the library utterly bewildered. Young disciple, can you really master all these spells? He continued, disciples of your level should focus on improving their cultivation. As your cultivation rises, you will naturally save a lot of time on practicing spells. The elder chattered on while helping Jiang Mu search for spells. Seeing that this person, although a golden core early stage expert, was quite kind, Jiang Mu took the opportunity to ask him about various cultivation matters. Although Jiang Mu's cultivation had improved, he still lacked understanding in many aspects of practice. This elder was named Feng Qing, responsible for the operation of the entire library. Of course, he was not alone, as there were also some qi refining stage disciples working there. It was only because Jiang Mu needed a rather large number of methods at once that Feng Qing took a closer look. Feng Qing seemed to enjoy teaching others, so he began to share many important points about cultivation with Jiang Mu. For example, during Foundation establishment, one should focus on improving their cultivation and practice a few spells to perfection, Having many, but not mastering them would actually hinder progress. Foundation establishment stage cultivators have only 300 years of lifespan, so they should not waste it. When reaching the golden core stage, lifespan increases to 700 years. With ample time, Feng Qing felt it was acceptable to learn more spells to enrich oneself. The most important thing is to begin refining one's own spells, transforming others into one's own, which is also known as creating spells. Of course, if one encounters a superior spell legacy, they should still practice it. Not every golden core cultivator has the talent to create spells. Finally, by the nascent soul stage, there is no need to practice those spells anymore, as their every gesture, they pursue higher cultivation and the Tao, focusing on their own selves. Sai, why am I telling you so much? You're just at foundation establishment early stage. It do not aim too high. It's better to proceed steadily. Thank you for your guidance, Elder. Jiang Mu bowed to Feng Qing in gratitude. It was the first time someone had shared so much with him. No need, we are all disciples of the Shenhex sect. It's the least I can do. Feng Qing smiled and nodded. Following Feng Qing's advice, Jiang Mu picked out some classical books related to cultivation and then took his leave. Arriving at Kuan Li's cave, Jiang Mu knocked on the door and called out several times, but there was no response. This kid is busier than I am every day. Jiang Mu shook his head helplessly and returned to his small room to practice spells. In the following days, Jiang Mu's life became quite peaceful. He practiced spells in seclusion, went fishing when tired, and enjoyed tea. Obsessed with fishing and tea, Jiang Mu developed a greater interest and a higher pursuit. The tea he drank became increasingly expensive. Jiang Mu had abandoned ordinary mundane tea for tea from the spiritual tea tree. Although this spiritual tea was extraordinarily costly, Jiang Mu still reluctantly spent some contribution points to buy a bit. When Jiang Mu took his first sip, he suddenly stood up. Now this is tea. What was I drinking before? Jiang Mu sighed, sitting back in his self-made chair to enjoy. In the intervals between drinking tea, Jiang Mu would also cast a line into the small river and pull out a book to read. Whether he caught fish or not did not matter. The key was that he had plenty of time. Besides these daily activities, Jiang Mu often took on bounties. Whenever he earned contribution points, he would go to the library, the array hall, or the artifact refining hall to see what he could exchange for. He had already exchanged for quite a few spells, but he still had not refined his life weapon, which Jiang Mu was quite concerned about. The array, alchemy, and artifact refining were all greatly dependent on talent. These three halls were also extremely important parts of the Shenhex sect. Sometimes Jiang Mu unintentionally revealed a few spirit stones, gaining the opportunity to observe certain disciples, but after watching, he could only shake his head. Refining these things, not even a dog would do it. A foundation establishment disciple exhausted their spiritual energy and focus, yet the fog array they produced couldn't even trap a dog. What was the point of refining? It was clear that this disciple usually slacked off without practicing properly, otherwise it could only be that their talent was lacking. Without talent, practicing arrays is more difficult than improving one's cultivation. The same reasoning applied to alchemy and artifact refining. However, even if one couldn't refine, they could still use ready-made ones. A true master of arrays, alchemy, or artifact refining produced that which was truly useful. Jiang Mu had heard other disciples mention that the master of the 5 law peaks, Qi Yufeng, could encircle and kill a nascent soul early-stage powerful cultivator without expending any effort. As for alchemists, there was no need to mention. Every disciple in the sect had consumed various pills like the cultivation enhancing pill, foundation establishment pill, and spirit recovery pill. Finally, for artifact refiners, any disciple within the sect could exchange contribution points for a magic weapon. As long as your contribution points were sufficient, you could even exchange for a top-grade spirit weapon. Jiang Mu discovered that the highest grade of magic weapons seemed to be the inferior grade mystic weapons. Having read so many books, he had never heard of any magic weapons above the inferior grade mystic level. It is said that this was a rule established by the first batch of cultivators in this world. To learn more, one would have to attain the legendary Tao and ascend. Ordinary cultivators, as long as they refined their life weapon well, that was already quite impressive. There is still so much to learn. Jiang Mu was slowly transforming from a novice in the world of cultivation into a knowledgeable golden core great cultivator that matched his cultivation level. As spring passed and autumn arrived, 10 years had gone by in the blink of an eye. Jiang Mu realized that he seemed to enjoy using 10 years as the time frame to measure cultivation. However, not to mention longevity, even for an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator, 10 years felt as brief as a single day. After closing his eyes for a moment, several years could pass. Some disciples even directly passed away in their caves, only to be discovered when the sect called their names for attendance. Every 10 years, inner disciples must resubmit their information to the Internal Affairs Hall for sect. When Jiang Mu went to report to the Internal Affairs Hall, his cultivation had reached the mid-foundation establishment stage. This way, in the eyes of the sect, he was seen as diligent and making progress. Walking back the sect 10 years later was not much different from 10 years ago, much like yesterday and today. Passing by a small hill, he saw a group of disciples gathered. Jiang Mu approached to join the commotion and learned that a certain mid-foundation establishment senior had passed away in his cave. These people were there to search for treasures, to see if the senior had left anything valuable behind. Another senior has perished on the path of the Tao. It is truly a pity for Senior Chu Yuan, who I never expected he would pass away in his cave. Indeed, it is said he was already on the brink of the peak of foundation establishment, just one step away. The disciples shook their heads and sighed. This was the fate of Senior Chu Yuan, and it could very well be their fate in the future. Even joining a great sect like the Shenhex sect, the number of those who achieve golden core is exceedingly few. Many have fallen at this last step. Jiang Mu had seen such scenes several times, having witnessed so many he could not help but lament the ruthlessness of the Tao. I wonder if Kuan Li has also passed away. Kuan, brother, rest assured, if anything happens to you, I will safeguard your belongings and ensure that no one else lays a hand on them. Jiang Mu stood in front of Kuan Li's cave, hands clasped in prayer. But then he thought again. Kuan Li looked so young. It shouldn't be the case that he had passed away, but it was possible he had fallen into a state of madness. Kuan, brother, it's been 10 years. Are you still alive? Jiang Mu knocked on the stone door and shouted loudly. After a long while, no one responded. Kuan, brother, if you're alive, give me a sign. After calling a few more times and still receiving no response, the chirping of insects and birds was eerily quiet. Is he not home, or is he really gone? Jiang Mu mumbled to himself, contemplating whether to force his way in to take a look. Jiang, brother, what are you doing? Just as Jiang Mu was preparing to break in, a familiar voice came from the horizon. Jiang Mu turned to see Kuan Li arriving on his sword. After landing steadily, Kuan Li cupped his fists and said to Jiang Mu, Jiang, brother, what brings you to see me? Oh, nothing much. It's been 10 years since we last met, so I came to see if you had passed on. Jiang Mu joked. The two looked at each other, and neither had changed in appearance over the past decade. Moreover, Jiang Mu noticed that Kuan Li's cultivation had improved significantly and was likely not far from condensing his golden core. It's been 10 years, and your cultivation has advanced quite a bit, Jiang, brother. You're already at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Unlike me, I entered at the mid-foundation establishment stage, and 10 years later am still at the same level, Kuan Li said with a look of envy. Haha, being able to progress to mid-foundation establishment is merely a stroke of luck. My aptitude is limited. I don't know how long it will take to break through to the next stage. Jiang Mu displayed a helpless expression, but in his heart, he was scolding Kuan Li. To be on the verge of forming a golden core and still putting on a show. After all, I still have to call you senior, brother. Jiang Mu laughed heartily, and then asked curiously, in these 10 years, where have you been, Kuan Li? I've come to your cave several times and couldn't find you. This is a long story. Let's go inside the cave and talk slowly. Kuan Li invited Jiang Mu into the cave and briefly explained what he had been doing over the past decade. It turned out that Kuan Li often took on various bounties and went out to train, rarely staying in the cave. He traveled far and wide and frequently encountered danger. As a result, Kuan Li spent much of his time hiding outside to cultivate, only returning to the sect once he had healed from his injuries. The effort he put in was proportional to the results. Thus, Kuan Li accumulated a lot of contribution points, and his cultivation became even more profound. Jiang, brother, you have no idea, the outside world is far more dangerous than the sect. Killing and robbing, erasing traces of corpses, it's all too common. Over the years, I've shed quite a bit of blood, Kuan Li said with emotion. Jiang Mu naturally understood this, as he had also taken on many bounties. Treasures were a significant temptation for cultivators. Kuan Li, cultivation is like this. There's no need to blame yourself. There are limited resources, and if you don't fight for them, how can you cultivate? Jiang Mu consoled. Indeed, if one doesn't fight for it, what can one use for cultivation? Jiang Shidi truly has a unique insight into cultivation. Jiang Mu's words seemed to unlock a knot in Kuan Li's heart, making him very happy. The titles of senior brother and junior brother felt increasingly affectionate. It's been a long time since we met. We should have a drink. Kuan Li took out some wine from his storage bag. Both enjoyed solitude, making them the closest of friends within the sect. In the following period, Kuan Li often met with Jiang Mu to discuss cultivation and philosophy. Jiang Mu then discovered that Kuan Li seemed to possess exceptional talent and unique insights into cultivation techniques and spells. Jiang Mu's heart confirmed that Kun Li was indeed a hidden genius. No wonder his cultivation speed was so astonishing. When Jiang Mu asked how Kun Li began his cultivation, he always said it was due to good luck as he accidentally stumbled into a relic and acquired a set of cultivation methods. Moreover, this luck accompanied him throughout his life, such as occasionally finding spirit stones and always escaping death while competing for treasures. So Jiang Mu asked Kun Li, "Kun brother, have you never thought about why your luck has always been so good?" Why could that be? I believe these opportunities are all things I have fought for. After all, I also risked my life to pursue them. Kun Li felt it was only natural. Every cultivator would encounter opportunities, but it depended on whether they could grasp them. Maybe, but some cultivators have opportunities that are truly enviable. Jiang Mu had a bold guess in his heart. "Kun brother, have you heard of the Son of Fortune?" Son of Fortune? Kun Li frowned. Yes, that's the cultivator with exceptionally strong luck. What good fortune do they have? For instance, they have extraordinary talent in cultivation, making it smooth sailing, easily finding treasures, and no matter how others pursue them, they can always escape death. Even if they hide in the mountains and forests, they will still be taken by great figures for further training. This is probably what it means to be the Son of Fortune. Jiang Shidi, you must be joking. How could there be such a person in the world? Kun Li felt that Jiang Mu was just talking nonsense. His luck might be a bit good, but it wasn't that exaggerated, right? Jiang Mu glanced at him and sighed. Because I've seen such a person. He even had connections with a Son of Fortune. Jiang Shidi, why are you looking at me like that? I admit my luck is a bit good, but it's not as exaggerated as you say. Moreover, I think Jiang Shidi also fits the criteria of a Son of Fortune, fishing and drinking tea every day, yet still able to break through. It's simply incredible. Kun Li stroked his chin, defending himself. Kun brother, don't misunderstand, him not talking about you, Jiang Mu said with a faint smile, and am working hard on my cultivation, alright. Is that so? Huh. Kun Li laughed heartily. It was quite embarrassing to think he was getting ahead of himself. Although he said this, Jiang Mu had already made a conclusion in his heart. Kun Li indeed had some luck, but not much. At least not as abnormal as Sun Ruo. Nevertheless, one could say he was worthy of being a Son of Fortune. Enough of this, Kun brother, let's finish this cup of tea and then spar a little. Great fireball technique. Lightning flash. Small waterball technique. Great wind blast. 100-hand meteor fist. Jiang Mu executed a series of smooth little combos, leaving Kun Li stunned. Wait, Jiang Shidi, where did you find the time to practice these spells? Aren't you practicing too many different techniques? Kun Li easily deflected Jiang Mu's attacks. Kun brother, what do you think? How are my spells? Jiang Mu asked. Although they are all low-level spells, they are sufficient for the mid-foundation establishment stage, and you seem to have practiced them quite well. Their power far exceeds what is typical for a cultivator at mid-foundation establishment stage. Especially your last move, the 100-hand meteor fist, it's indeed quite impressive, Kun Li commented. Although these spells were not very refined, Jiang Mu practicing them to such a degree was admirable. Since my cultivation cannot advance, I naturally have to practice more life-saving techniques. Jiang Mu was quite satisfied. All these spells were executed with his ordinary mid-foundation establishment cultivation. If he were to use them at the peak of the golden core stage, wouldn't that be incredible? However, Jiang Mu still held Kun Li in high regard. He was able to deflect attacks so easily, truly deserving of being on the verge of forming a golden core. For a while, the two continued to spar, mutually improving. Though they were both top-tier survivalists, each move was filled with caution. 1 year later, a significant event concerning many inner disciples unfolded in the Xinxing sect. The 100-year spiritual energy grand secret realm of the Jiuzhou continent was about to open. The spiritual energy grand secret realm located at the center of Jiuzhou is a dense mountain range shrouded by a grand formation. Its origin is quite extraordinary, said to have been created by dozens of nascent soul cultivators who sacrificed themselves to establish this secret realm. Inside, the spiritual energy is overwhelming and countless rare treasures and spiritual materials abound. Cultivating there for 1 month is equivalent to practicing for a year in the outside world. For the cultivators of Jiuzhou, it is an invaluable paradise for cultivation. Of course, since it is a man-made secret realm, there are stipulations. This is a tree planted by the predecessors for their descendants, thus its numerous benefits are accessible only to the cultivators of Jiuzhou. The spiritual energy secret realm opens automatically every 100 years and is only accessible to those in the foundation establishment stage. Those above this level cannot enter, and intruders will be annihilated. Moreover, the 3 great sects of Jiuzhou and various major sects have united to exert strict control over the spiritual energy secret realm, establishing a set of trial rules. Each sect can only allow their foundation establishment disciples to enter and seek opportunities according to the agreed-upon regulations. With so many foundation establishment cultivators and limited resources within the spiritual energy secret realm, the three great sects strictly control the disciples who can enter. Even for the three great sects, the number of places available is a mere 3,000. For this reason, the Xinxing sect convened a disciple meeting to select personnel from the inner disciples to enter the realm. Although those below foundation establishment can also go, outsiders cannot peek inside the spiritual energy secret realm. What opportunities one can obtain inside relies entirely on one's own means, and nothing is accounted for once they exit the realm. Is it not seeking death for chi refinement disciples to enter? Moreover, even among the foundation establishment disciples of the three great sects, less than half return each year. With a 50% mortality rate, one can imagine how dangerous it is. Yet despite this, countless individuals rush in every year, eager for the chance. Such opportunities are rare and must be seized. I must sign up to participate. That's right. Do you all remember Senior Brother Baiyu? Last century, when he entered the spiritual energy secret realm, he was only at the mid-foundation establishment stage, but he emerged as a golden core cultivator. There are many such senior brothers who are now great golden core cultivators. Once you enter the secret realm, it is equivalent to 100 years of cultivation in the outside world. Countless disciples in the training ground fervently discussed this, their eyes filled with longing. Jiang Mu listened to this news, shaking his head helplessly. This opportunity indeed sounds enticing, but what does it have to do with him as a golden core cultivator? Jiang Mu did not believe he was strong enough to withstand the pressure of that secret realm. It would be better to quietly drink tea and fish, practicing his great fireball technique. Junior brother Jiang, do you have any thoughts about this secret realm? Cunning, standing beside Jiang Mu, asked with a smile. I am weak and have no thoughts on it. Jiang Mu chuckled, revealing a hint of helplessness. But senior brother Cunning, with your strength, you will surely be selected. Junior brother Jiang, don't be so downcast. Such a great opportunity, not competing for it would be a pity. Moreover, I believe your strength is not bad. How would you know if you don't give it a try? Cunning encouraged, patting Jiang Mu on the shoulder. If we both manage to enter, it would be good to have each other's support. Haven't you heard the brothers around us say this is the most likely opportunity to achieve the golden core? Senior brother Cunning. While what you say is not wrong, I truly do not wish to die. Seeing Cunning continue to urge him to sign up, Jiang Mu could not refuse and finally said, Then I shall listen to senior brother Cunning. At the time of selection, I will intentionally lose the match. It's not that I don't want to go, but I lack the qualifications. You shouldn't have a way to force me, right? Thus Cunning took Jiang Mu to the main hall to register. However, just as they reached the entrance of the hall, Jiang Mu felt the sound transmission talisman on him heating up. A familiar contact. Jiang Mu took it out to see that it was left for him by Master Jia Wire, and now it had turned into Jia Wires. The sound transmission talismans among cultivators do not actually transmit sound, but heat up within a certain distance to notify the user. The main point is that the sound transmission talisman can locate the user. Junior brother Jiang, is someone looking for you? Cunning asked when he saw Jiang Mu take out the sound transmission talisman. I suppose so. Just as Jiang Mu finished speaking, a woman stepped through the air and landed steadily beside him. Senior brother Jiang. The newcomer was indeed Jia Wire. After landing, she sheathed her sword and smiled sweetly at Jiang Mu. Senior brother Jiang, I heard the spiritual energy secret realm is opening, and my master has permitted me to leave seclusion. Compared to 10 years ago, Jia Wire has matured greatly, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, and her figure gracefully developed. The places that should have filled out, and those that should be slender have remained so. Over the past 10 years, Jia Wire had visited Jiang Mu several times, taking her to experience the mundane world. It was called experience, but in reality, it was just for fun, satisfying her curiosity. Jiang Mu also gained some contribution points for nothing. As time went by, they became familiar. However, Jia Wire's master was quite strict, so Jia Wire spent most of her time in closed-door cultivation. Now Jia Wire has already reached the initial stage of foundation establishment and is not far from the mid-stage. Although Jia Wire is now 26, the age of cultivators cannot be calculated in the same way as mortals, so she still appears as a vibrant 18-year-old girl. Junior sister Jia, is there something you need from me? Facing this once mischievous junior sister, Jiang Mu replied warmly. Senior brother, my master has allowed me to participate in this trial of the secret realm. Are you all signing up now? We can go together. Jia Wire twirled a strand of hair beside her ear with her jade finger and replied. Then she looked at Cunning, this seemingly ordinary-looking person. We indeed need to register, Jiang Mu observed Jia Wire, noticing Cunning, and introduced. This is Senior Brother Cunning, who entered the sect with me back then. Jia Wire has met Senior Brother Cunning. Jia Wire cupped her fists toward Cunning. As Jiang Mu's senior brother, he is naturally her senior brother too. Hello, junior sister Jia. Cunning flashed a signature fake smile, then frowned as he looked at Jiang Mu. Over these 10 years, didn't junior brother Jiang say he was diligently cultivating? How did he end up with such a beautiful junior sister? As the three were about to enter the main hall to register, Jiang Mu felt the sound transmission talisman heat up again. He took it out to check and found it was from senior sister Qing Dai. What did this sister want with him? Although Jiang Mu had saved senior sister Qing Dai's life in a transformed state, ever since that time her Dao heart had sustained damage. Jiang Mu had seen her a few times, and her cultivation had made no progress at all. Soon Qing Dai located Jiang Mu and found them. Junior brother Jiang, you are here. Are you here to register for the secret realm trial too? Qing Dai walked through the crowd smiling and waving at Jiang Mu. Cunning looked at the tall and beautiful Qing Dai, his frown deepening, and his gaze at Jiang Mu grew even more puzzled. Junior brother Jiang, is this what you call cultivation? Sister Qing Dai, what brings you here? Jiang Mu felt somewhat speechless. Everyone he had met today at the Xinxing sect had gathered together. Sister, I want to compete for the qualification to enter the spirit energy secret realm. I just wanted to ask if junior brother Jiang would be going too. I didn't expect to find you registering in the main hall. Sister, let me introduce these two. Jiang Mu began to introduce his companions as Qing Dai stepped forward. In such a large Xinxing sect, it was normal not to know many fellow disciples. Let me introduce. This is senior brother Kunli, and this is junior sister Jia Wire. Jiang Mu introduced the group to each other. Since everyone wants to participate in the competition for the secret realm qualification, why not register together and see who gets selected? That's true, but talking so much is pointless. First we need to pass the first round of trials. Qing Dai replied with a smile. I just hope we don't encounter each other on the competition stage. If I encounter senior brother Jiang, I won't go easy on you. Jia Wire declared, shaking her little fists. Then I won't hold back against you either, junior sister. Jiang Mu replied with a faint smile. The group laughed as they entered the main hall to register, and after finishing their registration, they simply had to wait for the competition to begin the next day. Kunli had hardly spoken throughout, mainly because these two were looking for Jiang Mu, having nothing to do with him. After registering, the group parted ways. On the way back, Kunli tugged at Jiang Mu, questioning how he knew those two sisters. Jiang Mu could tell that Kunli was thinking too much, so he began to explain earnestly. Senior brother Kun, I think you've misunderstood. He had nothing to fear when his conscience was clear. After hearing Jiang Mu's explanation, Kunli circled around him. I never thought, junior brother Jiang, that you would attract the attention of the sisters so much. Kunli recalled how the sisters had treated Jiang Mu very well when they first joined. Junior brother Jiang, why don't I have such luck? Kunli sighed. Perhaps. It's because of your looks. Jiang Mu replied. Because of looks. Kunli snapped back to reality, realizing it was an insult to his appearance. Junior brother Jiang, let's spar. The next day, the competition for the qualification to enter the secret realm began as scheduled. On top of a massive main peak, the grandstand was filled with inner disciples. In the central recessed circular area, various independent competition platforms were delineated, each enveloped in a blue light array to prevent the battles on stage from spilling over. At the highest point of the grandstand floated small islands where the sect master, peak masters, and elders watched the matches. The sect master of Xinxing sect, Yu Wuyin, appeared as a middle-aged man with slightly graying hair, sharp eyebrows, and a heroic demeanor. As he observed the fervor of the crowd below, he clasped his hands behind his back, using his immense spiritual power to project his voice across the arena. Dear disciples of Xinxing sect, I am your sect master, Yu Wuyin. As soon as he said this, the entire venue fell silent, as if even the clouds in the sky had been frozen. The spirit energy secret realm opens once every 100 years. As the most precious resource on the Jojo continent, only the elite among peers can enter it. As one of the three major sects, Xinxing sect has higher qualifications for disciples entering it. Therefore, I hope everyone will give their all in the upcoming competition to stand out and strive for more resources for yourselves and the sect in the secret realm. As cultivators, we do not seek time, but strive for every moment. With this exclamation, the entire arena erupted in excitement, cheers filling the air. As cultivators, we do not seek time, but strive for every moment. Countless disciples shouted, their blood boiling with extraordinary battle intent. The sight of tens of thousands of disciples shouting together left Jiang Mu in awe. It turned out that cultivating could be so passionate. Especially with sect master Yu Yuan's words, it felt as if they were whispered directly into his ear, creating a soul-stirring impact. Is this the power of a nascent soul cultivator? Just the momentum alone made Jiang Mu feel like he was no match. Even at the peak of the golden core stage, he felt insignificant, like an ant before a nascent soul ancestor. Next, the representative from the last session to enter the secret realm, Baiyu, came to the stage to speak. Senior brother Baiyu. Senior brother Baiyu, you are my idol. Senior brother Baiyu, you are so handsome, I want. As soon as Baiyu appeared, countless disciples screamed. Baiyu was like a rising star in the inner sect, radiating brilliance. He had a gentle demeanor, eyebrows like willows, eyes like stars, and lips like a sword. He wore the same blue and white robes as everyone else, and even while standing quietly on the small island, he was still so captivating. He first shared some of his own experiences and insights, then offered encouraging words to the numerous junior disciples. As he finished speaking, with divine light filling the sky and auspicious beasts roaring, the competition for the qualification to enter the secret realm officially began. Jiang Mu gazed at Baiyu on the small island, his mid-golden core cultivation released, without reserve, a pressure that anyone could feel. I heard that senior brother Baiyu has only practiced for a little over 100 years and has already reached the mid-golden core stage. Truly impressive, Qingdai murmured. Has he really practiced for less than 100 years? Such talent truly defines a genius. How can we compare to someone like senior brother Baiyu? It would be a tremendous blessing if we could achieve the golden core stage in our lifetime. Don't you think so, senior brother Jiang? On the other side, Jia Wire seemed unconcerned. Jiang Mu glanced at Kunli, who was focused on the sky. So Jiang Mu smiled and said, not necessarily. The child of destiny is right beside me. The competition is about to start. Oh, what numbers did you all draw? Jiang Mu asked. Jia Wire replied, I got number 38. Qingdai said, I got number 918. Kunli said, I got number 2008. I got number 1002. Jiang Mu stated. Jia Wire laughed. Looks like I'm the first to go on stage. Senior brother Jiang, I want to show you my strength after years of seclusion. The qualification competition is divided into 20 groups based on a threshold of 1,000 with over 20,000 participants. Winners advance, losers withdraw until only 3,000 disciples remain. Moreover, winners must continue fighting with only a brief rest in between, for once in the secret realm, opponents won't give you a chance to recover your spiritual energy. It seems that these 3,000 disciples do hold some value. However, this is also because the top inner disciples did not participate in the competition. In the inner sect, there is a group of disciples known as the Tianjiao clan, all of whom have at least achieved the initial golden core stage, occupying the majority of the inner sect's cultivation resources. Jia Wire and Qingdai were the first to compete. Jiang Mu looked on as Qingdai faced off against a mid-foundation establishment disciple, and it was expected that she would easily defeat him. As for Jia Wire, she was surprisingly matched against a mid-foundation establishment disciple as well. Jia Wire had only recently stepped into the foundation establishment stage, so it was uncertain if she could win. Just as Jiang Mu was pondering this, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. The disciple facing Jia Wire frequently held back, and within just half an hour of the battle starting, he surrendered. Jiang Mu thought for a moment and couldn't help but smile. It made sense. Jia Wire's master was an elder of the law enforcement hall, and this disciple had clearly been bribed by Jia Wire. Junior brother Jiang, isn't Jia Wire throwing a fixed match? How can this be allowed? Kunli exclaimed. Jiang Mu waved his hand, signaling Kunli not to make a fuss. Senior brother Kun, you don't understand. Cultivation is not just about fighting, it's also about relationships and social dynamics. Jia Wire easily won the competition, while Qingdai triumphed over her opponent with overwhelming superiority. Jia Wire and Qingdai flew back on their swords. Jiang Shixiang, how was that? Am I impressive? Jia Wire boasted proudly. Impressive indeed. Perhaps even I, your senior brother, might not be your match. Jiang Mu also praised her generously, not revealing the truth. Next, it's Jiang Shixiang and Kun Shixiang's turn to perform. You two must give it your all. Jia Wire waved her delicate fist. Qingdai remained silent beside her. In her eyes, if even Jia Shimi could easily win the match, it would be even simpler for Jiang Shidi. The reason Qingdai wanted to join Jiang Mu in the secret realm trial was due to the golden core elder backing him. With such an elder's protection within the sect, gaining entry into the secret realm was certainly possible. There were favors, but also benefits to be gained. For matters like this, I can only say my best. Jiang Mu replied, then soared forth on his sword to the designated arena. His opponent was a disciple in the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Senior brother, I am Jiang Mu, please guide me well. Jiang Mu cupped his fists. Do not worry, junior brother Jiang Mu, I will certainly do my utmost. After all, this opportunity is very important for everyone. The disciple Yang Fan also cupped his fists. From the surface, their cultivation seemed comparable, making the distinction between senior brother and junior brother insignificant. With the signal from the elder on the arena, the battle commenced. Junior brother, be careful. Yang Fan drew his sword and lunged at Jiang Mu. The phantom carried the sword's light, striking with the force of a battering ram. Although this speed was indeed swift for someone at the foundation establishment level, to Jiang Mu it felt as if time had slowed down exponentially, revealing numerous flaws. However, Jiang Mu was also a master of evasion. He firmly planted his feet, narrowly dodging the sword, then quickly created distance. Senior brother, excellent swordplay. Jiang Mu flattered. Junior brother overpraises me. The two Jiang Mu consistently avoided Yang Fan's sword strikes with great skill, occasionally landing a cut on his senior brother. In this combat, Jiang Mu certainly did not use his burning blade, but instead wielded a knife forged of fine iron, a mundane weapon. Senior brother, in close combat, I am no match for you. Allow me to show you my techniques. After exchanging dozens of blows, Jiang Mu pretended to be at a disadvantage, sheathing his knife and unleashing his techniques. Senior brother, in close combat, I am no match for you. Allow me to show you my techniques. After exchanging dozens of blows, Jiang Mu pretended to be at a though each blow seemed to miss by a hair's breadth, the frequency of misses began to sow doubt in Yang Fan's mind. Could it be that the opponent specialized in blade techniques as well? But soon he became even more speechless as Jiang Mu unleashed a torrent of various techniques, as if they required no energy. Great fireball technique. Little waterball technique. Thunder technique. In an instant, the small arena was filled with flashing lights. The array's protective barrier flickered, preventing the aura from leaking out. Yang Fan activated his spiritual energy to resist, while simultaneously pulling out talismans to counteract the techniques. He attempted to close the distance to Jiang Mu, but the overwhelming barrage of Jiang Mu's techniques exhausted both his spiritual energy and stamina, preventing him from getting close. Half an hour later. Junior brother. I concede, senior brother. Please stop using your techniques. Yang Fan shouted, having been zapped by a bolt of lightning, his hair standing on end. His talismans were nearly depleted, yet Jiang Mu could still unleash techniques. It must be noted that these talismans were purchased with contribution points, and they were expensive. Jiang Mu stopped and feigned exhaustion, smiling as he cupped his fists at Yang Fan, saying, Senior brother, I am grateful for your guidance. Yang Fan's expression twitched. There was no way to refuse. After all, both were in the midst of foundation establishment. How could Jiang Mu have so much spiritual energy to squander? On the spectator's stand, Jia Wire let out a long sigh of relief. That was close. I almost thought Jiang Shixiang was going to lose. However, Qing Dai furrowed her brows, thinking that with the backing of a senior behind Jiang Shidi, it shouldn't have been so difficult. From Qing Dai's perspective, the disciple battling Jiang Mu did not seem particularly strong. With Jiang Shidi's strength, it might be difficult for him to stand out in the upcoming matches. Huh, Sister Qing Dai, really? Does that mean even Jiang Shixiang can't make it? Jia Wire. She had just entered the inner sect and was completely unaware of the situation. Well, I have been in the inner sect long enough to have some understanding. Kuan Shidi, you have known Jiang Shidi the longest. Have you two taken on any elders as your masters in the sect? Qing Dai turned her attention to Kuan Li, who seemed to be lost in thought. In fact, Kuan Li was indeed worried for Jiang Mu. He understood Jiang Mu's strength, and the power Jiang Mu displayed in this battle was already close to 90% of his usual capabilities. Sister Qing Dai, what do you mean? Kuan Li asked in confusion. If one has taken on certain elders as masters, they may have access to better cultivation resources, just like me and Jia Shimi. Even if my master sacrificed himself while on a sect mission, the cultivation resources I have access to within the sect are still better than those of ordinary disciples. That's right. Just like my master, the senior brothers in the law enforcement hall won't bully me. Jia Wire. The law enforcement hall. Qing Dai realized that Jia Wire had quite a significant background. This. Kuan Li paused for a moment, then smiled faintly, and said, Jiang Shidi and I both come from a background of scattered cultivators, and we entered the sect together out of fate. All the achievements we've attained today have been through our own efforts. How can one cultivate without a master? Without a master to guide them, how could he, Kuan Li, not walk step by step to achieve his current success? Kuan Li's unexpected confidence indeed astonished Qing Dai and Jia Wire. I never expected Jiang Shidi and Kuan Shidi to be scattered cultivators. Qing Dai saw that Kuan Li was serious, not deceiving them. While she marveled, doubt also arose in her heart. who was the golden core cultivator who killed that wolf demon over a decade ago. Surely it couldn't have been just a coincidence. Such a coincidental explanation was hard for Qing Dai to believe. Then Qing Dai suddenly thought Jiang Mu was quite close with Zhao Wire, and Zhao Wire had the law enforcement hall backing her. It was indeed possible that a golden core cultivator would help Jiang Mu eliminate demons. So that's how it is. Qing Dai understood the thigh she wanted to cling to suddenly felt ordinary. What are you all talking about? Even if Jiang Shixiang is a scattered cultivator, he is still our Jiang Shixiang. Zhao Wire felt it was very normal. Jiang Shixiang was knowledgeable, kind, and gentle. Moreover, he always seemed to take his time with everything as if he was never in a hurry. But that was also why she liked this senior brother. Qing Dai smiled and said nothing more. At this moment, Jiang Mu returned, noticing the varied expressions of the three, and curiously asked, "What faces are these? I won the competition, shouldn't you all be happy?" Jiang Shixiang's sister Qing Dai said you might not qualify for this secret realm trial. Zhao Wire did not hide it from Jiang Mu and repeated their earlier conversation. "Is that all? I thought it was something serious." Jiang Mu smiled nonchalantly. This was actually good news. He was afraid that his opponents would be too weak, allowing him to advance. How would he explain that to the sect? Winning the qualification, but not wanting to enter the secret realm, that would be looking for trouble and trampling on the sect's rules. "Jiang Shidi, you may not be aware of this yet." Qing Dai sighed, and without the constraints of their mutual interests, she expressed her concern for Jiang Mu with a grateful heart. After entering the foundation establishment stage, although everyone is at the early, mid, late, or even peak levels of foundation establishment, the differences among them are as vast as a chasm. Qing Dai thought that Jiang Mu and his companions were still novices in their cultivation and lacked experience, so she explained different aptitudes lead to different speeds of cultivation, and the powers they cultivate are also different. Even among those at the mid-foundation establishment stage, some cultivators can fight 10 or 20 at a time. There is a gap, even between geniuses. Fortunately, none of the opponents we encounter are like that, or else we might not even withstand 10 of their moves. This is the different outcomes caused by cultivation resources. Some cultivators are just that extraordinary and dazzling. It's like senior brother Baiyu. I have heard stories of him in the secret realm, where he was reportedly besieged by over 20 foundation establishment disciples from other sects, yet he not only escaped unscathed, but also killed several of their disciples. At this point, a look of yearning appeared in Qing Dai's eyes. "Jiang Shidi, you should understand what I'm saying now." "I see, but so what?" Jiang Mu replied with a nonchalant smile, appearing rather carefree. He had fought 10 at once during his foundation establishment, and hearing Qing Dai's words made Jiang Mu feel that he could also be considered a genius. "I have come, and I have worked hard. Even if the final outcome is not satisfactory, I should not leave with regrets." Cultivation is also about cultivating the heart. Having no fear in the heart can be considered another form of a broad path. Moreover, how can we know it won't work without trying? Even as loose cultivators, we are not necessarily inferior to others, don't you think so, senior brother Kun? My. Kuan-Li was taken aback. Why was Jiang Shidi suddenly bringing himself into the conversation? He was still lost in thought about Jiang Mu's words. "That's right, we may not be inferior to others." Kuan-Li responded. Although he didn't know why Jiang Mu suddenly had confidence in himself, he was aware of his own strength. This time he must seize the opportunity well. Jiang Mu noticed that the three were deep in thought, and smiled knowingly. Others need resources for cultivation, but he only needed to quietly endure. "No, since senior brother Jiang has said so, then I must try to help him." "Oh, how will you try?" Jiang Mu asked with great interest. "I will ask my master if he has any way." Upon finishing, Zhao Wire flew away on her sword. Jiang Mu stared blankly at Zhao Wire flying away, then shook his head. Even an elder from the law enforcement hall might not be able to help with this. Firstly, he had no ties with Jiang Mu. At most, he was just someone familiar. Trying to secure a spot for him was not worth it. Secondly, the secret realm trial had only 3,000 qualifications from the Xinqing sect, and the Xinqing sect had far more than 3,000 elders. Some elders had already earmarked spots for their own disciples like Zhao Wire, leaving little for the rest to compete for. Even if the elders of the law enforcement hall had influence, they could not create that many spots, and other elders would not allow it. Sure enough, not long after, Zhao Wire returned with a dejected look. "It's fine, perhaps we will be lucky, and everyone will qualify." Jiang Mu reassured her. After a while, it was Kuan-Li's turn. Jiang Mu was not worried about Kuan-Li at all. With the hidden cultivation method, he had most people truly couldn't see through it. Moreover, Jiang Mu had also discovered that even someone like Yu Wuyin, a nascent soul powerhouse, could not see through it from a distance. Thus, Jiang Mu became even more convinced of his thoughts. Kun Li truly was a child of fortune similar to Sun Ra. He was to face a disciple at the late foundation establishment stage. After they exchanged fists, Kun Li revealed a green long sword and engaged in battle with his opponent. A single strike determined the victor. Kun Li stood still while the other disciple retreated several steps, shock filling his eyes. Then, without giving his opponent time to react, Kun Li sprang forward, bringing with him the piercing light of his sword, every strike deadly. At the moment Kun Li swept his sword across with his backhand, the other hand quickly formed a seal, and a surging force of magic struck the opponent's chest. The opponent was sent flying by this strike, crashing to the ground in convulsions, unable to stand again. Damn. I knew this kid Kun Li was extraordinary. He can dominate those at the late foundation establishment stage with his mid-foundation establishment cultivation. Moreover, Kun Li combined physical and magical techniques in battle. Isn't that like merging a warrior and a mage? It's simply dazzling. The battle on this competition stage ended abruptly, drawing many exclamations from the disciples. Of course, there were still many battles like this in such a competition as the sect was large, and having strong individuals was the norm. Jiang Shixiang, is senior brother Kun really that powerful? Indeed, I didn't expect senior brother Kun to be so formidable. Zhao Wire and Qing Dai stared wide-eyed, their faces full of astonishment. They thought this seemingly ordinary person beside Jiang Mu would have to go through a fierce battle to achieve victory, but they did not expect it to be so effortless. But they were all at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Jiang Mu was also happy for Kun Li, laughing heartily. Haha, I told you not to underestimate loose cultivators. Senior brother Kun is the most unique among the loose cultivators I have seen. The qualification competition for the secret realm trial ended in just 1 day's time. Zhao Wire effortlessly secured her qualification by relying on her position. Qing Dai also barely made it through, having sustained some injuries after years of accumulation at the late foundation establishment stage. As for Kun Li, he crushed all his opponents with his sword alone, and aside from encountering a somewhat formidable late foundation establishment disciple, in the final round the two battled back and forth, with Kun Li emerging victorious. The most peculiar was Jiang Mu. He relied on an unending array of techniques to drag it out until the last round. The disciples who faced him were in agony, feeling incredibly frustrated. These techniques, while formidable, were not lethal, yet if they were not powerful enough, they still caused pain upon impact. The key was that Jiang Mu only cast spells from a distance, winning through sheer magical power, completely avoiding direct confrontation. It was a contest of whose magic could last longer. Thus, these individuals lost the match after being completely drained of their magic and stamina, naturally feeling resentful. But no matter how resentful they were, they had to respect the results of the competition. After all, winning through abundant magical power was still a victory, right? Until in the last round, Jiang Mu faced a disciple at the peak of foundation establishment. From the technique's magical power and cultivation level, Jiang Mu could tell that this was not an ordinary peak foundation establishment. At the very least, they could be considered half a genius. Thus, Jiang Mu knew he would definitely lose, and it would be one of those losses that did not require much acting. Jiang Mu cast his spell, while the opponent resisted with great magical power, the sword slicing through the void, and within a few moves the blade tip was against Jiang Mu's throat. Shitty, I concede. The opponent smiled lightly and sheathed his sword. Jiang Shixiang, how could you lose? Zhao Wire nervously watched from the stands, but when she saw Jiang Mu's throat being threatened by the sword, the last glimmer of hope in her heart shattered. Sigh. Qing Dai also sighed helplessly. There was nothing she could do in this situation, as she almost failed herself. However, she was truly shocked by Kun Li. The two were both loose cultivators, yet their strengths were worlds apart. Moreover, Qing Dai felt that if she were to face Kun Li, she would definitely be no match for him. Looking at Kun Li's side profile from the viewing platform, she thought that his ordinary face was no longer inconspicuous. Everyone, I did my best, but as you can see, I am not a match for that senior brother. Jiang Mu returned to the stage, shaking his head with a wry smile. Kun Li sighed, saying nothing, just patting Jiang Mu on the shoulder. Everything was silent, yet understood. Jiang Shixiang. Jiang Shitty. The comforting words of the two were caught in their throats. The competition for the secret realm trial concluded, and all disciples who qualified would head to the spirit energy secret realm in half a month. The Xinqing sect would dispatch the 3 peak masters of Lingyu Peak, Chayu Peak, and Heping Peak to escort the disciples. While the journey to the secret realm is fraught with danger, shouldn't you hurry to prepare for the trip with your master? Zhao Wire's master arrived in the air, urging her to return quickly. Jiang Shixiang. Jia Shimi, listen to your master, and go back to prepare. Jiang Shixiang will come to send you off later. Jiang Mu advised. Finally, Jiao Wire sighed and followed her master. Qing Dai Shiji, you have also sustained quite a few injuries. Hurry back to recover, or it will affect your gains in the secret realm. Jiang Mu turned to Qing Dai and smiled. Seeing that Jiang Mu did not obtain the qualification for the secret realm trial, yet could still smile like this, she couldn't help but admire the strength of Jiang Mu's Dao heart. Well then, Jiang Shidi Kuan Shidi, see you in half a month. Qing Dai glanced at the two and flew away on her sword. Finally, Jiang Mu looked at Kuan Li meaningfully and said, Senior brother Kuan, you are truly hidden and extraordinary. Jiang Shidi, I am actually not that formidable, but for this opportunity, I am willing to give it my all. It's a pity for you, we entered the sect together, yet couldn't seek opportunities together. Kuan Li couldn't help but sigh. That's nothing, if I can't go, I can't go. Didn't you hear how dangerous it is inside? If your cultivation is insufficient, it's just courting death to go there. Unless it's someone like Jia Shimi, her master will definitely prepare life-saving treasures for her, and may even arrange for someone to take care of her. Life-saving treasures. Kuan Li seemed to grasp the crux, and his eyes brightened. It turns out that the opportunities in the secret realm are not just within the secret realm. Half a month later, atop a peak of the Xinxing sect responsible for docking flying boats, throngs of people gathered. Several gigantic flying boats adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings were stationed there, with many disciples making their way up. The elders of various families repeatedly advised their disciples that in the secret realm life comes first, treasures second. One must not lose their life for the sake of treasures. Senior brother Kuan, this trip will last for 10 years. I hope you will return with your golden core perfected in 10 years. Jiang Mu and Kuan Li stood in the crowd bidding farewell to each other. Once one enters the Lingming secret realm, the passage will only reopen after 10 years. Junior brother Jiang, I appreciate your good wishes. Kuan Li laughed heartily, his eyes filled with determination. Senior brother Kuan, do you have any life-preserving treasures for this trip into the secret realm? Jiang Mu asked again. No matter how fortunate Kuan Li may be with his current cultivation, his foundation is far inferior to those disciples guided by golden core and nascent soul cultivators. As the two walked together, Jiang Mu had long regarded Kuan Li as a mentor and friend on the path of cultivation. The vastness of the 9 provinces and the emergence of talents made Jiang Mu quite concerned about Kuan Li's safety in the secret realm. Life-preserving treasures. Junior brother Jiang, to be honest, I do have some backup plans, but in the secret realm no one can predict the dangers. I can only do my best and leave the rest to fate. Kuan Li sighed deeply and continued, Junior brother Jiang, you always say I am a child of fortune, so I believe my luck in the secret realm will not be too bad either. Let's hope so. Jiang Mu replied, then took out the burning blade which came with its sheath from his storage bag. Senior brother Kuan, can you use a blade? A blade? I know a bit about both swords and blades, but my swordsmanship is better. Why are you asking this, Junior brother Jiang? Kuan Li asked curiously. I have a blade here called the Burning Blade, a high-grade spiritual artifact passed down in my family. I will lend it to you for now, Senior brother Kuan. A high-grade spiritual artifact. Kuan Li was taken aback. In the 9 provinces, this could be considered a top-tier magical weapon. How could Junior brother Jiang possess such a thing? Why are you looking at me like that? Do you not trust me, Senior brother Kuan? Jiang Mu noticed Kuan Li's astonishment, which was within his expectations. I absolutely trust you, Junior brother Jiang. It's just that if I borrow the burning blade from you, what if I don't manage to come out of the secret realm alive? Kuan Li hesitated to finish his thought. Since Jiang Mu dared to take it out, Kuan Li naturally believed him. Although he didn't know where this average-skilled junior brother Jiang obtained it, Kuan Li wouldn't pry. Everyone has their little secrets after all. But the question was, did Jiang Mu truly trust him that much? Jiang Mu smiled, placing the burning blade in Kuan Li's hand, saying, Then senior brother Kuan just needs to come back alive. Junior brother. Kuan Li cradled the burning blade in his hands. His right hand gripped the hilt, and as he infused it with some mana, a wave of oppressive heat surged through him. This pressure. It truly is a high-grade spiritual artifact. Junior brother Jiang, since it's like this, I promise I will definitely come back alive. Kuan Li's gaze became even more resolute. With this burning blade, his chances of success increased. If given the opportunity, he would also gather some rare materials to assist junior brother Jiang's cultivation. This was the most important promise among cultivators who once made it must be fulfilled. Jiang Mu looked at Kuan Li, who appeared deeply moved, and felt a great sense of comfort within. There is indeed true affection in the world. After all, the burning blade would only gather dust with him. It was better to leave it with Kuan Li to take a gamble. In this way, if Kuan Li obtained something valuable in the secret realm, he would surely think of his junior brother first. What would this be called? This would be called exchanging sincerity for sincerity. As the two spoke, Qing Dai and Jia Wire also found them. Junior brother Jiang, we will not meet again until 10 years after this trip. Just 10 years is not too long for us. But you must pay attention to safety when you enter the secret realm. Junior brother Jiang, rest assured, I will take good care of junior sister Jia, and also of junior brother Kuan. After much hesitation, Qing Dai added, junior sister Jia and junior brother Kuan are friends of junior brother Jiang, and junior brother Jiang saved my life, so I will definitely help them. Qing Dai thought to herself, then reconsidered. Junior sister Jia had a background, and would certainly have other disciples to protect her, while Kuan Li seemed to be even stronger than herself. With that thought, Qing Dai found it hard to say who would help whom. As expected, the next moment Jia Wire interrupted. Junior brother Jiang, rest assured. My master said that those powerful seniors will take care of me. I will make sure they look after senior sister Qing and junior brother Jiang as well. Junior sister Jia, senior sister Qing, do you trust me? Jiang Mu suddenly asked. Huh? Brother, what do you want us to trust you about? Jia Wire and Qing Dai were puzzled. Jiang Mu chuckled, clasped his hands behind his back, and looked at Kuan Li. When faced with uncertainty, you can consult brother Kuan. My. Huh. This left the two even more confused. What does it mean to consult brother Kuan when faced with uncertainty? Seeing that the two seemed to not understand his meaning, Jiang Mu cleared his throat and explained, what I mean is senior brother Kuan is also very capable. In the secret realm you can discuss everything with him, and it's best not to get separated. Alright, junior brother Jiang. Of course you can count on us, junior brother Jiang. Jia Wire and Qing Dai said in unison. However, Kuan Li was bewildered. Just now when Jiang Mu looked at him, he felt as if he was being seen through completely. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Junior brother Jiang is just saying this because he trusts me. He cannot possibly know that I am close to forming a golden core. The three exchanged farewells once again and prepared to board the boat. Jiang Mu stood below, waving goodbye to the three. I wish you all a smooth journey and a bountiful return. Don't forget to bring me back some good things. The formation roared as the flying boat started. With the three main peak masters overseeing the flying boats of the Xinxing sect soared toward their destination like a great dragon. Countless disciples waved their goodbyes from the high platform just like Jiang Mu. With the mortality rate of the secret realm trials, for some this might be their last farewell. In life, one bowl of noodles means one less than life, one meeting means one less. The flying boat in the distant sky gradually turned into a dot of light, and Jiang Mu gazed up, unable to hold back a sigh. Entering the path of cultivation, each has their own way. This is the path they chose, and Jiang Mu has no right to interfere, only to choose to bless them. The path Jiang Mu chose was the path of survival. The Lingning secret realm at first glance appears to be just a few ordinary mountains. In reality, this is merely a disguise set by an illusion array concealing profound mysteries within. At this moment, numerous camps have already been stationed in front of the mountains. The three great sects have occupied the three most level peaks of the secret realm, while the remaining ones are taken by first-rate and second-rate sects. As for those lesser sects, they can only choose a relatively flat patch of grass as their base. Nevertheless, they are more than pleased to have qualified for the secret realm trial. Although the slots are limited, only a few, they are still extremely precious. It's worth noting that there are many more cultivation sects that don't even have the slightest qualification and can only come to join in the excitement. Even if the disciples sent into the secret realm from these smaller sects are likely to perish completely, they are still willing to take the gamble. At this time, it has already been more than half a month since all Foundation establishment disciples entered the Lingning secret realm. Leaders of the three great sects occasionally gather together, laughing and chatting, presenting a harmonious appearance. However, this is merely a facade. As the top three sects, it is possible that their disciples are already engaged in a bloody battle within the secret realm. During this secret realm expedition, many of the disciples from my Xinxing palace are at the peak of Foundation establishment, and there are three who have long suppressed their advances to the Golden Core stage. I am certain they will achieve great success. The 8th Palace Master of Xinxing Palace said with a smile. Implicitly, it implies that the disciples of the other two great sects might have been completely annihilated by them. Fold Xianguan, do not be too complacent. My Xiaoyao Palace is not to be underestimated either. Not only do we have two who are close to forming their golden core, but we also possess the Xiaoyao twin swords. Can your Xinxing Palace stop them? The third elder of Xiaoyao Palace, Xiaoyao Zizhen, said dismissively. The Xiaoyao twin swords. Everyone from Xinxing Palace and Xinxing sect was taken aback. The Xiaoyao twin swords. You Xiaoyao Palace have such boldness to allow your disciples to take such a treasure inside. Aren't you afraid of losing it? The old Taoist in a white robe known as Xianguan flashed a look of surprise. You need not worry about that, esteemed palace. Seeing the other two sect members taken aback, Xiaoyao Zizhen appeared calm on the surface, but was immensely pleased inwardly. As for the Xiaoyao twin swords, they are merely a low-grade, mysterious weapon unique to Xiaoyao Palace. How could it be allowed for Foundation establishment disciples to carry it inside? In truth, it was just a replica. But as long as I don't say anything, who would know? The leader of Shay Peak from Xinxing sect, Luo Tian, could see that these two were trying to show off, and naturally, he wasn't going to fall behind. I admit that the disciples from both your sects are quite remarkable, but compared to my Xinxing sect, they still appear lacking, Luo Tian said, stroking his long beard, seemingly unconcerned. Upon hearing this, Xin Guan and Xiaoyao Zizhen immediately felt displeased. What does it mean to appear lacking? After all, we are all from the three great sects. We should be considered equals. Luo Tian, what do you mean by that? The two asked. Luo Tian adjusted his words and said dismissively, those disciples of yours combined won't be enough for my Xinxing sect disciples to fight. Do you know how many geniuses there are among my 3,000 disciples in this secret realm expedition? Luo Tian adjusted his words and said dismissively, those disciples of yours combined won't be enough for my Xinxing sect disciples, not to mention the countless Foundation establishment peak practitioners. Luo Tian, seeing the expressions of the two darken, became even more pleased. At their level, the pursuit of cultivation is no longer so intense. After all limitations are in place, instead the competition between the sects brings them immense satisfaction. Your sect truly produces talents. I Xinxing Palace willingly bowed down to you, said the old Taoist Xin Guan, clasping his fists. However, inwardly, he felt much more at ease. Haha, just 5. Looking at Luo Tian's smug expression, it must be true. Luckily, my Xinxing Palace actually has more than 6 who are about to form their golden core. Xiaoyao Zizhen also clasped his fists and sighed. It seems your Xinxing sect will also reap significant rewards this time. What does it matter if there are only 5? My Xiaoyao Palace has not only those 2. I doubt both Xin Guan and Luo Tian know that my Xiaoyao Palace has hidden so many experts. Luo Tian, seeing the two flattering him, felt immensely pleased inside. Do you think the 5 I mentioned are all from my Xinxing sect? You all think you are at the highest level, yet you are merely at the bottom level. Luo Tian expressed his sentiment. In this secret realm expedition, all opportunities should be contested by these juniors. Whatever they gain will be their fortune, we need not interfere. Luo Peak Master's words make sense. Very good, very good. The 3 nodded in agreement, yet their thoughts were different. In reality, the majority of the spoils from each opening of the secret realm are divided among the 3 great sects. After all, there is strength in numbers. However, there are also surprises. Although other sects are fewer in number, they occasionally showcase a genius that shines brightly, renowned in all directions. 2.5 years later, the competition for resources within the secret realm has reached a fever pitch. In a mountain gorge, the moonlight gradually thickens. In a clearing of the dense forest, there is a spiritual spring. Within the spring, spiritual energy surges, and among it are 10 white flowers known as Hongji flowers. These are precious heavenly materials containing pure spiritual power. Foundation establishment cultivators can increase 2 small realms upon consumption, while those at the peak of Foundation establishment may even directly reach the Golden Core stage. Even cultivators in the early Golden Core stage can enhance their profound cultivation. Their rarity is such that even the 3 great sects cannot cultivate them directly, taking a century to find just one. However, at this moment the number reaches as high as 10. This is an existence that countless cultivators would be envious of. Beside the spiritual spring stands a Huadiao white-eyed tiger adorned with black and white stripes and massive fangs. The aura it emanates even reaches the level of early Golden Core. Once a demon beast reaches the Golden Core, it possesses intelligence not inferior to that of humans, and they can also practice transformation techniques to take on human forms. The Huadiao white-eyed tiger before us clearly has not practiced transformation techniques, maintaining its original form. Moreover, it occasionally raises its head to observe its surroundings, seemingly on guard against something. The Hongji flowers, when the color of their petals shifts from white to red, signify true maturity, at which point their effects are optimal. It is evident that the 10 Hongji flowers in front of it are about to mature, and the Huadiao white-eyed tiger is guarding and waiting. Around the dense forest, sounds occasionally emerge, but it remains unclear whether they are beasts or birds. When the clouds in the sky obscure the moonlight, the sounds around the forest become more frequent and louder. Roar! The Huadiao white-eyed tiger lets out an angry roar, hoping to intimidate these strange sounds. Yet it proves to be of no use. The Hongji flowers are visibly changing to red at an observable speed. With the sound of swords unsheathing, someone can't help but curse loudly. Damn it! Someone has acted first. Attack. Who the hell stepped on my head? Look out for the sword. Can't you help but act now? Damn it. You've startled the snake in the grass. Kill. In an instant, the silence of the dense forest is shattered as figures move about, some shouting and leaping forward while others wield their swords and charge. In an instant, the dazzling lights of blades and spells illuminate the sky, revealing the diverse array of clothing worn by the crowd. It turns out that many cultivators had been lying in ambush around without anyone noticing. Damn, I knew there would be many people here, but I didn't expect so many. Kunli, along with Jia Wire and Qing Dai, hides their presence in a bush, watching the rushing figures in astonishment. Senior brother Kun, should we go in or retreat? Jia Wire, seeing this, has already begun to feel afraid. Do you think we can snatch some Hongji flowers, Kun Shitty? Qing Dai hesitantly asks. From the fluctuations of spiritual energy, the cultivators attempting to seize the Hongji flowers include quite a few at the peak of Foundation establishment. No rush, there are many people, but let's observe the situation first. Roar. The Huadiao white-eyed tiger is startled by the sudden appearance of figures, but it quickly realizes that these people are here to snatch its treasures. Facing those cultivators with only the Hongji flowers in their eyes, the Huadiao white-eyed tiger flaps its wings and soars into the sky, striking down with incredible speed and power. Roar, roar, roar. Even its roar causes the lower-ranked cultivators to spew blood from their noses and mouths, collapsing to the ground. Yet this does not intimidate them. Rather, it excites those cultivators even more. Roar. Just as the Huadiao white-eyed tiger bites down, killing a peak Foundation establishment cultivator, 3 cultivators have already reached above the spiritual spring, seemingly on the verge of success. Haha, the Hongji flower is mine. One of the peak Foundation establishment cultivators laughs heartily. However, the next second, a massive tiger head appears above him. The peak Foundation establishment cultivator realizes the danger and hurriedly raises his spiritual power to defend. But as the Huadiao white-eyed tiger bites down, the protective barrier formed by this peak Foundation establishment cultivator shatters with a bang, swallowing him whole. Haha, I've succeeded. In this brief moment, 2 cultivators have each obtained a Hongji flower. One of them, however, has not run far before being struck down by the Huadiao white-eyed tiger's paw, screaming in agony. The last one is relatively lucky. Perhaps he has practiced an escape technique, moving swiftly enough to evade the Huadiao white-eyed tiger's attack. But before he can rejoice, a sword comes at him from the left. Upon seeing who it is, the person exclaims in shock, "Senior brother, we are from the same sect." "Oh, what do you mean by this?" "Same sect. Since you know him, your senior brother, hand over the Hongji flower obediently." "You." The person turns pale with anger. "Brothers and sisters, since we cannot snatch the Hongji flowers from the Huadiao white-eyed tiger's mouth, we can seize them from other cultivators." Someone howls this out, and in an instant, the person who obtained the Hongji flower is besieged by many cultivators. "Haha, the Hongji flower is mine." A cultivator successfully snatches a Hongji flower, but before he can savor the victory, a sword tip bursts from his chest. The entire dense forest is filled with shouts of battle as countless cultivators stain the sky with blood. As the chaos of the scene escalates, the Huadiao white-eyed tiger becomes preoccupied with its own survival, and more Hongji flowers are taken away. Roar, roar, roar. The Huadiao white-eyed tiger is filled with rage, yet weary from the struggle, it begins to show signs of being overwhelmed. After all, among the numerous cultivators seizing the flowers, there are many geniuses, some of whom are even capable of injuring it. In the end, the Huadiao white-eyed tiger, fully aware of the tide against it, leaves behind a trail of cultivator corpses and howls away with its battered body. This scene is too chaotic. Kunli, witnessing this scene, realizes that his opportunity to act has arrived. However, he cannot act while bringing his 2 junior sisters and senior sister along. He can escape with his own treasures, but they cannot. In such a competition among geniuses, a single misstep could lead to death. Senior sister, junior sister, now is the perfect time for us to act. But I cannot take you with me, it's too dangerous. Let's meet at the old place, and I will seek you out later. After leaving these words, Kunli manifests a blazing sword and soars into the sky. Qing Dai and Jia Wire exchange glances, nodding to each other before disappearing into the distance. In the sky, Kunli's gaze is clear. He targets the cultivators who have obtained the Hongji flowers. He aims to seize as many as possible and then escape. Sword. No blade. Kunli channels his spiritual power, swinging the blazing sword at the nearest peak Foundation establishment cultivator who has just acquired a Hongji flower. Whoosh. Kunli's speed is astonishingly swift, leaving a trail of vibrant red light in the air as he cleaves this cultivator in 2, even slicing a ravine into the ground below. What kind of cultivation is this? Peak foundation establishment, and just like that he's dead. The sight leaves the other cultivators gasping in shock. Look at his attire, it seems to be from the Divine Movement sect. Could he be another genius from the Divine Movement sect? Some are stirred while others retreat. Kunli's strike successfully intimidates many who wish to seize the Hongji flowers. Yet even so there are still cultivators wanting to take Kunli's Hongji flowers. The real show has just begun. Kunli sneers, unleashing a torrent of spells. Every blade swung brings the death of a cultivator before him. Anyone who dares to block his path must die. Kunli's appearance immediately draws the attention of many cultivators, for he has already slain countless of them, and has even seized 3 Hongji flowers. This is a devil. How many Hongji flowers does he want to satisfy himself? Is 3 not enough? Among the geniuses of the Divine Movement sect, I have never seen such an abnormal person. Countless cultivators tremble in fear as Kunli has seemingly transformed into a grinder for cultivators. In the Mountain Gorge, representatives from various sects, including the 3 great sects, have perished here, making it a natural graveyard for cultivators. Kunli, covered in blood, coldly gazes at the corpses beneath him, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Just one more flower from Jiang Shidi, and I shall retreat. In the Divine Movement sect, Jiang Mu, who is leisurely sipping tea and fishing in a reclining chair, suddenly sneezes. What the hell, who is cursing me again? Jiang Mu frowned and contemplated for a moment, feeling that this should not be directed at him. He had navigated this world with caution and had not offended anyone. Moreover, he was still influenced by the ingrained habits from his past life, associating sneezing with being scolded. What if someone was actually missing him? Indeed, it must be so. Someone misses him. Oh, how wonderful. Counting the days, it had been 2.5 years since Kunli and the others entered the secret realm. He wondered how much they had gained. No matter the gain, I hope they're safe. Jiang Mu lay back in his chair, feeling that he should do something. So he turned over and changed his position. Inside the secret realm, when Kunli seized the 4th Hongji flower, he immediately chose to break out. Currently, he possessed 4 Hongji flowers in his hands, which made many cultivators envious. Even if Kunli killed many cultivators, it did not deter others. There were still constant sneak attacks. Don't let him get away. He has 4 Hongji flowers. What does it matter if he's a disciple of the Divine Movement sect? Kill him, and the outside world will be none the wiser. Many cultivators filled with greed chased after Kunli's figure, rushing into the distance. As long as someone killed this person in front of them, they could obtain 4 Hongji flowers. Even for a cultivator at the early stage of foundation establishment, stepping into Golden Core within a short time would not be a problem. He just killed so many people. I can't believe his power is still considerable. Hongji flower. Yet these people overestimated their speed. Kunli, who had practiced many escaping techniques, quickly left them behind, with only 3 figures closely following. Kunli's divine sense swept over them. They were all peak foundation establishment cultivators, not the ordinary kind, but those on the verge of forming their cores. This is troublesome. Kunli thought it was bad if he faced these individuals unknown. He was confident he could defeat them, but in a group fight, he couldn't say for sure. Moreover, these individuals did not join the battle from the beginning, but like him, chose to wait for an opportunity. In terms of mana and stamina, he was far inferior to them. Hand over the Hongji flowers and I'll spare your life, shouted the leading one among the 3. I fought for them with my life, oh why should I give them to you? Kunli replied loudly. The pursuers behind him were all disciples of the Carefree Palace. That's ridiculous. Just now, when you were killing, you didn't even blink. It's just a turn of fortune. Today it's our turn. In the secret realm, who cares who you are? Kunli felt that what the person said made a lot of sense. It was very similar to his own style of doing things. Since that's the case, don't blame me. Kunli snorted coldly, and his flying speed increased once again. Brother Yu Ming, he has been fighting for so long, his mana must be exhausted compared to ours. The disciple of the Carefree Palace flying on the left spoke to the 2. Do you need to say that? I can see it naturally, brother. However, this person possesses extraordinary combat power and incredible flying speed. This is troublesome. I have contacted brother Yu Zhong and sister Yu Shi through the Soul Talisman. They are on their way here. When they arrive, we will ambush this disciple of the Divine Movement sect together. The person referred to as brother Yu Ming sneered. Brother is wise. The 2 on either side flattered him. At this moment, Kunli, flying at the front, had already made up his mind. If these 3 did not die, he would definitely not be able to escape. It seemed he could only reveal his ultimate strength now. Once a cultivator at the early stage of foundation establishment, Kunli had gained numerous opportunities in a nascent soul tomb in the southern part of the former Song Kingdom, including cultivation techniques, pills, and several powerful formations. Now was the time to deploy these formations. Kuan Li sped ahead, arriving at a valley, and then came, running away. Why aren't you running now? The pursuing three from Yu Ming became vigilant. Kuan Li dared to stop here, perhaps he had called for reinforcements. But the three scanned their surroundings with their divine senses and found no one else. Has he run out of energy? Yu Ming relaxed, the Hongji flowers were theirs. Run? Why should I run? I don't even need to lift a finger to deal with you three. Kuan Li proclaimed proudly. Facing death you still dare to act tough. Yu Ming from the carefree palace won't support anyone but you. Yu Ming coldly snorted twice. Considering we are all from the three great sects, we will leave you with a complete corpse. After saying that, Yu Ming signaled the other two to attack together. 3 Sunto Golden Core Peak Foundation Establishment cultivators against 1, he shouldn't be able to hold his ground, right? Moreover, Yu Ming was confident after all the 3 of them belonged to the ranks of top talents. Seeing that the 3 were about to make a move, Kuan Li knew he could no longer delay. Kill. The 3 raised their swords and charged. Holy Sword Hidden Kill Formation. Kuan Li shouted loudly, channeling all his mana, focusing his mind, and unleashing 3,001 low-grade spirit stones from his storage bag, scattering them around. Immediately, an incredibly dark small flag appeared before Kuan Li. Kuan Li infused his mana into it, and strands of black threads swiftly spread out from the black flag. The spiritual energy from the surrounding spirit stones dissipated rapidly. From above it appeared that Kuan Li was at the center, surrounded by a haze of black threads. In an instant, Yu Ming and the others charged right to Kuan Li's front. At this moment, Kuan Li suddenly turned pale, and a mouthful of fresh blood spurted from his mouth. Yu Ming and the 3 instantly felt their hair stand on end, engulfed by a sense of impending doom. Run! Yu Ming decisively shouted, retreating at once. Just as Yu Ming was retreating, a massive black sword descended straight down from his previous position. No. Yu Ming retreated just in time, but the other 2 were not so fortunate. One was pierced through the head the moment he turned, splitting him in 2. The other fared slightly better. He retreated quickly, but lost an arm. What is this? Formation. Yu Ming's pupils contracted, feeling something was amiss. In that moment of distraction, the kind of crisis unique to cultivators surged again, and Yu Ming's figure flickered once more. When he steadied himself and looked again, the surroundings were pitch black, and he could see no one, even his divine sense was obscured. Only a faint, ghostly scream flashed by. Yu Ming knew that the remaining disciple probably had perished. In that instant, fear and death enveloped Yu Ming. Divine Movement Sect, Yu Ming shouted angrily. The suffocating feeling of being surrounded by darkness made his nerves tense. He disregarded everything and cast several spells, striking with sword after sword. However, he did not know when a hidden enormous sword suddenly appeared behind him. Yu Ming turned around, and his protective barrier shattered in response, a sword piercing through his chest. Please, I don't want to. Yu Ming's pupils dilated, and he could not finish his last words. As the darkness dissipated, the black threads in the surrounding space slowly retracted into the small flag, and Kuan Li slumped helplessly to the ground. I still lack cultivation. I almost couldn't kill these 3. Kuan Li smiled bitterly. His mana and stamina had reached their limits, and he was even severely injured from the backlash of activating the formation. Fortunately, the trouble has been resolved. This place is not suitable for lingering. Kuan Li stood up and removed the storage bags from the 3 corpses. Killing you was a waste of 3,000 spirit stones. I must at least recover some interest. Kuan Li mumbled as he stored the bags and headed towards a direction, rushing into the dense forest. An hour and a half after Kuan Li departed, 2 young figures, 1 male and 1 female, arrived at the location. They were none other than senior brother and senior sister, as mentioned by Xiao Yao Yu Zhong, and Xiao Yao Yu Shi. They were also the masters of the replicas of the dual sword of Xiao Yao. The positioning shows that junior brother and the others disappeared nearby, yet we see no one here. Standing atop the mountain, Xiao Yao Yu Zhong furrowed his brows. Senior brother Yu Zhong, it seems there are demonic beasts gathering over there. Let's check the situation out. Xiao Yao Yu Shi voiced. All right. Thus the 2 flew to the location where Kuan Li was battling with Xiao Yao, Yu Ming watching as those low-level demonic beasts fed on human corpses. The destroyed clothing on the corpses clearly identified them as disciples of their Xiao Yao Hall. Senior brother, this. The 2 were shocked and quickly dispersed the demonic beasts. Upon examination, there were exactly 3 corpses. Senior brother, junior brother Yu Ming, and the others. Xiao Yao Yu Shi covered her cherry lips, her face filled with disbelief. Junior brother Yu Ming contacted us just over half an hour ago. In such a short time, something terrible must have happened due to the overwhelming strength of the enemy. Moreover, the pursuers are disciples of the Xinqing sect. It cannot be ruled out that they outnumbered them. Junior sister used the retracing technique. I want to see if it was indeed those from the Xinqing sect who killed junior brother Yuming. Xiao Yao Yuzhong felt an intense rage within him. While the competition for heavenly materials and treasures relies on one's own, means losing 3 disciples on the verge of forming their golden core was something he could not explain upon returning. At the very least, they needed to know who killed their people. If there was an opportunity, they would eliminate the enemy, allowing for an explanation upon their return. All right, senior brother Yuzhong. Xiao Yao Yushi responded, and the two sat cross-legged hand signs forming as they summoned the scene of the earlier battle before their eyes. Although the retracing technique of Xiao Yao Hall was a well-guarded secret, their cultivation level made it no problem to retrace the scene of a foundation establishment cultivator. If the enemy's cultivation were even slightly higher, having reached the golden core, they would be helpless. One person. How is that possible? A holy sword hidden kill formation. So it was a formation. The scene that emerged was brief, lasting only a few breaths, but it was sufficient for them to clearly see Kun Li's appearance. Senior brother Yuzhong, the disciples of the Xinqing sect, are remarkably powerful, possessing such a killing formation. What you say is true, junior sister, but I am more curious about how I have never heard of such a character in the Xinqing sect. Could they be a hidden core seed? Xiao Yao Yuzhong believed it must be so. If they weren't a core seed, how could they possibly master such a killing formation? Junior sister, even if this person is indeed extraordinary, if we encounter them, we must slay them under the dual sword of Xiao Yao to give a reckoning for the deceased junior brother Yuming. Xiao Yao Yuming sighed, and it seemed there was no other way. Qing Dai and Jia Wire hid in a cave, where there was a pool of spiritual spring perfect for cultivation. At that moment, they anxiously awaited Kun Li, worried as he had yet to return. Senior sister Qing, will senior brother Kun come back? Jia Wire said sorrowfully. You must believe in senior brother Kun. Has he not returned from all those previous dangers? Qing Dai comforted softly. Since entering the secret realm, Kun Li had displayed abilities and strength that were beyond his cultivation level, earning the trust of both Qing Dai and Jia Wire. Countless times he had brought them back from the brink of death. Gradually, Qing Dai developed an inexplicable confidence in Kun Li, believing he would always return alive. At the same time, they witnessed the treachery of human hearts. Faced with these heavenly materials and treasures, countless cultivators scrambled, employing all means. Even among fellow disciples, one might stab you for a precious item. After some exploration, most people from the sect scattered, each seeking their own chance. Qing Dai and Jia Wire also remembered Jiang Mu's words and chose to team up with Kun Li. In hindsight, this proved to be a very correct decision. The two anxiously gazed at the cave entrance, hoping for Kun Li's return. In the next moment, there was a sound at the cave entrance as the protective formation opened and Kun Li's figure walked in. Senior brother Kun. Junior brother. Qing Dai and Jia Wire spoke in unison. Senior brother, you're hurt. Why is there so much blood? Where are you injured, senior brother? The two hurriedly inquired. Kun Li entered, leaned against the wall, shook his head, and smiled wryly. This blood isn't mine. I haven't suffered much external injury, just some internal damage. A period of rest will suffice. Hearing this, the two felt relieved. Although this time was a bit more dangerous than usual, the gains were abundant. I managed to snatch 4 macro foundations. We can each take 1 and leave 1 for junior brother Jiang. Kun Li chuckled, truly pleased. Senior brother Kun, you risked your life to obtain these items. How can we take them? Junior sister Jia is right. How can we take so many things from you, junior brother Kun? The two felt guilty, unable to assist Kun Li, yet he still wanted to share the good fortune. Kun Li insisted repeatedly that it was fine. Consuming the same spiritual medicine too often would lead to resistance. Eating more would be a waste. Senior brother Kun, you could keep them to exchange for other items back at the sect. There are many good things in the sect too. Alright, why didn't I think of that? Kun Li suddenly realized. Then I won't give you the macro foundations. Was it necessary to be so straightforward? The two were just too shy to ask, while anyone else would be thrilled. In reality, the two envied this kind of spiritual medicine that could directly enhance cultivation, but it belonged to Kun Li, so they did not say much. Haha, just joking. Junior brother Jiang specifically asked me to take good care of you both. Then Kun Li took out a macro foundation. You two can each have half a macro foundation. Cultivation is about steady progress. Improving too quickly is actually not good. Once my injuries are healed, we can go out to seek other opportunities. With the protective formation, the three felt secure and began cultivating in the cave. Within the entire secret realm, geniuses searched for opportunities daily, while some chose to hide in secluded places to cultivate. In fact, many disciples from smaller sects opted for the latter approach, minimizing risks. Even if they seized nothing, relying solely on their own cultivation was much faster than in the outside world. Risk and reward are proportional. The risks are great, but so are the rewards. In the morning one is born, and by evening one dies like a mayfly. Regardless of the passage of spring and autumn, one must sit through it all. Once a foundation establishment cultivator enters meditation, it will take at least 3 to 5 years to emerge. It has been 9 years since the secret realm trial began. With only 1 year left, the outside world has grown lively as various sects passionately discuss which sect will emerge as the ultimate victor. Is there even a need to guess? Who else in the 9 provinces can compete with the 3 great immortal sects? That's hard to say. Didn't the last session's Chaos Star sect also produce a genius who returned victorious from the secret realm? It is said that many disciples of the 3 great immortal sects are not his match. Don't mention that person in front of the Chaos Star sect disciples. Although he is indeed a genius, it's a pity he doesn't know how to appreciate kindness, and quickly joined the Xianqing Palace instead. The secret realm is bustling with activity. After 9 years of trials, everyone's strength has significantly increased, and the gaps between individuals are rapidly narrowing. Within the secret realm, it seems one is bound by laws. Regardless of how high one's cultivation level has reached, one will be stuck at the final step. However, there remains a chasm between genius and mediocrity. The top geniuses can still suppress the majority of cultivators of the same level with ease. In the realm of cultivators within the secret realm, many disciples from various sects have carved out their own notorious reputations through repeated resource battles. For instance, the twin stars of the Carefree Palace wielding twin swords have annihilated numerous geniuses from various sects, earning them the title of the top among the top geniuses. Then there is Xuanzi from the Xianqing Palace, who can use spells with every step and shatter mountains with a mere finger. No one can stop him. Also, there is the young master of the Xinyun sect, Xiaoyu, who wields a Rakshasa sword that makes many cultivators hesitate to approach. Of course, apart from these, there are other relatively well-known geniuses, but no matter how outstanding they are, they pale in comparison to these 3. Except for one oddity who can be termed as the unparalleled 6th. This oddity has proven to be beyond the reach of even the disciples of the 3 great immortal sects. His strength is formidable, and his escape methods are top-notch, especially adept at using the guise of a mantis stalking a cicada with a hidden sparrow behind. Any major sect that finds a bit of spiritual medicine or treasure has suffered at this person's hands. Moreover, this oddity's sect is unknown. Sometimes he wears the attire of the 3 great immortal sects, while other times he wears the outfits of other sects, all while donning a pig's head mask that can obscure his spiritual sense from probing. Even the 4 recognized as the strongest have fallen victim to this oddity. Therefore, the cultivators within the secret realm ranked this mysterious figure as the 4th strongest below the 3 major forces. Of course, cultivators from smaller sects generally do not obtain anything good. Instead, those from the great sects and major factions who do manage to find treasures have all developed enmities with the 4th strongest. As the secret realm trial nears its end, everyone has hidden away. They do not wish to be robbed at the last moment, rendering all their efforts futile. What do you think? Who could this cultivator wearing a pig's head mask, so lewd yet powerful, be a disciple of? Daring to kill even those from the 3 great immortal sects, he must not be from any sect, right? Perhaps he is from some small sect afraid of retribution after going out hence wearing the mask. Indeed, I also think he must be from a small sect, otherwise there would be no need to hide like this. The cultivators discussed animatedly. On a summit, the carefree Yuzhong and Yushi sat cross-legged. Junior sister, I think I know who killed junior brother Yu Ming and the others. Who? It is that person wearing the pig's head mask. When he dons the Xinyun sect's robe, his figure matches exactly with the one we recall. Then that means that person is one of the Xinyun sect that junior brother Yu Ming and the others were chasing. But why would he kill his own fellow disciples? Yushi said in confusion. If one doesn't kill a few people, how can one obscure their tracks? Moreover, killing among fellow disciples is quite common in the secret realm. Yu Zhong replied with a cold snort. Yushi pondered carefully, and indeed found this to be true. Even within their carefree palace there were individuals who acted like this, how much more so in other sects. He has killed so many people and has already drawn the wrath of the masses. Once we go out, and I identify him, the major sects will certainly demand an explanation. Yu Zhong was extremely angry, especially since Kuan Li had snatched a piece of divine iron for forging weapons from him, and even with the combined strength of Yu Zhong and Yushi, they still let the opponent escape. Strictly speaking, this piece of divine iron was not something they had seized. It was discovered by the people of the three great immortal sects together in the central area of the secret realm. The disciples of the three great immortal sects fought fiercely over it, and just when the twin stars of the carefree palace Xuanzi from the Xianxing Palace and Xiaoyu were engaged in battle, Kuan Li took advantage of the situation and got it first. Thus it was not only Yu Zhong who was angry, the other two geniuses were equally frustrated. The divine iron they almost had was now gone without a trace. Meanwhile, on two other summits, Xuanzi and Xiaoyu were deep in thought, pondering who the cultivator in the pig's head mask could be. I just can't figure it out. The thoughts of geniuses are often in sync, such as their preference for dominating positions. In contrast, the sixth's thoughts were unique. Kuan Li was hiding deep underground, counting his spoils. Haha, with so many resources, this should be enough for me to cultivate to the nascent soul, right? Kuan Li beamed with joy. This can be kept for junior brother Jiang, the double cultivation grass. This can also be kept for junior brother Jiang. Hiss. What on earth is this iron lump? Why are so many people vying for it? Kuan Li held the so-called divine iron, a black lump of iron, completely unable to discern its special qualities. Sile set it aside for now. After years of cultivation, Kuan Li felt he was on the verge of a break. Surely after going out this time, he would be able to form a pill. As for Qing Dai and Zhao Wire, their cultivation levels were at the peak of foundation establishment and the late stages of foundation establishment respectively. Great opportunities lead to great fortunes. Such a cultivation speed is something ordinary cultivators wouldn't even dare to dream of. Elder Fangqing, don't you feel bored staying in this library all day? Jiang Mu came to the library to borrow books and once again encountered Elder Fangqing, who was at the golden core stage. Bored? How could I be bored when I am surrounded by these books every day? There is a lifetime of reading ahead of me. Fangqing replied with a smile. Jiang Mu always enjoyed visiting the library to borrow books and had nearly become a regular, becoming quite familiar with Fangqing. To Jiang Mu, he was a kind old man, completely lacking the demeanor of a powerful golden core cultivator. Indeed, Jiang Mu nodded, noticing that Fangqing was indeed reading an ancient text with a compass beside him. Elder Fang, what book are you reading now? It can't be about cultivation, right? With this time, one could just cultivate instead. Oh, the book I'm reading is rather niche. It's about the art of divination. Fangqing was very warm-hearted in answering Jiang Mu's question. As an old man with limited talent, there is no further improvement in my cultivation, so my thoughts have turned to other interests. The art of divination. Isn't that the technique that can probe the past and future, turning misfortune into fortune? Jiang Mu suddenly became interested. Is this really that magical? Jiang Mu recalled the celestial maiden he had once encountered in their Qingxian sect, who seemed to be able to find a great fortune bearer. Haha, it's not as magical as you think, but it's somewhat similar. The key is that learning this art consumes one's lifespan. After all, it involves peering into the heavenly secrets and should not be attempted lightly. Fangqing chuckled. Consume lifespan to learn it. Jiang Mu suddenly realized that this art of divination had a connection to him. With his infinite lifespan, could he not exploit a loophole? Elder Fang, please teach me some more. I am quite interested in this art of divination. Fangqing, seeing Jiang Mu's serious demeanor, thought he was merely curious and would never truly practice it, as it consumed lifespan, and generally cultivators would not attempt it lightly. Thus he imparted some of his thoughts and insights to Jiang Mu, and the old man and the young man engaged in a lively discussion out of interest. A year later, Jiang Mu believed he had made progress in his studies. Calculating the time, it should be the day when senior brother Kunli and the others return. Oh, let me see how they are faring. After a brief period of study, Jiang Mu had grasped the so-called art of divination. Between heaven and earth there are laws hidden in the void. To maintain the stability of these laws, a world order is required. Each world order, once it reaches a certain level of power, will produce a ruler. It is not a person, but a kind of emotionless, chaotic consciousness, known as the Tao. The art of divination is when a cultivator sacrifices their own lifespan to the Tao in exchange for various information about this world, also known as peering into heavenly secrets. Thus, those who practice the art of divination are also called heavenly secret masters. As for what the Tao does with the lifespan it collects, that remains unknown. The so-called Tao is merely passed down through generations of cultivators without any verification. However, the fact that heavenly secret masters can exchange lifespan for heavenly secrets indicates that the so-called Tao truly exists, though no cultivator has been able to come into contact with it. Finally, the art of divination essentially consists of ancient sacrificial incantations, which can be translated as respectful Tao. I am willing to sacrifice my life in exchange for a moment. In simple terms, it is a transaction. The more lifespan you sacrifice, the greater the heavenly secrets you can obtain. Of course, some heavenly secrets are impossible to acquire, as no cultivator has that much lifespan. He Dao, please don't let me down, Jiang Mu muttered, placing the compass before his chest, reciting incantations, and began communicating with the mysterious Dao. As the incantation was completed, the image of Kunli appeared in Jiang Mu's mind. For the Tao of this world, I am willing to sacrifice 5,000 years of lifespan in exchange for information about this person. Upon saying this, Jiang Mu's divine sense suddenly became hazy, and he found himself entering a chaotic world surrounded by a void filled with twinkling stars. What the hell? Jiang Mu was startled and quickly looked around, clearly seeing himself seemingly floating in space. Is this my divine sense materialized? Why is this different from what the book described? Wasn't it supposed to enter a grayish space? Indeed, only through practice can one uncover the truth. Dao, where are you? I have sacrificed 5,000 years of lifespan, and not a single hint. Is it because the offering is too little? Jiang Mu was puzzled. Exchanging 5,000 years of lifespan for information about a cultivator was clearly generous. Even a nascent soul ancestor only had a few thousand years of lifespan. Just when Jiang Mu was confused, an ancient and grand aura suddenly filled the surroundings, and before Jiang Mu a gigantic star materialized, continuously enlarging until he finally saw a glimmer of red light on it. Although this red light was bright, it was intertwined with strands of black mist. The black mist was not concentrated, swirling around the red light. There is abundant fortune, but there might be some crises. Jiang Mu frowned. The red color represented fortune, and the deeper the color, the stronger the fortune. Black represented death energy, indicating crisis. The more black mist there was, the more dangerous it was, and when only black mist remained, it signified that the person was dead. Fortunately, the black mist is not too much, but why is this Kunli fellow surrounded by so much black mist? Seeing that he had received the response he desired, Jiang Mu was overjoyed and wanted to ask a few more questions. For the Tao of this realm, I exchanged 10,000 years of lifespan to inquire where this person is located. Jiang Mu's mind conjured the image of his master Qingxian. The star before Jiang Mu dissipated, transforming into a pile of ancient runes. Refusal of transaction. Jiang Mu was taken aback. This pile of ancient runes translated to that meaning. On what grounds can you refuse to trade? Jiang Mu was indignant. He tried several names in his mind, all of which were met with a refusal. What the hell? Why can't I trade? Isn't my lifespan a life? Isn't 10,000 years enough? How about 100,000 years? Jiang Mu continued to raise the stakes. Suddenly, the entire starry sky trembled, then began to shatter piece by piece. The ancient runes changed again. Jiang Mu, looking at these runes, had not yet deciphered their meaning when the whole starry sky fell apart, and he felt his divine sense return to his body. Jiang Mu opened his eyes, coming back to his senses, furious and indignant, cursing. What do you mean I'm trying to take advantage? You can't take it, and it's your inability, yet you say I didn't give it to you. Is this Tao not able to play fair? Jiang Mu felt that his credibility had been damaged. It turned out that the meaning of those final ancient runes was that Jiang Mu had deceived it. Jiang Mu's lifespan had been taken, yet it had returned by itself. Thus, during the first transaction, the Tao discovered it had been tricked by Jiang Mu, and the more it thought about it, the angrier it became, leading to the refusal of Jiang Mu's transaction. No, I must try again. Jiang Mu thought he had discovered a tremendous loophole, only to find it had been packed. But afterward, no matter how Jiang Mu tried, he could not successfully enter that realm of consciousness, as if he had been cut off. Damn. Jiang Mu thought for a moment, ultimately sighing in resignation. Fortunately, at least I tricked this Tao once. Having gained something for nothing was a win. Moreover, Jiang Mu had also noticed some information. That is, Kunli's fortune was located on a star. In other words, he was currently also on this star. This star, when the world map unfolded, corresponded to some seas, the 9 provinces, the northern region, and other territories. In other words, this star was merely a small world. The true and wondrous realm of cultivation lay in the deep space of the universe. As Jiang Mu thought of this, he became excited. If possible, he too would like to roam the starry skies. The most important thing was that Jiang Mu had realized that Master Qingxian and his senior brothers had likely already left this star after all those celestial maidens from the Round Knight sect had mentioned something about saintly talents casually discarding high-grade spirit artifacts. High-grade spirit artifacts are extremely precious items in the 3 major sects. However, Jiang Mu did not rule out the possibility that they were from other regions which were relatively wealthy. But for Jiang Mu, now searching for clues about his senior brothers had become another avenue of thought. Sigh, I think too much for me right now. Even exploring this star seems impossible. By the time I break through to nascent soul, who knows how many years it will take. Jiang Mu's thoughts drifted, but in the end, he returned to reality. Fortunately, I have a long life ahead. In a few thousand years I too will be a nascent soul ancestor. Ha. Jiang Mu had already begun to fantasize about being invincible in his generation, standing atop the peaks and surveying all the mountains below. A year later, within the Shunhong sect, a crowd surged. Countless cultivators darted through the sky, heading towards the discussion hall. In an open area, many inner disciples gathered, engaging in fervent discussions. Junior brother, have you heard the news? The trial in the spiritual energy secret realm has ended. It is said that during this trial, our Shunhong sect produced a genius senior brother who went on a rampage in the spiritual energy secret realm, overpowering many experts. How do I know this news? He, a certain elder, is my relative. If he is that formidable, what is this senior brother's name, and which peak master's disciple is he? I don't know. It seems this senior brother is as talented as the former. By you, truly a great fortune for our Shunhong sect. Almost all the inner disciples had gathered in this square. Only Golden Core elders, peak masters, and inner disciples above the Golden Core stage could enter the discussion hall. Jiang Mu received the notification and stood among the crowded people. It seemed something had happened in the spiritual energy secret realm. However, Jiang Mu was not overly worried. According to the divination he did for Kun Li, although there might be some danger, there was no threat to his life. After a while, several peak masters and elders walked out from the discussion hall. The sect master of Shenhong Yu Wuyan stood at the forefront, exuding a pressure that spread in all directions, instantly silencing the square. Dear disciples of Shenhong sect, the trial in the spiritual energy secret realm has concluded, but according to the news brought back by Master Shayu, other sects wish to eliminate our sect's genius in its cradle. This time, along with the peak masters, I hope all inner disciples of Shenhong sect strengthen their vigilance to prevent any sneak attacks from the petty thieves. As he finished speaking, Yu Wuyan nodded at a peak master beside him, leading a majority of nascent soul and golden core cultivators to soar into the air. All disciples heed my command from now on. Remain vigilant until the sect master and peak masters return triumphantly. Yes. The atmosphere within the Shunhong sect instantly grew tense. Damn, is a great battle about to break out in Shunhong sect. Seeing this, Jiang Mu was startled. Most of the high-end combat power of Shunhong sect had left. It seemed the situation was quite serious. Is it truly just to eliminate a genius of Shunhong sect? Jiang Mu held a skeptical attitude towards this, and felt that the genius of Shunhong sect might very well be Kun Li. If it really comes to a fight, I better make a run for it. Jiang Mu had already begun his retreat plan in his mind. As long as the situation took a turn for the worse, he would flee without hesitation. With his peak golden core strength, as long as he didn't encounter a nascent soul ancestor, he would be fine. After half a month of unease, the protective array of Shunhong sect rippled, and enormous flying boats slowly flew and landing steadily on the peaks. Countless anxious disciples slowly relaxed their vigilance as their sect master returned safely. The cultivators waiting on the peak where the flying boats docked cheered joyfully. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Mu did not go to the peak, but watched intently from a distance. Indeed, he soon spotted Kun Li standing behind sect master Yu Wuyan. Although he appeared slightly fatigued, it was evident he was unharmed. Following him were Jiao Wire and Qing Dai. Damn, this kid has risen to prominence. Jiang Mu was astonished. Fortunately, he hadn't gone to meet Kun Li. Otherwise, if this kid greeted him and caught the attention of Yu Wuyan, Jiang Mu didn't know if his concealed cultivation technique would be seen through. It's great that they returned safely. I'll just wait for them at home. With Kun Li and the others returning safely, Jiang Mu felt genuinely happy for them. On the flying boat, Kun Li and the others searched the crowd for Jiang Mu, but couldn't find him. Has junior brother Jiang not come? Kun senior brother, why hasn't Jiang senior brother come? Zhao Wire felt somewhat disappointed upon not seeing Jiang Mu in the crowd. It was such a grand occasion, and it was truly a pity that senior brother Jiang couldn't witness it. Perhaps he didn't receive the news, or maybe he is in closed-door training. After all, junior brother Jiang lives a bit secluded. Kun Li thought about it, and could only come up with these two reasons. Kun Li's gaze swept over the cheering crowd on the peak, every scorching gaze sweeping over him. After being patient for so many years, he had finally come to the forefront. Is this the treatment of a genius? Kun Li sighed. This journey could be considered to have passed without incident. Not long ago, when the passage to the spiritual energy secret realm opened, Kun Li thought nobody would recognize him, but unexpectedly the carefree twins recognized him. With Kun Li's identity exposed, even though he was a disciple of Shunhong sect, it stirred discontent among all sects. With such means and such talent, even the other two major sects were astonished. Upon further inquiry, it turned out that genius treasures had been stolen and many top geniuses from their sects had been slain by that person from Shenhong's sect. In this way, the people from the two major sects were shocked, yet at the same time they marveled at this individual's talent, even surpassing past participants. Thus they resolved to unite with other sects under the pretense of demanding justice, placing pressure on Shenhong's sect to eliminate Kun Li. If this boy is not removed within 100 years, the balance of power among the three major sects will be broken. Seeing such a genius among geniuses, the master of Shenhong's sect couldn't easily give him up, so he argued fiercely to protect Kun Li. As the parties failed to reach an agreement, they were about to engage in a major fight. Master Sha Yu hurriedly contacted Shenhong's sect, which helped them through the crisis. Though the strengths of the parties were not vastly different, if a real fight broke out, it would indeed spell disaster for the immortal cultivation realm of the 9 provinces. Moreover, with the seals of the fallen god forbidden area loosening, the forces from the other 3 major regions were still eyeing them, so depleting their internal strength first was clearly not a wise choice. Thus in the end, Shenhong's sect compensated the Carefree Palace and the Xianxing Palace with some heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and this matter was brushed aside. Although the 2 major sects were displeased, they had no other choice. After all, they still needed to preserve their strength to contend for greater opportunities. They could only lament that Shenhong sect's fortune was truly remarkable. The last generation produced Bai Yu, and this generation produced Kun Li. In this way, the 3 major sects parted ways unhappily. Kun Li is a scattered cultivator entering the sect. Do you have a master? On the flying boat, Yu Huayan's gentle voice resonated. Report to the sect master, I have no master to guide me. Facing such a nascent soul grand cultivator and the leader of a sect, Kun Li did not dare to be careless. Oh, if that's the case, would you like to become my disciple? Yu Huayan was astonished. Without any guidance from predecessors, relying solely on himself to reach such a level was indeed remarkable, and he immediately had the thought of accepting Kun Li as a disciple. Sect Master Yu. The other peak master's expressions changed upon hearing this. Wasn't this a preemptive strike to snatch disciples from them? And besides, Sect Master, you already have a disciple like Bai Yu. Do you want another one? Almost everyone was moved by the thought of accepting disciples, thinking about how to privately speak with Kun Li upon returning to the sect. Unexpectedly, Yu Huayan boldly and openly attempted to recruit him, relying on his identity as sect master. Yu Huayan maintained a calm expression, looking at Kun Li with a beaming smile. Kun Li naturally didn't know what Yu Huayan was thinking, but he could see that the expressions of the peak masters were not very pleasant. Disciple Kun Li, I hereby take sect master as my master. Faced with such an opportunity, Kun Li certainly would not let it slip away. Although his cultivation principle was to be cautious and to survive by any means necessary, he would not act brazenly. But one cannot walk by the river without getting their shoes wet. Being exposed by the Carefree twins, he was already out in the open. At this moment, only by becoming stronger could he live better. Kun Li was not someone who didn't understand how to adapt. No more pretending. I'm revealing my true self. I, Kun Li, am a child of destiny. Very good. This is your senior brother Bai Yu. You can pack your things and move to the Huachen Peak to cultivate. Yu Huayan laughed heartily, extremely pleased. Yes, master, Kun Li replied, then turned to Bai Yu and respectfully said, Senior brother, greetings from your junior brother Bai Yu. Bai Yu nodded slightly. Previously he was the only one on Huachen Peak, and now with a junior brother he surely would not feel lonely. Standing behind Kun Li, Jia Wire and Qing Dai were silent, feeling extremely tense. They marveled at Kun Li's inner strength, being able to remain composed in the presence of such important figures. These significant figures were not ones they would typically have the opportunity to interact with so closely. They represented the pinnacle of the entire 9 provinces. Amidst the clamorous voices, the various peak masters dispersed. The 3 from Kun immediately made their way to Jiang Mu's small dwelling as they disembarked from the flying boat. The 3 indeed found Jiang Mu still fishing. Jiang Shidi, Jiang Shidi, Jiang Shixiang. The 3 shouted in unison from the sky, then descended on their swords. Kun Shixiang Qing Shiji Jiashimi, you have returned. Jiang Mu pretended to be surprised. Yes, we have returned. The 3 felt a bit nostalgic in their hearts. This journey was truly thrilling and exhilarating. Fortunately, they returned safely in the end. Come, everyone sit down. Kun Shixiang, tell me what happened in the secret realm. Jiang Mu invited the 3 to take a seat, eager to hear about their experiences in the secret realm. The 3 began to share their stories, each contributing their part. When they reached an exciting part, Jia Wire even demonstrated with animated gestures. Jiang Shixiang, you don't know, at that time the Xuanzi from Xianxing Palace turned pale. Ku and Shixiang had them running in circles. They spoke for a good 2 hours before finishing the main events. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Jiang Mu clapped in praise, for Kun Li was indeed skilled at entertaining. So, I should start calling you Jia Shiji now. Congratulations, Jia Shiji. Upon learning of everyone's cultivation levels, Jiang Mu cupped his hands towards Jia Wire. In cultivation, the one with the higher level is regarded as the senior. What, Jia Shiji? I still prefer it when you call me Jia Shimi Jiang Shixiao. Jia Wire blushed slightly, feeling shy. Becoming a Shiji was something she wasn't quite ready for. Haha, Jia Shiji, no need to be so modest. In the path of cultivation, the accomplished are prioritized. Jiang Mu said calmly. The accomplished are prioritized. The three felt a bit melancholic upon hearing this. If only Jiang Mu could have gone to the secret realm. Kun Li quickly pulled out a storage bag from his belongings and handed it to Jiang Mu. Jiang Shiji, this is a part of the spiritual herbs we obtained in the secret realm. I hope it can assist you in your cultivation. Oh, this. It's too much for me. Jiang Mu laughed heartily, but did not take it. Spiritual herbs are of no use to me and won't help me advance in cultivation. Jiang Shiji, take it. If you don't, does that mean you look down on your Shixiao? Kun Li said with a serious expression. Exactly, Jiang Shiji, this is our goodwill too. Qingda, Shixiao, just take it. Jia Wire urged as well. Then, fine. Jiang Mu, unable to refuse, accepted it, planning to see if there was anything useful for him. If not, he would exchange it for something useful at the sect. By the way, Jiang Shiji, I managed to snatch a unique item in the secret realm. Could you help me see what it's good for? Kun Li seemed to remember something and pulled out a palm-sized black iron lump from another storage bag. Kun Li couldn't make sense of it, thinking of Jiang Mu's previous words and feeling that Jiang Mu, being well-informed, might have some insight. If he truly couldn't figure it out, he would hand it over to the sect. Compared to the sect, Kun Li actually trusted this Shiji before him even more. Oh, let me take a look. Jiang Mu took it and examined it carefully, shaking his head after various attempts. I've never seen this item before. I don't know what it's useful for. However, since it came from the secret realm, it mustn't be an ordinary item. How about this? You find an opportunity to ask the sect master. Although it could be something valuable, it belonged to Kun Li, and Jiang Mu wouldn't harbor any greed. Moreover, Kun Li had taken the sect master of the Shunheng sect as his master, and with the knowledge of these nascent soul ancestors, he might know what this item was. Finally, Kun Li took out the burning blade and solemnly handed it to Jiang Mu. Jiang Shiji, this is your weapon. Oh, I return it to its rightful owner. This blade of yours has helped me quite a bit, Jiang Shiji. Kun Li grinned his face, showing a seriousness he had never displayed before. Thank you, Jiang Shiji. This Shiji, who had entered the Shunheng sect with him, was kind, upright, and valued. Kun Li had already made up his mind that as long as he could establish himself in the Shunheng sect, he would do everything in his power to help Jiang Mu. Do we really need to say thank you between us? Jiang Mu smiled knowingly as he put away the burning blade. It's been 10 years since we last met, and we've all grown. Perfect, I've caught quite a few fish these days. Everyone should stay and try my cooking tonight. Great. I didn't expect Jiang Shixiang to have culinary skills. I must taste it. Reunited with old friends, they all happily agreed. That night the crescent moon hung high, the breeze gently blew, the water flowed softly, and the shadows of trees swayed. In Jiang Mu's courtyard the group sang and drank together. Jiang Mu was relaxed. Although golden core cultivators could go without food, he still often cooked. The skills passed down from his second Shixiang must not become rusty. Jiang Shiji, I didn't expect your cooking to be so delicious. Really surprising. My goodness, I didn't know Jiang Shixiang was such a great cook. What a pity, why didn't I get to taste it before? The praises flowed in abundance. For cultivators who had all reached foundation establishment, who would take the time to cook when a pill of absorption could suffice. At that moment, they ate as harmoniously as in the mundane world, feeling that the quiet valley was now filled with a sense of human warmth. You're too kind. Ooh, I'm not like you, all busy with cultivation every day. With limited talent, naturally, I have more interest in other things. Jiang Mu laughed heartily, quoting the words of Senior Feng Qing, believing he wasn't lying to them. Indeed, his talent was limited. He could only automatically level up a little. The others tightened their grips on their chopsticks upon hearing this. Hey, why are we talking about this? Everyone grabbed some food. After a long while, the feast ended. At the moment of parting, Kun Li sighed. After today, I don't know when we will gather again. The others fell silent upon hearing this. They had just returned from the secret realm and needed a lot of time to close themselves off, digesting resources and consolidating their cultivation. A great dream is merely an autumn affair, but once cultivators enter seclusion, no one can say how many years it will take. Moreover, as their cultivation levels rise, everyone has their own goals and things to attend to. Jiang Shidi, would you like to come with me to watch and peek? Kuan Li asked Jiang Mu. He should be able to take Jiang Mu along if he pleaded a bit with you, Wu Yan. Kuan Shixiang, I appreciate your goodwill. But for me, I still prefer this quiet place. And my qualifications are limited. The spiritual herbs you gifted me, I might not even use up in my lifetime. What difference does it make where I cultivate? Jiang Mu shook his head with a smile, declining politely. Watch and peek, what a concept. The nascent soul ancestor Yu Wuyan watches over it every day. Moreover, if he spent all day doing nothing and his cultivation was still so high, what would happen if he got seen through? Kuan Li pondered for a moment, feeling that Jiang Mu's words made sense, and thus respected his choice. Half a month after bidding farewell to Kuan Li and the others, an old acquaintance sought out Jiang Mu. The visitor was none other than Shimin Shui, who had introduced them to the sect. Senior brother Shimin, what brings you here? Jiang Mu feigned surprise, quickly inviting Shimin Shui to take a seat and preparing tea for him. Even from afar, he could sense Shimin Shui's presence. Upon inquiring further, Jiang Mu learned that Shimin Shui had found Jiang Mu's registered residence through the Internal Affairs Hall. Junior brother, I hope you can forgive this sudden visit from your senior brother. How could that be? I never expected senior brother Shimin to still remember me. Jiang Mu laughed heartily, expressing that he didn't mind at all. Haha, indeed. When I first met both of you, who would have thought that within just 20 years senior brother Kuan Li would achieve such heights? Shimin Shui sighed, reminiscing about how he and Kuan Li had joined the sect together. Now Kuan Li's name was known by everyone within and beyond the Xinxing sect. As for Jiang Mu, his cultivation remained at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Senior brother Kuan Li is exceptionally gifted. This is what he deserves, Jiang Mu replied with a smile. Now that senior brother Kuan Li has been accepted as a disciple by the sect leader, I am genuinely happy for him. Here is a token of my appreciation. I hope you can pass it on to him, junior brother Jiang. Shimin Shui pulled out a bag of spirit stones. Please don't misunderstand, junior brother. I am simply pleased for senior brother Kuan Li and have no other requests. Shimin Shui explained repeatedly. Forget about requests. Just having this intention is enough. I will thank senior brother Kuan Li on your behalf. If the opportunity arises, I will help you deliver it to him. Jiang Mu probed the storage bag with his divine sense, estimating that it contained about 1,000 spirit stones. Goodness, that's a generous offering. Senior brother Kuan Li might not be able to respond for a while. How about this? Let me return some courtesy on his behalf. Thus Jiang Mu took out a few high-quality spirit herbs from his own storage bag. This is unacceptable. Shimin Shui's eyes widened. Although he protested verbally, his hands were quite honest. At the same time, he marveled at his own discernment. Jiang Mu had reaped many benefits by following Kuan Li, and he was glad he had managed to bring him in back then. The two then chatted casually for half a day until the full moon shone brightly, at which point Shimin Shui stood up to take his leave. Junior brother Jiang, although your talent may not match that of senior brother Kuan Li, with him around your days in the inner sect should be worry-free. I have become accustomed to a carefree life outside, so I won't disturb you any longer. As he departed, Shimin Shui left these parting words before soaring away on his sword. Jiang Mu glanced at the spirit stones on the table, revealing a faint smile. The ties of introduction had all been cleared. To Shimin Shui, the relationship was merely transactional. In fact, Jiang Mu and Kuan Li both understood that Shimin Shui's initial intent was merely to gain more connections for his business. That bag of spirit stones was just to leave a good impression. Overall, Shimin Shui had a bit of cunning, but not excessively so. Meeting by chance, what need was there to have prior acquaintance? After this farewell, another 10 years passed before anyone realized. During these 10 years, the disciples of the Xinxing sect continued to relish the stories from the secret realm that had occurred a decade prior. An inconspicuous senior brother wielding a single sword had slain various prodigies, causing them to be unable to lift their heads. In the end, this senior brother was accepted as a disciple by the sect leader, just like the former Baiyu. All the disciples were filled with envy. Such was the Xinxing sect. One only needed to meet the minimum standards upon entry, and true talents would naturally shine. Although there were other less remarkable geniuses in the secret realm, all paled in comparison to Kuan Li. Senior brother Kuan Li is so impressive. I envy senior brother Kuan Li for being able to enter Huachin Peak. I envy senior brother Kuan Li for being able to be with Baiyu. Junior sister, your thoughts are quite dangerous. Senior brother Kuan Li is so handsome. Such remarks appeared almost daily. Aside from the last statement, they were all praises for Kuan Li. After all, no matter how one looked at it, senior brother Kun Li was not particularly handsome, instead appearing rather ordinary. Yet this minor flaw was overshadowed by the brilliance he emitted. In any case, being a genius was enough, handsomeness was secondary. In the 11th year, spiritual energy surged at Huachin Peak, forming a vortex of qi in the air. As a wave of golden core pressure radiated outward, all the inner disciples of the Xinxing sect were filled with excitement. Congratulations, senior brother, for achieving the golden core. Congratulations, senior brother, for achieving the golden core. 3 figures floated quietly in the air above Huachin Peak. Kun Li was radiant, his robes fluttering in the wind. Disciple, congratulations. Junior brother, congratulations on achieving the golden core. Yu Wuyin and Bai Yu expressed their congratulations. Haha, I must thank my master and senior brother for their guidance. Kun Li humbly cupped his hands in gratitude. Yu Wuyin was quite delighted. In just 10 years, Kun Li had attained the golden core and had stepped into the mid-stage of the golden core. That said, it is also closely related to your own efforts. My senior brother and I merely played a supportive. Yu Wuyin repeatedly waved his hands. Kun Li truly was the most gifted disciple the Xinxing sect had received since its inception, a great fortune for the sect. Master, you flatter me. Kun Li maintained a humble demeanor. Bai Yu couldn't help but marvel. Truly the new generation surpassed the old, and his disciples' cultivation was already nearly on par with his own. By the way, master, I have a friend I haven't seen in 10 years. I would like to go visit him. Kun Li suddenly remembered Jiang Mu, wondering how he was doing now. Oh, a friend. Is he a disciple of our Xinxing sect? Yu Wuyin asked curiously, wondering if a genius friend would also be a genius. Yes, Kun Li nodded. Then what is your friend's cultivation talent? Yu Wuyin trailed off. Kun Li understood Yu Wuin's meaning and smiled wryly, saying, Master, my friend has average qualifications back then. He was only at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, and he didn't even have the ability to enter the secret realm. However, this friend has helped me a lot and has treated me sincerely. Upon hearing this, Yu Wuyin immediately understood, and he cast an appreciative glance at Kun Li, who despite his rapid rise did not forget his old friendships. With outstanding cultivation talent and character, he was truly exceptional. Then you should go, don't keep your friend waiting. Yes, master. After bidding farewell to Yu Wuyin and Bai Yu, Kun Li soared into the sky, a streak of green light cutting through the heavens. Look, that's senior brother Kun Li. Indeed, senior brother Kun Li is a genius. He achieved the golden core in just 10 years. The disciples of the Xinxing sect all looked up at the green light of his escape, filled with envy. In the depths of the inner sect of the Xinxing sect, by a babbling stream, Jiang Mu was engrossed in a book about formations. These formations are quite interesting. As previously mentioned, powerful formation masters could even slay nascent soul cultivators. Although Jiang Mu did not believe he had the talent to reach that level, he could still practice some minor formations, such as the small mist formation, teleportation formations, protective formations, and gathering spirit formations, among others. However, he had no talent for formations, so it was likely that the formation hall of the Xinxing sect would not accept him. No, I need to think of a way. Jiang Mu had already practiced various techniques, yet he still needed to refine them further, transforming them into something uniquely his own. But this step required more time and a high level of cultivation talent. Given Jiang Mu's comprehension, it would likely take him even longer. Just as Jiang Mu was feeling flustered, his powerful divine sense detected a familiar golden core aura approaching him. Jiang Mu stood up and began to brew tea. The cicadas cry in the lonely cottage as if an old friend. Junior brother Jiang. A streak of azure light shot swiftly from the distance. Kun Li had not yet touched the ground, yet his voice reached Jiang Mu's ears first. Jiang Mu lifted his gaze. Kun Li now stood before him. Ha ha ha. Let us have tea. Their eyes met. No words were exchanged. Only hearty laughter rang out. Everything remained unspoken between them. Senior brother Kun, congratulations on forming your golden core. You are now a venerable golden core cultivator. Jiang Mu murmured, awed. In truth, Kun Li had long possessed the foundation to form his golden core, yet he had suppressed his breakthrough with astonishing restraint. They shared 3 cups of tea and exchanged updates on their lives over the past years. Senior sisters Qing and Jia have never visited. We presume they remain deep in seclusion. Yet a certain old acquaintance sought me out and entrusted me with this pouch of spirit stones for you, senior brother Kun. Jiang Mu withdrew the pouch. It held precisely 1,000 spirit stones. Oh, an old acquaintance. Kun Li stared at the pouch, racking his mind for long moments, but could not fathom its sender. Ah, him. Kun Li's expression brightened with sudden recollection, the sect steward who had personally ushered them into the sect, and gifted each of them him. Kuan Li's expression brightened with sudden recollection the sect steward who had personally ushered them into the sect, and gifted each of them a spirit stone upon entry. Senior brother Shiman truly has a thoughtful heart, Kuan Li said with a gentle smile as he accepted the pouch. To him, now such a modest sum meant little, but Jiang Mu knew it would ease Shiman Shueishua's life considerably within the outer sect. They conversed further until Kuan Li sensed Jiang Mu's cultivation had not advanced a single step, and asked what he had been devoting his time to these past years. As you know, senior brother Kuan, my innate talent is limited, so I turn my attention elsewhere. Lately I have devoted myself entirely to the study of formation arrays. Jiang Mu confessed openly. Formation arrays? You take interest in formations, junior brother Jiang? Kuan Li asked. Perhaps one might say so. He swirled the tea in his cup and added, Then do you harbor thoughts of joining the formation array hall for formal study? Well, my aptitude for formations is hardly exceptional. Would that even be permitted? Why ever not? Kuan Li smiled faintly. And thus Jiang Mu became a disciple of the formation array hall. He was free to enter the hall that will study any formation he wished, save those of supreme rank or those vital to the Xinxing sect, and attend lectures delivered by elders alongside other disciples. Jiang Mu mused inwardly, power truly did grant one license to act without restraint. Not a single elder or disciple of the formation array hall dared oppose him, not when he bore the distinction of being the sect master's direct disciple. Thereafter Jiang Mu immersed himself utterly in the art of formations, engaging in rigorous solitary cultivation. 40 years passed. Qing Dai and Zhao Wire both emerged from seclusion. Though both had attained the early golden core realm, their differing cultivation talents became immediately apparent. Qing Dai had entered seclusion at the peak of foundation establishment, Zhao Wire only at the late stage. Yet in identical time their advances diverged markedly. Yet compared to how they had been, neither had changed much. Both remained as youthful and radiant as before. Such is the blessing of cultivation, even if your hair turns snow white and your frame stoops, with age breaking through from foundation establishment to golden core, triggers a reversal of vitality, restoring you instantly to the prime of youth. Yet with advancement comes subtle shifts in one's Tao heart. Over these decades Jiang Mu disturbed no one, devoting himself solely to mastering formations. Still, as time flowed onward, he wondered if his cultivation remained stagnant, would he not inevitably age? To retain the appearance of perpetual youth would surely invite suspicion. Though beauty-preserving pills existed in this world, none were potent enough to defy nature so utterly, especially for cultivators of lower realms whose fading qi made maintaining youthful features increasingly difficult. Jiang Mu, however, felt no fear. As a peerless golden core cultivator, nearing the apex of his realm, altering his countenance through arcane arts was effortless. And when combined with the divine movement illusion art, even discerning eyes would fail to pierce the veil, unless confronted by an ancient nascent soul elder. Thus, as decades unfolded, Jiang Mu gradually transformed, from a young man into a man of middle years. Strands of silver wove subtly through his dark hair. One day Jiang Mu sat inside his humble wooden cottage, inscribing a small-scale teleportation array, its range barely 100 zhang. Modest as it appeared, this was the pinnacle of his 4-decade mastery. To have cultivated the art for 40 years, and achieved only this, spoke volumes about his meager natural aptitude. A warmth tingled across the 2 communication talismans upon his person, signaling Qing Dai's and Zhao Wire's emergence from seclusion. True to expectation, moments later 2 streaks of light, one emerald, one crimson, descended outside his cottage. Junior brother Jiang. Senior brother Jiang. Both women smiled warmly, calling out his name. Jiang Mu completed the final stroke of his array and stepped out from the cottage. Senior sister Jia, you are now a golden core cultivator. Why still address me, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, as senior brother? You ought to amend your address. It violates proper etiquette. Qing Dai and Zhao Wire gazed upon Jiang Mu as he strode forth, and their mouths fell agape. Junior brother Jiang Yu. Zhao Wire clapped a hand over her mouth. After a long silence, she lowered her delicate hand and whispered, her eyes fixed upon him, Senior brother Jiang, you have aged. A soft breeze stirred his long hair, half black, half silver, as he smiled quietly, gesturing them inside and preparing tea. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the immutable rhythms of mortal life. Even we cultivators, though transcendent, remain bound by them. I simply age more swiftly than most. After decades apart, I congratulate both senior sisters on successfully forging your golden cores. Jiang Mu raised his cup in salutation. Upon careful scrutiny, they confirmed his cultivation remained firmly anchored at mid-stage foundation establishment. Junior brother Jiang, have you not cultivated it all these years? Qingdai asked. I have, but my talent is shallow. My efforts yielded naught but solitude. Jiang Mu replied half in jest, then added, moreover, I have devoted myself to formations and attained modest proficiency. Allow me to demonstrate for you both. With that, he retrieved the inscribed formation flags, placed several spirit stones, and stepped into the array's center. In the next instant, he reappeared 100 zhang away. Qingdai laughed and praised, brother truly excels. Jia Wire clapped beside her like a delighted child. Haha, merely a humble display. For the first time in memory, praise warmed his heart. Though he well knew his teleportation array was crude, golden core cultivators could traverse far greater distances in a single breath. As the three chatted idly, another streak of azure light descended from the distant sky. Ha ha, senior sisters. At last you've emerged from seclusion. The arrival was none other than Kuan Li, unchanged in appearance since their last meeting. Qingdai and Jia Wire rejoiced. Then, after confirming his aura, gasped in unison, Kuan, senior brother, you've reached the late golden core realm. Kuan Li made no attempt to conceal his cultivation. The aura of the late golden core stage laid. He waved his hand and found a spot to sit down. After some casual greetings, everyone expressed their congratulations. The reunion of old friends carried an indescribable flavor. Kuan, senior brother Kuan. Qingdai was no longer as cold as before. While offering tea to Kuan Li, her gaze flickered and her cheeks turned slightly red. Hee, senior sister Qing, it's been decades since we last met, and you still feel shy. Jiang Mu chuckled. We used to call each other senior brothers and junior brothers. Perhaps we've grown accustomed to it, but with the shift in status, it feels a bit awkward. Why don't we do this? Let's disregard all the peculiar rules of the cultivation world and just be like we used to. How about that? In cultivation isn't what we seek to go with the flow. Let all the strange regulations of the cultivation world roll away. Jiang Mu suggested. We are all old acquaintances, let's not be so formal. Alright, I agree with senior brother Jiang. We are who we are, and we won't become old fossils of the cultivation world. Just like how senior brother Jiang will always be my senior brother regardless of our cultivation levels. Jia Wire was the first to raise both hands in agreement. Haha, since that's the case, I agree too. Kuan Li laughed heartily. Since we all feel the same, I won't have any other ideas. Qingdai's complexion returned to normal. Junior brother Jiang. Senior brother Jiang. Senior sister Qing. Junior brother Kuan. Junior sister Jia. The group called out to one another as if they had returned to the time of their first meeting. Ha ha ha. That day Jiang Mu once again took to the kitchen. After years of seclusion, they had not tasted the smoke of cooking for a long time. Now as they savored the food again, though made of ordinary ingredients, it held a unique flavor. From a distance, three young men sat with a middle-aged man in a small courtyard, enjoying home-cooked meals, creating quite a lively scene. During this time, Qingdai and Jia Wire watched like spectators, listening to the conversation between Jiang Mu and Kuan Li. One spoke of amusing everyday happenings while the other shared experiences in cultivation. I emerged from seclusion early and have often ventured into the outside world to train. I can only say that even at my level 1, must be cautious when outside. Golden core cultivators are formidable, but that doesn't mean they are invincible. If one is determined, it's not difficult to eliminate them. I have also fought against golden core cultivators from other sects. Every genius is not to be underestimated, with various techniques and methods emerging endlessly. You all remember Xianzi from the Xianxing Palace, right? Of course we remember. Didn't he get toyed with by you, senior brother, in the secret realm? Jia Wire laughed and asked. That was a different time. A few years ago, I went out with senior brother by you and encountered him. I never expected his cultivation to have also reached the late golden core stage. Although we never fought, I sensed that he was formidable in the competitive aura we exchanged. Kuan Li remarked. So impressive. Qingdai and Jia Wire both sighed in admiration, marveling at the diversity of cultivation. After all, he is a Xuanzi. In terms of status, he is equal to senior brother Kuan. Naturally, he will receive substantial support from the Xianxing Palace. Jiang Mu picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks, which was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Indeed, how can we compare ourselves to such individuals? I am already quite satisfied to be a golden core cultivator. That's not what you should say. With junior sister Jia and senior sister Qing's talents, advancing further isn't impossible. If one can rise higher, then one should naturally strive to do so. Kuan Li smiled and said, in cultivation, unless constrained by one's own limitations, who wouldn't want to reach greater heights? The group engaged in lively conversation. By the way, I heard from senior brother by you that the 9 provinces cultivation world seems to be hosting a gathering of prodigies. Kuan-Li suddenly spoke. What is this gathering of prodigies? Several people asked. According to senior brother by you, it is a grand event organized by the 3 major sects where each sect can send out their younger generation to participate the so-called prodigies. Of course, there are restrictions on these prodigies, namely that their bone age cannot exceed 300 years. The purpose of holding such a gathering is to have the younger generation of the 9 provinces come together sparring and determining their strengths. Otherwise, every few days it's one challenge after another. Moreover, it seems that the higher the ranking, the greater the rewards received. Kuan-Li spoke confidently. Such a grand event is a dream opportunity for many prodigies. If one can make a name for themselves, they will gain fame throughout the 9 provinces. At the very least, it would bring honor to their sect. The gathering of prodigies, such an event will surely attract many prodigies, and perhaps even a number of sect elders will come to observe. Zhao Wire's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to see it. Indeed, although we may not be able to attend such a gathering, we can still cheer for junior brother Kuan. Qing Dai also smiled, filled with longing. To witness the battles of the prodigies from the 9 provinces, such a spectacle is simply irresistible. So, when does this gathering of prodigies start, and where will it be held? It was Jiang Mu's turn to ask. Kuan-Li thought for a moment, and said, the exact time is still unknown, but the location has been decided. It will be atop the Wentian Peak in Wentian City. Wentian City. Jiang Mu thought to himself, what a familiar place this is. At that time, I, along with senior brother by you and the brothers from each peak, will attend. There will likely be the sect leader and several peak masters accompanying us. I imagine other immortal sects will do the same. This gathering of prodigies will surely be lively. Then shall we all go together? Kuan-Li scanned the crowd. Sure. Thank you, junior brother Kuan, for taking us along. Zhao Wire and Qing Dai readily agreed. Junior brother Jiang, what about you? Kuan-Li looked at Jiang Mu. While senior brother Kuan, do you think I, with my appearance, would still be interested in the prodigies duel? Compared to watching the prodigies duel, I prefer to focus on carving my formations. Moreover, from what I know about senior brother Kuan, those so-called prodigies pale in comparison to you. In that case, it seems I have no particular interest in this gathering of prodigies. Jiang Mu pondered for a long time before refusing to join them. Not to mention that with so many cultivators from all over the place, conflicts and fights are inevitable. Furthermore, with so many nascent soul elders attending, Jiang Mu did not want his cultivation to be exposed. In that case, it would be impossible for him to maintain a low profile. Staying within the Shinying sect, resources are abundant, which is quite good. Jiang Mu raised his teacup and signaled, you all understand me. I've grown accustomed to a relaxed and leisurely lifestyle. The 3 looked at Jiang Mu's demeanor like an old man, finding it somewhat amusing, but they also noticed the white hair hidden among the black strands. Indeed, Jiang Mu had aged. Not only had his exterior aged, but his Tao heart had aged with it. No matter what choice junior brother Jiang makes, I will respect it. Kuan-Li expressed understanding. After all these years, Jiang Mu preferred tranquility and shunned conflict. That's how it should be. When you all return, just tell me the outcome. But I believe junior brother Kuan will definitely take first place. Jiang Mu smiled gently. Haha, that's not certain. This time, even senior brother Bai Yu will participate, and he is much stronger than I. Kuan-Li humbly replied. After finishing their meal and tea, everyone prepared to return to their cultivation. Just so happens my master has some matters for me. Junior brother Jiang, senior sister Qing, you all take your time chatting. I'll take my leave first. Kuan-Li nodded to bid farewell to the others and was about to leave. Well, it's getting late. I'll walk junior brother Kuan out. As soon as Kuan-Li left, Qing Dai followed suit. Oh, senior sister Qing, you can't catch up to senior brother Kuan. Zhao Wire called out from below, but unfortunately the 2 streaks of light had already disappeared into the distance. Don't shout. Your senior sister Qing has ulterior motives beyond just the drink. Jiang Mu patted Zhao Wire's shoulder. Huh? What do you mean by ulterior motives beyond just the drink? Zhao Wire blinked her big eyes, staring at Jiang Mu in confusion. It means just that, you understand. Jiang Mu winked. Are you saying that senior sister Qing has fallen for senior brother Kuan? Zhao Wire exclaimed as if she had just heard a huge scoop, squatting beside Jiang Mu and shaking his arm, exclaiming, Senior brother Jiang. Senior brother Jiang. Quickly tell me when you realized it. How come I didn't notice? After Zhao Wire and Qing Dai exited their closed-door meditation, they did not return to seclusion. Ever since that day, Zhao Wire looked at Qing Dai and Kuan-Li with a beaming smile. She made Qing Dai shine, knowing that her actions that day had indeed revealed her thoughts. However, she no longer wanted to wait. Who knows how long it would take for them to meet again if she went into seclusion once more. Although Qing Dai's feelings were already quite evident, Kun Li seemed oblivious. He merely felt that this senior sister Qing had started to show him more concern. Could it be because he had saved her life in the secret realm? Kun Li thought to himself, and regarding other matters he didn't even consider. Senior sister Qing, do you like senior brother Kun? Seeing no progress between them, Jia Wire secretly asked Qing Dai. Qing Dai's face turned red as she nodded slightly. Oh dear, how could senior brother Kun not notice when you were so obvious? Jia Wire stamped her foot, feeling anxious for them, while they were not. Perhaps there are just too many outstanding individuals around him. It's normal that he doesn't notice me. Although Qing Dai wished to become a Dao partner with Kun Li, he was so dazzling, surrounded by so many excellent female cultivators, each one stronger than herself. Don't be discouraged, senior sister. One day senior brother Kun will remember your good qualities. Jia Wire encouraged. Thus the few of them would occasionally tease each other while enjoying tea at Jiang Mu's place. Half a year later, Kun Li approached Jiang Mu, excitedly sharing the good news that the iron lump he had brought back from the secret realm had successfully been refined into his own life treasure with the help of Yu Wuyan. This thing is called meteorite iron, said to be an otherworldly material, indestructible, with a quality even surpassing most inferior spirit artifacts, making it ideal for forging swords. Moreover, it has a special characteristic: it scatters, but does not fall apart. However, it was only this small piece. Master helped me add many heavenly materials and earthly treasures to forge this star blue sword. Kun Li summoned the star blue sword from his dantian. The blue blade was covered in cracks, emanating a starlight. Scatter. With Kun Li's command, the star blue sword shattered instantly, transforming into countless tiny fragments that circled around him. Gather. The fragments quickly converged, forming a complete sword. Not bad, not bad. Continuously refining with elixir fire, given time it will indeed become a divine weapon. Jiang Mu praised, noting how impressive the star blue sword looked, realizing that Yu Wuyan had indeed invested greatly. With my life artifact in hand, I want to go out and experience the world, preparing for the upcoming Talents Conference. I know you junior brother Jiang won't be going, but all the disciples from the major peaks of the sect will participate in this experience, so I want to bring along junior sister Jia and senior sister Qing. What do you think? Kun Li had come this time to seek Jiang Mu's opinion. I think it's feasible. They have been in seclusion for a long time and indeed need some practical experience to enhance themselves. Jiang Mu nodded and then smiled. With you, senior brother Kun, what danger is there to fear? If it really comes to a fight, we should be able to run away. The two laughed heartily. Half a month later, Kun Li took Jia Wire and Qing Dai, bidding farewell to Jiang Mu. Is Jiang Mu really not coming with us? On the flying boat, Jia Wire pouted. Your senior brother Jiang doesn't like conflict, and right now he's entirely focused on formations. Just look at how happy he is. That's what he truly pursues. Everyone has their own ambitions. We can't force others, can we? Kun Li stood at the front, shaking his head slightly. Jiang Mu was good in every aspect, but he was overly cautious, avoiding any hint of danger. After waving goodbye to Kun Li and the others, Jiang Mu returned to his wooden house to continue his studies. Spring passed, and autumn arrived. 30 years went by, and seeing his lifespan nearing its end, Jiang Mu hurriedly adjusted his aura, raising his cultivation to the late foundation establishment stage. Although his appearance had not changed much compared to before, his lifespan had significantly increased. During these 30 years, many major events occurred, none of which concerned Jiang Mu. Through life and death experiences, Kun Li's cultivation had reached the peak of the golden core stage, being hailed as the first talent of the Xinxing sect in recent years. Even the renowned Bai Yu pales in comparison. Moreover, Kun Li was incredibly strong, defeating 10 top experts in the 9 provinces Talents Conference, winning every match and securing first place. Although it was merely sparring, injuries were inevitable. Thus the talents who fought against Kun Li returned with varying degrees of injuries, especially the Xianyao twins and Xianzi from the Xinxing Palace, who were beaten quite badly. Even if they could concede defeat, after all they belonged to 2 great immortal sects and couldn't afford to lose face, they were all beaten to the point of feeling weak, yet their words remained stubborn. From then on, the Talents Conference concluded and Kun Li's name became known throughout the 9 provinces, with no cultivator unaware of it. His status within the Xinxing sect rose even further, and the major peak masters lowered their heads upon seeing him. Consequently, those close to Kun Li, including Jiang Mu, also saw their statuses elevate several tiers, making Jiang Mu feel more at ease within the Xinxing sect. However, Jiang Mu remained low-key, avoiding conflict and not taking advantage of his status, quietly focusing on his formations. The disciples within the sect looked at this senior brother with graying hair who secluded himself, obviously having reached the peak of his cultivation, enviously sighing at his fortune to befriend someone like Kun Li. Kun Li and the others could visibly see Jiang Mu aging slowly, feeling quite emotional, often sending him miraculous pills, but they could only alleviate immediate concerns without stopping the passage of time. Everyone will grow old one day. There's nothing to be concerned about. As long as one lives happily and freely, that is enough. Whenever this topic came up, Jiang Mu would always respond with a smile, appearing quite carefree and casual. We are so focused on pursuing the Tao, yet we don't live as freely as junior brother Jiang does, Kun Li and the others lamented. Notably, through the years of interaction, Kun Li had finally come to understand Qing Dai's unique feelings towards him. With the accumulation of emotions, the two smoothly became Tao partners. Senior brother Kun, after all these years, you've finally gotten it. Whenever Jiang Mu and Jia Wire teased Kun Li about this, he would always blush slightly. Even a peak golden core cultivator could feel shy when faced with such questions. Thus they lived steadily for several more years. The number of individuals entering cultivation across the 9 provinces sharply declined, with many small sects unable to recruit disciples, and even the 3 major immortal sects were significantly affected. A shocking piece of news began to spread through the cultivation world. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth has suddenly decreased. Could it be that we have reached that legendary state? The end of the law is approaching. Alas, calamities have already begun, and no cultivator can stand apart from it. The spiritual energy of the Jiuzhou continent is gradually depleting, and cultivators from all corners can sense it. The end of an era of cultivation arrives once every 1,000 years. The entire Jiuzhou cultivation world has grown desolate as major sects have issued prohibitions allowing entry, but no exit, while also dispatching secret orders to recall cultivators from the outside. Meanwhile, in Wentiang City atop the towering Wentiang Peak, a magnificent hall is overflowing with divine light. Outside the hall stands row upon row of cultivators clad in various garbs, including those from the 3 great sects, and many others. Though belonging to different sects, these cultivators share a common trait: their auras are overwhelmingly powerful, with the weakest among them being mid-stage golden core cultivators. Yet at this moment these individuals do not even qualify to step into the hall. As the son of the Xinxing sect, Kun Li stands firmly at the very front closest to the entrance. Beside him are Bai Yu of the Xinxing sect, Hui Yi the small peak master of Shiyu Peak, and disciples from various other peaks. Alongside them stand the twin Carefree brothers and Xian Zi from the other 2 great sects. Though they normally do not yield to one another at this moment, they must stand united. Any past grievances must be set aside. Behind them are other sects' golden core cultivators. Inside the resplendent hall, which is quite spacious, there is an enormous round table surrounded by numerous chairs, each occupied by figures of varying stature, some hunched, some upright, some young, and some old. These individuals are all nascent soul cultivators, as only those of this level can attend this meeting that concerns the fate of Jiuzhou. A rough count reveals there are as many as 100. Apart from the nascent soul cultivators from the 3 great sects who are all present, the nascent soul ancestors from other sects have also emerged from seclusion to attend this meeting. At this moment, their every word and action will determine the life and death of the majority of cultivators in Jiuzhou. Everyone, I won't say much more. You are all foxes who have lived for 1,000 years. You know what the impending end of the law signifies without me elaborating. The speaker has a hoarse voice with a head full of white hair and a face lined with deep wrinkles, looking quite aged. He is one of the ancestors of the Xinxing sect who has emerged from seclusion, having survived the last end of law and barely clinging to life until now. The forbidden zone of the fallen gods will be opened. Each sect must not be selfish. Send as many people as necessary to seize the initiative. In the last end of law, although we barely triumphed, we gained many benefits. Even today, the number of cultivators and their high-level prowess in Jiuzhou still far exceed those of the other 3 regions. However, in this current end of law, we must face a united assault from the other 3 regions. They will not allow us to achieve victory again. Thus, the current situation will be even more challenging. Victory means prosperity for Jiuzhou, defeat means decline. The Xinxing sect's elder, though aged, still possesses a piercing gaze. His eyes scan the assembly before finally locking with those of several other elders who also survived the last end of law. They are the fortunate ones from the previous end of law, having formed their nascent souls shortly before the calamity, thus living long enough to reach the present. Indeed, you younger generations should not underestimate the situation. The battle in the forbidden zone of the fallen gods is far from easy. The strength of the 3 major regions will not be weak either. This is an accumulation of grudges over thousands of years. It is a fight to the death. Another elder in white from the carefree hall interjected. Although it is said that the forbidden zone of the fallen gods holds the method of ascension, even we have never witnessed it. So curb your curiosity and focus your energy elsewhere. The elder from Xianxing Palace spoke. The three remaining elders exchanged glances, a ripple of emotion flashing in their eyes, before quickly settling into calm. In fact, the method of ascension in the forbidden zone of the fallen gods is not mere rumor. During the last end of law, it is said the founding ancestor of the Xinxing sect obtained the method which allowed the sect to rise from obscurity. However, since the expedition to the forbidden zone of the fallen gods, no one has seen this founding ancestor again, leaving it unclear whether he has long since passed away or truly achieved ascension. The three elders who know the most about this matter remain silent, leading later generations to believe the founding ancestor of the Xinxing sect has passed away. Alright, we have said all we need. To the next steps are up to you younger generations. The elder of the Xinxing sect sighed and began to close his eyes. They as elders would not intervene in any disputes. They would only act when the competition for the method of ascension in the forbidden zone of the fallen gods begins. Having lived a lifetime, they have long seen through the world. Only the elusive method of ascension remains the reason they cling to life. Yes, elder, Yu Wuyan replied, and began to issue orders alongside the other two great sects. The Jiuzhou alliance is established, and a vanguard army is dispatched to advance into the forbidden zone of the fallen gods. Each sect is to send the designated number of cultivators and contribute accordingly, with commands that determine the fate of millions of cultivators being issued within this grand hall. A fortnight later, within the Xinxing sect, cultivators are rushing through the skies, bustling about, as everyone prepares for the pre-war mobilization. The Jiuzhou cultivation world has formed the Jiuzhou alliance, and all cultivators must heed its dispatch. With commands being issued, each sect is in preparation, ready to respond to orders and form a grand army of cultivators to march towards the forbidden zone of the fallen gods. The Xinxing sect is no exception. As one of the three great sects, it must take the lead, contributing more to the effort. The forbidden zone of the fallen gods is located at the junction of the four major regions. It spans an immense area of 3,000 miles, presenting a curved shape where dead energy and spiritual energy intertwine, with mountains of corpses, yet teeming with various relics that hide divine pills and magical artifacts, even containing various inheritances. However, the entire forbidden zone of the fallen gods is sealed by an ancient array of unknown origin, which will only start to unravel layer by layer as the end of law epoch approaches. Moreover, starting from the outermost layers, the closer one gets to the center, the more abundant the rewards become. At the very heart lies the legendary method of ascension. Thus, the initially unsealed outer areas are predominantly occupied by Foundation establishment cultivators, reserving the high-level forces for the contest over the core. It is worth noting that whichever region's cultivators ultimately occupy the forbidden zone of the fallen gods will have their overall strength significantly distance itself from the other regions at that time, allowing them to plunder them. In the last end of law, Jiuzhou relied on this advantageous position to dominate the three major regions, plundering them entirely until the past 400 or 500 years, when cultivators from the other regions began to rise. One could say this is like a cycle of cause and effect, a cycle that everyone wishes to win. Hence, all regions spare no effort to defeat the others in the forbidden zone of the fallen gods, and no one wants to be humiliated for centuries. Within the Xinxing sect, the first batch of cultivators to depart has been selected. They are those who have little ambition, living off others' efforts, especially those of inferior talent, who are the prime candidates. This also includes the majority of inner disciples who entered with Foundation establishment cultivation, as they have been prepared specifically for this expedition. The first batch to step into the forbidden zone of the fallen gods are usually cannon fodder, the kind whose bones are never found. The high-ranking members of the various sects hold a grand send-off ceremony for these cultivators who are about to face death. Junior brother Jiang, although we both entered with Foundation establishment, this time is different. We won't have to be cannon fodder. In Jiang Mu's wooden house courtyard, Kuan Li sighed. Indeed, I must thank senior brother Kuan, otherwise I might have been dragged to the battlefield. Jiang Mu replied with a smile. One can only say that this is fate. No one can escape it. The forbidden zone of the fallen gods, if the situation becomes tense, even I cannot avoid it. Junior brother Jiang, we cannot lose. Kuan Li has gained much understanding of the forbidden zone of the fallen gods, no longer the naive novice he once was. The two sighed and looked up at the distant peaks. Junior brother Jiang, let us bid farewell to our fellow disciples who are about to embark on this expedition. No matter what, these individuals are fighting for Jiuzhou and deserve respect. Very well. Jiang Mu gave a soft reply, and the two soared side by side, descending upon a solitary mountain peak. Where flying Zhou vessels once docked across countless peaks, not a single one remained. Instead, colossal warships now lined the summits. Forged from refined celestial iron and rare heavenly treasures, these warships boasted impenetrable defenses, their surfaces shimmering with layered domes of luminous energy. Mounted upon each deck stood arrays of spirit energy cannons intricately carved with complex formation diagrams and powered by spirit stones, each discharge rivaling the full-force strike of a foundation establishment cultivator at peak strength. These cannons varied widely, some specialized in pinpoint precision, others in wide area saturation, and still others in blistering rate of fire. Atop every warship's highest mast fluttered the banner of the Xinxing sect, billowing proudly in the wind. Jiang Mu exhaled in quiet awe. Indeed, the Xinxing sect lived up to its reputation as one of the three great immortal sects. Their warships were majestic, imposing, and breathtakingly grand. As senior brother Bai Yu explained, these warships consume staggering resources. They are deployed only in extraordinary circumstances, such as this great campaign, and never under ordinary conditions. Kuan Li stood nearby, offering commentary. Moments later, Jiang Mu and Kuan Li exchanged glances, then felt the warmth of their communication talismans flare, signaling that Jiao Wire and Qing Dai had arrived atop the same peak. Senior brother Jiang, senior brother Kuan, such a magnificent spectacle. How could you possibly leave me and senior sister Qing out? Jiao Wire darted forward, grinning playfully. The four stood shoulder to shoulder, gazing toward the horizon. Across the entire Xinxing sect, nearly every cultivator looked skyward, some bidding farewell, others with tears glistening faintly in their eyes. Yu Weian, sect master of the Xinxing sect, stood alongside the masters of all major peaks upon the main peak, sending off the disciples about to depart for battle. Even the sect master's presence bestowed honor upon all. Though bound for war, these cultivators brimmed with exhilaration. For beyond the battlefield lay untold opportunities, hidden blessings awaiting those who dared venture forth. Moreover, they fought for the Jiuzhou continent itself, to fall in such service was glory incarnate, and their names would forever be enshrined within the Xinxing sect's ancestral hall. As the farewell ceremony concluded, the resonant hum of activation arrays filled the air, and one by one the warships began ascending. The Xinxing sect's mountain-protecting formation flared open, and the warships glided outward with solemn grace. Across the Jiuzhou continent, similar scenes unfolded in every region. In the mortal realm below, commoners raised their heads to watch the warships streak across the heavens like blazing meteors, then fell to their knees, bowing low in reverent prostration. Ultimately, all warships converged at Jiuzhou's northernmost frontier. Before them stretched an endless armada, countless warships blotting out the sun, casting vast shadows across the land. Upon the foremost flagship stood three golden core cultivators of mid-stage cultivation, the commanding generals of this vanguard force. Jiuzhou Vanguard Force, Xinxing Sect assembled. Jiuzhou Vanguard Force, Xinxing Palace assembled. Jiuzhou Vanguard Force, Xiaoyao Hall assembled. Jiuzhou Vanguard Force, Luangxing Gate assembled. Jiuzhou Vanguard Force, Xianyue Sect, Yinyun Sect, Shihan Sect, Xiuhe Sect, Feisher Gate, Ludong Peak, Fanxing Valley, Qingyun Gate, Tianyin Temple, and Suixia Sword Sect, joint forces assembled. Jiuzhou. Amid thunderous cries echoing across the heavens, the vanguard forces of all sects completed their assembly. With a sweeping gesture, the three golden core elders unleashed surging waves of spiritual power, their voices booming like celestial drums. Fight for Jiuzhou. All vanguard forces advance. Yes, yes, yes. Roars of fury shook the heavens as the entire Jiuzhou vanguard surged forward, a mighty tide advancing inexorably toward the fallen god-forbidden zone. 1 year later, the first wave of vanguard cultivators began returning, wounded beyond further combat or laid out in silent rows aboard the ship's cargo holds the fallen. The entire Xinxing sect observed a solemn moment of silence. We gave our all, but the cultivators from the three realms vastly outnumbered us. They seized every outer opportunity, slaughtered our brethren, and some perished before even glimpsing the landscape of the fallen god-forbidden zone. We have been defeated. News of the vanguard's crushing defeat ignited fury across the Jiuzhou continent. Of the three commanding generals, one fell within the forbidden zone, his blood staining the heavens. Another returned gravely wounded. Both arms severed, his golden core severely damaged. Only one remained, holding the line desperately at Jiuzhou's northern border. How dare those from the three realms covet Jiuzhou? Do they truly believe themselves worthy? A pack of vanquished foes. The Jojo cultivation world erupted in outrage, and the Jojo alliance dispatched reinforcements in ever greater numbers. Upon the Xinqing sect's docks, one by one hollowed wounded were carried down from the warships, while fresh resolute figures stepped aboard mirroring those who had gone before. Cultivator legions marched onward without pause, wave after wave converging upon the front lines. Yu Wuyan stood upon the main peak with the sect's senior elders watching in solemn silence. An elderly man, arms severed at the shoulders, spine bent with age, hair snow white, was gently guided before them. He was one of the 3 vanguard commanders, and a revered elder of the Xinqing sect. Elder Niu. Yu Wuyan hurried forward to support the trembling elder. When Elder Niu had departed for war, he had appeared no older than 40, yet now he stood on the very edge of life's twilight. Elder Niu slowly shook his head, and whispered, voice quavering, "Sect Master, hold Jojo." Yu Wuyan bowed his head deeply, his vow unspoken, yet absolute. To fight for Jojo meant the Xinqing sect would care for Elder Niu in his final years, and his name would eternally grace the ancestral hall. Upon a distant mountaintop, Jiang Mu and his companions watched the main vanguard return, sighing heavily. These were but the few who made it back. Far more lay buried in foreign soil. Rumors say the cultivators of the 3 realms fought with terrifying ferocity, not only driving our vanguard from the fallen god forbidden zone, but even pressing deep into our own borders. Judging by their advance, they appear intent on invading Jojo itself. It seems Jojo must now reveal its true strength. Kuan-Li sighed softly. Weakness invites aggression, a truth as ancient as time itself. Those 3 realms certainly knew how to conceal their power, feigning weakness for so long only to unveil formidable strength beneath. This time Jojo had miscalculated, never anticipating that the 3 realms would recover so swiftly and cultivate such hidden might in secret. Our sect has nurtured us, moreover we defend Jojo itself. Both duty and principle demand we stand firm. Jiang Mu listened startled. Was this truly the same Kuan-Li who once furrowed his brow and instinctively retreated behind others? Indeed, Kuan-Li's character had transformed profoundly over the years. Senior brother Jiang, if the day comes when we all march to war, I hope you'll remain within the sect. Why? Jiang Mu countered. You're unskilled in combat, let alone killing. Your presence on the battlefield would bear little impact. Better to serve in logistics, supporting us from within the sect. Kuan-Li teased lightly. In his eyes, Jiang Mu's cultivation had been achieved solely through the accumulation of rare treasures, extending his lifespan perhaps, but granting him little practical battle experience. And yet this was also the sole way he could protect his younger brother in cultivation. Exactly, senior brother Jiang. You stay safely within the sect. Combat is our domain. Zhao Wire punched the air with a grin. Very well, I'll follow your counsel. Jiang Mu smiled faintly, offering no protest. If even the 3 commanding generals could spill their blood within the forbidden zone, then his role was simply to pray for his friend's safe return. But senior brother Kuan, I ask one thing of you in return. Jiang Mu added. Oh, what is it? Kuan-Li asked. If all is lost, if victory becomes impossible, I hope you'll furrow your brow and retreat behind the ranks. Jiang Mu smiled, sincere and gentle. What does furrow your brow and retreat behind the ranks even mean? Are you speaking in riddles? Zhao Wire and Qing Dai frowned in confusion. Only Kuan-Li paused, brows briefly knotted before bursting into laughter beside Jiang Mu. Agreed, I swear it. The fallen god forbidden zone. Surrounding it are peaks shrouded in black mist atop, which ancient ruins can be faintly seen. This black mist is peculiar, only encircling the various peaks, without spreading further. From a distance, layers of different luminous barriers flicker, forming enormous encirclements. These barriers are ancient formations that even the most elite formation masters of today cannot breach. At this moment, 3 layers of restrictions have been opened at the perimeter of the fallen god forbidden zone, with deep pits and flowing magma, and even massive ice spikes scattered everywhere. Across this chaotic land, various corpses of cultivators lie shattered by numerous spells. Meanwhile, powerful spells continue to rain down from the horizon, targeting the distant foes. On the ground, the battle lines stretch across the entire area opened by the fallen god forbidden zone, with many low-level cultivators continuously launching spells towards both sides. Moreover, there are close combat fighters, their blades glinting as they harvest each other's lives. The cultivators of the Jojo Alliance and those from the 3 major regions wear distinctly different attire, with each of the 3 regions' cultivators sporting varying hair colors and even differing eye colors. This makes it easy to distinguish them on the battlefield, preventing friendly fire. After all, a foundation establishment cultivator's spells have a coverage range of 50 to 60 meters at the very least. Although the ground battles are brutal, they are not the most severe. The battles in the skies are the true determinants of victory in this conflict. Colorful streams of light collide in the sky, separating and colliding again. Each collision generates a massive wave of magical energy capable of obliterating cultivators on the ground. The clashes of spells in the sky are the most intense. Golden Core cultivators can cast spells without the lengthy preparation time required by foundation establishment practitioners. Often a single hand gesture can change the sky's color, with fireballs, descending storm clouds forming, and extreme frost covering a radius of several thousand feet, resembling hell itself. Moreover, formidable high-level cultivators utilizing magical artifacts or their own bodies are destroying the warships of both sides, with the exploding ships in the air resembling dazzling fireworks. The fall of each Golden Core cultivator is often accompanied by a rain of blood covering a vast area and anguished roars. It seems even the heavens tremble at their demise, yet after hundreds of years of cultivation, they wither like flowers. Roars of anger and cries of despair alternate endlessly. This is only the beginning of the battle, with the nascent soul cultivators from all sides yet to join the fray. In conflicts between cultivators, there is no concept of a ceasefire. Waves of people surge forward until death or exhaustion forces them to retreat, and the fighting has never ceased. The battle in the fallen god Forbidden Zone has lasted for 10 years. For wars among cultivators, 10 years is merely a fleeting moment. It is estimated that over 500,000 foundation establishment cultivators have been thrown into the battlefield, with casualties exceeding 50%. There are also over 100 Golden Core cultivators, and the area opened by the fallen god Forbidden Zone is almost drenched in their blood. At Wenyang City atop Wenyang Peak, the Jiuzhou Alliance convened once more. The war has reached its midpoint, with more than half of the area opened by the fallen god Forbidden Zone already engaged. Although the previous battles were fierce, they pale in comparison to what is to come. For the true elites are now beginning to enter the battlefield, like the elite disciples of various sects preparing for battle. Atop the skies of the Shunhung sect, battered warships return their mournful horns, echoing as countless disciples feel their hearts stir, gazing upward. This battle is unavoidable for them. They cannot show fear and must press forward one after another. In front of the main hall of the Shunhung sect, a dense crowd of cultivators gathers, their expressions solemn, clad in armor forged with substantial resources by the sect. This elite army of cultivators numbers around 100,000. Besides the Shunhung sect's own disciples, there are also many from affiliated sects. At the forefront stands a handsome figure in white armor, a sword at his waist with the emblem of the Shunhung sect emblazoned on his chest. He is Baiyu, the commander leading the cultivator army of the Shunhung sect. Behind him, more than 20 Golden Core cultivators are arrayed, either the most trusted disciples of various peaks or elders from the inner sect. Baiyu's appearance in armor is still quite impressive. Indeed, with Baiyu's strength, he will surely defeat the forces of the three major regions. Absolutely. Besides, senior brother Kunli, Baiyu is the most outstanding among us in the Shunhung sect. Senior brother, do your best. Return victorious. The mountain peaks are filled with disciples, sending them on. To protect the fate of the Jiuzhou cultivation realm, we cultivators have an unshirkable duty. The first army of the Jiuzhou Alliance, the Shunhung army, shall surely conquer all and achieve victory. Baiyu stands atop the platform, raising his sword and roaring, his voice echoing throughout the Shunhung sect. Conquer all and achieve victory. 100,000 cultivators roar in unison. In that moment, everyone feels a surge of blood and passion, with fervent spirits soaring to the heavens. Shunhung army march forth. Following Baiyu's command, the army boards the warships heading for the battlefield. Senior brother Baiyu once told me that if he could suppress the armies of the three major regions, I would not need to go to battle. On the peak, Kunli and Jiang Mu stand among the crowd, bidding farewell to the army. At least let our Shunhung sect retain some strength. We can't exhaust everything at once. Although we are unaware of how many tactics the cultivators from the three major regions possess, I trust senior brother Baiyu. After all, he is also a peak Golden Core cultivator. If I were not here, he would surely shine as the brightest star on the Jiuzhou continent. Kunli sighed deeply, his eyes now profound, his aura restrained, making it impossible to discern his cultivation level, as if he were a dormant beast. Indeed, we all believe in senior brother Baiyu. Zhao Wire also sighed. Then let us pray for senior brother Baiyu, wishing for his triumphant return. Jiang Mu remained non-committal. This war is too brutal. The entire intersect area has opened up many positions, and along the paths he used to traverse many cultivators' caves are now abandoned. Fortunately, he remains in the rear handling logistics, which is quite safe, such as helping to build graves for the recently fallen cultivators or providing psychological support to those affected by the war. Jiang Mu is quite skilled at grave-building, crafting tombs that are both magnificent and beautiful, becoming a well-known story within the Shenhong sect. Those going to battle leave messages hoping that if they sacrifice themselves, Jiang Mu will be the one to build their graves. For this, Jiang Mu has earned an affectionate nickname, the Grave-Digging Master. Because Jiang Mu not only builds graves, but also sprinkles white paper money, lights 3 incense sticks, and pours a cup of wine. Then, chanting incantations, he offers prayers for the departed souls, paving the way for them in the underworld, wishing for their happiness in the next life, and reciting the eulogies for the deceased with ease. Thus, Jiang Mu has garnered a wave of praise, solidifying his position in the rear. The Shenhong army has set forth, and such elite cultivator armies are gradually heading towards the fallen God-forbidden zone across the Jiuzhou continent. Just a year had passed when good news arrived from the fallen God-forbidden zone. The army of cultivators from the 9 provinces had dealt a heavy blow to the enemy, pushing them back to the outermost perimeter of the forbidden zone. Among them, the Divine Movement Army pressed forward relentlessly, taking the lead and bearing the greatest risks, showing courage and valor that struck fear into the hearts of cultivators from the 3 major regions. Baiyu, with his peak golden core strength, fought against the top 10 golden core cultivators from the 3 major regions, causing them to fall into the forbidden zone and spill blood across the heavens, gaining a breath of relief for the 9 provinces. In response, the morale of the 9 provinces alliance soared quickly, occupying most of the fallen God-forbidden zone and obtaining countless rare treasures. The name of the white-robed divine general spread throughout the 9 provinces. 5 years had passed since the Divine Movement Army's expedition. During these 5 years, the cultivators from the 3 major regions had almost ceased their attacks and did not retreat, merely lingering in place, unsure of what they were brewing. The war seemed to have cooled down somewhat, losing the intensity it once had. Although there was no full-scale war, various regional skirmishes continued. Just as the 9 provinces alliance believed that the cultivators from the 3 major regions might want to retreat, a shocking message came back. The 3 major regions suddenly reinforced their forces by 100,000, seemingly preparing to launch an attack. The last 3 layers of the fallen God-forbidden zone had already opened one layer, bringing them closer to the central region. The army of the 9 provinces immediately deployed to confront the enemy. They had already seized most of the fallen God-forbidden zone, and they absolutely could not afford to lose. Thus, the most brutal war in history was about to commence. According to the returning cultivators, the gathered forces from the 3 major regions were equally elite. Once the 2 sides clashed, it would be impossible to stop. In this battle, the earth cracked, mountains collapsed, and various wonders and phenomena emerged, even causing the heavens and earth to change color. In the fallen God-forbidden zone, not a single piece of land remained intact, everywhere marked by the remnants of spells, battered and bruised. The corpses of cultivators were countless, described as 10 steps 1 corpse, 100 steps 1 river of blood was not an exaggeration. Cultivators were different from mortals. Their blood energy was incredibly strong, and the fall of a golden core cultivator could indeed create a rain of blood. Throughout the battlefield, the corpses of cultivators piled up like mountains, a scene of utter brutality. It was evident that both sides had mobilized core forces. The reinforcements from the 3 major regions were clearly greater than that of the 9 provinces, prompting the 9 provinces to initiate the deployment of their second batch of core forces. This time, Kuan Li inevitably had to go to war. It could be said that any cultivator capable of fighting would soon be heading to the battlefield. The Shinzhou sect would only retain a few logistics personnel and low-level qi refinement disciples. Kuan Li, Jia Wire, and Qing Dai were all among those going to war. Even the nascent soul cultivators were set to join the battle. Kuan Li, like Baiyu, naturally became the commander of the second army of the Divine Movement Army. Nascent soul cultivators were not allowed to engage in the war with the army. Their opponents could only be other nascent soul cultivators. Otherwise, for nascent soul cultivators against such a large army, it would be like a dimensional strike, a one-sided slaughter. If both sides targeted low-level cultivators, it would be no different from slaughtering. You kill mine, I kill yours, and such behavior would not be tolerated. Moreover, all nascent soul cultivators aimed for the innermost part of the fallen God-forbidden zone, where their battlefield truly lay. Senior brother Kuan, you look quite heroic in that armor. As you embark on this journey, please take good care of yourself, Jiang Mu said, standing atop the main peak to bid farewell to the 3. Yes, junior brother Jiang, we are all going to war. You must take care of yourself, Jia Wire said with concern. Indeed, junior brother Jiang, we hope you will be waiting for us when we return, Qing Dai added with a smile. All three were clad in armor, their postures striking and handsome. Seeing their worry, Jiang Mu laughed and scolded, "Why worry about me? You should be more concerned about yourselves. Once on the battlefield, just remember my words if things become untenable. Junior brother Jiang, don't worry, I still want to pursue a greater path. Just remember that. In this sect you need not worry too much about me. With my skills as a grave-digging master I could manage just fine without you all." Jiang Mu joked, and within the Divine Movement sect who didn't know that he was good friends with the Divine Son? Who would dare offend him? As you all venture forth, I hope you take care. With a change of tone, Jiang Mu cupped his hands and performed a gesture of respect. Junior brother Jiang, why so serious? We will definitely defeat the enemy and return safely. Zhao Wire teased. Seeing Jiang Mu's serious expression, Kun Li also cupped his hands and performed a gesture of respect. The light-hearted atmosphere suddenly turned bittersweet with the sense of parting. Senior brother Kun, senior sister Qing, junior sister Jiao, I believe you will shine brightly on the battlefield in the Forbidden Zone, making a name for yourselves in the 9 provinces. Ha, I appreciate your kind words, junior brother Jiang. The three exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. The sound of warships roaring began to rise, and the army was about to set off. Junior brother, we are leaving. Kun Li cupped his hands once more and turned to fly onto the warship. Junior brother, wait for us. Qing Dai also flew onto the warship. Ha, junior brother Jiang, you used to tell me stories. When we return it will be my turn to tell you. Zhao Wire's face hidden beneath her helmet radiated with a smile as she opened her arms and gently embraced Jiang Mu, whose hair was already turning gray. Then she quickly turned to leave. The warship slowly levitated into the air, and at Kun Li's command it sailed toward the horizon. At the vast Divine Movement sect, only a few remained to see them off from the mountain peak. Still not strong enough, Jiang Mu murmured to himself. He had remained at the peak of Golden Core for many years, yet there were still no signs of a breakthrough. If he were strong enough, he could flatten the Forbidden Zone with a finger, and Kun Li and the others wouldn't have to go to war. Unfortunately, reality was often the cruelest. He was merely at the peak of Golden Core, while the number of Golden Core cultivators who perished on the battlefield far exceeded his fingers. Going would just be sending myself to die. I might as well stay safe. I must survive. I don't want to collect your corpses. Jiang Mu said self-deprecatingly, as if he had truly become a grave-digging master. However, Jiang Mu thought again, as the child of fortune, it wouldn't be easy for Kun Li to let him die. Forget it. I should go back to continue refining my formations. As long as one is willing to work hard, there is no suffering that cannot be endured. If talent is insufficient, time can make up for it. Jiang Mu believed his formations would eventually reach great heights. With most of the Divine Movement sect's members gone, it had suddenly become much quieter. Only the cultivators delivering messages continued to traverse within the sect. They occasionally brought back good news, and sometimes bad news. For example, the Xiaoyao army suffered heavy losses, and its leaders, the Xiaoyao twins, both perished in the Forbidden Zone, which was truly lamentable. The unparalleled twin heroes thus paid their respects to the 9 provinces with their lives. Furthermore, the leader of the Xianxin army, Xuanzi, was injured and retreated to the rear, with over half of the true disciples from the 13 palaces falling. Additionally, Kun Li's second army of the Divine Movement sect successfully joined forces with the first army, once again achieving a great victory over the enemy. Led by Kun Li, the Divine Son of the Divine Movement sect, he alone with his sword claimed the head of a general among 100,000 cultivators, shaking the 3 armies and boosting their morale. The names of Kun Li and Bai Yu resonated together within the Forbidden Zone. Finally, a nascent soul expert from the Divine Movement sect clashed with a nascent soul cultivator from one of the 3 major regions beneath the vast sky, unleashing spells that caused mountains to crumble and the earth to shake, forcing both armies to retreat 100,000 zhang. With the advance of the second batch of elite forces from the 9 provinces, the great battle within the fallen god Forbidden Zone reached a fever pitch, with neither side yielding. The battlefield could no longer be described as a place of suffering, it was nothing short of hell. After that, Jiang Mu stopped hearing news. He sensed that his realm was about to break through. According to the lifespan of a peak foundation establishment cultivator, only 30 years remained out of the 300. This battle has dragged on for quite a while. It's almost been 50 years, and still isn't over. Jiang Mu sighed, standing before the gate of the Divine Movement sect. Behind him were those seeing him off. Among them were Elder Fong Qing from the Library Pavilion and Shimin Shui, who had already broken through to the Golden Core. Over the years, Jiang Mu had earned much respect from many cultivators due to his ability to handle matters after events, and upon learning that his lifespan was short, and he was about to leave the world. Many came to bid him farewell. Although he could choose to stay in the sect and live out his days, Jiang Mu did not truly wish to die, whose staying would undoubtedly expose him, so he chose to venture out. Looking at the magnificent and imposing gate of the Divine Movement sect surrounded by divine light and celestial energy, he turned to the crowd behind him, cupped his hands, and smiled. "Everyone, after sending you off for 1,000 miles, we must part ways. Please return." With that, Jiang Mu disregarded the gazes of others, laughing heartily as he strode forward. The closer he got to the gate, the lighter he felt. The crowd watched Jiang Mu's figure, which appeared so carefree in the wind. "Junior brother Jiang has truly come to understand life," Shimin Shui remarked. The laughter gradually faded as Jiang Mu walked faster until he ran out of the mountain gate, the mist engulfing his form. Jiang Mu laughed loudly, his appearance suddenly youthful as he soared away, just like in the past. It is said that to advance from golden core to nascent soul, one must endure 9 levels of thunder tribulation. Many golden core cultivators have fallen at this final step, unable to safely pass through the tribulation. The transformation from golden core to nascent soul represents a qualitative leap. Jiang Mu had risen to the pinnacle of golden core without facing any obstacles. Reflecting on the speed of his cultivation, Jiang Mu discovered a pattern. The higher the realm, the slower the cultivation progress becomes. From chi refinement to golden core, he had only spent a little over 100 years, but from golden core to now about to break through to nascent soul, it had taken nearly the same amount of time. Having cultivated for nearly 300 years by this measure, I could be considered a prodigy of the 9 regions. Jiang Mu pondered, thinking that he could indeed be regarded as a prodigy for those like Kuan Li Baiyu, the twin wanderers, and Xian Zi only achieved the peak of golden core within 200 to 300 years. However, he had achieved the peak of golden core nearly 100 years earlier than them, though he had lingered for quite some time. If only his cultivation speed could remain this rapid. If this were the case, Jiang Mu could soon traverse the starry skies. But first I should address the immediate issue. As long as I break through to nascent soul, I will be at the pinnacle. In such a vast world, where can I not go? Jiang Mu thought to himself. He had learned from Kuan Li a secret of the cultivation world, which was that among all nascent soul cultivators, there had never been a peak nascent soul cultivator. Even the strongest ancestors could only reach the late stage of nascent soul. Whether in the 9 regions or the 3 major realms, there had never been a cultivator who could ascend to peak nascent soul. This phenomenon was strange, yet upon practical observation it felt rather normal. If there were peak nascent soul cultivators, why was there no clear record of anyone ascending from this world? It seemed as if there were an invisible shackle locking the upper limit of cultivation. All high-level cultivators believed that besides this world there existed higher realms, yet they could neither reach nor explore them. The elusive method of ascension in the fallen divine forbidden zone was their only hope. Breaking through to nascent soul will surely invoke a phenomenon in heaven and earth. I need to find a place with fewer people, primarily to avoid interference from other cultivators. Thus Jiang Mu headed south in the 9 regions where most cultivators had gone to the fallen divine forbidden zone. He merely needed to find a desolate mountain range. Eventually, after a month of flying, Jiang Mu found a mountain range where the spiritual energy was nearly too sparse to perceive. Using his divine sense to probe, he found no signs of cultivator activity. So Jiang Mu carved out a cave within, quietly awaiting the opportunity to break through. During the thunder tribulation, a cultivator primarily relies on 2 words: enduring it. If you can endure it, you become a nascent soul. If you cannot, you become a corpse. Moreover, the 9 levels of thunder tribulation have the additional benefit of tempering both divine sense and physical body. Then the divine sense merges with the golden core, achieving the nascent soul. Jiang Mu thought it should not be difficult. The only challenge was how to withstand the 9 levels of thunder tribulation, as it was said that each level was more formidable than the last. Furthermore, different cultivators face different tribulations. The higher one's talent, the more powerful the thunder tribulation they endure. Jiang Mu considered himself among the prodigies, so he believed his tribulation would be quite impressive and that he needed to prepare thoroughly. In a mountain gorge, Jiang Mu used all his spirit stones to set up an 80-layer protective formation and then equipped himself with a set of high-level armor exchanged from a master craftsman of the Shunheng sect, wrapping himself securely. Finally, he employed divination, hoping to read his fortune. Unfortunately, the heavens showed no favor, and Jiang Mu could not discern anything. Thus, after waiting a full year, one day the sky above the mountain range suddenly filled with dark clouds, and Jiang Mu sensed that his thunder tribulation had arrived. Above him the clouds gathered ominously with continuous flashes of lightning. In other places, however, the sky was clear. "Come on," Jiang Mu was fully prepared. He did not believe he would be unable to endure it. The thunder tribulation seemed unable to contain itself. With a resounding boom, 10 slender bolts of lightning shot rapidly towards Jiang Mu. These lightning bolts struck the protective formation he had set up in advance, causing the spiritual energy to surge and sparks to fly. With each tremendous explosion, the protective formations were shattered one by one, and the weakened lightning bolts charged directly toward Jiang Mu. Jiang Mu was stunned. How could this thunder tribulation be so abnormal? Did the 81 formations not even hold against the first level of thunder tribulation? Jiang Mu straightened his body, preparing to accept the baptism of the first level of thunder tribulation. The power of the thunder tribulation is entirely tailored to the cultivator undergoing the tribulation. When there is a powerful external force resisting, the might of the thunder tribulation will also change. In general, cultivators who rely solely on themselves to pass through the 9 levels of thunder tribulation will be stronger in the nascent soul stage, but those who depend on external forces to block some of the tribulation will comparatively be weaker. However, according to what Jiang Mu understood, most of the cultivators undergoing tribulation relied on external forces to withstand the increasingly potent lightning. Due to insufficient talent, if they did not do this, these cultivators would easily perish. Therefore, Jiang Mu planned to endure the first few levels to test it out. Yet Jiang Mu did not expect that his formations could not withstand even the first level. As his thoughts drifted, the thunder tribulation arrived in an instant. These lightning bolts swiftly penetrated Jiang Mu's body, causing a tingling sensation, and then these lightning bolts were frantically absorbed by the transparent golden core. Hey, wait a minute, that's not right. What the hell? By the time Jiang Mu reacted, the lightning had already vanished within him, and upon inspecting his dantian, he saw a hint of blue lightning within the transparent golden core. I don't think I've seen any cultivator's golden core able to absorb heavenly lightning during tribulation before. At that moment, Jiang Mu began to doubt his own knowledge. Looking back at the heavenly lightning, Jiang Mu's expression appeared quite innocent. The implication was, is this all you've got? Then after a moment of brewing, the thunder tribulation unleashed an even fiercer assault. The second level of thunder tribulation, 100 lightning bolts. Jiang Mu did not dodge or evade, allowing these lightning bolts to penetrate his body. After a tingling sensation, they were absorbed by the golden core once again. Jiang Mu. This is not what the ancient text described. Seeing that Jiang Mu remained unperturbed the third level, fourth level, and up to the fifth level of thunder tribulation, only then did he feel a slight pain. But it was still just that. Is this thunder tribulation even up to par? Jiang Mu was at a loss. Was it because he was too strong, or was the thunder tribulation too weak? He hadn't even practiced much. So Jiang Mu soared into the air, spreading his arms wide, as if to say, let the lightning come down even harder. In this mountain range, the lightning flashed, and the thunder rumbled, causing all the beasts to tremble and prostrate themselves, gazing up at the sky. Having passed the 9th level of the thunder tribulation, Jiang Mu's divine sense had grown immensely. Seeing that the heavenly lightning could do nothing to him, it began to dissipate. However, Jiang Mu sensed that his golden core now contained traces of blue arcs, and he felt excited. Previously, he had a mixed spiritual root of 5 elements. After this thunder tribulation, he suddenly transformed into a single-element thunder spiritual root. Moreover, it was a mutated thunder spiritual root. Don't go. You still have lightning left, give me more. Jiang Mu immediately chased after the dissipating thundercloud, hoping for more heavenly lightning. The thundercloud, upon seeing this, dissipated even faster. In the end, Jiang Mu still could not fulfill. If the thunder tribulation could speak, it would surely be astonished. It had only seen people chasing after lightning tribulations, but never heard of a person pursuing a thunder tribulation. Watching the thunder tribulation dissipate, Jiang Mu smacked his lips in disappointment, returning to the ground to sit cross-legged, combining his divine sense with the golden core infused with the power of heavenly lightning to condense into the nascent soul. As the core shattered and transformed into a baby, the blood and energy within Jiang Mu surged, and his magical power flowed. The golden core gradually began to break apart, and the power of heavenly lightning poured into his divine sense. In the outside world, one could see Jiang Mu sitting cross-legged with lightning glowing behind him, beginning to take on the form of a tall humanoid silhouette. This silhouette continued to take shape, becoming increasingly clear. Ultimately, it manifested as Jiang Mu's likeness. This was the external manifestation of the nascent soul. This nascent soul avatar bore an uncanny resemblance to Jiang Mu, merely magnified by 100 times. The light and shadow constructed from blue lightning stood silently behind Jiang Mu. Within a radius of 10,000 feet around Jiang Mu, flashes of lightning and roars of thunder filled the air. Jiang Mu suddenly opened his eyes, and a mighty aura surged forth. The colossal silhouette behind him looked down upon the world, exuding a celestial presence, awe-inspiring, sacred, and profound. Upon closer inspection, one could see that this massive silhouette not only crackled with lightning, but also shimmered with 5 other faint colors. They were white, blue, black, red, and yellow. They represented the 5 elemental colors of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Jiang Mu rose, retracting the nascent soul into his dantian, and his imposing aura retracted instantly, dissipating all the pressure. This transformation into a nascent soul was too easy, and it seems quite different from others. Jiang Mu murmured to himself, beginning to search for the differences within himself. Firstly, achieving a nascent soul should allow for the initial manifestation of the primordial spirit, enabling communication with heaven and earth. Secondly, magical power is elevated. Even if the physical body is destroyed, the nascent soul can escape. These are commonalities. What sets me apart from others is that upon entering nascent soul, I am already at the peak. My nascent soul is no longer as tender as a child, equivalent to having grown up, which seems quite reasonable, right? Furthermore, it appears I can absorb the power of the 5 elements and utilize it for my own purposes. On the surface, I seem to have a thunder spiritual root, but in reality, I still possess a 5-element spiritual root. I seem to have discovered a blind spot. The reason why there are no high-level cultivators with 5-element mixed spiritual roots is that achieving perfection in the 5 elements is quite challenging. But I am different. I automatically level up without worrying about achieving perfection, and I can absorb and enhance any spiritual root within the 5 elements. Thus, my upper limit of magical power is 5 times greater than that of ordinary cultivators, or even more. Jiang Mu exclaimed with pride, realizing why he could take on 10 opponents, even when he was still at Foundation establishment. Looking at the mountain gorge now filled with chaos due to his lightning power, Jiang Mu decided it was time. But there was still one issue he could not comprehend. Why was the power of heavenly lightning unable to harm him? Even if it was absorbed by the golden core, it should still be painful to temper the body and divine sense. Could it be that I am truly too strong? Jiang Mu thought, and then he recalled the absence of any discernible system. Everything he had was granted by the system. Thus, Jiang Mu glanced back at the 2 exceedingly simple prompts. 1. Immortality. His appearance would be fixed, ensuring he would not perish due to personal reasons. 2. Strength will grow slowly with the passage of time. Strength will grow slowly. Jiang Mu suddenly understood his growth and strength included his cultivation as a part of that strength. In other words, his growth was all-encompassing. A definite Pentagon warrior. After unlocking all his heart, knots, Jiang Mu gained a clear understanding of his own strength. Within the same realm, he was immensely powerful. In the land of the 9 provinces, the North region, the Eastern wilderness, and the Western soil, no one has yet reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. He would be the first. With his newfound strength, Jiang Mu felt invincible in this realm and wished to take action. Then let it begin at the fallen god forbidden zone. This place is rumored to hold the method of ascension, perhaps one of the ways to leave this star. Thus, Jiang Mu transformed his appearance and began his journey northward. With his peak nascent soul strength, it was likely that no one would recognize him. On the 9 provinces continent, the further north one traveled, the more cultivators there were. At the northern border of the 9 provinces, one could see the cultivators stationed there. This area belonged to the rear of the battlefield, where troops changed guard, rested, and tended to the wounded. In the sky, one could also see shabby warships rumbling, carrying corpses and injured personnel toward the inland of the 9 provinces. After arriving here, Jiang Mu registered to enlist in the military under his own name. Like Jiang Mu, many cultivators without a sect who wished to contribute to the 9 provinces came here to sign up. The protective formation of the base opened a corner, allowing Jiang Mu to enter smoothly. With his late Foundation establishment cultivation, he was assigned to a ragtag army. After entering, Jiang Mu did not remain idle. He sought out the veterans to inquire about the current situation. A few days later, Jiang Mu learned much information. The battle in the fallen god forbidden zone was nearing its end, as the central protective formation was about to activate. By then, the wars in other areas would have been settled, leaving only the competition among nascent soul cultivators. In decades of warfare, the 9 provinces alliance had seized 2/3 of the territory where the fallen god forbidden zone would open with their formidable strength. However, the price they paid was also quite painful. The number of cultivators had decreased by nearly 70%. Even many of the greatest talents have. Jiang Mu's heart tightened as he hurriedly asked more details, only to find out that the white-robed general senior brother by Yu had been severely injured, and the once mighty Kun Li, who had instilled fear in the cultivators of the three major regions, had stepped into the nascent soul stage and no longer participated in these battles. He has formed a baby. Jiang Mu felt a sense of relief in his heart. Since Kun Li had become a nascent soul, he would surely protect senior sister Qing and junior sister Jia, well, so he need not worry too much. Now he only needed to wait for the final layer of the formation in the fallen god forbidden zone to open to explore its depths. A few days later, Jiang Mu and his ragtag army were dispatched to the depths of the fallen god forbidden zone to guard the territory they had occupied. Along the way, Jiang Mu witnessed what a battlefield truly entailed. Seeing it firsthand was far more impactful than hearing about it. The ground was littered with corpses stained red, and the stench of blood filled the air. Although he had mentally prepared himself, Jiang Mu was still somewhat shocked upon witnessing such a scene. With Jiang Mu included, a total of 100 people were assigned to a hill station there. At this time the battle had ceased, and they only needed to hold their position. The rare calm days in the fallen god forbidden zone were merely the prelude to the coming storm. Half a month later, as the light curtain in the central area of the fallen god forbidden zone vanished, thunderous sounds echoed throughout the forbidden zone, and many beams of light shot up, heading towards the center of the forbidden zone, where a magnificent palace stood tall on the mountain peak. In the realm, countless pressures emanating from nascent soul cultivators spread out, overwhelming many cultivators who prostrated themselves on the ground. The hill where Jiang Mu's 100 men were stationed was close to the center of the forbidden zone, hence the pressure they felt was even stronger. Among the 100, only Jiang Mu remained standing, unyielding and motionless. Others could not see clearly, but Jiang Mu, being at the peak of the nascent soul stage, could see everything distinctly, even the speed of these ancestors. Is the battle among nascent soul cultivators about to begin? Jiang Mu unexpectedly felt a hint of anticipation. He wanted to see just how powerful these cultivators at the pinnacle of the world truly were. Everyone, I have received news that the 9 Provinces Alliance is fully withdrawing from the fallen god forbidden zone. At this moment, the leader of Jiang Mu's team shouted. The battles among nascent soul cultivators cover a vast area. If they did not retreat, they risked losing their lives to collateral damage. The 100 men struggled to rise and retreat, but seeing Jiang Mu standing firm, someone wanted to come forward and pat his shoulder. Jiang Mu turned around and smiled. You all go ahead, I still wish to observe a bit longer. Are you sure, friend? This is a battle among nascent soul cultivators. Being this close could be fatal, the person said, confused. Of course, Jiang Mu replied with a slight smile, raising his arms slightly. However, I can give you all a lift. This way the retreat will be quicker. The cultivators still did not understand the meaning of Jiang Mu's words. When they saw him wave his hand, their bodies suddenly lifted into the air, flying toward the outside of the fallen god forbidden zone. Everyone looked at the gradually fading figure of Jiang Mu. Jaws dropped. The nascent soul technique was executed invisibly with a mere gesture. Streams of flowing light arose from various parts of the forbidden zone, swiftly converging above its center. These nascent soul cultivators stood upon the void, divided into 2 groups, confronting each other. Jiang Mu held his breath and gazed intently, observing that the number of nascent soul cultivators from the 3 major regions was roughly equal to that of the Jojo, each having over 100. It remained uncertain if there were any hidden among them. The nascent soul cultivators in the sky unleashed their formidable auras without reservation, creating an invisible force that resonated in the air, producing explosive sounds. In the Jojo camp, Jiang Mu also spotted Kun Li. Although this fellow was at the early stage of nascent soul and stood tall, his eyes seemed somewhat forlorn. Furthermore, Kun Li was quite cautious, blending into the rear ranks. Jiang Mu felt that he truly could not withstand such a battle at this level. After all, he had heard that Kun Li had only recently attained his nascent soul. Jiang Mu's plan was quite simple. If no one noticed him, he would wait for them to inflict mutual destruction, positioning himself as the hidden player. Though he was a member of Jojo, Jiang Mu did not believe that these long-lived nascent soul ancestors fought solely for Jojo. Their ambitions certainly also included the so-called path to ascension. The Tao is merciless. Who does not wish to advance further? At the peak of the Forbidden Zone, the elder from the Xinxing sect, floating at the forefront of the Jojo camp, looked at the 2 golden-haired elders from the 3 major regions floating ahead of him and coldly remarked, "How I did not expect that you 2 from this barbaric land could survive the last era of decline with 2 elders still intact. I suppose it must have cost you quite a price." The elder from the Xinxing sect finished speaking, and the two elders beside him burst into hearty laughter filled with mockery. Aren't the three of you merely clinging on to life, as well? One of the golden-haired elders from the three major regions spoke, his imposing presence echoing throughout the Forbidden Zone. We're all the same, why bother with such words? Since that's the case, I presume the younger generations from your three major regions understand the rules. The path to ascension belongs to whoever possesses the means. Since you three major regions have united against us, Jojo, life and death are fated. You do not blame us for bullying you. Ha ha, Gushao, do you not recall who was once beaten into fleeing with their tail between their legs? If it weren't for your sect master Gu Liufeng, could you have lived to this day? What a pretense. What if you've become an elder now? My senior brother could defeat you 1,000 years ago, and so can I now. Upon hearing this, the golden-haired elders from the three major regions laughed uncontrollably. Do you think you are your senior brother? The elder of the Xinxing sect, Gu Shao, had a cold expression, as if exposing a painful scar, and immediately retorted, Then let's see who has the true measure under our hands. I've lived enough anyway. Today either I will perish beneath the Tao, or step over your corpses to prove my path. The conversation between the leaders concluded, and the grievances of the previous generation would be settled in this one. But when will the grievances of this generation be settled? Gu Shao transmitted to the nascent soul cultivators of Jojo, fellow Jojo friends, do not be led astray by the path to ascension. Remember our agreement, defeat the three major regions before making internal decisions. Rest assured, elder. In matters of great importance, we can still distinguish right from wrong. Fellow Gu, you can be at ease. Everyone replied. The two sides were on high alert, their imposing auras clashing. Scatter. With Gu Shao's thunderous shout, the nascent soul cultivators of Jojo transformed into streaks of flowing light and dispersed, while numerous ice spikes appeared where they once stood, and a massive light sword conjured by magic fell from the sky. Boom! These attacks struck the ground, creating deep craters. After the Jojo nascent soul cultivators dispersed, the cultivators from the three major regions also scattered, transforming into streaks of light that collided with them. In an instant, the celestial realm was filled with divine light spells, and the sounds of harsh collisions echoed endlessly. As the spells clashed, layers of magical fluctuations surged, howling over the mountaintops. The spells filled the sky, shaking even the fabric of space. A nascent soul cultivator was struck by multiple spells, sending him crashing into a mountain, which collapsed with a thunderous roar. Some nascent soul cultivators wielded various innate magical tools, swords, and hammers split the earth, shattering mountains. There were even nascent soul cultivators who were struck underground, emerging with magma from the depths. Moreover, one cultivator unleashed a massive tiger wreathed in red flames, pouncing towards his opponent and igniting fierce flames in midair. Yet the protective spells of the nascent soul cultivators were extraordinarily powerful. Even such an assault saw no casualties. Jiang Mu looked towards the direction where Kuan Li was battling. Entangled with him was also an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. He saw Kuan Li wielding his Xingqing sword, delivering slashes of sword light. At times he engaged in close combat, overpowering his opponent with punches and kicks, and at other times he shattered 3,000 fragments with his sword, leaving his opponent with no chance to retaliate. Even though they are both in the early stage of nascent soul, Kuan Li can still dominate cultivators of the Jiang Mu remarked. Indeed, geniuses are geniuses. Although Kuan Li's ordinary punches and kicks only caused a ripple of magical energy on his opponent, if they struck a mountain, the mountain would surely collapse. If they hit the ground, it would tremble. Even a golden core cultivator would explode from a single punch. As the only nascent soul peak fighter of the Pentagon warriors, how powerful would his strength be? Just as Jiang Mu pondered this, a spell shot towards him. Without a moment's thought, he casually waved his hand, and a lightning spell shot out at incredible speed, dispersing that spell before heading straight towards the center of the battlefield. Boom! The lightning erupted, and a nascent soul cultivator from the three major regions let out a horrified scream as his body disintegrated inch by inch. Just as his nascent soul tried to escape, it was engulfed by the lightning. No! The face of the nascent soul figure was filled with fear, and his desperate cries echoed through the sky. A rain of blood fell. Fellow! Thank you, fellow! Shouted the cultivators from the three major regions. On the battlefield, the first nascent soul powerhouse had fallen, and the atmosphere immediately turned oppressive. His fall was merely a result of Jiang Mu's unintentional strike. Jiang Mu looked over, his mouth twitching. This person appeared to be the one he had killed. It was just a casual strike. Jiang Mu sighed, now understanding his own strength. Fortunately, he did not miss kill. Had he killed a cultivator from Jojo, it would have been hard to justify. Fortunately, Jiang Mu concealed his presence, and no one noticed he was the one who had killed him. After all, in the chaos of nascent soul combat, countless spells flew through the sky, unless one looked closely it was impossible to tell who cast what. Outside the Forbidden Zone, the Zhuzhou Alliance and the cultivators from the three major regions looked into the Forbidden Zone where the blood rain was erupting. Some were happy while others were troubled. The scene of nascent soul combat was utterly shocking, especially with so many powerful beings. The residual waves from the spells were so intense that they had to activate their protective barriers to withstand them. I should stay far away or I might get caught in the crossfire, Jiang Mu murmured as he began to move towards the outskirts of the Forbidden Zone. As the battle intensified, all nascent soul cultivators ceased to hold back their power and launched full-scale assaults. Under normal circumstances, if it were an unknown fight, a nascent soul cultivator could battle for 3 days and nights without rest, but that was no longer the case. Since unknown encounters could not inflict effective damage, the situation turned into a multi-against-one scenario, with ambushes being the norm. A nascent soul cultivator from the 9 provinces sat in midair, playing the guqin, and melodies filled the battlefield. The cultivator targeted by this music changed his expression, hesitated for a moment, and was then slain by a nearby nascent soul cultivator using a powerful spell, unable even to escape his nascent soul. There were also powerful cultivators who freed their hands to unleash a golden hand descending from the sky, crushing a nascent soul cultivator in the early stages along with a mountain into powder. Gradually, more and more nascent soul cultivators began to fall. The ancestor Gu Shao of the Shunhong sect engaged in battle with 2 other ancestors from the 3 major regions. Each of them executed ruthless moves, striking fatal blows. For some reason, Gu Shao felt that these 2 contemporaneous enemies were much stronger. Even fighting 2 against 3, they did not show any sign of weakness. Gu Shao, have you not moved for too long? You can't even use your spells anymore. You are neither my senior brother's opponent nor mine. What face do you have to compete for this ascension technique? The golden-haired elder mocked. Gu Shao remained silent, only intensifying the power of his attacks. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Mu counted the fallen nascent soul cultivators, and the number reached an astonishing 87. These cultivators, each from both sides, met their demise in various ways, but the commonality was that not a single nascent soul successfully escaped. Jiang Mu closely observed the battle involving Kun Li, who was entangled with a nascent soul cultivator in the early stages. Although he had the upper hand, he did not kill him, and as they fought, they moved further away from the center of battle, thus avoiding the fate of being swarmed. Kun Li is indeed a master at playing the role of the 6th wheel. Jiang Mu sighed, amazed that he dared to perform such a battle. However, Jiang Mu agreed with his approach, after all the dominant cultivators were being swarmed. Observing the situation before him, Jiang Mu thought it wouldn't be long before he could step in and reap the rewards. He had no interest in killing, but if someone obstructed him from obtaining the ascension technique, he wouldn't mind sending them to their early enlightenment. After a long while, the heavens and earth had turned upside down a few times, and the nascent soul cultivators on both sides had nearly all perished. The 9 provinces, relying on their innate foundation, had completely slain the cultivators from the 3 major regions. Only 2 millennia-old ancestors and over 10 nascent soul cultivators remained from the 3 major regions, most of whom were injured. In contrast, the 9 provinces had not lost any of their 3 great ancestors. They were merely exhausted, with 27 nascent soul cultivators still remaining. Seeing that the situation was settled, Kun Li swiftly killed the cultivator he was battling, returning in a hurry under the astonished gazes of others. Ha! The last time you 3 major regions lost to our 9 provinces, this time it will be the same. What if I, Gu Shao, am not your opponent? The situation is already determined. This ascension technique will undoubtedly belong to our 9 provinces. If you are wise, you should retreat and leave some incense for your 3 major regions. Otherwise, in the next era of lawlessness, you won't even qualify to step into the forbidden zones. Gu Shao laughed maniacally. The Golden Core Elder, upon hearing this, not only did not get angry, but instead smiled widely. This smile was somewhat horrifying. Gu Shao, do you really think heaven favors your 9 provinces? Last time you had a Gu Liufeng, what do you have this time? Do you really think your senior brother can compete for this ascension technique with the legendary Gu Liufeng? The golden-haired elder grimaced. You are all wrong. We were all wrong. We are all just mere ants. I only hope that in the next millennium there can be someone from the Northern Territory who ascends. The golden-haired elder roared almost crazily, his voice echoing through the heavens. The surviving cultivators from the 9 provinces were all astonished. What did this mean? It seems this old fellow is truly insane. I Gu Liufang, the ancestor of the Shunhong sect, surely slew your senior brother and ascended to the upper realm. Gu Xiao remained steadfast, convinced that his hypothesis was correct. Indeed Gu Lufang was truly remarkable, and he did acquire the ascension technique. But so what? Once he left this realm, he could never return. Oh, what does it have to do with you? Unless you can produce another Gu Liufang defeat, is inevitable. The golden-haired elder declared loudly, then turned to the remaining cultivators and shouted, "Welcome, Domain Master." In an instant the winds and clouds surged anew. A loud bang echoed in the sky. A golden light shone down upon the earth. Beneath that golden light, a young man, handsome and dignified, clad in a camellia-colored robe, wearing a jade crown and holding a paper fan, stepped through the air. Wherever he walked, golden light illuminated the surroundings, as if a celestial immortal had descended to the mortal realm. What is this? The cultivators of Jiuzhou were utterly stunned. When had such a master ever existed among the three realms, and how had none of them sensed her presence? The Realm Lord. There exists a Realm Lord in the three realms. We've never heard of this. Elder Patriarch, just how formidable is this so-called Realm Lord? With so many of us gathered here, what difference could one more Realm Lord possibly make? A cultivator from the Jiuzhou Alliance silently transmitted his question. Under no circumstances must anyone act rashly. Gu Zhao's voice echoed privately across the assembly, for before him stood a Realm Lord of astonishing youth, yet he could not fathom her cultivation depth at all. With each step she took, the heavens thundered, a majestic, overwhelming aura surging forth as though a single figure alone held back the combined pressure of them all. Hearing this, their hearts clenched with shock. None among them could discern the true strength of this so-called Realm Lord, and wariness rippled through the ranks. Jiang Mu lay concealed nearby, inwardly marveling. Another master, who like himself had waited patiently, like the mantis stalking its prey, unaware of the aureole behind. He had failed entirely to detect this figure's presence. His concealment artistry was clearly extraordinary. With the established balance suddenly upended, Jiang Mu resolved to observe further before committing to action. The elegant, handsome young man strolled unhurriedly toward the golden-haired elder, gazed down upon the stooped figure, and with a flick of his folding fan across his face, smiled lightly. "Well done. Grateful for your realm lordship's praise." The golden-haired elder bowed even lower. "I can already feel immense fortune calling out to me, though it seems still slightly incomplete." The youth chuckled softly, then closed his fan and placed one hand behind his back as he turned his gaze toward the cultivators of Jiuzhou. His eyes swept across the assembly, finally settling upon Gu Xiao. "What is your relationship to Gu Lufang?" The youth asked, his tone calm and detached. "Umph, so you are a realm lord. And what of it? The three realms' ascendancy has long faded. The celestial ascension law belongs solely to Jiuzhou. What business is my relation to the elder patriarch of yours?" Gu Xiao sneered. No matter how powerful this realm lord might be, he refused to believe he could withstand their overwhelming numbers. "You have not answered my question." The youth shook his head and raised his right index finger, slicing horizontally through the air. "SSSHH. Gu Zhao's face instantly drained of color. His legs had been severed cleanly at the knees. Off balance, he nearly tumbled from the sky. Fortunately, two elder patriarchs standing beside him caught him in time. Every cultivator's breath tightened. Even more chilling, the Jiuzhou cultivators felt their scalps prickle. The very notion of such a technique, invisible and instantaneous, severing their elder patriarch's limbs without warning. "Let me ask once more, what is your relationship to Gu Lufang?" The youth repeated, his tone unchanged. Gu Xiao broke into cold sweat. The previous strike had instilled in him genuine terror. They stood no chance against this man. "Gu Lufang is my elder cousin," Gu Xiao conceded. "You are overwhelmingly powerful. We yield. We withdraw our claim to the celestial ascension law." Fearing misunderstanding, Gu Xiao urgently transmitted to the others, "This individual's strength is unfathomable, likely already at the pinnacle of nascent soul cultivation. To sever my legs without sound or trace means killing us would be effortless." Fearing misunderstanding, Gu Xiao urgently transmitted to the others, "This individual's strength is unfathomable, likely already at the pinnacle of nascent soul cultivation." How could this be? Was it not common knowledge that no nascent soul pinnacle cultivator remained in the world? "Cousin, yet you bear not a single trace of Gu Liufang's essence." The youth studied Gu Xiao carefully, then shook his head. "Moreover, who said you may leave? Since you are Gu Liufang's cousin, I shall spare you. But as for the rest..." The youth smiled faintly, shook his head, and extended his right hand once more, this time forming a grasping motion. Instantly, one of the elder patriarchs beside Gu Xiao exploded into nothingness. body and soul obliterated. No, elder patriarch. Grief-stricken cries pierced the air. Then came the second, the third. The remaining nascent soul cultivators of Jiuzhou raged. Elder patriarch, if he intends total annihilation, let us fight him to the death. Do not. This being is too mysterious and too powerful. Scatter and flee. Gu Shao urgently tried to restrain them. But grief overpowered reason. Some charged forward the moment they saw their elder patriarch slain. Yet all resistance proved futile. With mere gestures, the flick of a middle finger, a casual wave, the youth dispatched them one by one. Some heads detonated midair, others crumpled, as if struck by an invisible palm. Flee! Gu Shao roared, fury and anguish colliding. He could not allow Jiuzhou's entire legacy to perish here. The remaining Jiuzhou cultivators were paralyzed with terror. No spell, no technique, no defense could withstand him. Every opponent fell instantly and irrevocably beneath a single blow. As the Realm Lord unleashed his power, his cultivation level revealed itself unambiguously. Nascent Soul Pinnacle. From afar, Jiang Mu watched Jiuzhou's cultivators suddenly subjected to such merciless slaughter, and Kuan Li was among them. He could no longer remain still. So he was a Nascent Soul Pinnacle cultivator. Well, so was Jiang Mu. Then let them test whose strength ran deeper. In that instant, Jiang Mu shot forth like lightning, conjuring before him a roaring dragon of crackling azure, lightning hurtling straight toward the young Realm Lord. He arrived before the youth in a flash. The youth blinked, astonished that a survivor dared charge him, then instinctively reached out with one hand. As the youth moved, Jiang Mu suddenly felt his divine sense convulse. An ethereal hand woven from spiritual perception lunged to rupture his dantian. But within his nascent soul seized it and tore it apart, shattering it into fragments. The youth's gaze froze. Then his expression shifted dramatically. Jiang Mu's lightning dragon slammed into him, erupting in a blinding conflagration. High above the heavens, twin beams flared, one sapphire, one crimson, before the crimson light was violently hurled backward, piercing mountain after mountain. The azure radiance faded, revealing Jiang Mu standing tall and resolute, his body shimmering with residual arcs of lightning. Cultivators of both the three realms and Jiuzhou stared in disbelief. Who was this person? Jiang Mu had altered his appearance. Now an utterly unremarkable young man, indistinct and ordinary. If the three realms possess a realm lord, then Jiuzhou naturally has its own prefectural sovereign. I am Gu Changxing, prefectural sovereign of Jiuzhou. Jiang Mu's deep, resonant voice rolled across the heavens. The appearance of Jiang Mu immediately changed the situation on the battlefield. The being known as the Domain Lord, capable of instantly killing a nascent soul cultivator with a wave of his hand, was actually driven back by this young man claiming to be the Lord of the 9 provinces. The people from the 3 great regions were bewildered. Could it be that another Gu Lufang has emerged in the 9 provinces? However, the cultivators still alive from the 9 provinces were even more confused. They had never had a so-called provincial lord. The nascent soul cultivators of the 9 provinces gathered around Gu Shao again. Yu Wuyan, the master of the Xinxing sect, asked, "Old ancestor, this lord of the 9 provinces also has the surname Gu. Could it be?" Gu Shao smiled wryly and shook his head. "Let's take a step back for now. I do not know this Gu surname lord, and his aura is the same as that domain lord from just now. Both are at the peak of the nascent soul. Why are there 2 peak nascent soul cultivators appearing at the same time?" Everyone was confused, but fortunately one side was standing with them. In the high sky, the young domain lord who had been sent flying by Jiang Mu returned once more. His figure looked a bit disheveled, with obvious dark energy rising from his head. A dignified peak nascent soul cultivator being shocked was rather embarrassing. He straightened himself out, maintaining a distance from Jiang Mu, observing from afar. "You are not a cultivator of this realm," the young man concluded. "This realm cannot possibly have peak nascent soul cultivators. Even Gu Lufang from back then was not one. Where do you come from?" A hint of caution flashed in the young man's eyes. Jiang Mu became interested upon hearing this. It was clear that this person knew something and was not a cultivator of this world. I'm just a wandering cultivator entrusted by an old friend to ensure the safety of the 9 provinces." Jiang Mu chuckled, feigning mystery. After all, as a local, he had no idea what was happening outside and could only make things up. Old friend. Could it be Gu Lufang? Impossible. He could not have the means to send someone to this realm. The young man showed a look of doubt on his face and quickly denied it. Another mention of Gu Lufang. Jiang Mu thought to himself that this person was not simple, who just from their conversation this name had come up several times. The key point was that the founding ancestor of the Xinxing sect was present. Soon the young man seemed to confirm that Jiang Mu was indeed an outsider and used a sound transmission that only the two could hear. May I ask if you are from the same sect as me? Same sect? Who knows what sect you belong to? Jiang Mu found it hard to respond and could only shake his head slightly. Friend, I am a disciple of the Qingshan domain's Qingwan Hanshan. This realm is the trial ground of my sect. Regardless of how you entered this realm, if you do not oppose me, I am willing to let bygones be bygones. The young man's tone in the sound transmission was very sincere, which was quite different from his demeanor outside. Qingshan domain. Qingwan Hanshan. Hearing the familiar name of a place again, Jiang Mu felt a surge of excitement and immediately asked, do you know of the Yuan Yi sect in the Qingshan domain? Yuan Yi sect? Are you from that sect? Forgive my ignorance, but I do not know of such a sect in the Qingshan domain. At this moment the young man had never heard of the sect Jiang Mu mentioned, so it must have been some minor sect. But why, being at the peak of the nascent soul, did Jiang Mu give him the feeling that he could not see through him at all? I haven't heard of it. Jiang Mu felt disappointed. Could it be that this person's sect was rather obscure and hadn't ventured to broader places? So he changed his question. Do you know which sect's cultivators possess the phoenix body? I haven't heard of it. Jiang Mu felt disappointed. Could it be that this person's sect was rather obscure and hadn't ventured to broader places? So he changed his question. Do you know which sect? I haven't heard of it. Jiang Mu felt disappointed. Could it be that this person's sect was rather obscure and hadn't ventured to broader places? So he changed his question. Do you know which sects? In a minor world like this, it would basically be impossible to find one. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mu felt a chill in his heart. If this person was not lying to him, it meant that he had been deceived by those so-called Yuan Yi sect people from the very beginning. The Yuan Yi sect did not exist at all in the Qingshan domain. The more beautiful the person, the more they tend to deceive. Jiang Mu lamented that he had indeed been too naive. I don't believe it. You Qingwan Hanshan have a quasi-saint overseeing you. How could you not have heard of the Yuan Yi sect? Jiang Mu's aura suddenly shifted, and he transmitted his voice sternly. The young man was startled by Jiang Mu's change of expression and quickly explained, I would never deceive you. Who in the Qingshan domain does not know of our Qingwan Hanshan? Suddenly the young man realized, you are not from the Qingshan domain. If he were, he would not ask such a foolish question. Seeing that he had exposed himself by asking too many questions, Jiang Mu decided to drop the act. That's right, I am not from the Qingshan domain. Upon hearing this, the young man's heart tightened clearly. Then which great domain are you from? Were there other places beyond the Qingshan domain? Jiang Mu's understanding of the outside world grew a bit more, but he did not want to say too much. The more one says, the more mistakes one makes. You don't need to concern yourself with this matter. Then, I hope you will not interfere with what I mentioned earlier. The young man was quite perceptive. Jiang Mu was puzzled. This person's strength was completely capable of dominating the cultivators of the 9 provinces and the 3 great regions. Why did he still need to come to this realm for trials? Wasn't this just a waste of effort? Jiang Mu voiced his doubts. To this, the young man, seeing that Jiang Mu seemed to have no intention of letting it go, hesitated for a long time and finally spoke. After all, in the Qingshan domain, this was not a secret. It's like this. Our Qingwan Hanshan disciples have thousands of quotas when they ascend from the outer sect to the inner sect, allowing them to gather fortune from small worlds. It's just that opportunities and dangers coexist. Only one of us and the cultivators within the small world can leave. If killed by the cultivators in the small world, one's identity will be replaced. I, Dan Mu Xingye, come from a family that has a small reputation in the Qingshan domain. If you do not interfere with me, I am willing to repay you generously once I get out. Repay? Surely not a revenge, right? Jiang Mu continued to ask. Why can the cultivators in this small world only reach the late nascent soul stage and must compete with your Qingwan Hanshan disciples for the opportunity to ascend? Hearing this, the young man with the name Dan Mu Xingye smiled bitterly. Friend, aren't you making things difficult for me? I'm just an outer disciple of Qingwan Hanshan. Oh, how could I know so much? I just know that to gather fortune, one can only do so within this forbidden zone of the fallen gods. The local cultivators can only rely on this fortune to break through to the nascent soul and ascend to this realm. Indeed, Jiang Mu understood now, and no wonder this world had a great war every 1,000 years that turned out to be the disciples of Qingwan Hanshan undergoing trials in the lower realm. But why? Do you want to entice the cultivators of this realm to start a war? Jiang Mu calmly asked, though he already had a suspicion in his heart. As expected, upon hearing this, Dan Mu Xingye replied indifferently. The fortune of this realm is mostly occupied by these cultivators. If they do not die, how can the fortune be extracted? This is the truth of the fallen god forbidden zone. Combining the words of the golden-haired elder from the previous 3 regions, Jiang Mu could deduce that he must have obtained the truth from these people, yet still referred to himself as an ant. Such a feeling of being manipulated by others is both tragic and lamentable, yet utterly powerless. Friend, do you pity these people? The strong dine on soup and meat while the weak don't even have a bowl to lick. This is an unchanging truth throughout the ages. Even in the great domain, countless small worlds are destroyed every moment. Duan Mu Xingye shook his head, sighing, without a trace of guilt. However, since you are entrusted to protect the 9 provinces, I can also withdraw. A little less fortune is nothing. Let's each take a step back. How does that sound? Duan Mu Xingye suggested. He believed that Jiang Mu, who stood before him, surely did not want to be enemies. If a battle were to occur, both were at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and the outcome was uncertain. Moreover, it was likely that Duan Mu Xingye thought Jiang Mu would only act to protect certain individuals. If that is the case, wouldn't it be best for each to go their own way with the path of the Tao leading to the heavens? If he does not disturb those who do not act, Jiang Mu should not interfere with his gathering of fortune. Jiang Mu laughed heartily, mocking the absurdity of this world and his own ignorance. Slaughtering cultivators from an entire realm, all for that so-called fortune, that ethereal Tao. Duan Mu Xingye was marked for death by Jiang Mu, who believed that even if the latter was not the ultimate culprit, he was still one of the beneficiaries. Jiang Mu did not wish to meddle, but how could he ignore the truth of the world? Currently, the only way to divert attention was to kill Duan Mu Xingye and send a local cultivator to ascend. Even if word got out later that Gu Changsheng had killed someone, what relation did that have to Jiang Mu? Moreover, since his surname was Gu, that name immediately suggested a connection to the ancestor Gu Lufang of the Shenheng sect, who seemed to be quite renowned in the Qingzhou region. Even this Duan Mu Xingye seemed to give him some face. If a disciple caused trouble, the ancestor would take the blame. This seemed quite reasonable, right? Seeing Jiang Mu suddenly burst into laughter, Duan Mu Xingye sensed a hint of danger. Friend, what do you mean by that? Jiang Mu stepped forward, grinning as he said, Isn't it a coincidence that I just happen to be a local? Upon hearing this, Duan Mu Xingye could not maintain his composure and showed disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Cultivators in this realm cannot reach the peak of the nascent soul. You want to kill me? Duan Mu Xingye's face showed a brutal color, realizing that all his words had been in vain. Who exactly sent this person who was intent on killing him? Killing me would be useless. The fortune of this realm lies within the Great Hall, and there is a supreme formation of chaotic worldly affairs inside. Once you step in, your cultivation will be exposed. At this moment, Duan Mu Xingye thought Jiang Mu must want to kill him for that fortune. He hoped his words would make Jiang Mu abandon his actions, and after all, a mutual destruction could lead to someone else picking up the pieces. Unfortunately, Jiang Mu merely let out a cold laugh and ceased to speak. He quietly thought how dangerous it was. He indeed had such an idea, but did not expect so many schemes were involved. Fortunately, Duan Mu Xingye was afraid of death and had revealed this information himself. In that case, Duan Mu friend, please take your leave first. Jiang Mu shouted, and with a wave of his hand, 100,000 bolts of lightning surged forth. Duan Mu Xingye saw Jiang Mu change his demeanor so suddenly, and had no time to say anything, only able to passively respond. Within the forbidden zone, the onlooking nascent soul cultivators were stunned, witnessing the varying expressions on the faces of Gu Changsheng and the domain lord, clearly engaged in some kind of telepathic conversation. They initially thought the two would negotiate, but who would have guessed they suddenly began to fight, filling the sky with 100,000 bolts of thunder. It seems those two know something we are all oblivious to. Combining the earlier words of the golden-haired elder from the 3 regions, Gu Shao shook his head in bitter amusement. But it seems this 9 provinces lord can actually win. In the sky, Jiang Mu displayed various supernatural abilities, at times unleashing a torrent of thunder, at times covering the sky with fireballs, and at times freezing the earth. The intensity of these techniques could even be felt by Gu Shao and the other nascent soul cultivators. Despite activating their protective shields, they still sensed the terrifying power. Mountains melted, vegetation shattered, and even the ground was charred by lightning, emitting curling black smoke. Duan Mu Xingye was utterly powerless to retaliate, being struck from the sky to the ground and then back up again. Those from large domains are indeed different. They can endure so much punishment. Although he was beaten to the point of being unable to fight back for the time being, Jiang Mu could not kill him. What kind of monster is this? How can he be proficient in so many techniques? Duan Mu Xingye was extremely puzzled, and the power of the opponent's divine sense was terrifyingly strong. His own abilities were rendered useless. 100-hand meteor fist. Jiang Mu stood high in the sky and unleashed a punch. Without warning, Duanmu Xingyi's protective shield shattered, crashing down like a meteor. Boom! A massive, bottomless fist imprint appeared on the ground. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Mu unleashed 100 punches, all striking the same spot. The ground of the forbidden zone trembled incessantly, and after a long while Duanmu Xingye did not reappear. Moments later, Jiang Mu flew into the deep pit and pulled out Duanmu Xingye like a dead dog. At this moment he was tattered and disheveled, looking utterly miserable. Yet he still had his eyes open, filled with deep terror. "I beg you, don't kill me." Duanmu Xingye uttered these words in humiliation, a stark contrast to his earlier imposing demeanor, which had completely vanished. Jiang Mu was a very merciful person. He reached out and patted Duanmu Xingyi's face, smiling. "Relax, take a deep breath, feeling dizzy is normal." No. Duanmu Xingyi's eyes revealed a look of horror. As he spoke, Jiang Mu exerted force, shattering Duanmu Xingyi's nascent soul. A generation of heavenly pride was thus killed quietly. With Duanmu Xingye dead, Jiang Mu effortlessly opened his storage ring. He's using a high-grade storage ring. The space is quite large. This world truly was too small. It only afforded storage bags, and the internal space was less than 1% of that of a storage ring. Upon a cursory glance, Jiang Mu found that Duanmu Xingye was far richer than them, with over 500 low-grade spirit stones and more than 50 medium-grade spirit stones. He had never seen medium-grade spirit stones in his life. The rest were various techniques, elixirs, and some low-tier magical tools. Notably, the paper fan used by Duanmu Xingye was not an ordinary paper fan, but a low-grade mystic artifact. It was clearly Duanmu Xingyi's life weapon. But now it belonged to Jiang Mu. After collecting these items, Jiang Mu glanced around. With Duanmu Xingye dead, the remaining cultivators from the 3 regions were all shocked and hurriedly fled. The golden-haired elder let out a miserable laugh and spat out a mouthful of old blood, falling on the spot. "Ancestor!" The cultivators of the 3 regions cried out, seeing Jiang Mu unmoved, and quickly took the golden-haired elder's corpse to escape. Perhaps having seen through everything or feeling dead inside, the golden-haired elder's path collapsed, and in an instant life and death became clear. Jiang Mu slowly stepped into the air towards Gu Shao and the others. Gu Shao and the others held their breath, unsure of what Jiang Mu was about to do next. "The domain master is dead, and my mission is complete." Jiang Mu looked at the crowd and said calmly, "However, are you all still certain you want the method of ascension?" Then Jiang Mu revealed the truth of the world to them. Upon hearing it, their worldview shattered. Their faces were etched with pain as they realized they were merely ants raised by others. After a while, some began to regain their composure. So what if they were ants? Wasn't there a path to redemption before them now? Using the fortune condensed from the lives of 1,000,000 cultivators to escape the sea of suffering. Some lamented the injustice of heaven, while others had their Tao heart collapse. There were also those who thought of leaving this place to freely leap in the vast sea and soar in the high sky. Duanmu Xingye is dead. Someone from our world must ascend. If possible, I hope it is the most gifted cultivator who ascends, for that would give our world a glimmer of hope. In any case, someone must ascend, or it would be impossible to keep it a secret. As for the one who ascends, Jiang Mu had high hopes for Kunli. If they missed this opportunity, they would have to wait another 1,000 years. Would the fallen god Forbidden Zone still exist in another 1,000 years? Jiang Mu did not know. He might also leave here, due to his own breakthrough, or he might choose to stay. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Kunli. In the 9 provinces, who did not know that he was the most dazzling star among the talented, Kunli noticed everyone looking at him, including his own ancestor and master. Kunli shook his head with a bitter smile, his otherwise ordinary face now showing a hint of determination. "Senior ancestor master, I will not take the method of ascension." Upon hearing this, the crowd was shocked, including Jiang Mu. Why? The great path is right before you. You can follow in the footsteps of the godly ancestor." Gu Shao and Yu Wuyan were puzzled. Kunli shook his head resolutely. Can such a path carrying the hopes of the entire world truly lead to victory? "Master, I am tired." The light in Kunli's eyes had dimmed. This great path was not the one. Jiang Mu stood at a distance, watching Kunli in a daze for a long time. Seeing that Kunli was determined not to ascend, Gu Shao looked at the cultivators of the 9 provinces, and then at Jiang Mu in the distance, and said solemnly, "Since Kunli will not go, and that senior will not compete with us, let us decide internally. Those willing to ascend, take a step forward." As the words fell, 2/3 of the cultivators stepped forward, including Gu Shao himself. Indeed, those who could resist such temptation were still few. All right, since that is the case, let us compare by age, talent, and cultivation level. Whoever is the most outstanding shall go. After a long while, one person approached Jiang Mu. Jiang Mu did not expect it to be Yu Wuyan. Yu Wuyan bowed and cupped his hands. "Oh, are you the one decided upon?" Jiang Mu asked. "Yes, senior." "Then go, but be sure to claim that Duanmu Xingye was killed by you. I will remember the senior's teachings." Yu Wuyan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he strode confidently towards the Forbidden Zone's great hall. "I wonder if Wu Yan can keep up with his cousin's footsteps." Gu Shao watched Yu Wuyan's departing figure, and after a while his eyes dimmed, settling into silence. Ancestor. The cultivators of the 9 provinces mourned as another ancestor departed. Jiang Mu, accompanied by the rising breeze, faded away like foam. Half a month later, news returned to the 9 provinces. The 9 provinces alliance had defeated the 3 major regions, and the cultivation world erupted in cheers. Although the cost was heavy for the next 1,000 years, the cultivation world of the 9 provinces would burst forth with vibrant life, leaving the 3 major regions far behind. Moreover, all cultivators knew that within the fallen god Forbidden Zone, 2 extraordinary figures had emerged. One was the domain master of the northern region, and the other was Gu Changxing, the lord of the 9 provinces. These 2 were the true powerhouses, standing at the pinnacle of the world, with the lord of the 9 provinces being even more formidable, having slain the northern domain master. Yet no one knew who this lord of the 9 provinces was, or where he came from, shrouded in mystery. All that was known was that he stood on the side of the 9 provinces. Thus rumors began to circulate that the lord of the 9 provinces enjoyed walking among the people, adopting 1,000 faces. Perhaps the elderly man or young man you encountered was the embodiment of this lord. As for who ascended and the truth of this world, all nascent soul cultivators fell silent, choosing not to speak. Living in ignorance was certainly better than being happy while awake. Meanwhile, Jiang Mu had returned to outside the Xinxing sect, standing at the sect's mountain gate, waiting for Kuan Li and the others to return. With the 9 provinces alliance's victory, all major sects naturally held grand welcoming ceremonies. Even though Jiang Mu had long submitted his token to leave the sect, he could still return to participate in the ceremony. The grave-digging master who handled the aftermath for countless disciples deserved respect. Outside the mountain gate of the Xinxing sect, some guards soared into the air, while others stood, gazing into the distance. In the far distance, warships slowly approached. At the forefront were the last 3 nascent soul cultivators of the Xinxing sect, walking through the air. They were Kuan Li, the master of Shiyu Peak, and Qiyu, the master of Wufa Peak. On the warships, the remaining disciples bore solemn expressions. From an army of hundreds of thousands of cultivators that set out, only a handful returned. The grand welcome they had imagined did not materialize. Everyone was serious, gazing at the sky. They watched as warships passed overhead. That day the Xinxing sect was clad in white. On the warships, the remaining disciples bore solemn expressions. From an army of hundreds of thousands of cultivators that set out, only a handful returned. The grand welcome they... Jiang Mu caught a few fish from the river and began to prepare a meal. Before long, someone arrived. It was Kuan Li and the others, who had already shed their armor and donned white robes. "Jiang Shidi, we are back. Jiang Shixiang, we are back." The 3 stood outside the small courtyard looking at Jiang Mu. "It's good to be back, it's good to be back." Jiang Mu warmly invited the 3 inside. "Just wait a moment, the fish will be ready soon." In a short while, steaming fish soup was served on the table. The battle in the fallen god Forbidden Zone has been settled. Over the years I have heard many legends about Brother Kuan. Jiang Mu chuckled, pulling at the wrinkles on his face. In truth, winning or losing doesn't matter. As long as everyone returns alive, that's enough. The 3 looked at Jiang Mu, silent. "What's wrong? When we gather again, we should be happy." Jiang Mu noticed the atmosphere was somewhat off and quickly asked, "Jiang Shixiang, do you remember what I said? If you come back, he'll tell you a story." Zhao Wire extended her jade-like hand, gently caressing Jiang Mu's cheek, smiling lightly. "Jiang Shixiang, you have aged." After all the years of war, visible fatigue and maturity adorned Zhao Wire's face. "Where should I start? Let's begin with when we met Brother Baiyu." Zhao Wire began recounting their experiences over the years. Her tone was very calm. Even when speaking of dangerous situations, she remained unfazed. Some stories Jiang Mu had heard before, while others were new to him. Time flowed slowly, and when Zhao Wire finished her narrative, the sky was nearly dark. "Jiang Shixiang, fortunately, you did not leave." In the end, Zhao Wire was filled with sorrow. Jiang Mu had a general understanding of everything. The once invincible Brother Baiyu, a genius who was once unmatched, suffered damage to his Dao foundation during a fierce battle while covering Kuan Li and the others' retreat. Even after using numerous pills and spiritual herbs, he could barely maintain his golden core cultivation and would never advance further in this life. Through years of life and death together, Jia Wire also developed feelings for Bai Yu, and the two became. Moreover, Qing Dai was pierced through her dantian by a golden core cultivator while shielding Kun Li, which slightly affected her cultivation, but fortunately, it could be slowly repaired. Kun Li had become numb to killing. He could no longer remember how many lives had perished at his hands. Jiang Mu looked at the three, each lost in their own thoughts. Among them, Kun Li also refrained from mentioning anything about the method of ascension. Brother Kun, don't you have anything to say to me? Jiang Mu gazed intently at Kun Li. Hearing this, Kun Li met his gaze. Jiang Shidi, I heard that you have left the Xinqing sect. Yes, I left 2 years ago. But I heard that the Zhozhou Alliance returned victorious, and I thought I would see you all again. That's right, Jiang Mu replied honestly. Why did you leave? Can't you stay in the sect to enjoy your old age? Kun Li asked anxiously. Brother Kun, my lifespan is short. In the remaining days I want to return home for a visit. This could be considered returning to one's roots. Jiang Mu wanted to avoid making the farewell too melancholic. After all, he had planned to leave quietly. Returning to one's roots is good. Kun Li murmured, then smiled bitterly. I am unlike Jiang Shidi. Now my only roots are the Xinqing sect. The ancestors, master, and the uncles have all departed. I must shoulder the burden of the Xinqing sect. So must I. A master died in battle, and I must inherit his legacy. I don't want to disappoint him, Jia Wire added. There was no need to mention Qing Dai, as she would certainly stay by Kun Li's side. Oh, come on, why do you all look like you're going to die? I'm just saying goodbye to you, not really leaving this world. Jiang Mu saw that the atmosphere was still somewhat gloomy, stood up, and like a senior pointed at Jia Wire, saying, Jia Shimi, since you have become partners with Brother Bai Yu, I wish you both 100 years of happiness and many chubby children. Then he turned and pointed at Kun Li and Qing Dai. Brother Kun's sister Qing, when you become the sect master and sect master's wife of the Xinqing sect, you must carry on the legacy and not disappoint the wishes of our ancestors. Lastly, on the path of cultivation, everyone has their own road to walk. Regardless of the outcome, we have experienced many sights along the way and met friends like you. There would be no regrets. Meeting, knowing, understanding, and parting are all fortunate events. The three were slightly taken aback by his words. Indeed, they had been so affected by the war that they placed too much weight on the farewell. To live a peaceful, joyful, and carefree life seems not to warrant sadness. Yes, we have overthought things. To meet a friend like Jiang Shidi along this journey, there are truly no regrets in life. Kun Li laughed heartily. That's how it should be. Life is meant to be enjoyed. After Jiang Mu's words, the atmosphere noticeably lifted. Parting does not have to be sorrowful in life. There are always reunions, and separations are inevitable. That night, the four of them brought out fine wine from the cultivation world and drank until dawn, recalling all the moments since they met. A cultivator's life is long. Finding a good friend, traveling a path together, and sharing a few amusing stories is indeed fortunate. After a night of revelry, the hearts of the few were unburdened, and amidst laughter their voices echoed far away. The next morning, when Kun Li and the others awoke, Jiang Mu's figure had completely vanished. In truth, even the wine of the cultivation world would not easily make cultivators drunk. As long as they wished, they could awaken at any time. But the three did not do so. They all sensed Jiang Mu's departure, but the three tacitly acknowledged it. Jiang Shidi, travel well. Kun Li clenched Qing Dai's hand tightly. The younger brother who had entered the sect with him had no regrets. He too should find his own path. The more one understands this world, the more painful it becomes. The secrets Kun Li kept buried in his heart were never revealed to Jiang Mu and the others. Jiang Shidi left so freely, we shouldn't harbor regrets either. Qing Dai smiled slightly. She felt fortunate to have known Jiang Mu and instinctively tightened her grip on Kun Li's arm. Jiang Shixiang has left. Jia Wire also shook her head as she got up, picking up a small clay figure from the table. This was left by Jiang Mu. Gently stroking the small clay figure, its appearance was identical to her own, just more youthful. This was how she and Jiang Shixiang looked when they first met. At that time, she was still a curious girl pestering Jiang Shixiang in the mortal city to watch others make clay figures. Jia Wire slowly caressed the figure, and the familiar outline of the clay figure gradually became blurred. Jiang Mu never understood why Kun Li would abandon the path to ascension. It wasn't until last night, when he caught a glimpse of Kun Li's affectionate gaze towards Qing Dai, that Jiang Mu finally realized. Everyone has their own aspirations, and as a friend, Jiang Mu could only silently wish them well. The words spoken last night were not only for them, but also for himself. In the days to come, the 9 provinces continent would hold no danger, and Kun Li and his companions could live their lives peacefully, abundantly, and happily. Upon careful reflection, there would be no regrets. One should not have regrets when they see that those they know ultimately live complete lives and pass away peacefully. Having accompanied them for a while was already a great fortune. Jiang Mu left the Divine Movement sect, but did not rush to Zhennan City as there were no old acquaintances waiting for him there. The world is so vast he ought to explore it. He had already acquired the means to traverse the world, and no one could threaten his life any longer. Moreover, he still needed to find out where his master and senior brothers and sisters had gone. Since he couldn't obtain any information from Duanmu Xingye, perhaps those so-called members of the Yuanya sect were still in one of the other 3 major regions or somewhere else on this star. In truth, Jiang Mu hoped that Duanmu Xingye was deceiving him. If the Yuanya sect was neither in Qingzhou nor on this star, where else could he search? That would be akin to searching for a needle in the cosmos. Just thinking about it made Jiang Mu feel frustrated. However, Duanmu Xingye never changed his story, so it was likely not a lie. To treat over 1,000 stars as places of trial, such a force is indeed formidable. Why think so much? First, let me explore this star. I will take one step at a time afterward. With this thought, Jiang Mu had made a decision. Duanmu Xingye once said that everywhere is the same: the strong feast, while the weak lick the bowls. It seems the dangers in Qingzhou are even more pronounced. Even at the peak of the nascent soul stage, one could only be an outer disciple lost in the worldly chaos. Even if he were to break through, life in Qingzhou would still be fraught with difficulties. It was safer to remain in this small world. The first step is to head to the north region. With Jiang Mu's current cultivation level, no one could stop him. However, upon entering the north region, he still concealed his appearance to blend in with the locals. Compared to the 9 provinces, the north region was much more barren and smaller. Jiang Mu, indifferent to worldly affairs, wandered through the cities of cultivators and mortals, seeking the information he desired. In just 10 years, Jiang Mu had traveled through the north region, yet he obtained none of the information he sought. Thus he decided to head to the East Wilderness. The East Wilderness was even worse than the north region, with continuous wars among the dynasties. Not only was there chaos among mortals, but the cultivation world was also in turmoil. Jiang Mu thought to himself, how can I gather news in such chaos? So he transformed into an unaware peak powerhouse and unified the East Wilderness cultivation world. Just like that, 15 years passed. Wherever he went, no one dared to oppose him, as those who did were eliminated. This is the advantage of having strength. One can do as they please. Yet even so, Jiang Mu still did not obtain any useful information. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the West Land. Jiang Mu crossed the sea, finding the West Land to be even more desolate than he had imagined. The inhabitants lived in tribes, making him feel as if he had stepped into the era of primitive humans. In the West Land, Jiang Mu explored quickly, taking only 5 years. This was because there were no sects at all, only tribes gathering together. Jiang Mu felt somewhat disheartened and gradually began to believe Duanmu Xingye's words. If the Yuanya sect was not in Qingzhou and not on this star, they could only be in those so-called other major regions. Jiang Mu pondered what other places had yet to be explored. The South region. He quickly thought of this place, but the South region was the territory of demon beasts. How could there be answers to his inquiries there? Despite his thoughts, Jiang Mu still made a trip to the South region. Upon hearing that a human cultivator dared to come here, the demon emperor was furious. After all, on this star, the demon race could be said to be the weakest force, scattered and hunted. Only by banding together in small places like the South region could they withstand the hunts of human cultivators. However, with many demon beasts gathering, naturally some powerful ones would emerge, so generally no one would venture deep into the South region. Wasn't that akin to seeking death? Thus the demon emperor gathered his strong allies to take down Jiang Mu. However, after Jiang Mu sent one nascent soul demon beast flying, with a single punch, the demon emperor quickly became subdued. Senior, what brings you to this desolate place? The demon emperor transformed into human form, flattering in a human tone. Foolish bird, why be so nervous? I came here just to inquire about some matters. Indeed, the demon emperor was actually a large bird. As for what kind of bird, Jiang Mu could not care less. Senior, please speak. I will certainly answer your questions. Jiang Mu casually asked the questions he wanted to know. Yet he was still disappointed. This foolish bird knew nothing. Forget it. Jiang Mu waved his hand, leaving a few spirit herbs as compensation for the demon beasts he had injured, then stood up to leave. The demon emperor was overjoyed, bowing and saying, "Farewell, esteemed senior. We welcome you to visit again next time." After asking an inexplicable question, he unexpectedly received these miraculous spirit herbs. He felt it was a tremendous gain. With alongside, Jiang Mu soared back to Zhennan City. Counting carefully from the time he left Zhennan City to now returning, over 200 years had passed. With alongside, Jiang Mu soared back to Zhennan City. Counting carefully from the time he left Jinnan City to now returning, over 200 years had passed. A mortal's life is but 100 years. After 200 years is Jinnan City still the same Jinnan City I knew? Jiang Mu murmured as he caught sight of the tall walls of Jinnan City in the distance. After 200 years of development, Jinnan City indeed became more prosperous, but due to its remote geographical location, it could only barely be considered a second-tier city in the Song dynasty. Aside from Jinnan City, Jiang Mu also saw the solitary peaks of the Qingxian sect and the knife marks he had left behind. Around the peaks of the Qingxian sect, the deep pit created by Jiang Mu had formed a circular lake encircling the sect's summit. Above the lake, Jiang Mu saw a stone bridge connecting both sides. The key issue was that he noticed the Qingxian sect's main hall was magnificent, adorned with lanterns and banners. Many mortals dressed in splendid garments formed long lines, bustling to and fro at the Qingxian sect, as if it were their home. What the hell? What is going on? Jiang Mu was stunned. The Qingxian sect was not frequented by cultivators, but had instead been taken over by mortals. Is this for real? How dare they? Jiang Mu couldn't believe it, gazing at the terrain crafted by such celestial methods, astonished that mere mortals dared to develop it. This vile real estate developer indeed exists at all times. Although Jiang Mu was furious, he refrained from acting impulsively without understanding the situation. If it was as he suspected, even if they were mortals, he would not hold back. Thus he landed at a distance, not transforming his appearance, but blending into the official road, with his true form slowly making his way towards the Qingxian sect's peak. The closer he got to the Qingxian sect's peak, the more people he encountered around him. These individuals were of all ages and genders, most dressed in splendid attire, either rich or noble. Jiang Mu himself was not poorly dressed, and coupled with his handsome looks, he did not stand out among them. Not far away, a group of young masters and wealthy ladies with feather fans and elegant attire chatted and laughed. Curious about whether they were here for tourism or sightseeing, Jiang Mu drew closer. Coincidentally, he also had a paper fan. Haha, today is the most grand day for our Li family. Although this ancestral hall is beautifully scenic, you all shouldn't delay your journey. One young man laughed. Cousin is right. Oh, let's hurry along lest our elders grow impatient. Brother, you're truly shameless. You always enjoy yourself the most whenever we come here, and still love to recite poetry. With your limited knowledge, just don't embarrass yourself. A girl stuck her tongue out at the first young man who spoke, exposing him. This provoked giggles from those around. I, third sister, there are many people, give your brother some face. Isn't this just what I felt? Moreover, it is said that our ancestor Jiang not only was a celestial master, but was also well-versed in literature, able to compose poetry, even in brothels. When will I ever have such elegance? Cousin, mind your words. Brother, you're talking nonsense again. If father finds out, he'll surely beat you. Ha, I only saw this in our ancestral records. The group continued to chat and laugh as they passed by. Jiang Mu followed behind, feeling somewhat bewildered. Why did it seem like the Jiang ancestor mentioned by the young man resembled him? And these people shared the surname Li, suggesting that they were likely descendants of Li Jiao. Since it was a ritual for ancestors, Jiang Mu was not as angry anymore. As long as they did not desecrate the Qingxian sect, it was fine. Moreover, this descendant of Li Jiao not only included himself in their ancestral records, but even counted him in their ancestral rites. Such filial piety was commendable. Yet this descendant of the Li family always liked to drag out his ancestor Jiang for ridicule. So Jiang Mu approached, tapping the first young man on the shoulder, and exclaimed, "Cousin." The young man turned puzzled and asked, "Are you calling me?" "Yes, cousin, don't you recognize me? We studied together when we were young." Jiang Mu chuckled, acting familiar. It was the young man's turn to be confused. Anyone who came here had at least some blood relation to the Li family, and he had many cousins and brothers from his childhood studies. How could he remember them all? Ha, so it's you, cousin. You. The young man slapped his forehead, as if suddenly recalling, laughing awkwardly for a long time, unable to remember Jiang Mu's name. "My name is Kuan Li, cousin," Jiang Mu reminded him. "All right, Kuan Li, cousin, I didn't expect you to come for the ancestral rites this time too." The young man thought for a long time, and genuinely couldn't recall knowing a cousin named Kuan Li. Perhaps he was an outside relative. It was normal not to remember. Thus Jiang Mu, with excellent acting skills, successfully blended in with these descendants of the Li family, addressing them as cousins and successfully mingling with them as they headed towards the Qingxian sect's peak. Indeed, they were all young descendants of the Li family, and the first young man, named Li Xian, was the son of the current head of the Li family, while the girl who bantered with him was Li Anqi, his sister. Upon reaching the entrance of the Qingxian sect, a crowd had already gathered there. Entering the mountain gate, the grand hall inside was decorated in an elegant and ancient style, looking entirely new. At the forefront of the grand hall appeared to be the ancestral hall. People continuously entered and exited. Jiang Mu followed Li Xian and the others inside, holding 3 incense sticks, bowing and offering incense. Inside the ancestral hall, only 2 tablets were enshrined. One for Li Jiao and the other for Jiang Mu himself. What kind of logic was this? Am I offering incense to myself? After finishing the incense offering, Jiang Mu asked, Cousin Xian, I live far away, and this is my first time at the ancestral hall. Why are there only 2 spiritual tablets? Cousin, you may not know this, but throughout the generations, only Ancestor Li and Ancestor Jiang are buried here on Qingshin Mountain, and our Li family's rise is entirely due to the contributions of Ancestor Li and his master Ancestor Jiang. Without them, there would be no present-day Li family. Therefore, even though Ancestor Jiang is from a different surname, he still deserves the respect of the descendants of the Li family. For instance, even after more than 200 years, our Li family is still thriving. My father Li Qingshan has been appointed as the state minister assisting the current emperor in governing the country. Li Xian explained, then revealed an admiring gaze. Ancestor Jiang is the person I admire the most. Jiang Mu smiled silently at these words. All right, Kuan Li, cousin, after paying respects to the ancestral tablets, we will next go to pay our respects at the graves of Ancestor Li and Ancestor Jiang. What? I also need to pay respects at my own grave. Jiang Mu suddenly recalled that when he left he had set up an empty grave beside Li Jiao's tomb. He followed the group into the back mountain where the clearing had already filled with descendants of the Li family. At the front stood several old men, seemingly the oldest generation of the Li family. The graves Jiang Mu set up in the back mountain had already been refurbished, appearing quite new. On a nearby altar, offerings were laid out. The head of the Li family, Li Qingshan, after a passionate speech, instructed everyone to bow in reverence. The essence of it was that one must not forget their roots and always remember the sacrifices of their ancestors. The descendants of the Li family lined up according to their degree of kinship, bowing at each of the graves. Although there were many graves since they were buried alongside Li Jiao and Jiang Mu, the descendants of the Li family treated them as ancestors and paid their respects. Since Jiang Mu was from a different surname, he naturally fell to the back. Soon it was Jiang Mu's turn. When he arrived at Li Jiao's grave, the few old men, maintaining order, including Li Qingshan, were stunned as they looked at Jiang Mu's appearance. You? Which family's descendant are you? Li Qingshan asked, only to suddenly wish to slap himself. How could the Li family have a descendant that looked like Ancestor Jiang? Isn't this nonsense? This. The elders of the Li family were astonished. He looks exactly like the one in the painting. They stared at Jiang Mu, their eyes filled with shock. Jiang Mu realized that he had been recognized. Indeed, he had used his original appearance to see if anyone still remembered him. With a faint smile, Jiang Mu enjoyed the feeling of being remembered. He extended his finger to make a shushing gesture. Then he bowed deeply to each of the graves of his ancient acquaintances. Everyone, I have returned to see you. Jiang Mu murmured, talking to the graves, recounting what he had seen and heard. Little Heisey, the cultivation world, his vast master cannot see it all. We are just frogs trapped at the bottom of a well. You are truly Ancestor Jiang. Li Qingshan found it hard to believe, but then thought of the rumors that Ancestor Jiang was a celestial master and had lived long. That didn't seem unreasonable. But to look as young as 200 years ago, that was too unbelievable. The few ancestors of the Li family trembled, stopping those who wanted to bow and motioning for everyone to remain silent. Li Xian thought Jiang Mu was some magnificent relative. After all, he had not yet qualified to see the portrait of Ancestor Jiang, which only the elders of the Li family or the head could view. Until Jiang Mu finished everything, he turned and casually walked up to Li Qingshan. Ancestor Jiang. Li Qingshan shouted, kneeling on the ground. Jiang Mu smiled and helped him up. In these 200 years, you Li family have shown some heart. However, 200 years of incense offerings is enough. From now on, do not return to Qingshin Mountain. In matters of cultivation, one should seek tranquility and avoid the clamor. Jiang Mu flicked his hand, and several vials of elixirs shimmered into being. Medicines all mild enough for a mortal to endure. With these pills, so long as a single breath remains, death cannot claim you. Pills of too high a grade would overwhelm an ordinary constitution. Ancestor Jiang, this. Li Qingshan stammered as he accepted the gift from Jiang Mu. Li Qingshan dared not defy Jiang Mu. After all, it had been the Li family who in days past traveled from Luo, due to Qingshin Mountain in Jinan City, and unilaterally turned Qingshin Mountain into their ancestral shrine. Therefore, the Li family had not dared bury their forebears there. Yes, Ancestor Jiang, Li Qingshan agreed, hoping only that Jiang Mu would not hold it against the Li family. Also tell Li Xianan to study diligently and to stop spending his days pining for brothels. With those words, Jiang Mu's figure thinned in the wind and slowly vanished. Ancestor Jiang. Li Qingshan called out, staring at the immortal-like display, then sighed. The Li family's bond with Ancestor Jiang had run its course. Outside members of the Li household erupted into a commotion. They saw Li Qingshan shout, "Ancestor Jiang," toward the young man, and then kneel. They did not know what was said afterward, and then the young man suddenly disappeared. Those who had stood closest were the most incredulous. They had in fact witnessed an Ancestor Jiang who had only appeared to their ears. Seeing Jiang Mu vanish, Li Xianan ran forward in excitement, grabbed Li Qingshan's sleeve, and cried, "Father! Was that truly Ancestor Jiang?" Li Qingshan nodded. It really was Ancestor Jiang. Li Xianan grew even more excited. Ancestor Jiang actually deceived me, saying his name was Kuan Li and telling me to call him cousin. If I called Ancestor Jiang my cousin, then I would be of the same generation as him. Li Qingshan delivered a sharp slap from behind. "Cousin, he is your Ancestor Jiang. Also, Ancestor Jiang left a message for you." "Huh? For me? What did he say?" Li Xianan rubbed his hands in eager anticipation. A message left especially for him. What could it be? Li Qingshan shook his head, sighed, and scolded with a glare. "Ancestor Jiang told you good for nothing to study hard and to stop frequenting brothels. Go home and see how I mete out family discipline." Li Xianan thought to himself, "No. Ancestor Jiang left only that sentence for me. He must have overheard me speaking ill of him." Since Jiang Mu's appearance, the Li family underwent upheaval. The ancestral ceremony was cut short after only one day. They even began to withdraw from the Qingxin sect, though they left everything else behind. Li Qingshan intended those things for Jiang Mu. Though no trace of Ancestor Jiang was ever seen on Qingxin Mountain again, the gesture mattered regardless of whether Jiang Mu needed it. Henceforth, the Li descendants honored their promise and ceased coming to Qingxin Mountain to pay respects. One night, Jiang Mu quietly performed a technique and removed the stone bridge that once linked the two banks. Qingxin Mountain belonged to Jiang Mu's Qingxin sect. He would not allow it to become anyone's ancestral shrine. Moreover, Jiang Mu discovered that not a single Li descendant had set foot on the path of cultivation. It seemed that all of this had been fated. The shelter of one's ancestors cannot protect descendants for eternity. After several centuries, his ties with the Li heirs were thin. From now on, the Li family's fate would be for them to determine. Under a clear moon and sparse stars, Jiang Mu toiled in the moonlight, digging his own grave. When he opened it, the message he had buried there remained unchanged. No one had disturbed it. He smiled, ground the message into dust, and lay within. With a dull thud, the coffin was closed. The tombstone stones and soil around rose and settled back into place, reforming the mound. Indeed, Jiang Mu had buried himself. "I hope that when I awake, I will have broken free of the nascent soul realm," he thought. He did not truly sleep. He entered seclusion to comprehend the Tao. Although his cultivation met no immediate bottleneck if he wished to break beyond this star system, the first barrier he faced was Qinghuan Hongshan, guarded by a quasi-saint. Without means of self-preservation, how could he establish himself in the Qingzhou region? Thus, Jiang Mu pondered whether he could refine the techniques he had practiced and make them his own. For example, by Shou Liuxing Fist, Hundred Hand, Meteor Fist, Xinqing, Huanxiang Phantom, Walk Taboo, Gexing Stepping Song. Now at the pinnacle of the nascent soul, he indeed had the capital to originate his own cultivation methods. As the old saying goes, if innate talent is lacking, time will make up for it. Harboring such grand dreams, Jiang Mu sealed his qi and lay in long slumber beneath the mound, leaving the world to its affairs. Seas turned to mulberry fields, dynasties rose and fell, and the world changed. In his seclusion, more than 900 years elapsed. 9 centuries are enough for great alterations, even within the cultivation world. Over 9 centuries ago, following the end of the wars of the fallen god Forbidden Zone, a century later, the spiritual energy of Jiuzhou began to recover. Across the continent, more people took up cultivation, and many new sects sprang up. The cultivation world brimmed with vitality and moved toward a new heyday. Many cultivators awaited the coming of a great era to unfold their ambitions, yet only a few understood that this was merely another turn in the wheel of tragic fate. Jiang Mu, buried underground, had no idea how much time had passed. In the ocean of his spiritual sense, he could hardly feel the passage of time. His cultivation was quite simple. It involved repeating an action. For instance, with the 100 Hands Meteor Fist, Jiang Mu would dismantle the entire technique and reenact it over and over. He lost count of how many times he had failed and how long it took, but he eventually succeeded in comprehending a new technique, transforming the original 100 Hands Meteor Fist into the 1,000 Illusion Meteor Hand, achieving a profound understanding. Literally understood, Jiang Mu's use of the 1,000 Illusion Meteor Hand no longer limited him to mere fist techniques. Any move could now be executed. For example, if Jiang Mu aimed to strike a certain nascent soul cultivator with a regular slap, it would typically only inflict some mental damage. However, with the 1,000 Illusion Meteor Hand, he could concentrate thousands of tons of force on half a face, seemingly delivering one slap, while actually landing 1,000. Thinking about that scene sent chills down Jiang Mu's spine. One single slap could potentially kill a person. If it was merely a lesson, he would have to be more gentle. During this long time, even if his comprehension was poor, Jiang Mu certainly practiced more than just this single technique. Whenever he found the 1,000 Illusion Meteor Hand tedious, he would switch to practicing sword techniques, body movement, or concealment methods. What is this called? It is called effective cultivation, fully and rationally utilizing one's spiritual sense to push against the limits of fatigue, thereby awakening its vitality. As for the divine movement illusion, it was already powerful. Aside from its peculiar entry requirements, it excelled in other aspects. Jiang Mu further refined it, enhancing its ability to conceal one's aura and mask cultivation levels. He even added a function to alter one's appearance. Ordinary transformation techniques can easily be seen through by someone with slightly higher cultivation, but the transformation technique empowered by the divine movement illusion appeared much more realistic. It can be said that Jiang Mu had elevated the divine movement illusion to a height beyond its original scope, far surpassing what the ancestor Gu Lufang had created. After all, Gu Lufang at that time was only at the late nascent soul stage, and unlike Jiang Mu, he did not have so much time to study a single technique. However, techniques like the step song that enhanced speed became less useful upon reaching the peak of the nascent soul stage. After all, the cultivator who created it did not possess a high level of cultivation, and for nascent soul cultivators, such speed-enhancing techniques were entirely unnecessary. Jiang Mu had enough speed for the time being, so he focused on practicing his sword instead. Jiang Mu had not yet forged his own life-bound magical treasure, but had consumed plenty of materials and used alchemical fire to nurture his flame sword. For now, he would use this flame sword, as Jiang Mu felt that there were no materials on this star worthy of crafting a magical treasure. He believed he would encounter better materials in the future. Thus, he forcibly elevated the flame sword by one level, making it at least a low-grade mystical weapon. Furthermore, Jiang Mu spent over 900 years honing a single sword technique. This sword technique was quite simple, consisting of just one slash, which Jiang Mu named Thunder Half-Moon Slash. Although it was just one technique, Jiang Mu believed that even 10 nascent soul cultivators might not withstand it. Instead of practicing 1,000 sword techniques, it was better to perfect one technique to its utmost. Jiang Mu believed that the essence of the Tao lies in simplicity. As for other minor techniques, Jiang Mu had already integrated them into his being, effortlessly executing them with every motion. All high-level cultivators could do this, but if it came to real combat, one would still need to reveal one or two genuine skills. 900 years was merely enough for Jiang Mu to grasp these principles. On a certain day 930 years later, while Jiang Mu was still in contemplation, his spiritual sense suddenly stirred, sensing a disturbance in the array flags stored within his storage ring. Long before he entered seclusion, Jiang Mu had already set up layers of protective arrays around Qingshan Mountain. With his current array mastery, aside from those at the nascent soul stage, ordinary golden core cultivators could not enter. Moreover, no one had disturbed him during all these years. Jiang Mu thought perhaps all his acquaintances had passed on, as no one had come here for so long. If someone truly came here, Jiang Mu suspected, it would most likely be Kuan Li. With Kuan Li's age, cultivation, and talent, surviving to the next era of decline was not a problem. However, he believed that Sister Qingdai and junior sister Jia had probably already passed away. After all, with their talents, even with miraculous pills, they could only extend their lives a few more years. Thinking of Sister Qingdai and junior sister Jia's passing, Jiang Mu felt no sadness. Instead, he was happy for them. Living a peaceful life beside those one loves surely leaves no regrets. It is the living who suffer. Kuan Li witnessed their beauty fading, watching their black hair turn to white before his eyes. He must have felt the most pain. This was also why Jiang Mu was reluctant to reveal his secret of longevity to them. But now it seemed that Kuan Li had come looking for him. Jiang Mu pondered whether to meet him or not. After all, publicly he had been dead for nearly 900 years. If not well preserved, his bones might have turned to dust. The grand formation outside Qingshan Mountain was still reverberating. After a moment, a corner of it was opened, as if someone had flown in. Jiang Mu dared not extend his spiritual sense to probe. If it was someone else it would be fine, but if it was Kuan Li as a fellow nascent soul cultivator, he would generally be able to sense if his spiritual sense was being scanned, and he had not yet figured out how to explain himself. However, even from beneath the earth Jiang Mu could still hear the sounds around him clearly. He sensed that the person outside had not been in Qingshin Mountain for long before starting to scan with their spiritual sense. When that person's spiritual sense swept across the back mountain, Jiang Mu immediately determined this person's strength. A late nascent soul cultivator. Furthermore, the familiar aura was unmistakably Kuan Li. Fortunately, Jiang Mu had concealment techniques, and he had made his appearance resemble a pile of skeletons, so Kuan Li did not notice him. In an instant, Kuan Li appeared in the back mountain standing before Jiang Mu's grave. He gazed at the words on the tombstone, staring at the familiar name in silence for a long time. Junior brother Jiang, you were hard to find. Kuan Li stepped forward, lowered his head to caress the tombstone with a deep sigh. I should have come to see you long ago. I should have come to see you much earlier. Kuan Li murmured to himself, repeating the words softly. All the countless phrases had been reduced to just this one. You once said that for a cultivator a long life is a blessing, to have a friend to travel a path, and to share a few interesting stories. It's truly fortunate. Jiang Shidi, you left so freely, and I truly envy you. But when it comes to my turn, I can't bear it. I really can't bear it. Kuan Li lowered his body, a mighty nascent soul cultivator, squatting in front of Jiang Mu's grave, confiding to the tombstone. After you left, we actually thought about coming to see you. But junior sister Jia said you wouldn't want us to see you in your final moments. As long as the heart holds that sentiment, Jiang Shidi, you will be happy. So we never came. Kuan Li embraced Jiang Mu's tombstone, speaking as if to himself, or perhaps to Jiang Mu. Then Jiang Mu listened to Kuan Li's recounting of their lives to come, of their daily routines in the Shinting sect. In the first 100 years, the spiritual energy was thin, and everyone's cultivation advanced slowly. However, after 100 years, the spiritual energy gradually revived, and everyone was able to cultivate. Kuan Li became the sect leader, and Jia Wire and Bai Yu also became elders in the Shinting sect. Bai Yu's foundation was damaged, and his cultivation could not progress. Jia Wire kept him company, not engaging in any cultivation. Usually she managed sect affairs, took on a few disciples to teach, and then shared ordinary days with Bai Yu. With Jia Wire by his side, Bai Yu emerged from the shadow of not being able to cultivate. This once promising genius accepted his mediocrity, living together with Jia Wire. Life was indeed joyful. 400 years later, Jia Wire and Bai Yu left this world with smiles on their faces. At parting, Jia Wire still held the clay figure that Jiang Mu had given her. Their cultivation journey might not have been exciting, but in the mundane days they saw through many things. However, for Kuan Li the situation was a bit different. On a sunny day on the cliff of Huachin Peak, Qing Dai nestled in Kuan Li's embrace. Having failed to break through to the nascent soul stage, her time was running out and her beauty had faded, turning into an old woman with a face full of wrinkles. On a sunny day on the cliff of Huachin Peak, Qing Dai nestled in Kuan Li's embrace. Having failed to break through to the nascent soul stage, her time was running out and her beauty had faded, turning into an old woman with a face full of wrinkles. As for Kuan Li, he still appeared as young as when he entered the Shinting sect, though his gaze held a touch of maturity and weariness. That day they talked about many things. Although Qing Dai wore a smile, Kuan Li's heart trembled, for he knew that Qing Dai was merely at the brink of death. Ah, Kuan, don't be sad. As long as you don't mind me, I am already very satisfied with the time we spent as partners on this path. Qing Dai's aged eyes held a smile, her wrinkled hand resting in Kuan Li's palm. Qing Dai had long revealed her past and future to Kuan Li. Kuan Shidi, this is the last time I'll call you Kuan Shidi. In the last era of the end of law, you did not choose to ascend. This time at the end of law, you must go. You may not belong here. Kuan Li ultimately did not bury that secret in his heart, but revealed it to Qing Dai's aged hand stroked Kuan Li's face, watching him remain ever youthful, then closed her eyes. Ah, Kuan, go see Jiang Shidi, and also don't be sad anymore. Kuan Li remained silent, and after Qing Dai closed her eyes, he gently pressed his lips against hers, giving a heavy hum. That night the spiritual energy surged within the Shinting sect, with Kuan Li as the epicenter wildly flowing. All disciples in the Shinting sect could feel that wave of sorrowful pressure sweeping in all directions. Jiang Mu silently listened to Kuan Li's confessions, recalling the mischievous Jia Wire, who also had a graceful side. Surely she and senior brother Bai Yu grew old together, having no regrets in their hearts. As for senior sister Qing Dai, Jiang Mu remembered her appearance at their first meeting. tall with a light blue headscarf tied at the back of her head, her earlobes adorned with 2 pairs of tree crown-shaped translucent earrings, her demeanor serious and her beauty striking. Surely in her heart there was more reluctance, wasn't there? Jiang Shidi, I clearly wanted to sleep with senior sister Qing Dai, but I truly can't do it. I've been desperately suppressing my cultivation, yet it still continued to rise, reaching the late nascence. Even on the day senior sister Qing Dai left, I felt I had stepped into the peak of the nascent soul, but for some reason I was suppressed back. At that moment, I thought perhaps Qing Dai was right, I might not belong here. Kuan Li seemed to have poured out the sorrow in his heart, standing up with a determined gaze. The world of cultivation is vast, far beyond our realm. Where there are immortals, there are many possibilities. What harm is there in dividing one path of cultivation for me, Kuan Li? Jiang Shidi, I've made up my mind. I want to leave this realm and venture into the true world of cultivation. Not for the sake of becoming an immortal, but to cultivate the path of time waiting for your return in the mortal realm. Kuan Li's expression was solemn, as if making a vow, his voice steady. After saying this, Kuan Li's eyes began to sparkle, as if he had suddenly become young again. I came this time to bid farewell to Jiang Shidi. I may not return for a long time. This time I brought fine tea. Jiang Shidi, you love tea the most. Kuan Li took out the tea set and brewed tea with alchemical fire. Come, I toast to Jiang Shidi. Kuan Li poured tea before Jiang Mu's grave, sighing. At this moment of parting, there's one thing I still can't figure out. Perhaps, Jiang Shidi, you have also heard that during the last Forbidden Zone a master of the 9 provinces appeared. But what you don't know is that the boxing technique used by that master of the 9 provinces has similarities to your 100-hand meteor fist, although its power is worlds apart. In fact, when you left that day, I wanted to ask you about it, but upon reflection, how could it be? Jiang Shidi, how could you possibly be related to such an unparalleled powerhouse? I truly am not human to suspect the pure friendship between us brothers. It's utterly ridiculous. I shall punish myself with a cup. The world is so vast it's not impossible to understand similar boxing techniques. This last line was purely for Kuan Li's own reflection. Under the probe of his divine sense, Jiang Mu had long since turned to a pile of bones. Moreover, Kuan Li had personally experienced Jiang Mu's boxing technique, which was not lacking by a small margin. Besides, Jiang Shidi had already departed. What reason did he have left to doubt him? Sigh, rambling on like this, it's not at all like the unique me from before. At last, Kuan Li put away the tea set. Perhaps it was you, Shidi, along with Qing Dai and junior sister Jia, who changed me. In any case, Jiang Shidi, regardless of the outcome, I will come down to accompany you. I just wonder if after nearly 1,000 years that master of the 9 provinces is still alive, and whether he will still lend me a hand. But even without him, I will defeat those cultivators who come from the chaotic mortal realm. This place has beautiful scenery and tranquility. Jiang Shidi, you truly have a good eye for location. After hesitating for a long time, Kuan Li finally sighed heavily and turned to leave. Just as Kuan Li turned, Jiang Mu's grave erupted, dust flying. Kuan Li turned around at the sound and saw Jiang Mu standing in the coffin, smiling gently at him. Kuan Li was stunned. Since Kuan Shixiang wants to cultivate the path of time, how can it be done without me, your Shidi, assisting you? You. Kuan Li stuttered for a moment, his mind not catching up. What he wanted to ask was, are you human or ghost? Indeed, I am Jiang Shidi, and also the master of the 9 provinces, Gu Changsheng. You? Brother Jiang. Gu Changsheng. Kuan Li took 2 steps back, wariness sharpening in his gaze. Brother Jiang, surely you don't have unfinished business. Have you risen from the dead, eh? Come now, no more nonsense. Tell your senior brother what remains unfulfilled, and I'll see it done. Then lie quietly back in your coffin. Kuan Li looked as though he'd seen a specter retreating several paces further. Sigh. Jiang Mu exhaled softly, then in the next instant stood before Kuan Li and struck his cheek with a sharp, open-handed slap. Fortunately, Kuan Li's cultivation was profound enough. Though Jiang Mu moved with startling speed, Kuan Li still caught the motion and blocked the blow. Brother Jiang, what on earth are you doing? Kuan Li stared bewildered. Senior brother Kuan, aren't you always the one who furrows his brow and retreats behind the crowd? Senior brother Kuan, look closely, am I man or ghost? Jiang Mu spoke softly, his voice like mist over still water. His nascent soul peak aura radiated unmistakably, and with every breath his steady living rhythm pulsed palpably. This was no specter, this was undeniably a living being. And if one cultivated the Tao, what earthly fear could ghosts possibly inspire? Kuan Li trusted his senses implicitly. This truly was Brother Jiang himself. Brother Jiang. Overcome with emotion, Kuan Li swept Jiang Mu into a fierce embrace, holding him tight as tears choked his voice. Brother Jiang, it really is you. He held him for a long while before gradually loosening his grip. Brother Jiang, please don't misunderstand. Seeing you again has simply overwhelmed me. After a long silence, Kuan Li murmured, flustered. Jiang Mu nodded, understanding written plainly upon his face. Senior brother Kuan, don't stand there idle. Let us go to the grand hall. He clapped Kuan Li lightly on the shoulder, and together they returned to the vast hall before Qingxin's sect. Brother Jiang, I never imagined you were truly Gu Chongqing. I knew I couldn't be mistaken. You've put us through such torment. Kuan Li sighed deeply. Since that is so, why did you not remain at Qingxing's sect? Jiang Mu glanced at him and exhaled softly. I feared frightening you all. Moreover, we shared fellowship once. I could not bear witnessing your aging, your eventual passing. Better to depart far away, so that in my memory you shall forever remain as you were, youthful, radiant, unbroken. Kuan Li fell silent. What Jiang Mu said resonated with painful truth. He had watched friend after friend fade into dust, each departure carving deeper hollows of sorrow within his heart. Yet something still felt strangely off. Afraid of frightening us, he thought wryly. Just moments ago you terrified us. Speaking calmly then, boom, the grave exploded. A soul less steeled might have collapsed in sheer terror. Brother Jiang, you have thought of everything, Kuan Li finally murmured, sighing deeply. Then, you must have heard my earlier words. The Tao manifests in 3,000 paths. Since you are Gu Chongqing, you surely grasp how vast the world beyond truly is. I cannot abandon Qingdai, or junior sister Jia. So, for myself and for them, I will pursue the supreme Tao. Brother Jiang, you pledged your aid. Then let us, these brothers of the same sect, join hands in this age of waning law and slay the cultivators who descend upon us from Qingzhou domain. It shall be effortless. Kuan Li had witnessed Gu Chongqing's power firsthand. On this he harbored no doubt. But this ascension method permits only one to ascend. Kuan Li hesitated. He had intended to reserve it for himself, but now that Jiang Mu lived, duty to his junior brother weighed heavily upon him. Senior brother Kuan need not fret over this. Tell me, why do you linger at nascent soul late stage while I stand at nascent soul peak? I am unbound by this realm's limits. When the time ripens, I shall transcend and ascend without constraint. Jiang Mu smiled faintly. Such a thing exists. Kuan Li's eyes widened in sudden clarity, yet fresh questions stirred within him. Then, brother Jiang, I beg one more question. Since you are unbound by this world, are you like those celestial cultivators who upend mortal realms also from beyond the heavens? No. Brother Jiang, forgive me. I am native to this land. My earlier words spoken within the forbidden zone were mere subterfuge to conceal my identity. Truth be told, my fortunes are long and intricate. Shall I recount them, senior brother Kuan? Jiang Mu shook his head vigorously. Kuan Li, naturally eager to unravel the mystery of this enigmatic junior brother, leaned in attentively. Come, brother Jiang, I have tea, you have a tale. And so Jiang Mu wove his journey, from gatekeeper of Qingxian sect to sovereign cultivator of the present age, into a seamless, compelling narrative for Kuan Li's ears. Naturally, he omitted the immortality granted by his eternal life, and the existence of the system. Such truths would invite disbelief. After all, if one already lives forever, what purpose remains in cultivating the Tao? He attributed his formidable strength entirely to the grace of the Yuanya sect. Beyond that single embellishment, he withheld nothing from Kuan Li. So that is how it stands. Kuan Li sighed long and deep, then bowed formally to Jiang Mu. How can I be called your senior brother? It is I who should address you thus. Senior brother Kuan speaks too humbly. The title suits me well enough. Why trouble over such trifle? Jiang Mu waved a dismissive hand, utterly at ease. My cultivation to this height stems chiefly from never meddling in others' affairs, never competing, never grasping, save when necessity demands it. That indeed sets me apart from senior brother Kuan. This was Jiang Mu's unique path of cultivation. Kuan Li accepted it without judgment, only awe. That one could reach such heights through quiet non-contention made Jiang Mu seem all the more extraordinary. Brother Jiang. Then let us, brothers in Tao, pursue the supreme path together. I shall ascend first, and await you above. And tell me, how mighty is the Yuanya sect to dare declare your junior sister possesses the aptitude of a sage? Yet how does it compare to those heaven-shaking cultivators who scatter chaos across realms? What precisely is a sage? What tier of existence do they embody? After 9 centuries to walk beside an old friend once more softened the sorrow of lost companions, its edges gently blurred. Especially when that friend was Jiang Mu, the kindest, most steadfast brother he'd ever known. Brother Jiang, cultivating the Tao truly is solitude made snow white. Now upon this endless path only you and I walk side by side. To feel old friends still alive, that indeed was profoundly beautiful. That night their conversation flowed endlessly. Kuan Li's purpose crystallized first to elevate himself, to master the Tao of time itself, and then within the river of eons to reach back and reclaim the beloved faces he longed for. Jiang Mu offered no comment. The road ahead stretched infinitely. None could foresee how far Kuan Li might travel. In the days that followed, Kuan Li did not return to Xinqing sect. He had long since relinquished the position of sect master, now serving only as its supreme elder. Though he remained the sole surviving patriarch of Xinqing sect who had endured the previous age of waning, Kuan Li believed he and Jiang Mu possessed overwhelming odds of securing the soul ascension method, yet it carried the accumulated fate of millions of cultivators. The weight of it stirred quiet melancholy. If he could choose otherwise he would, but this was the realm's only path to ascension. Whenever the matter arose between them, they would lie side by side atop Qingxian sect's highest peak, gazing upward at the boundless starfield. Each star shimmering above was likely a world where cultivators walked, while their own realm was but a single grain of dust among countless others. Among them a cluster burned with exceptional brilliance, seemingly nearer to their world than any other. These stars flickered ceaselessly, sometimes blazing fiercely, sometimes dimming for fleeting moments. With idle hours to spare, the two studied them closely, speculating whether cataclysmic events unfolded upon those distant worlds, great battles between cultivators perhaps. What magnitude of clash could extinguish an entire star? A year passed, and changes began to occur among the stars. Jiang Mu noticed that several of them seemed to explode. First, a surge of intense starlight erupted, those lights instantly becoming the brightest stars clearly visible above the 9 provinces. Junior brother Jiang, those stars, they seemed to have exploded. Kuan Li could hardly believe it. Oh, it seems so. Jiang Mu nodded, saying, this is actually quite normal. Every star will reach the moment of its lifespan's end. Before he could finish his sentence, a crimson golden beam of light spanning across the sky tore through the night, appearing directly above the 9 provinces, as if it were about to slice the heavens in two. Jiang, junior brother Jiang, is this also normal? Kuan Li was left speechless. All this was somewhat beyond Jiang Mu's understanding. How could a star explode like this? Jiang Mu carefully observed the massive slender beam of light that tore through the night sky, exclaiming in unison with Kuan Li, this looks like a sword light. The two exchanged astonished glances. Junior brother Jiang, we aren't seeing things, are we? Could this endless stream of light be sword light? If so, how large must this sword be? How terrifying must its power be? It was simply unimaginable. Although it appeared close, those exploding stars were still quite far from them. After this suspected sword light, several more beams of light crossed the sky, resembling the. Soon 2 luminous points appeared in the sky, moving rapidly. Occasionally they would come close together, creating immense shadows, and those suspected sword lights emanated from one of the luminous points. What the hell? Jiang Mu couldn't help but exclaim. What was this? Kuan Li was also stunned. These 2 luminous points were moving swiftly through the night sky, leaving behind streaks of light wherever they passed. Junior brother Jiang, could these 2 luminous points be 2 cultivators? Jiang Mu shook his head. I don't know, this is simply beyond the comprehension of cultivators. Could there really be cultivators battling among the stars? As Jiang Mu and Kuan Li pondered this, the entire 9 provinces trembled. This was an unprecedented celestial phenomenon, prompting many cultivators to soar into the sky to get a clearer view. In the Qingzhou region, far from this star of the 9 provinces, within the chaotic starry sky, an old man with white hair and starry eyebrows stood in the void, holding a sword in one hand and resting his left hand behind him. Opposite him stood a young woman dressed in a begonia-colored robe, graceful and enchanting, with flowing black hair, revealing delicate hands and smooth feet unadorned by any objects. She was breathtakingly beautiful, cold, and radiant. The two had already shattered several stars with their attacks. Red Dust Saint, I will reiterate this once more, immediately destroy your method of gathering chaotic fortunes, or do not blame me for being merciless, as I will erase you from the starry sky. The old man spoke with an air of irresistible sword intent. The woman dubbed Red Dust Saint frowned, questioning, is this really for that reason? Is it worth you crossing domains from the sacred sword land, killing my disciples without a word? Sword Shadow Saint, you are indeed powerful. I am no match for you, but do not forget this is Qingzhou region, not your sacred sword land. Can you kill my disciples here without the consent of the other forces in Qingzhou? And so what if there are no saints in this Qingzhou region? Who can stop me aside from the elusive Qing Emperor? The white-haired old man laughed heartily, his voice echoing through the starry sky, showing little concern. You? The red dust saint seemed helpless. Soon 2 beams of light arrived from the distance. They were the red dust war pavilion's Quasi-Saint Patriarch and the Qing family's Quasi-Saint Patriarch. Fellow Taoists, let's discuss this matter amicably. There's no need for violence. The Quasi-Saint from the Qing family and the Quasi-Saint from the red dust war pavilion interposed themselves as mediators. It's just a method of gathering fortune. It's only used for disciples' trials. If it's not needed, then let it go. Why resort to fighting and killing? Red dust saint, it is not us saying this, but that method of gathering fortune is indeed too harmful. It's best not to use it. The Quasi-Saint from the Qing family advised. The red dust saint sighed, feeling helpless. The key is that as soon as Sword Shadow Saint arrived, he killed some of my disciples without a word, leaving me utterly helpless. Moreover, I have never heard of this method you mentioned for gathering fortune. I have been in seclusion all these years. The Quasi-Saint from the red dust war pavilion laughed. I see this misunderstanding can be resolved, can't it? It must be that disciples of the red dust saint secretly created this technique while she was in seclusion, so it is natural that she is unaware. Sword Shadow, what do you think? Can we sit down and clarify this matter? Yes, it is not too late to clarify the facts before making a decision. The Quasi-Saint from the Qing family echoed. Sword Shadow Saint glanced at the red dust saint, thinking to himself that he had indeed made a mistake. This person was unaware. He had traveled a great distance to fulfill the wishes of his precious disciple, so it should not have been a mistake. Then I want to see how you explain that your disciples using this method is any different from the evil demons. Thus, under the auspices of the Quasi-Saint from the red dust war pavilion and the Quasi-Saint from the Qing family, the 4 returned to the main star of chaotic red dust to investigate the matter. For this, the Quasi-Saints from the red dust war pavilion and the Qing family breathed a sigh of relief, glad that the 2 did not act rashly. Otherwise, would they help chaotic red dust or not? Before them stood the Sword Saint. If a fight broke out, the Qingzhou region could be left in ruins. The 4 returned to the main star of chaotic red dust, and upon investigation indeed found that there were 2 factions within chaotic red dust, one of which was the mastermind behind the method of gathering fortune. Even the red dust saint herself was unaware. It turned out that such mistakes were made by her. Normally such errors could be forgiven, but this time it had attracted a sword saint, nearly bringing disaster to chaotic red dust. The red dust saint was furious. Without Sword Shadow Saint lifting a finger, she executed all the high-ranking members of those factions and ceased to seal off those small worlds. With the matter resolved, Sword Shadow Saint had little more to say. This could be considered the fulfillment of his true disciple's wish. Saints do not require reasons for their actions. Even though he had acted first, Sword Shadow Saint did not apologize, simply patting his backside and leaving, while the red dust saint and her companions had to smile in return. This was the might of a saint. Even Quasi-Saints did not dare to say much. After seeing off Sword Shadow Saint and the Quasi-Saints from the red dust war pavilion and the Qing family, the expression of the red dust saint turned cold. A sword saint came all this way for this matter, clearly harboring some secret. Thus, when the red dust saint inquired, the only connection mentioned was a figure named Gu Lufang from a small world who had some fame within chaotic red dust, but then suddenly disappeared for reasons unknown. Upon hearing this, the red dust saint understood. Sword Shadow Saint's visit was indeed for the purpose of avenging Gu Lufang. What kind of talent must this be to warrant such action from a sword saint? It seems that this small world is worth a visit. In the land of the 9 provinces, 3 major regions exist. The cultivators from various places gaze at the changes in the sky, pondering deeply. The world beyond is too distant. Even if cultivators can fly, they can only ascend a few tens of thousands of meters. Beyond that height, they would be torn to pieces by the fabric of space. On the 3rd day following the celestial phenomenon, a deafening explosion erupted within the fallen god forbidden zone, shocking all cultivators. Those in nearby regions could even distinctly feel the intense tremors. Subsequently, everyone was astonished to find that the entire forbidden zone was utterly flattened. This statement immediately drew the attention of various sects and cultivators who hurried to the fallen god forbidden zone. Of course, only those at the golden core and nascent soul stages dared to observe. Jiang Mu and Kuan Li were also astonished by this news. They wondered if the celestial phenomenon that night was connected to the fallen god forbidden zone. Senior brother Kuan, it seems that plans cannot keep up with changes. Jiang Mu sighed. The fallen god forbidden zone has vanished just like that, and now the ascension method is lost as well. Kuan Li was equally frustrated. Could it be that even the heavens did not want him to ascend? Junior brother Jiang, let's go see what's happening. The two set off towards the fallen god forbidden zone. By the time Jiang Mu and Kuan Li arrived, the area was already filled with numerous golden core and nascent soul cultivators. Everyone came from various places. Today they were not enemies, but rather explorers of this sudden change in the forbidden zone. With the forbidden zone gone, what was there to compete for? Jiang Mu and Kuan Li did not hide their identities in the slightest. Currently, they were unrivaled within the 9 provinces. The high-ranking cultivators of the 9 provinces all recognized the esteemed Kuan Li of the Xinhong sect and greeted him warmly. These cultivators were instead curious about Jiang Mu, wondering who he was that he could be addressed as a peer by Elder Kuan Li. After some inquiries, the two discovered that nearby cultivators had witnessed a massive explosion in the fallen god forbidden zone, which had obliterated it. Looking around, they saw nothing but smoke and debris. The mountains and palaces were all gone, leaving behind an endless expanse of plain. Almost all the regions and sects had stationed cultivators at the edges of the forbidden zone. Upon questioning these individuals, they reached a unanimous conclusion. The stationed cultivators had all seen a figure hovering above the fallen god forbidden zone. The figure radiated blinding white light, making it impossible for anyone to discern their identity. Then that figure extended a hand and pointed at the fallen god forbidden zone, which was obliterated into dust. This could not simply be described as terrifying. It was nothing short of divine intervention. Jiang Mu and Kuan Li exchanged glances, wondering if it could be one of the 2 light points they had seen battling in the starry sky that night. Such power had leveled the forbidden zone established by the Qinghuan Hongquan. How could it be their enemy? Junior brother Jiang, what do you think? Kuan Li asked. Oh, for now we can only watch. Jiang Mu replied. Kuan Li, I feel that this place is not suitable for us to linger. Kuan Li felt a sense of unease. The terrifying presence that struck could still be hiding nearby. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mu's heart tightened. He trusted Kuan Li's instincts, being the child of fortune. Perhaps it was such intuition that had allowed Kuan Li to evade many crises. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry and leave. Jiang Mu turned and flew outward. Kuan Li followed closely behind. Elder, where are you going? A cultivator from the Xinhong sect asked in confusion. Kuan Li intended to tell them to leave quickly, but before he could speak, the entire forbidden zone trembled and the surroundings were sealed off. A spatial rift appeared in the sky above, widening, and from the pitch-black void emerged the first figure, followed by a second, a third. Finally, a woman stepped out. As this woman fully manifested in the air, it seemed as if the spiritual energy within the space halted its flow in an instant. Then a sacred and overwhelming aura rushed forth, powerful beyond belief. Thud thud. At that moment, countless golden core cultivators knelt under the immense pressure. Even many weaker nascent soul cultivators fell to their knees. Only a few cultivators were still struggling to hold themselves up. This scene was simply too bizarre. Before the saint, why do you not kneel? A middle-aged man in the sky called out softly, prompting more cultivators to kneel. Jiang Mu and Kuan Li had already knelt with the first batch of cultivators. Junior brother Jiang, are you unable to withstand that pressure too? Kuan Li whispered. Not really. Oh, everyone else is kneeling. If I don't kneel, it would seem a bit out of place, right? Jiang Mu responded quietly. What about you? He could manage the pressure. I feel the same. The two brothers shared a silent understanding. They had already sensed that the beings before them were utterly terrifying. The woman in the center, dressed in a peony-colored gown, was indescribably beautiful. Crucially, this woman was also barefoot, revealing her smooth, slender legs and delicate feet. Her beauty was beyond measure. Jiang Mu felt that it surpassed even the impression left by the members of the Yuan Yi sect. Yet Jiang Mu found something very odd. Did celestial beings not like to wear shoes? What kind of quirk was this which favored those with special preferences? Not only Jiang Mu felt this way, all the cultivators present shared the sentiment, with some even lacking the courage to glance at the woman in the peony gown. Truly, amidst the crowd, she was a sight to behold, her radiance rendering the world's colors as mere dust. The Hongquan saint observed the kneeling cultivators, inwardly thinking these must be the top cultivators of this world. She had destroyed the forbidden zone to draw them together, surely with her own intentions. If one Gu Lufang could emerge from this place, why could there not be a second? Of course, with her true form, she could not descend into this world, otherwise the small world might not withstand the pressure and would collapse. Thus she merely sent a clone. The Hongquan saint shot a glance at the middle-aged man who had spoken earlier. He immediately nodded and addressed the crowd with authority. Qingzhou, domain Qinghuan Hongquan, is the upper realm of this world. The Forbidden Zone here was established as a trial by one of our Qingwan Hongxin disciples to help them gather the fortune of your world for cultivation. The reason you cannot break through to the nascent soul stage is that you are trapped by formations. Now our saint of Qingwan Hongxin has discerned this and will rescue you from it. From now on there will be no forbidden zones for ascension, and any cultivator may freely travel between worlds. As soon as these words were spoken, all cultivators were stunned. Expressions of indescribable emotions flickered across their faces, ultimately settling into a look of helplessness. Even if they knew they were merely stepping stones on others' paths to cultivation, their ancestors had fought and died within the Forbidden Zone, their fates shrouded in mystery. Moreover, the Qingwan Hongxin itself had stated that it was some of their disciples who had caused trouble, and they were likely already subdued. With such overwhelming power, there was no need to lie to them. After all, just their presence was enough to leave everyone kneeling. Only a few older generations who knew the truth sighed quietly. Of course, in light of the harm done to this world, we of the Qingwan Hongxin will offer compensation. Any cultivator at the nascent soul stage or above may enter our Qingwan Hongxin for cultivation. Aside from our Qingwan Hongxin, there are countless cultivation sects within the Qingzhou domain. Each of you may choose where to go, and we will not obstruct you. With this, all cultivators were taken aback once again. What did this mean? Guilt or compensation? Qingzhou domain. Hearing these places they had never heard of, the cultivators could not help but feel a glimmer of longing for the cultivation life beyond. Did their ancestors fight and die for nothing but this ascension method? As long as they were nascent soul cultivators, they could ascend, and the Qingwan Hongxin had already acknowledged their mistakes. Why not join the Qingwan Hongxin? At that moment, many cultivators began to voice their intentions to join the Qingwan Hongxin. Junior brother Jiang, what do you think? Kuan-Li looked at Jiang Mu. I think this is a good opportunity. Relying on ourselves for cultivation, who knows how long it will take to break free from this world. And didn't you hear? The Qingwan Hongxin has a saint. What is a saint? It sounded incredibly impressive. After all, even Sun Ruo was merely a candidate for sainthood back then. In that case, I will follow junior brother Zhang's lead. Kuan-Li nodded. Thus, nearly all the nascent soul cultivators agreed to join the Qingwan Hongxin, while those merely at the golden core stage looked on enviously. Then come with us. The Hongxin saint spoke, her voice like a heavenly melody. The people of Qingwan Hongxin stepped into the void, and the kneeling nascent soul cultivators followed suit. Leaving the golden core cultivators of various sects below, tearfully shouting, will we meet again? Elder, how can we survive without you? Palace Master, the sect cannot exist without you. Hall Master, when we see you again, you must be stronger. Faced with the reluctance of these juniors, the nascent soul cultivators did not linger, merely telling them to cultivate diligently, for one day they too would ascend. Thus the grievances accumulated over countless years among the 9 provinces, northern region, and eastern wilderness dissipated in an instant. Although they still looked askance at each other, it was unlikely that a great battle like that in the fallen god Forbidden Zone would occur again. Do you still have any attachments to the Xinxing sect? Jiang Mu asked Kuan-Li. Attachments? Not really. This star is no longer isolated. Anyone can pursue their own path now. The juniors have their own fortunes to seek. Moreover, with all the nascent soul cultivators of Xinxing sect gone, what significance is there for me to stay? Kuan-Li sighed in response. Junior brother Jiang, a new world is about to unfold before us. It's quite exhilarating to think about. Then Kuan-Li quickly snapped out of his memories, appearing ready to take action. Indeed, Jiang Mu also felt a bit emotional as he was finally arriving in the Qingzhou region, no longer confined to the small world of the 9 provinces. As everyone entered this void tunnel, the sky above the Forbidden Zone returned to normal, yet many cultivators remained unwilling to leave. Inside the void tunnel, an elliptical passage appeared, surrounded by the pitch-black void, where countless stars twinkled. Before long, in about half an hour, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, signaling their destination. Jiang Mu and Kuan-Li mixed among the many nascent soul cultivators as they exited the void tunnel. Beneath their feet was soft earth. Before them lay an endless sea of flowers, vibrant and colorful, blanketing the ground. In the distance were layers of spiraling mountain towers resembling a colossal tree reaching towards the heavens. The sky displayed the original appearance of the starry sky, with no distinction between day and night, allowing them to gaze at the stars near and far as the land was forever illuminated. At the forefront, the red dust sage whispered a few words to the middle-aged man beside him, then moved towards the spiraling mountain towers. The red dust sage's intent was simple: to let those from the small worlds begin as outer disciples, just like the other disciples. Talents will always shine. No one wishes to remain at the bottom forever. This was the red dust sage's meaning. She wanted to see if any of the cultivators from these small worlds could be another Gulufang. The middle-aged man introduced himself first. Everyone, my name is Nzua, and I am an inner elder of the Qingwan Red Dust sect. After a brief introduction, Nzua continued, from now on you will be outer disciples of Qingwan Red Dust. As one of the three major powers in the Qingzhou region, Qingwan Red Dust possesses abundant cultivation resources. Of course, the outer sect cannot be compared to the inner sect. Only within the inner sect will the resources be even richer. After a pause, Nzua looked at the silent crowd and smiled. However, the Red Dust Sage noted your overly restless minds, and since we cultivate the heart, she specifically arranged for you to calm your emotions in this sea of flowers. If you have any questions, you can look them up in those pavilions. With that, Nzua took off with the others, leaving the crowd in confusion. Is that it? Isn't there more? Are the major powers this casual? The crowd exchanged glances and walked into the nearest pavilion. Inside the pavilion, there was no one, only glowing crystals projecting the rules of Qingwan Red Dust. Jiang Mu observed and thought, isn't this just like a projector? After reading the rules, Jiang Mu summarized that there were no strict regulations. No stealing or robbing, and you cannot harm fellow disciples. These basic requirements felt almost meaningless. If you were doing well, have strength and background, stealing and robbing, even harming fellow disciples would not be out of the question. The key point was that Jiang Mu and the others now understood what they needed to do. In short, it was about picking flowers. In the vast sea of flowers, they needed to find a small red flower called Nianhua. This small flower had no other function but to make the heart clear and enhance spiritual sense. And Qingwan Red Dust primarily cultivates spiritual sense. The later a cultivator progresses, the more important spiritual sense becomes compared to the physical body. After all, even a nascent soul can abandon the physical body to escape. If the spiritual sense is strong enough, one can remain invincible even without the support of a physical body, though this is still theoretical. For example, regarding cultivation realms, there are also explanations here. Qi refining levels 1 to 12, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul transformation. For example, regarding cultivation realms, there are also explanations here. Qi refining levels 1 to 12, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul transformation, and tribulation, each divided into early, mid, late, and peak stages. Among them, the golden core condenses the nascent soul and requires overcoming 9 thunder tribulations, while to surpass the tribulation stage 1, must endure 36 thunder tribulations. Beyond the tribulation stage is the divine bridge, divided into 6 realms. In the first realm of the divine bridge, a half-step mighty being; in the second realm, a mighty being; in the third realm, one initially reaches the quasi-saint; in the fourth realm, one can become a saint; in the fifth realm, one is a great saint or quasi-emperor; and in the sixth realm, one is called an emperor. The most important point is that within a great domain there can only be one emperor, and for 200,000 years emperors do not meet. Within the span of 200,000 years, only one person could be called an emperor in a vast domain. Moreover, during these 200,000 years, emperors do not see each other. In the same vast domain, under normal circumstances, the previous emperor would never intersect with the next. Jiang Mu and Kuan Li looked back, and the more they saw, the more astonished they became. Senior brother Kuan, it seems we have a long way to go. In the end, Jiang Mu let out a long sigh. Indeed, I didn't expect there to be so many realms after reaching nascent soul. Does that mean pursuing the Tao of time will take quite a while? Kuan Li's eyes also revealed a hint of melancholy. The most important point is that only one emperor can emerge from a vast domain. As brothers, it seems we cannot both claim the title at the same time. Kuan Li looked quite worried. Senior brother Kuan, isn't your concern a bit premature? Jiang Mu was shocked. How valuable is the title of emperor? You're only at the nascent soul stage, and you're so sure. Don't worry, when the time comes I will go to another domain myself, and definitely leave the opportunity to become emperor for you, senior brother Kuan. Jiang Mu shrugged. After looking through these things, people began to leave one after another. Although everyone came from the same small world, upon arriving in the chaotic red dust, their previous identities became void. Now everyone shared the same identity, outer sect disciples. However, cultivators from the same sect still gathered together. For instance, the elders and sect leader of the Xinxing sect followed closely behind Kuan Li. Ancestor, shall we go find Nianhua next? Someone asked. Alas, everyone, don't follow me anymore. This place is no longer the 9 provinces, and I am not an ancestor. My status is the same as yours. Moreover, it's not easy to find someone when too many people gather. Even if we find someone, the question of who they belong to is also a problem. Let's all act separately. Kuan Li waved his hand, appearing very carefree and casual. This The members of the Xinxing sect exchanged glances, deeply bowed to Kun Li, and then dispersed. Junior brother Jiang, let's go too. Before we break through to the transformation stage, it will be beneficial for us to find more Nianhua. Kun Li turned back to signal Jiang Mu. All right. The two walked out of the pavilion, gazing at what seemed to be an endless sea of flowers. There were flower trees of varying heights, and low flowers adorned with green leaves. In the distance, some cultivators were already bending down to search for Nianhua. Breaking through to the initial stage of transformation allows entry into the chaotic red dust's outer sect for cultivation. Refining to tribulation stage grants one the status of an inner sect disciple. At higher levels of cultivation, one could also take on some roles within the chaotic red dust. This thought reminded Jiang Mu of Duanmu Xingye, who had perished at his hands. So Jiang Mu actually managed to slay a transformation stage cultivator with his nascent soul cultivation. However, that day Duanmu Xingye was also at the peak of nascent soul, likely having his cultivation suppressed. Taking a few steps forward, Kun Li frowned slightly and said quietly, "Junior brother Jiang, I feel like my cultivation is about to break through." Jiang Mu turned back, sensing Kun Li's surging aura, which had already reached the peak of nascent soul and was climbing higher. However, soon Kun Li's cultivation plateaued at the peak of nascent soul. "Junior brother Jiang, I feel I can break through to transformation at any moment. But for the sake of this Nianhua, I will temporarily suppress it." Nearby, other cultivators from the 9 provinces who had not yet walked far also experienced breakthroughs to the late stage of nascent soul, their faces filled with joy. In fact, they should have broken through long ago, but their fortunes were severely suppressed in the 9 provinces, preventing anyone from reaching the peak of nascent soul. Moreover, the spiritual energy in the chaotic red dust was exceptionally abundant. "Senior brother Kun, is it really this miraculous? Why do I feel nothing at all?" Jiang Mu was quite puzzled. Although he was not influenced by external factors, after 900 years of hard cultivation, leveling up should have advanced him at least one stage right. "Perhaps my aptitude is truly limited. The things bestowed upon me by the Yuanya sect can only allow me to cultivate to the peak of nascent soul. In the early stages one could rely on pills, but the further one went the more talent mattered. It wasn't just any ordinary spirit pill that could elevate one's cultivation." However, Jiang Mu thought about it and reasoned that after breaking through nascent soul, he would be at the peak of transformation. A longer time could be understood. "Junior brother Jiang, I won't allow you to speak of yourself like that. In my heart you have always been a genius." Seeing Jiang Mu looking a bit despondent, Kun Li encouraged him. "It's all right, I will accompany you, junior brother Jiang, in searching for Nianhua and breaking through to transformation." Thus the two began to search for Nianhua amidst the sea of flowers. The flower sea was vast, seemingly endless, and it was unknown who had planted it. As they ventured outward, Jiang Mu and Kun Li encountered more and more cultivators with various hair colors, skin tones, and clothing styles, not only from their small world, but seemingly from other places as well. These cultivators were also searching for Nianhua in groups. Upon inquiring, they learned that these cultivators were also seeking to enter the chaotic red dust for cultivation. Yet like them, they had to slowly search for Nianhua in the sea of flowers before they could break through to transformation and enter. "Junior brother Kun, I feel like that so-called saint of red dust is trying to deceive us, right? Calming our hearts. This is really testing whether we meet the qualifications, isn't it?" Jiang Mu suddenly realized. It seems to make some sense. But the chaotic red dust is indeed a major sect. There must be requirements for selecting disciples. We have no choice unless we decide not to enter the chaotic red dust. Kun Li also came to his senses. Indeed, at the very least, they have a saint overseeing things. Kun Li was not worried about whether he could enter the chaotic red dust, as he could already break through to transformation. He was just concerned about Jiang Mu doubting whether he really needed a long time to break through to transformation. Perhaps Jiang Mu had already entered without his knowledge. After all, back in the 9 provinces, Jiang Mu had concealed his strength very well. Without the luxury of considering other matters, the two continued searching for Nianhua. After walking for over 10,000 meters, they had found nothing. Could it be that we were deceived again? Is there really no Nianhua, and the chaotic red dust is merely observing when we can break through to transformation? Jiang Mu doubted once more. Kun Li felt this made a lot of sense considering how long they had been searching without finding a single Nianhua. The flower sea is so vast that Nianhua must be hard to find. "Let's not rush, junior brother Jiang, let's search a bit more," Kun Li suggested. "All right then." Jiang Mu sighed and continued searching for Nianhua. This time, he did not even spare the clusters of flower trees, shaking them until they were bare. After about 3 days, Kun Li finally found a Nianhua. Kun Li initially wanted to give it to Jiang Mu, but was rejected. This was something Kuan Li had struggled to find. How could he let Jiang Mu have it? So Kuan Li consumed the first Nianhua. After a while his eyes lit up, and he gave a thumbs up. It's really effective, junior brother Jiang. I feel my divine sense has increased a bit. Hearing this, Jiang Mu confirmed that the chaotic red dust had not deceived them in this regard. After another 5 days they finally found the second Nianhua. Jiang Mu eagerly ate it, and it melted in his mouth fragrant with a hint of sweetness. After a long while Jiang Mu commented, fragrant and sweet, not bad, quite tasty. Kuan Li asked, junior brother Jiang, don't you feel your divine sense has increased a bit? Jiang Mu seemed to miss the point. No matter how tasty the Nianhua was, it shouldn't excite someone for not enhancing their divine sense. Jiang Mu shook his head. I don't feel anything. Kuan Li furrowed his brow, unable to figure it out. He only felt that maybe the quantity was insufficient. In the following days the two found 4 more Nianhua. They each consumed 2, and Kuan Li kept praising it, while Jiang Mu merely blinked, savoring the taste. Jiang Mu realized that this Nianhua had no effect on him at all. After much thought, Jiang Mu concluded that there was only one reason. It was that his leveling up system truly enhanced him in all aspects. Jiang Mu couldn't even be sure what kind of multifaceted warrior he had become. Since this was the case, what was the point of searching for Nianhua? Jiang Mu dramatically reclined, lying in the flower sea. Looking around, they had already walked quite far, and there were no other cultivators in sight. Only a straight path stretched endlessly through the flower sea. One end led to the headquarters of the chaotic red dust. Where did the other end lead? Senior brother Kuan, you go ahead and search for Nianhua. Let me lie down for a bit. This Nianhua is useless to me. I won't bother with it. Jiang Mu gazed at the starry sky and sighed. Junior brother Jiang, don't give up. Kuan Li saw Jiang Mu seeming to give up and urged. Senior brother Kuan, don't worry, I haven't given up. Although Nianhua is useless to me, I can still rely on my own practice to break through to transformation. You go do your own thing. Who knows, by the time you return to find me, I might have already broken through to transformation. All right then. He'll be back. Kuan Li, seeing Jiang Mu resolute, felt there was no need to say more. Perhaps junior brother Jiang just preferred this style of cultivation, letting everything happen naturally. In the vast flower sea, only Jiang Mu remained alone. The flower sea swayed in the breeze, the slight wind stirring the flowers, releasing their fragrance. The starry sky and flower sea complemented each other, forming a beautiful and comfortable scene. Once Jiang Mu lay down, 100 years passed. Over the century, Kuan Li came to check on him a few times, but seeing no signs of Jiang Mu breaking through, he left again. During this century, Jiang Mu had not even shifted his position. It was as if he had entered a meditative state. In truth, he was merely too lazy to move. He did whatever he wanted. If he wanted to cultivate, he would, and if he wanted to be lazy, he would. No one could change him. Thus Jiang Mu understood a truth. I am free. As the wild winds began to rise, countless petals formed a flower-shaped tornado around Jiang Mu. He grasped a great truth of divine sense, which he termed mental storm beginner form. A century passed solely to comprehend one path. Moreover, his cultivation naturally broke through to the transformation stage. Jiang Mu discovered that his breakthroughs occurred silently. The only difference was that there would be a tribulation during the formation of a nascent soul, but for Jiang Mu it posed no danger at all. Thus Jiang Mu wondered if the tribulation during the transcendence would also be of no use to him. Kuan Li found Jiang Mu once again. Over the course of a century, while strengthening his divine sense, he also awaited Jiang Mu's arrival. Most of the cultivators who came to this small world had long entered the outer sect of the Qingwan red dust. Only a few with limited aptitude failed to successfully transform and regrettably left. Adhering to the principle of never abandoning or giving up, Kuan Li did not take a step forward, but continued to wait for Jiang Mu. After 100 years, he learned that Jiang Mu had finally entered the transformation stage. Overjoyed, he no longer suppressed himself, and his cultivation surged dramatically, stepping into the mid-transformation stage. Thus, after spending a century, the two finally became outer sect disciples of the Qingwan red dust, stepping onto the spiraling land that ascended to the heavens. This crown-like territory was indeed very vast, but the outer sect disciples could only reside in the rear positions. The Qingwan red dust, combined with the flower sea at the bottom, had a total of 12 layers. Each layer resembled an independent world featuring blue skies, white clouds, the sun, the moon, mountains, and rivers. After Jiang Mu and Kuan Li received their begonia-colored robes at the entrance of the 11th layer, they also imprinted their divine sense mark, which marked their entry. Of course, their cultivation and age also needed to be registered. The Qingwan red dust directly detected their bone age, as this was the most accurate measure of their age. 1,300 years, 1,200 years as cultivators from a small world, their aptitude is quite acceptable. Jiang Mu then realized that Kuan Li was actually 100 years younger than him. However, on the path of cultivation, the accomplished are seen as masters. Jiang Mu concealed his cultivation, appearing only to be at the initial stage of transformation without feeling embarrassed. Thus, the two successfully settled in the 11th layer of the Qingwan red dust. In fact, there was little difference between this layer and the others. The higher one's strength, the higher one could reside, allowing one to look down upon more people, which was a symbol of power. On the path of cultivation, what one contests is one's breath. No one wishes to be stepped upon by others, especially the talented. The majority of those living in the 11th layer of Qingwan red dust were from various small worlds. They had no background, no power, and no strength, and thus could only reside in the 11th layer. Kuan Li expressed his dissatisfaction with this. However, there was nothing to be done. If one felt capable enough, they could attempt to ascend, but they would only be knocked down. There had been cultivators who tried it and ended up suffering greatly. Each disciple on the 11th layer would have their own residence, choosing either an attic or a cave dwelling. Kuan Li chose a cave, while Jiang Mu opted for a scenic attic. Senior brother Kuan, since we are new here, it's best to read more and understand the situation of the Qingwan red dust before proceeding. The two chose residences that were quite close, located on two neighboring peaks. After some time, the two blended in with the surrounding outer sect disciples and learned much. Currently, there were a total of 100,000 outer sect disciples coming from various star domains, generally divided into three factions. The first tier consisted of the outstanding youths from various major families in the Qingzhou domain, who were unique and looked down on everyone. The second tier was made up of cultivators traveling between the major cultivation stars who were interconnected and formed a community within Qingzhou domain. The third tier comprised cultivators from small worlds. However, for some unknown reason, in the past 1,000 years, an increasing number of talented individuals had appeared, not only from major families, but even from obscure loose cultivators who had made a name for themselves. The most famous figure in the Qingwan red dust was none other than Gu Liufeng, who entered the nascent soul and emerged from the peak of tribulation, defeating various talented individuals. Although he was no longer in the world, legends of him still existed. As for the inner sect, it was said that for some unknown reason, many talented individuals had also emerged from the inner sect of the Qingwan red dust in recent years, but most were disciples of other families, and very few chose to remain in the Qingwan red dust to take up positions. Having gathered this basic information, one day Kuan Li asked a familiar disciple why his cave dwelling felt as if someone had lived there before. The disciple replied nonchalantly, "The Qingwan red dust has existed for so many years, and many cave dwellings have been used. This is quite normal. However, you can check who the previous owner of your cave dwelling was. Perhaps it was a senior brother or sister from the inner sect of the Qingwan red dust." Having someone else live in the cave somewhat troubled Kuan Li. So he dragged Jiang Mu to check. Jiang Mu's attic had indeed been inhabited by a female disciple, although she seemed to have long since left the Qingwan red dust. As for Kuan Li's, he was surprised to find a familiar name, Yu Wuyan. Kuan Li's mind momentarily went blank. It was indeed a place of an old acquaintance. How could it be him? After a moment of daze, Kuan Li inquired further and learned that Yu Wuyan had already passed away, his grave built in the cemetery on the 11th layer. I never expected. After parting ways in the Forbidden Zone, I thought Yu Wuyan would pursue the footsteps of his master, yet he stopped here. After clarifying the direction of the cemetery, Jiang Mu and Kuan Li found Yu Wuyan's grave within the vast graveyard. Like other mounds, Yu Wuyan's grave bore no special features. Everything appeared so simple. If it weren't for the name inscribed on the tombstone, the two would truly struggle to locate it. The graves in the chaotic realm do not grow grass, but flowers instead. Those who can rest in the 11th layer of the chaotic realm are all practitioners who have halted their progress at the transformation stage. Though they have passed away, the chaotic realm still provides them a resting place, sheltered by it, so their graves won't be disturbed. As long as the chaotic realm exists, it shall remain peaceful and serene. I didn't expect to see my master again in such a manner. Kuan Li sighed deeply. Yu Wuyan had been kind to him. Although Yu Wuyan was quite emotional when he ascended, it was in pursuit of the Tao. Oh, who wouldn't want to advance? Indeed, even if one is considered a genius in a small world here in the vast Qingzhou domain, one is utterly mediocre. Let us bow to Sect Master Yu. No matter how you put it, Yu Wuyan was once their elder. Addressing him as Sect Master now is not excessive. Master, may you travel well. I will continue on this path of cultivation for you. Kuan Li spoke solemnly, and the two bowed before the grave. The Tao is thus heartless. The fall of a practitioner is often silent, and unnoticed. Had it not been for Kun Li residing in the cave abode where Yu Wuyin once lived in this unfamiliar environment, no one would remember him or pay tribute to this practitioner who once roamed the 9 provinces. Time can take away everything. Even the unwilling roar on the path of cultivation can only fade into the river of time, silent and unnoticed. Jiang Mu and Kun Li stood stiffly for a long time, and with 2 sighs, there was no longer Yu Wuyin in this world. Jiang Mu, accustomed to being Loki, did not reveal himself residing in the chaotic realm like a drop of water in an ocean utterly ordinary. Kun Li, born with a sense of vigilance, remained Loki unless he had a powerful backing or his own strength was formidable. He and Jiang Mu were of like mind. Within the chaotic realm, they divided independent territories and established important places, such as the Cultivation Hall and the Artifact Tower. Upon reaching the transformation stage, many techniques can be easily grasped, so most practitioners focus on cultivating methods to enhance their own cultivation. At this stage, the primary objective is to complete the 5 elements, refine the physical body and spiritual sense, ensuring one's cultivation path is no longer singular, allowing for a greater understanding of the Tao in the future. Thus, starting from the transformation stage to the next small step is akin to ascending to immortality. It is extremely difficult and entails absolute level suppression with no possibility of cross-level challenges for ordinary practitioners. Countless practitioners have perished at the transformation stage or during tribulation transcendence, unable to advance further. Of course, there are exceptions. Between the transformation stage and tribulation transcendence, the most important aspect is the initial practice of the method of law of heaven and earth. The nascent soul gradually grows, becoming the primordial spirit. When the primordial spirit manifests and merges with various images, it represents the law of heaven and earth. Each practitioner's law of heaven and earth is unique. For instance, a sword cultivator's law of heaven and earth may consist of their primordial spirit and a sword formed from their conceptual image. Some have 1 head and 2 arms, while others have 3 heads and 6 arms. In summary, what your law of heaven and earth ultimately becomes depends on the cultivation path you choose. As for what lies beyond tribulation transcendence with Jiang Mu and Kun Li's current cultivation, they only know that in the first realm of the divine bridge, one must sever the Tao, in the second realm, one comprehends the Tao, and in the 4th realm, one certifies the Tao, merging into the 6th realm. Jiang Mu and Kun Li often frequented these places, reading books and broadening their experiences. After all, many ancient texts are unavailable in the 9 provinces. Kun Li needed a scroll that could be practiced during the transformation stage. Although Jiang Mu did not require a cultivation method, he randomly selected a scroll to avoid attracting attention. Within the chaotic realm, the transformation stage is the lowest level of cultivation. After 100 years of entry, Jiang Mu and Kun Li hardly engaged with worldly matters, quietly cultivating. The Qingzhou domain is a major area for the human race, primarily consisting of human practitioners, with only occasional visits from practitioners of other domains. Thus, the entire Qingzhou domain remains relatively peaceful, with few significant disputes. During these 100 years, Kun Li only completed the 5 elements, but Jiang Mu, being originally of the 5 elements, did not supplement them. Instead, he practiced formations within the chaotic realm. Although the formations Jiang Mu could access were more powerful than those he had seen in the 9 provinces, they were not overwhelmingly extraordinary. The truly extraordinary ones remained beyond his reach. However, formations between the transformation stage and tribulation transcendence are already impressive. After all, Jiang Mu in a century has not been able to comprehend the formations of the transformation stage. No rush, take it slow. His current law of heaven and earth is immense, surrounded by lightning, wielding a large cleaver, with a suddenly manifested vertical eye on his forehead, deep and dark. The path of lightning, the path of the blade, and the path of divine sense. These are the great paths Jiang Mu has determined so far. In fact, these should not be considered great paths. He has merely traveled far in these fields, just beginning to glimpse the entrance. The strongest should be the path of divine sense. However, Jiang Mu has yet to experiment with the specific effects of this path. The more closely he observes, the more he feels that his law of heaven and earth resembles a mythological figure. That is Erling Shun. Jiang Mu slapped his thigh. Hey, I've become a god. In the 2nd century, Kun Li found Jiang Mu, who had already completed the 5 elements, and was about to embark on his own path. I feel like I have a vague understanding of everything, yet I am not proficient in anything. Jiang Shidi, what do you think I should major in? Kun Li asked Jiang Mu. Jiang Mu replied, aren't you going to cultivate the Tao of time? That must be your first choice. Kun Li opened his mouth, and after a while he managed to say something. but I can't perceive it. It was quite awkward. Kunli had not even touched the edges of the Tao of time. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Mu said solemnly, I understand. The Tao of time, just from the name one can tell that the focus is on time. It must be that you haven't lived long enough to grasp its mysteries. The Tao of time is profoundly mysterious, so as long as you live long enough for several tens of millions of years, you will definitely be able to comprehend it. Kunli nodded as if enlightened. Truly listening to your words is like receiving a wake-up call. A person who has lived for 1,500 years guiding someone who has lived for 1,400 years on how to comprehend the Tao of time is quite extraordinary. Jiang Shidi, that's a good idea. But how can I live that long? Yet Kunli did not feel there was anything wrong with Jiang Mu's words. First become an emperor, and then find a way to live longer. That should work, Jiang Mu earnestly suggested. So for now you can start exploring a simpler domain, and then achieve the Tao, and become an emperor. Indeed, Jiang Shidi is truly talented to think of that. Kunli praised and casually said, then let's start with a simple sword path. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mu was taken aback. Do you call the sword path simple? Haven't you read any books? Don't you know that sword cultivators are the most numerous and the hardest to achieve Tao in the cultivation world? Only the strongest sword cultivators can attain the Tao. However, seeing Kunli's confident demeanor, Jiang Mu decided to let him be. At worst, he would comprehend the Tao of time himself. After all, he had plenty of time. Thus, Kunli began to cultivate the sword. The fastest method of cultivation for sword cultivators is through battle, endless battles. Therefore, Kunli signed up for the arena competition of Qingwan Hongshan. This also provided an opportunity for disciples to spar with each other. However, those who entered the arena besides personal grudges also had a reward system. Registration is allowed, but one must pay 200 low-grade spirit stones. If you win, you can take the opponents. If you lose, you get nothing, and you might even end up injured. In the mid-stage of the transformation stage, Kunli came from a small world, but indeed had some skills, quickly making a name for himself in the outer sect. However, he was soon educated. His opponent was also a sword cultivator, but came from the Jiang Mu family, a prominent family in the Qingzhou domain. The opponent's sword technique, strength, and experience were not something Kunli could compare to. After 100 moves, Kunli was defeated. They were simply not on the same level. But Kunli did not lose heart. Instead, he became more courageous in battle, though he was still pressed down by these talented scions from prominent families. Especially the Jiang Mu family's Jiang Mu Xingyu, who had learned that Kunli came from the small world of Jiuzhou. Thus, every time Kunli stepped onto the arena, he would inevitably encounter Jiang Mu Xingyu. Jiang Mu Xingyu and Jiang Mu Xingye bore some resemblance, presumably from the same lineage. Kun Shidi is from Jiuzhou, right? I remember there was someone from Jiuzhou back in the day named Yu Wuyan. Do you know him? You Jiuzhou cultivators are all useless. If it weren't for Qingwan Hongshan's mercy, you'd still be a pet to someone. Every time Jiang Mu Xingyu defeated Kunli, he would gloat and humiliate him. Kunli felt puzzled, but had somewhat guessed the reason. Jiang Mu Xingyu must have a connection with the Jiang Mu Xingye, whom Jiang Shidi killed, which is why he harbored such hatred for cultivators from Jiuzhou. So Kunli inquired and learned that the Jiang Mu family had many members in Qingwan Hongshan here for cultivation, but it seemed that Jiang Mu Xingye's elder had been thoroughly defeated by the then Gu Lufang. Damn it, so there is such a connection. Kunli was utterly speechless. These grievances date back thousands of years. What merit or virtue does Kunli have? But it was evident how stunning Gu Lufang was back then to have pressed down the talents of these prominent families. Kunli shared this matter with Jiang Mu. At that time, Jiang Mu was drinking tea, a fine tea called Nine Springs tea, which Jiang Mu had spent a fortune on spirit stones to obtain from Qingwan Hongshan. Jiang Shidi, although I can admit my defeat, and that my sword technique is lacking, Jiang Mu Xingyu is too humiliating. If it weren't for my insufficient strength, I would truly want to slap him with my great sword. Kunli sighed. Since I cannot fight in Qingwan Hongshan, I can only go out to train. Qingwan Hongshan has stargates connecting to many cultivation stars, and Kunli had long wanted to go out and see the world. Kun Shixiang, no. Our cultivation is still weak, and going out to train could very likely lead to danger. Jiang Mu spoke the truth. In some powerful cultivation stars, the transformation stage is as common as dogs, and tribulation transcendence is everywhere. Let's wait until our cultivation improves, and we have some self-protection ability before considering it. Jiang Mu was also worried about Kunli's safety. Although Kunli was the child of destiny in Jiuzhou in this Qingzhou domain, there were many people with greater fortunes than him. He did not know if his identity as a child of destiny was still useful. Then what do you think we should do, Jiang Shidi? Kunli looked troubled. He could not stand Jiang Mu's way of cultivation, which was just drinking tea, meditating for a while, drinking tea, and admiring beautiful elder sisters and scenery. How about this? I help you teach that Duanmu Xingyu a lesson quietly. Jiang Mu smiled and said, just beat him until he can't get out of bed. Wouldn't that work? Kunli shook his head repeatedly. Jiang Shidi, that's not feasible. If someone sees it, we will be dealt with by the sect rules. Then Kunli wondered, Jiang Shidi, you are only in the early stage of the transformation stage. How could you possibly defeat Duanmu Xingyu? You don't need to worry about that, Kun Shixiao. I have had some insights in recent years. Defeating someone like Duanmu Xingyu is still no problem for me. Kunli pondered for a moment and suddenly realized. In fact, he had never seen through Jiang Shidi. No matter where he was, Jiang Shidi always remained low-key, never competing or fighting for anything, very easygoing. But that does not mean Jiang Shidi is not formidable, who can gaze at the starry sky while remaining stationary for 100 years. Moreover, whenever he had a problem, Jiang Mu could always easily help him solve it. When he does not act, he remains unnoticed. When he acts, he makes a remarkable impact. Jiang Shidi, I understand. Kunli's expression became serious. Indeed, his mind was too restless. What do you understand? Jiang Mu felt that Kunli was a bit strange today. He thought he might have been affected by some setback. So he comforted him. How about this? I will go to the arena and teach that Duanmu Xingyu a lesson as well. Thus the matter was agreed upon. Jiang Mu also signed up for the competition, and that day Kunli accompanied him. When Duanmu Xingyu saw this, he eagerly registered as well. Those who could befriend Kunli surely also came from Jiuzhou and were also targets of Duanmu Xingyu's humiliation. There were many arenas in Qingluan Hanshan located on mountain peaks. Wherever Jiang Mu was, Duanmu Xingyu would go there. Thus many people wanted to watch the show. Everyone wanted to see how strong the helper Kunli found was, and whether he would also be humiliated by Duanmu Xingyu. Once they stepped onto the arena and exchanged names, the battle began. If one side stubbornly refused to concede, aside from not being able to kill the opponent, they could still injure or cripple them. After all, the body refining technique is something everyone can learn. Upon seeing the face that looked somewhat like Duanmu Xingyu's, Jiang Mu had already decided how to teach this guy a lesson. So you also come from Jiuzhou, Jiang Shidi? Duanmu Xingyu smiled as he looked at Jiang Mu. The malice in his gaze was quite obvious. Indeed, please teach me, Shixiao. Jiang Mu replied with a faint smile, cupping his hands in a respectful manner. Then Duanmu Xingyu held his sword with one hand, while Jiang Mu held his knife with one hand. Without further ado, Jiang Mu directly unleashed the sword technique he had comprehended over 900 years, aiming for a swift victory. Thunder half-moon slash. Jiang Mu let out a soft shout, and in an instant the arena was filled with thunder and lightning. Jiang Mu's divine sense locked onto Duanmu Xingyu, and his body soared into the air, unleashing a crescent-shaped blade of lightning from the burning blade, striking towards Duanmu Xingyu. Duanmu Xingyu was taken aback. The blade came swiftly and violently with an overwhelming pressure. He wanted to evade, but found himself unable to move at all. It felt as if he were imprisoned, and Duanmu Xingyu was drenched in sweat. Fortunately, his hands seemed to still function, so he could only raise his sword in front of him while activating his protective barrier. Bang! The barrier's light erupted like a thunderous roar, producing a tremendous sound. Then, as the light dissipated, Jiang Mu stood before Duanmu Xingyu, the blade pressed against his throat. Duanmu Xingyu had already knelt down, his sword cast aside, his clothes tattered, arms trembling and bleeding, his face ashen. How could I possibly lose? Duanmu Xingyu couldn't believe it. How could he lose? To someone from a small world, and in just one move. The key was that this person was clearly just at the early stage of transforming the spirit. Duanmu Xingyu refused to accept this. You must have cheated. Tell me, what grade of artifact did you use? I only used a low-grade Xian artifact. Jiang Mu replied indifferently. It's just that you're too inflated. Jiang Mu bent down, revealing Duanmu Xingyu's paper fan in his hand. Let me tell you a secret. I killed Duanmu Xingyu too. Looking at the familiar pattern on the fan, Duanmu Xingyu's pupils contracted. This is impossible. With the evidence in front of him, Duanmu Xingyu had no choice but to believe. Also relax, take a deep breath. Feeling dizzy is normal. Jiang Mu met Duanmu Xingyu's gaze, and then golden light seemed to swirl in Jiang Mu's eyes. Duanmu Xingyu's breathing became increasingly rapid, and he eventually fainted. Saw the late stage of transforming the spirit, so weak. Jiang Mu shook his head, and then descended from the arena. At that moment, those who had followed Duanmu Xingyu all day finally dared to rush over to support him. The entire spectator area fell silent. What was happening? Duanmu Xingyu, at the late stage of transforming the spirit, was defeated in one move. And this person was merely an early-stage cultivator from a small world. In an instant, everyone began to speculate about Jiang Mu's true identity, but in the end they found that no one had ever heard of such a figure. Junior brother Jiang Yu, truly. Li was also dumbfounded. He thought Jiang Mu must be strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. You tricked me so badly, you must not be at the early stage of transforming the spirit. Li displayed a hurt expression. Actually I'm only at the mid-stage of transforming the spirit, just hiding my cultivation level. If senior brother Kuan wants to learn, I can teach you. Okay, it's a deal, junior brother Jiang. Jiang Mu and Li left happily. However, Jiang Mu had his confidence in revealing so much information to Duanmu Xingyu. Just now Jiang Mu had used his comprehended divine sense path to sever the memories of the conversation between him and Duanmu Xingyu. Then he implanted some memories that did not belong to Duanmu Xingyu, making it seem as if he had experienced them personally. This was the divine sense skill Jiang Mu had initially comprehended. It wasn't particularly powerful, but it was still somewhat useful. As for the effect, Jiang Mu estimated he would see it after some time. After this battle, the small world of Jiuzhou gained fame in the outer sect. It seemed that all cultivators from Jiuzhou had some skills, and these skills were all applied to the people of the Duanmu family. However, after this battle, Jiang Mu no longer appeared before the public. The outer sect disciples only knew of a rather inconspicuous fellow named Li who enjoyed fighting in the arena and had a winning record unless he encountered someone truly extraordinary. The so-called extraordinary individuals were those like Duanmu Xingyu who emerged from prominent families, but unlike Duanmu Xingyu, they were the true leaders within their respective families. Duanmu Xingyu was merely a side branch within his family. After all, a prominent family sends countless disciples to major sects for cultivation. Within the outer sect, there were two individuals who stood out over the past 1,000 years, universally recognized as the strongest. One was Wang Teng from the Wang family, a cultivation family in the Qingzhou region, whose lineage supposedly contained powerful cultivators at the second realm of divine movement nearing the threshold of semi-saint. The other was by Shurchen, reportedly from a small domain named Yuanzhou. Although overall strength was inferior to Qingzhou, this by Shurchen from Yuanzhou was no ordinary person and was nearly evenly matched with Wang Teng. The remaining prodigies from other families were also commendable, but none could match these two. Although Li was quite good, he could only exchange a few moves with them. However, this was only temporary for Li. His cultivation was heavily suppressed in Jiuzhou, but upon arriving in Qingzhou, it began to grow rapidly. In the 3rd century, Li's strength had already risen to the late stage of transforming the spirit, just half a step away from the peak, making him the acknowledged third prodigy among the outer sect disciples of Qingyuan Hanshen. He bore a resemblance to the former Gu Lufang. Yet Li remained humble as he still couldn't see through Jiang Mu's cultivation. In his heart, none of the prodigies outside compared to Jiang Mu, who was the true expert. If Jiang Mu were to act, he would undoubtedly be the top figure in the outer sect of Qingyuan Hanshen. Over the years, an interesting event transpired. That was Duanmu Xingyu seemed to show signs of madness in recent years. Countless disciples were shocked. How could a perfectly normal cultivator suddenly go mad? You don't know, Duanmu Xingyu keeps talking to himself, saying he no longer wants to stay in this broken sect, and that one day he will eliminate everyone from Qingyuan Hanshen. Listen to him. Are these even human words? There's something even more ridiculous. Duanmu Xingyu seemed to have been bullied by his family members, claiming that he would break family rules, and once he mastered his skills would slay the family head. This guy can't possibly have a hereditary illness from his family, can he? Even the sycophants who had followed Duanmu Xingyu were frightened away because they were closest to him and understood the situation. Duanmu Xingyu had indeed gone mad. He not only believed that his family wanted to harm him, but he also thought that Qingyuan Hanshen sought to bind him. With so much gossip, the higher-ups of Qingyuan Hanshen couldn't ignore it. After investigating, they unanimously believed that Duanmu Xingyu had truly lost his mind. They then notified his family to come and take him away. On the day Duanmu Xingyu was taken by his relatives, he was still shouting loudly, heart-wrenching. "Ha! You trampled on my childhood. Oh, do you think that's not enough? Even if you can bind my body, what of it? My soul is always free. I am free." Perhaps the people from the Duanmu family felt embarrassed and knocked Duanmu Xingyu unconscious to take him away. Jiang Mu witnessed all of this. The false memories and reality blended over 100 years, leaving Duanmu Xingyu unable to distinguish between them. The memories Jiang Mu implanted in him portrayed a life of misery and family constraint devoid of freedom. To be precise, those memories did not seem like memories at all, but rather a world created from Duanmu Xingyi's memories with the content dictated by Jiang Mu deeply imprinted in Duanmu Xingyi's divine sense. My skill is still not deep enough. If the Duanmu family wants to cure Duanmu Xingyu, it's still possible. They just need to invest more effort and time. However, even if they cured Duanmu Xingyu, it was likely that his path of cultivation would end there. The days of cultivation are always so simple and monotonous. This is the 500th year since entering the chaotic world. Jiang Mu, who has never liked being in the spotlight, enjoys a peaceful, solitary cultivation. The formations he has mastered now can rival the strength of latest-stage core formation cultivators, whether in offensive or defensive formations. Jiang Mu's talent is quite limited in these 500 years. Aside from making some progress in formations, he seems to have achieved little in other aspects. Perhaps this is the frustration of Jiang Mu's cultivation journey, where it takes a long time to accomplish a single task. In contrast, Kun Li has been rampaging in the outer sect. Not only has his cultivation reached the early stages of tribulation transcendence, but he has also secured the third position in the outer sect. As for this third position, Jiang Mu suspects that Kun Li may have more up his sleeve. Although the first and second positions in the outer sect are also officially at the tribulation transcendence stage, a significant event has occurred in the chaotic world during the 500th year of entry. The internal sect assessment is about to begin. Out of 100,000 disciples, only 1,000 can become inner sect disciples. Just thinking about this elimination rate is incredibly high. But precisely because of this, the chaotic world only accepts the elite among the elite, which is why it has become such a significant sect. Moreover, it is said that among the 1,000 who become inner sect disciples, they will receive a great opportunity from the quasi saint of the chaotic world, enhancing their divine sense. So it turns out to be just a quasi saint. Jiang Mu sighed, realizing that the saint of the chaotic world is merely at the level of a quasi saint, yet claims to be a saint. Well, at least the title has saint in it. Back to the point, the internal sect assessment will start soon. The method of assessment is quite simple. On 1,000 arenas, disciples will battle continuously until only 1,000 remain. Of course, it doesn't end there. During the internal sect assessment, the higher the ranking, the more attention from the higher-ups of the chaotic world, potentially leading to direct guidance from a significant figure, or even being noticed by the quasi-saint. However, with 100,000 disciples vying for 1,000 spots, you can imagine how brutal it will be. Therefore, the actual situation is that far fewer disciples will compete for these spots. A small portion, knowing their own limitations, will withdraw early. There's nothing shameful about it. After all, at that time, over 90,000 others will be leaving, each returning to their own homes. Although most of those who came here are considered geniuses in their own right, when all geniuses are placed in the same cage, they appear rather dim. Of course, not all outer sect disciples come just to enter the inner sect. Some merely want to broaden their horizons and make friends. Thus, the actual number of participants on the arena may only be between 50 to 60,000. Moreover, there's only a total of 10 days. Once on the arena, as long as one doesn't die, it's permissible to fight to the fullest. Of course, if some people do end up dead, that's also acceptable. Oh, after all, which internal sect assessment has been without unexpected occurrences? As long as the casualties are not too many, it's all manageable. That's the complete set of rules for the internal sect disciple assessment. On the day of the assessment, all outer sect elders, as well as some inner sect elders, along with the higher-ups of the chaotic world and the quasi-saint, will observe. Of course, these high-ranking individuals and the quasi-saint won't be present on site, but will watch through live broadcasts. They might even occasionally indulge in a few sweet elixirs, feeling quite comfortable. The assessment day will be quite spectacular. Some will form groups, while others will go solo. Geniuses like Wang Tung and Bai Shurchen stand on the most central arena, and no one dares to approach them. Those obscure disciples numbering in the hundreds or thousands step onto the same arena, and a single kick could potentially eliminate a few. Kun Li, standing with Jiang Mu on one of the central arenas, also faced no challengers. Although they might have forgotten that Jiang Mu once slew Duanmu Xingyu in an instant, Kun Li's mere presence is intimidating enough. If Kun Li wishes to ensure one person enters the inner sect, it's certainly possible. As long as one can enter the inner sect, others wouldn't care about the means used. Jiang, senior brother, you need not worry. If anyone comes, I alone am enough, and you won't need to take action. While cries of battle echo from other arenas, Kun Li and Jiang Mu remain relaxed. This indeed makes them stand out like a crane among chickens. The fierce battles continued until the fourth day, with 2/3 of the disciples eliminated. Yet no one dared to challenge the geniuses in the central area. By the 9th day, many disciples had already fled, leaving only a few still on the arena. Those ranking at the bottom had already faced challenges from other disciples. On the 10th day, only 1,000 disciples remained on the arena. These 1,000 disciples were filled with fighting spirit. At this moment, their status within the inner sect was at stake. Even Wang Tung and Bai Shurchen, who ranked first and second, faced challengers. Losing didn't matter. What was important was to display their momentum and impress the higher-ups of the chaotic world. What if a certain elder took a liking to them? Such things are uncertain. Hence the arena where Kuan Li and his companions stood also faced challenges. Unfortunately, Kuan Li alone wielding a sword repelled the challengers, and Jiang Mu didn't even need to lift a finger. Wang Teng and Bai Shichen indeed lived up to their reputations, though none of the challengers could defeat them. Wang Teng wielded a massive hammer exuding the aura of a fierce deity as he swung the giant hammer in his hands. Bai Shichen's manifestation was even more exaggerated. He wasn't a human, but a vibrant unicorn fierce like a tiger. With a roar, he directly forced back numerous challengers. In the final battle, Kuan Li had no intention of contending for first or second place. He only aimed for a top 3 finish. It wasn't that he couldn't win, or rather it was unnecessary. As for Jiang Mu, it goes without saying that just entering the inner sect was sufficient. He had no desire for anything else. If he could avoid fighting, he would. The internal door assessment finally revealed its rankings on the 10th day. Of course, it merely confirmed the top 3. As for the others, no one cared about their positions. In any case, it was all the same. Wang Teng ultimately proved to be superior, defeating Bai Shichen and earning the title of the new top disciple of the inner door. He stood proudly in the center of the arena, his head held high as if radiating brilliance. Not bad, not bad. This generation of disciples is quite impressive. Indeed, it compensates for the lack of prodigies in the previous generation. Speaking of which, our inner door disciples are indeed somewhat few in number. I wonder if Wang Teng and Bai Shichen will catch the eye of the revered ancestor Hanshin. I heard that the Wang family might have a Quasi Saint. Perhaps Wang Teng possesses qualifications for a Quasi Saint as well. The elders discussed among themselves and gradually dispersed. In the grand hall at the highest point of Qinghuan Hongshan, the gaze of the Quasi Saint Hanshin moved across the light screen, occasionally glancing at Wang Teng, then at Bai Shichen, and finally at Kuan Li, who was protecting Jiang Mu. It was unclear what thoughts occupied their mind. The 1,000 disciples who were promoted moved to the 8th to 5th floors of Qinghuan Hongshan, places that were sparsely populated, becoming significantly quieter. Moreover, the next internal door assessment of Qinghuan Hongshan would take place in 1,000 years. Thus, the entire Qinghuan Hongshan seemed to have become much quieter. Additionally, hundreds of years ago, in order to give the sword sage an explanation, Qinghuan Hongshan nearly wiped out the entire sect that relied on luck for cultivation, which accounted for half of the inner door disciples. The disciples who were promoted in this internal door assessment rarely ever saw their senior brothers. Most of the disciples who entered the inner door were at the late stage of spirit transformation to the early stage of tribulation transcendence. The path of cultivation became increasingly difficult as one progressed, so they all wanted to seize the opportunity to cultivate while resources were abundant. However, the inner door was sparse. The previous generation of inner door disciples had perished in battle, were injured, or had failed to return from their trials, leaving very few remaining. Although there were 1 or 2 senior brothers firmly seated in the leading position within the inner door, after the arrival of Wang Teng and Bai Shichen, that position changed hands. The main reason was that Wang Teng was very adept at dealing with people. First, each elder of the inner door gifted him a high-quality pill, then each inner door disciple also gave him a nourishing pill, and everyone called him senior brother upon seeing him. Having wealth truly allowed one to act as they pleased. Soon Wang Teng firmly established his position in the inner door, solidifying his status as the inner door's senior brother. Even Bai Shichen, who had always been somewhat unconvinced by him, lowered his head under the temptation of spiritual herbs and various resources. You are the senior brother, whatever you say is right. Thus harmony reigned within the inner door, filled with joy and camaraderie. However, soon after, a major event occurred within the inner door. The Quasi Saint Hanshin was going to come down personally to test the depth of these disciples. Among all the disciples, the realms of cultivation varied widely, yet there was no one who had heard of cultivating divine sense. In their eyes, the so-called cultivation of divine sense was merely a means to strengthen the solidity of their divine sense. After all, none of them had heard of a cultivator who could fight relying solely on divine sense without a physical body. But the Quasi Saint Hanshin specialized in divine sense. Therefore, it was clear that this time she intended to select a successor for herself. Could it be that her time was running short? No one knew. They only knew that when they were born, the name of the Quasi Saint Hanshin had already spread throughout the Qingzhou region. Who wouldn't be moved by the legacy from a Quasi Saint? In other words, they entered Qinghuan Hongshan in pursuit of the Quasi Saint's inheritance. However, since it was unattainable, they would have to settle for second best. In a moment, all the disciples were filled with excitement, hoping to be noticed by the Quasi Saint Hanshin. Regarding this matter, Jiang Mu became spirited. If he obtained the legacy of the Quasi Saint Hongshan, wouldn't that mean he could avoid several thousand years of detours? As Jiang Mu thought this, he became increasingly convinced of its feasibility. Only Kuan Li continued to sigh. If only there were the path of time. This guy really couldn't forget about the path of time. However, despite saying this, when the day of the Quasi Saint Hongshan's arrival came, Kuan Li still made full preparations. Just as everyone donned their best gear, the Quasi Saint Hongshan asked everyone to sit cross-legged in the hall. She took her seat at the highest point of the hall and spoke softly. Now that you have entered the inner door of Qingwan Hongshan, you can be considered part of the sect. Every generation of inner door disciples will receive an opportunity to comprehend the path of divine sense. How far you can go and what fortune you can acquire depends entirely on yourselves. Next, you will enter a world I have created through divine sense. The longer you stay in it, the more opportunities you will have to comprehend the path of divine sense. At the same time, once you enter, your current memories will be erased, allowing you to start a new life. Upon hearing this, the disciples were somewhat surprised. They had thought it would be some sort of trial, but unexpectedly, it was something akin to a spiritual illusion. However, upon reflection, it seemed somewhat reasonable. After all, it was just an illusion. How difficult could it be? All were eager to try. Regarding this, the Quasi Saint Hongshan merely smiled slightly, saying little, appearing approachable. Jiang Mu felt that she no longer had the same air she did when they first met. She really looks good. Jiang Mu stole a few glances at the face of the Quasi Saint Hongshan, unable to resist looking at her flawless jade-like feet. The gaze of the Quasi Saint Hongshan swept over the crowd. She seemed not to pay special attention to any particular disciple, yet in her wandering gaze it felt as if she grasped the thoughts of each disciple. I am truly damned. How could I look at the revered ancestor Hongshan with such eyes? This was the heartfelt sentiment of the majority of the disciples, who lowered their heads in shame. Prepare yourselves, it is about to begin. The Quasi Saint Hongshan spoke again, her melodious voice ringing in everyone's ears. Close your eyes. Everyone closed their eyes in unison. At that moment, they felt their divine sense descend into chaos, and when they awakened, they found themselves in an entirely new world, embarking on a new life. Aside from the divine sense being their own, they carried no memories from the outside world. In the grand hall, there was a profound silence. Everyone sat cross-legged, motionless. The Quasi Saint Hongshan had also closed her eyes, her divine sense splitting into thousands, wandering in the divine sense world she had constructed for everyone. She wanted to see if there were any good seedlings among this generation. Jiang Mu opened his eyes and looked around. The walls were mottled, covered in cobwebs. In front of him was a pile of burnt-out firewood, and behind him was a Maitreya Buddha statue with its hands clasped, cracked. A memory spread in his mind. My name is Ning Jiangshan, a demon exterminator. Jiang Mu muttered to himself, then slapped himself. That hurt. I am Jiang Mu. After a while, Jiang Mu completely regained consciousness. Then he gave himself a slap. The pain was undeniably real. What a vivid world. Jiang Mu couldn't help but exclaim. Now he understood that he was already within the world constructed by the divine consciousness of the red dust quasi-saint. And he, Jiang Mu, was playing the role of a demon slayer. In his memories, there were basic ethics of this world, as if it were a real world. Moreover, he had family, a wife. They seemed like real people with fragments of past experiences in Jiang Mu's mind. Is this the path of divine consciousness? It's simply achieved to the point of being indistinguishable from reality. Jiang Mu admired this, especially considering that it constructed thousands of divine consciousness worlds simultaneously, something he could never accomplish, and the worlds he built had flaws. Although he didn't know why his memories from the outside world had not been erased and still accompanied him into this false world. However, Jiang Mu was indeed influenced by the memories here. Whenever he thought of his wife waiting for him at home, a smile would unconsciously spread across his face. Since this was a trial from the red dust quasi-saint, Jiang Mu decided to act as if nothing had happened, focusing on playing his role well. Jiang Mu got up and picked up a burlap sack. It was just an ordinary sack. Inside were the spoils he had collected over these days, some fox demon furs. Fox meat isn't worth much even if it becomes a spirit. Hey, I took down 10 fox spirits today. These fox demons were different from those outside. They emitted a unique scent that induced illusions to achieve their goals. With the burlap sack in hand and a large sword on his back, Jiang Mu stepped out of the dilapidated temple into the snow that had stopped falling, heading towards the small town. I wonder what the red dust quasi-saint is testing. Is it to see if we can kill demons? Or to live a happy life with our wives? Jiang Mu couldn't figure it out. After traveling for 2 hours, he arrived at a small human town. He was the only demon slayer in this town, and the townsfolk respected him greatly. Master Ning, you're back. Looking at Master Ning, it seems you had a good harvest. Hee, I told you those fox spirits would be no match for Master Ning. You've eliminated the threat for our town. As he walked home, countless passers-by greeted him, some even offering him food. Protecting this area from demon attacks and seeing the familiar kind smiles of these people, Jiang Mu felt a renewed motivation for demon slaying. Oh no. Jiang Mu shook his head. Oh, all of this was fake. Knowing the truth, he was still influenced by these false emotions, and he couldn't help but think of those disciples who had their memories wiped and entered this world of divine consciousness. He didn't know what the situation was with Kunli. Soon Jiang Mu arrived at the home from his memories, a quaint look. Pushing open the wooden door, Jiang Mu entered and saw his wife basking in the sun in the courtyard, sewing a piece of clothing. Jiangchen, you're back. Seeing Jiang Mu enter, the woman called out softly and quickly got up to help him remove his gear. Jiang Mu was taken aback. Although he was somewhat surprised, he concealed it while focusing instead on inquiring about his wife's well-being. Am I finished off all the fox demons? I should be staying at home for a while now. Jiang Mu allowed his wife to help him remove his gear, replying in a deep voice, there's some hot porridge in the house, drink some while it's warm. Jiang Mu looked at the wife before him and felt somewhat awkward. This wife's appearance was identical to that of the red dust ancestor. It made Jiang Mu feel a bit shy. Does the ancestor really enjoy role-playing this much? To actually play the role of a demon slayer's wife in the world of divine consciousness. Not to mention, just looking at the appearance of the red dust ancestor was quite comforting. It was simply pleasing to the eye. Since you enjoy acting so much, your disciple can only accompany you to the end. Jiang Mu thought that the red dust ancestor's so-called trial was merely to accompany her in portraying an ordinary couple living a simple life. Unable to comprehend the ancestor's intentions, Jiang Mu could only go with the flow. That night, seizing the opportunity, he climbed into bed with her. Rounded up, this could also be considered having slept with a saint, right? Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, 3 years had gone by. During these 3 years, Jiang Mu lived as if he were truly Ning Jiangchun, slaying demons, returning home, and snuggling into bed. Moreover, he only faced the small demons near this town. Although his demon-slaying skills weren't exceptional, they were sufficient. He seemed like a worker living a 3.1-line life. Could it be that the ancestor had grown lonely and longed for the days of mortals? Jiang Mu sometimes pondered this, and although he had not been assimilated by these false memories, he was somewhat affected. Until the 5th year, the two of them had a daughter. Jiang Mu was shocked at the time. Although this world of divine consciousness felt incredibly real, there was no need to actually have a daughter, right? But looking at the face of this daughter, she did indeed resemble him somewhat. Thus Jiang Mu became more diligent, determined to earn milk money for his daughter. Jiang Mu transformed into an old father, spending every day around his daughter. Looking at the smiles of his wife and daughter, it felt like that was his entire world. It seemed like he was sinking deeper. Jiang Mu sometimes pondered alone what is truly real. With an additional person at home, he thought about providing a better life for his family. So he worked even harder in demon slaying, often not returning home for a month or two. One day, after completing a big job, he returned to the small town and witnessed a horrifying scene. The town was strewn with corpses, blood soaked the main road. Jiang Mu rushed home and saw the scene he dreaded the most. His wife and daughter lay in a pool of blood. Jiang Mu was stunned. He didn't know what had happened. All he knew was that there was a heavy demonic aura. A great demon had slaughtered the town. He had returned too late. Jiang Mu looked at the two corpses before him, one large and one small, and after a long time sighed as tears streamed down his face. Knowing full well it was fake, he still couldn't control his tears. The town was gone, and not a single familiar face remained. Jiang Mu laughed, unable to comprehend the meaning behind the red dust ancestor's actions. First she gives you the most beautiful memories, then she destroys them. Yet Jiang Mu still had to follow the script prepared by the red dust ancestor. He buried the bodies of his wife and daughter, then ran around searching for the great demon's whereabouts. It wasn't just their town that had been slaughtered, several others had suffered the same fate. Thus he joined many teams of demon slayers to search for the great demon together. Along the way, Jiang Mu made many friends, all sharing the same aspirations and common enemies. However, Jiang Mu always remembered that all of this was fake, merely existing within the world of divine consciousness. 10 years later, Jiang Mu had become a well-known demon slayer, and the great demon that had slaughtered the town was eliminated by him. Yet looking at the graves he had buried, those were the graves of demon slayers, familiar old friends who had fallen on the path of demon slaying. Gradually, he was left all alone. Jiang Mu's hair had turned gray, but his gaze remained as clear as water. He didn't know how much further he had to walk for this path to end. 30 years later, Jiang Mu bid farewell to another close person. This was a boy he had saved from a demon who seemed to be named Li Jiao. He taught Li Jiao how to slay demons and how to take revenge for his family. In a battle against a great demon, Li Jiao sacrificed himself to block a fatal blow for Jiang Mu. Even someone like Jiang Mu, who had seen many lives and deaths, sat in front of the grave, tears streaming down his face. There was a bit of sadness, but more importantly, it was a performance for the red dust ancestor. This is the fate of a demon slayer. It is also Jiang Mu's acting skill.